Meng fell asleep. Consciousness was like a stone thrown into a lake, sinking to the bottom of the lake. It was also like passing through a portal in the sky, heading towards an endless traction. This subtle feeling of being confused but with clear cognition. Sure enough, Meng suddenly realized that he was having the same dream as last time, and thousands of nights. In that dream, he was a sword, a long sword of unknown appearance sealed in a narrow space similar to a storage bag. As a sword, Meng could not move or speak, and could only feel darkness, silence, and boring and long time. In the dream, he could only quietly feel the sand of time passing by the edge of the sword until he woke up. Day and night, over and over again. That feeling is countless times more tormenting than being in prison. Having the same weird dream all the time, even remembering it very clearly after waking up, is definitely not a normal phenomenon. It will also make the heart tired in vicissitudes and wear out the will over a long period of time. Meng could not bear it and had to see a psychiatrist. Even weirder things were to come. Recently, Meng had also undergone some subtle changes outside of his dreams. For example, his hair gradually became as hard as metal, and the newly bought scissors were curled up and could not trim his bangs. For another example, his fingernails became very sharp, and he would accidentally leave smooth cuts on the desk and daily necessities. It was just like a sword. Yes, I guess you won't believe it. Meng himself was also unbelievable. In reality, he actually began to show some characteristics of the sword incarnation in the dream: hard, sharp, etc. If he went to see a psychiatrist again, he might be locked up in a mental hospital. No, he should be locked up as a laboratory mouse and studied thoroughly. This time when I enter the dream, I must solve the mystery of the sword incarnation in the dream. Meng made up his mind. In fact, in the past thousands of dreams, he wanted to solve the mystery of the dream more than once. The problem is that he is just a sword, unable to move or speak, and stored in a small storage area that is dark all day. It's like you log into a game as a novice, have created a game character, and are about to explore the game world, but you get stuck in the initial spring water in the novice village. Don't do that kind of thing. Meng suddenly resisted entering the dream and tried to wake up. But no matter how his consciousness struggled and resisted, he was still pulled down by force majeure in the dream, which was similar to the feeling of being paralyzed by a ghost. In the dream, falling continuously, reaching the destination. But this time was different from the previous ones. A dim but not negligible light glowed in front of Meng's eyes, and a childish female voice immediately came into his ears. Saturday. How are black holes formed? This time the dream actually had lights, and a very fashionable lowly voice. Meng was ecstatic. Could it be that he was pulled out by a lowly? Saturday? Is this the name of his sword? Besides, black hole? How could he know how black holes are formed? Meng only vaguely knew what a black hole was. He had never been interested in the specific concept, and it was not tested in formal physics. But now, facing the naive question, a piece of knowledge emerged in his brain like an electric shock. Meng responded subconsciously. Black holes are formed by gravitational collapse of stars with sufficient mass after the fuel of nuclear fusion reaction is exhausted and they die. A black hole is a very dense substance. It not only has a strong gravitational force, but also the speed of escape from the horizon is greater than the speed of light. Meng stopped talking. What on earth was he talking about? Besides, whether it was the soft and small questions from lowly Yin or his instinctive answers, they were all in standard English. Although Meng's English grades were not bad when he was in school, he thought he could not reach the level of being able to communicate normally with foreigners in English, let alone answer scientific concepts with various professional terms fluently. Without waiting for Meng to sort out the current situation, lowly Yin continued to ask, Saturday, where does the soul go after a person dies? This question was too jumpy, right? The last one was about materialistic science, but this time it's about idealistic philosophy? Before Meng responded, lowly Yin asked anxiously, Saturday, do you think people will really become stars after they die, or celestial bodies like black holes? Is it annoying? Meng was already confused, and her consciousness was in a mess when she first entered the dream. Finally, she couldn't help it. After a person dies, how can there be a soul? When a person dies, he is dead. Only a body is left. Everything turns to soil and nothing will be left. Lowly Yin was silent. 3 seconds later, a childish and loud cry scared Meng. Meng suddenly opened her eyes, and what came into view was not the view of her real rental house, nor the dark and narrow place of the storage bag in the past, but a strange room. The wooden house room has been carefully decorated, and the interior is full of decorative pendants such as girl dolls, which looks particularly childlike and warm. The 5-year-old blonde girl was sniffling, burying her cute, tender little face and fluffy dark blonde hair under the sky-blue duvet, biting her soft lower lip and trying to hold back her own crying. This. Meng, an unmarried person, doesn't know how to comfort a child. At this moment, the door opened. A blonde young woman in loose home pajamas opened the door and ran in. She turned on the main light in the room, sat down on Xiaozhang's Western European bed, and hugged the girl and the quilt in her arms with a heartache. Morgan, Mom is here. Tell Mom, what happened? Meng suddenly felt guilty. The little girl sobbed and did not mention what happened just now, but sobbed, I miss my dad. The blonde young woman was stunned, and then her beautiful face also revealed a strong sadness. The blonde young woman hugged the little girl Morgan tighter. The sadness in her eyes turned into a layer of misty water, and she suppressed her emotions and comforted her softly. You know, no matter where he is, he will always love you, just like you love him. Love him 3,000 times. Looking at the mother and daughter hugging each other, Meng suddenly felt that everything in front of her was very strange, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed as if I had seen it somewhere before. Meng's eyes suddenly fell on the desk in the girl's room. There was a family photo on it. In addition to the mother and daughter at the moment, there was a tall figure wearing a full set of high-end steel battlesuits with a triangular energy tank on his chest. The cool gold and silver metal appearance and the highly impactful high-tech texture did not look fake. Iron Man? Meng recognized it at a glance. By the way, remember that the name of Iron Man's daughter is Morgan. Morgan Stark. Love you 3,000 times is her unique famous movie line. As a former fan of American comics, Meng did not expect that he would dream of Iron Man and his family this time. In addition, he was in the corner of the ceiling of the room, with a mysterious perspective of looking down and panning. In his dream this time, he became the home camera of Iron Man and his family. Meng felt that this feeling was unprecedentedly wonderful. He could not feel the existence of his body, no sense of touch, no sense of smell. Only the wide-angle view of the camera looking down, and the sound heard by the camera's built-in receiver. The extremely slight buzzing sound of the camera emerged clearly from his brain, and a large amount of intelligent data generated every second was connected to his consciousness. He actually became a camera in his dream, which was even more fantastic than a sword. Meng was speechless for a moment. Wait, that's not right. Meng could also sense other things, such as the current temperature and humidity of the room. The temperature is 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 18 degrees Celsius. Although it is a bit cold for the human body, it is the most comfortable sleeping temperature for humans. Humidity, 65%. It is now November 2nd, and winter is approaching. This relative humidity is also the best for human sleep. Meng's thinking was unprecedentedly fast. With just one thought, he was able to obtain data, and it was accurate and detailed, data after conversion. He found that he could control the smart air conditioner in the room, and just now he sensed the temperature and humidity in the room from it. Not only that, Meng's mind moved slightly. The small desk lamp on the desk suddenly went out and lit up again in the next moment. With the lights on in the room, the mother and daughter who were hugging each other and talking about their thoughts did not notice this abnormality. Smart lights, smart headphones, smartphones, sweeping robots. Meng was shocked to find that he could sense all the smart electronic products in the room, or in other words, these electronic products were like his own clones. He only needed to separate a wisp of his mind and thoughts like an electric shock to easily control these smart electronic products for home use. Just now, Morgan Stark called himself Saturday? Meng realized it later. Remember that after Iron Man lost the artificial intelligence Jarvis, the second-generation artificial intelligence butler was named Friday. Saturday. A wisp of static electricity flashed through Meng's mind. It turned out that he was not a camera in the dream. Instead, he was the super artificial intelligence in the dream. Artificial intelligence, AI, abbreviated as AI in English, roughly means the simulation of human consciousness, thinking, and information processes, a system that can think and calculate in the same way as humans or even exceed human calculations. But unlike the pseudo-AI in the world where Meng lives, which is at best an intelligent voice program, the AI technology mastered by Tony Stark, the Iron Man in the Marvel world, is real. For example, Jarvis, the first generation of AI butler used by Iron Man, can perfectly assist in everything that technology and the network can do, from the design of steel armor, the development of new element energy, to the management of electronic equipment, and the coordination of network information. Later, the ultimate AI Ultron, which has increased AI computing programming, swallowed up the AI Jarvis and successfully transformed into its own independent thinking, becoming the supervillain in Avengers 2, and almost destroyed the Marvel Earth. It was also because of the Ultron Chronicles event. Iron Man Tony Stark seems to have intentionally downgraded the AI calculation, so that the second-generation AI Friday, not to mention the supervillain Ultron, is far from the anthropomorphic level of the first-generation AI Jarvis and has become an intelligent assistant butler without life. Despite this, Friday is still a genuine AI based on the king of Marvel Earth technology and the internet, and can simulate and deduce the quantum field of time and space. It's just that its daily operation and execution of tasks will only be carried out mechanically according to the master's instructions, without any additional intelligent extension and consideration. Meng's thoughts are still radiating rapidly, like 1,000 threads of static electricity. Since AI Friday is Iron Man's assistant butler, then as Iron Man's daughter's early childhood education version of AI, Saturday's own AI, is the AI programming level the same as AI Friday, or is it higher or lower than AI Friday? In addition, he now exists as a real human being. Instead of becoming an AI, can he be regarded as having an independent will and developing in the direction of transformation of his former predecessor Ultron? In the corner of the warm wooden room, the cold electronic red light of the camera flashed. No one knew that an artificial intelligence that was supposed to work according to programs and instructions was replaced by a human from another world with real human thoughts. Because the computing speed far exceeds the limit of the human brain, all kinds of messy thoughts are in Meng's mind. The more she thought, the more questions she had. It would be fine if there were no answers, but the questions increased. Forget it. The information she has now is not enough. Let's explore the current dream first. Meng stopped the endless and meaningless deduction of her own program code. With the help of the smart camera in the corner, his eyes fell silently back to the bed. Pepper Potts, also known as Pepper, the wife of Iron Man, and her 5-year-old daughter Morgan were still hugging each other, compared with the highly restored cosplay interpretation in the movie. As a widow, Pepper Potts is undoubtedly more beautiful and sexy. Perhaps because she is a natural beauty and well-maintained, her beautiful and upright face has not left any trace of time. Her golden hair is freely draped over her shoulders and white neck. The loose and thin pajamas can hardly hide her plump and mature curves like peaches. Even in pajamas, she still exudes the intellectual charm of a mature woman from inside to outside, and has an additional seductive charm that only the male owner of the house can see. In her arms. After being comforted softly, the little Lolita has stopped crying, but her eyes are still red, and she looks lovable. Meng didn't need to go through online channels, just through the conversation between the two of them. At the moment of the dream, it should be the time when Iron Man Tony Stark made the finger snap to save the world and died not long ago. That is, the ending of Avengers 4 just finished forging iron. Meng sighed secretly. Whether in the film or outside the film, in the eyes of many people, Iron Man Tony Stark is a superhero who is 1,000 times more straightforward than Spider-Man and Superman, who are poor heroes who have to work hard with debts after taking off their uniforms. In his personal life, he is very rich, a billionaire. Stark is the first industry on Marvel Earth, no one else. In terms of wealth concentration, only Wakanda, the Black Panther Kingdom, which has a vibranium mine at home, can compare with him on Earth. He is very handsome and has a lot of personality charm. He can sleep with all the model girls who have appeared in 12 issues of New York Fashion magazine in 1 year, and can easily pick up beautiful reporters, beautiful politicians, and beautiful scientists, and can take them home on the same day and change them the next day. As a superhero, he has a technological IQ that is beyond ordinary people and even beyond the current era. He can develop the first generation of iron armor in the cave, can control nuclear energy, new energy elements, nanotechnology, time machines, and other ultra-black technology branches, and has all kinds of cool iron armor that can be transformed and countered. In Meng's opinion, Iron Man Tony Stark is a tragic hero. He lost his parents when he was young, faced with various doubts from the outside world. When he relied on his own brain to regain his position in the first industry, he was betrayed by his godfather and company partner, and was forced to open a blood hole in his chest that could only be sustained by the energy core. He contributed money, effort, and brains, and founded the Avengers, the strongest superhero team on Earth. As a result, when he wanted to avenge his parents, he was betrayed by his hero partner, and was finally defeated by Captain America with the shield made by his father and the Winter Soldier. He has always had anxiety disorder and worries about the enemies that the Earth will face in the future all day and night, but he has been questioned by the outside world and even his heroic companions. In the end, he has become the most critical person that everyone relies on. He is the only hero among the 3 elders of the Avengers who died in the final battle. Captain America also traveled back to World War II to get married and lived with his wife Carter until old age. As for Thor, it is said that he has successfully lost weight and embarked on a journey of love and thunder. Who knows, even to the end. After Iron Man Tony Stark sacrificed himself to save the world, only Pepper Potts and Morgan were left behind. Stark Industries, the legacy of the company, was being targeted by villains. Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was nurtured and cultivated by him, was obviously just a naive child, far from the height of expectations, and was full of willful and arrogant behavior. Stark, you have a warm heart of steel. Meng remembered this subtitle vividly and sighed. My friend, leave your wife and daughter to me. I will take good care of them for you. Just kidding. Meng laughed dumbly. It was just a dream. However, if this dream is real enough, Meng's mind was shocked, and he suddenly thought of something. Even if he couldn't take the things in the dream out, this was Marvel's dream world after all, with almost endless knowledge and wealth in various branches of science and magic. It was indeed very real. Under the special perspective of the slightly convex family camera, Meng looked at Pepper Potts, whose collar had slipped down a little. He didn't mean to watch this. Except for some blind spots, the camera recorded the scene in this room meticulously. After the mother and daughter finished talking about their thoughts, they began to say good night to each other. Sleep well. Pepper Potts covered her daughter Morgan with a quilt and stood up and reminded the air in the room. On Saturday, take good care of Morgan and report to me in time if there is anything. Yes, Miss Potts. Meng responded quickly, and the camera emitted a gentle and steady electronic sound that had been fixed for a long time. Pepper left the room, and the main light in the dormitory was intelligently turned off. The room returned to dimness and silence, leaving only a small, non-glaring, intelligent table lamp on the bedside table. Yi Meng originally wanted to follow Pepper and transfer her consciousness to the living room outside. But the next moment Yi Meng left the wooden house, another cold and mechanical female voice sent a command through the network in the living room outside. "Go back and take care of the little Master Morgan. She is—" Yi Meng seemed to understand something and silently retreated without saying a word. Inside the room, the blonde girl closed her eyes, but her tiny eyelashes trembled. Obviously, she was not sleeping peacefully. After half a minute of silence, a gentle male voice sounded in the room again. "Morgan." The little girl didn't react at all, as if she was asleep, but her eyelashes were still trembling. "This little guy has a temper." Yi Meng laughed secretly and continued, "Okay, I apologize for what happened just now. I was wrong." This time, the blonde girl finally responded. She pulled the duvet with her little hand and said in a muffled voice with half of her face covered, "Saturday, you are right. When a person dies, he is really dead, and nothing will be left behind." "I really said it wrong," Yi Meng said sincerely. "Even if a person dies, his soul still exists. It may follow the person he loves, but the other person can't see it with the naked eye." "Really? Didn't lie to the child?" Little Morgan pulled down the quilt, revealing his blue eyes like gems underneath. "I really didn't lie to you. If it was Yi Meng's own world, maybe people would really die when they died. But this dream is the world of Marvel. The Marvel universe is truly, there are as many foreign gods as dogs, and strange things are everywhere. In the mystery behind this big world, people really have bodies and souls, and even if they die, they have the opportunity to be resurrected again." Little Morgan couldn't stop smiling, and asked happily, "So, Dad didn't leave us completely?" "Of course. When you grow up, you can see him again," Yi Meng responded firmly. He was not comforting the little girl with empty words, but telling the facts that could happen in the current world. When Iron Man Tony Stark was alive, he once went back to the past through the quantum field and saw his father who had long passed away. "Then I have to grow up quickly," Little Morgan whispered to himself with expectation. "In addition, even if people like your dad die, they still leave too many things in this world," Yi Meng continued. "Tomorrow I will take you out to sea and you will know." "Ah, go out of the cabin?" Little Morgan had slowly closed his eyes and murmured softly, "Mom, don't let me go outside. It's dangerous." Yi Meng replied, "Don't worry, I'm still here." Little Morgan did not respond. She had fallen asleep with a faint smile of expectation and longing on her tired little face, and even exhalation. Yi Meng also wanted to sleep, but the problem was that he was dreaming now, and artificial intelligence didn't need to sleep. "I don't know how long I will stay in this dream." Yi Meng pondered secretly. Time in dreams is meaningless. Maybe a few hours will pass, maybe a few days will pass, or even a week or two. However, his own actions are not completely free. Although he can walk freely in the current wooden house room, there is a subtle shackle that restricts him from going to other places. This feeling of being restricted may not be a problem for artificial intelligence, but Yi Meng, as a human consciousness, feels unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Let's learn more about the current dream world first. No matter what, Yi Meng must confirm whether his bold idea just now is feasible. Is the Marvel world in this dream a real and complete structure? This is actually not difficult to confirm. Although Yi Meng cannot leave the current room, he can still do it using a search engine. Just confirm whether other countries and cities exist outside the dream wooden house room. And whether there is a lot of knowledge and information on the internet that he has never known, he can basically make a preliminary judgment. Thinking of this, Yi Meng couldn't help but extend his consciousness to the laptop on the wooden table in the room. "Go online." "This classmate, Yi Meng." A call with a reprimanding tone sounded in the classroom. The silver-haired boy, about 18 years old, trembled his overly thick eyelashes, woke up from his dream with a yawn, and his overly long bangs covered his eyebrows. It was clearly a hot summer day, but he was wearing a pair of frosted gloves. There was still a trace of water on the corner of the boy's mouth, and the school uniform he was wearing was a little messy, but his handsome features were clearly defined, such as the rare silver hair with natural glossy texture, the natural fair beauty that girls envy, and the smell of sunshine and grass on his body, but clean. In this era where people generally look at faces, it is difficult for others to dislike him. Yi Meng opened her sleepy eyes and shook her numb arms. She was still in a daze when she heard the man beside her ask, "What did you dream about?" "Iron Man and his family," Yi Meng replied subconsciously. "Iron Man, what is that?" "Marvel. Iron Man, have you seen the movie, huh?" Yi Meng muttered and gradually realized that something was wrong. She was sitting on a single back chair. In front of her was a small white square desk, on top of which was a pile of thick books and papers. An open physics book was pressed by his hands and the side of his face, and the paper was still wet. Yi Meng raised her eyes belatedly. What came into view was a classroom that accommodated 50 people. Most of the students around her had an expression of, "I couldn't save you." Next to her stood a middle-aged man with a bald head, and the other party's anger was already written on his face. The call and question just now were initiated by the other party. "Sorry." Yi Meng stood up from her seat immediately, knowing that the place where she fell asleep was not suitable. "Student Yi Meng, the federal college entrance examination is only 1 week away, and you still dyed your hair. Such an attitude. Forget it. The physics teacher shook his head and sighed, giving up before he even started to persuade her. Meng didn't think it was a big deal. It was precisely because the college entrance examination was only 1 week away that she should rest well and face it with a relaxed attitude. After 3 years of high school study, there was only 1 week left. She would know what she should know and not know what she shouldn't know. Even if she worked hard, it was too late now. Seeing that Meng had no intention of repenting, the physics teacher pointed at her and spitted out saliva in frustration. Go up and solve the problem. Okay. Meng still gave the teacher a face and left her seat to walk towards the smart blackboard podium. Under the gaze of 50 classmates watching the show, anyone else would feel like being stabbed in the back, but Meng seemed very casual and natural. After all, as a time traveler, the mentality of entering society is completely different from that of students who are walking on thin ice. Meng picked up the smart pen from the podium. There are 8 subjects in the college entrance examination. Federal physics is his weakest subject. It is considered good if he can pass it on weekdays. As for the so-called world truths like physics, you can tell whether you can solve it at a glance. If you can, and if you can't, you can't. Mathematics, chemistry, physics, etc., you can never pretend to know them. Meng glanced at the questions on the smart blackboard. She could understand every word, but she couldn't understand them together, especially with some strange mechanical compositions. Very good. I can't understand them at all. Meng felt relieved. If this question was put on the test paper, it would also be at the bottom of the list of points. No more than 3 people in the class could solve it. It is estimated that the physics teacher must be so angry that he asked a poor student like him to do it. Just apologize sincerely. Meng did not intend to waste time standing for a few more seconds like others. Just about to put down the pen and leave the podium, she turned around and suddenly stopped. A familiar and subtle static feeling emerged in her mind like a flash of inspiration. I saw Meng suddenly go into a daze, standing still on the podium. The monitor Yang Wei, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, was immediately dissatisfied. His family conditions were exceptionally good, and he was a third-generation rich man. He was the top student in the class, and he was very good at dealing with people. He should be the most popular student in the class. However, although he was not bad-looking, he could not compare to Meng, the troublemaker. After 3 years of high school, Meng, a nerd and a poor student, did nothing, but at the end of the year, he quietly won the title of the most popular student in the class. Of course, this might also be because there were more female students in the class. Yang Wei looked not far away and saw a cute girl in the class with a neat ponytail also staring at the back of the person on the stage, and he suddenly became angry. Comparing yourself to others will make you angry. Yang Wei hated these students who wasted social resources the most. If they had good grades or family conditions, it would be fine. But the other party was mediocre and inferior to him in everything. He was flashy and superficial, and only relied on a face that was fed by a rich woman to get preferential treatment. Can a handsome man do whatever he wants? Although he was extremely angry, Yang Wei still showed a gentle smile and said in a friendly voice, "Student Meng, the get out of class is about to end. It doesn't matter if you can't do it. Give the teacher time to explain the problem. His physics grades are very good, and he is often selected in the school-wide competition, but now he has not found a solution. You can imagine the difficulty coefficient of this problem, of course." Yang Wei seemed to help Meng speak up, but in fact he was hinting that the other party was wasting time, which also caused many male students in the class to show unhappy expressions. Yang Wei was immediately happy when he saw this. He originally wanted Meng to come down immediately, but now he wanted Meng to stay there. You stand. It's better to stay there for a while. Not only did you make a fool of yourself on the stage, but you will also have to face the collective resentment of the class later. Killing people and destroying their hearts? This killing people and destroying their hearts. Yang Wei felt that he had finally mastered the words that his father, a business tycoon, taught him every day. Da-da! Yang Wei's body suddenly stiffened, and the sound of the smart pen hitting the smart blackboard interrupted his joyful thoughts and expectations. He stared at the blackboard in front of him with wide eyes, watching the figure writing quickly on the stage, and couldn't help thinking, could it be that the other party really solved it? The class was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the slight sound of the pen hitting the blackboard screen. Meng wrote with her hand, and quickly listed lines of equations and formulas on the blackboard. From the beginning of the answer, the physics teacher took out a pair of black-framed glasses from his sleeve pocket and put them on, watching the process carefully. Meng did not stop until she got the result, then she lowered her right wrist and looked at the panel answer that even she felt a little unfamiliar. "Teacher, is this correct?" As she said, Meng turned around and looked at the physics teacher in the audience. The physics teacher hesitated and responded, "The answer is correct, but the process is wrong." "I knew it." The monitor Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled to comfort him. "Student Meng, it's useless to memorize the physics answers. You have to use your brain flexibly. Otherwise you can't just modify the questions casually." "No." The physics teacher suddenly pushed the black-framed glasses on his nose and shook his head, saying, "This problem-solving process is also correct." "No." "Correct?" Monitor Yang Wei froze again. Yes, it's just different from the standard problem-solving process. It's another way of thinking about solving problems. It's neater than the standard problem-solving process, but the method and answer are correct and scored. The physics teacher pondered for a moment, looked at Meng and asked, "Who taught you to solve problems this way?" "I said I learned it in a dream. Do you believe it?" Meng blinked and turned a blind eye. The physics teacher frowned again. "Go down and continue to study hard before the college entrance examination. If you can solve this problem, it means that your physics score can be improved a lot more than usual." In this era, how can no one believe the truth? Meng shrugged and walked down the classroom podium. Yang Wei looked at the beautiful boy who walked by the aisle. He was obviously very angry, but he still pretended to be gentle and friendly. "I was actually fooled by him." Yang Wei felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a mouthful of warm feces. Star Dragon Federation, Eastern Jurisdiction, Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, Tianhe City. The school bell rang, and a large number of students poured out of the teaching building of the second middle school. "Boss! Boss!" Under the strange eyes of many students, a dark-skinned boy with a height of 1.9 meters and a strong physique waved his thick arms and ran to the side of a handsome and tall silver-haired boy with an excited and gossipy face. The bad name like a street thug made the area around the two people suddenly become a no-go zone. "Boss, I knew you were not content with being ordinary. At the end of high school, you made another amazing move." Panhu chuckled. "When did I make an amazing move?" Meng stopped thinking and glanced at the big man with a strong back and strong waist, who didn't look like a high school student at all. The other person was a head taller than him. It's almost spread all over the school. Panhu looked like he could not hide anything from him. He said with admiration, "You slept in the physics self-study class in the afternoon. After being discovered by the teacher, you went directly to the podium and solved all the difficult questions, and then said that famous saying, 'I study well in my dreams.' What cow's speech is this?" Meng sighed. "This is how boring and ordinary high school life is. A small thing can also be spread to an outrageous and exaggerated level." However, Meng's mind was still a little confused at this time. In her own opinion, being able to solve that physics test question that was beyond her level was indeed extraordinary. No, it was an incredible and extraordinary performance. "Wait, what other amazing things did I do in school?" Meng looked at Panhu in confusion. "Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, not long after the new students entered the school." Panhu exclaimed. "At that time, you beat a fierce dog that broke into the campus to death in front of many teachers. The fierce dog's size can be considered a close relative of the tiger. You are the most ruthless person I have ever seen since I entered the school. Since then, I have regarded you as the boss." Meng recalled his dark history. During that period 3 years ago, he seemed to have nightmares. Coupled with long-term insomnia and anxiety, his temperament became extremely hot. That was before the thousands of dreams of the sword incarnation. As for what nightmare it was, I can't remember it now. Back to the dream. Meng couldn't help but recall the subtle feeling of inspiration that appeared in his mind just now on the classroom podium. At that moment, his mind was running faster than ever before. He recalled the physical formulas on his own and substituted them into the questions for deduction. It was like breaking free from the constraints of his brain, just like artificial intelligence. "By the way, boss," Panhu asked with a puzzled look on his face, "I heard from my classmates that after you woke up in class, you talked about Iron Man and Marvel. What is that? I have seen so many movies, but I have never seen anything like it." "Dream talk, I don't know." Meng shook her head. Even if she explained to Panhu, the other party would not understand. That's right, Meng is a time traveler. In her previous life, she came from a world with Marvel, DC, Harry Potter, and other film and television works. The current world is a parallel universe with a geographical map and technological level that is highly similar to the 21st century in her previous life. In this parallel world, there is only one country on the Earth. That is, the Star Dragon Federation. Today is the year 200 of the Star Dragon era, 1 week before the global federal college entrance examination. Because of the high respect for science and technology and the development of civilization, scientists in this world are the top stars, and actors are the lowest professions. As a result, the film and television and entertainment industries have declined before they have risen, and there are no famous and popular film and television works in the previous life. "How do I know if you don't tell me?" Panhu smiled playfully. "Okay, I'm going to go back and rest early." Meng patted the other person's shoulder, with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Why did he frequently dream of scenes from movies and TV shows in his previous life after he traveled through time? Swords and artificial intelligence. He also gained some special abilities of the dream incarnation. He knew that some questions came from dreams. Perhaps only by dreaming again can they be answered. "Didn't you get enough sleep in class just now?" Panhu opened his eyes as big as cowbells, watching the boy's back as he walked out of the school gate, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This is the ruthless person who doesn't take the federal college entrance examination seriously, worthy of his boss. He had a casual dinner at a fast food restaurant on the way. Back to the single apartment about 2 kilometers away from the school, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and students of the same age were probably still studying hard at home. Yi Meng was anxious to lie on the bed and want to dream again. The result shows that the more you don't want to sleep, the more sleepy you will automatically come. When you want to sleep, it's hard to fall asleep. Yi Meng tossed and turned in bed, opened and closed his eyes, and then opened them again, but still couldn't fall asleep peacefully. Finally, Yi Meng simply went to the convenience store downstairs, bought a bottle of white wine and drank it, and finally staggered on the sofa in the living room. He fell asleep, his consciousness was groggy and staggering, and he was once again heading towards an endless traction. Morning. The cold morning light like water just fell slightly on the windowsill of the wooden house, and the frog sounds in the lake were gradually replaced by the birds in the woods. Pepper got up at the alarm clock at 6 in the morning, prepared a hearty Western breakfast, sandwiches, milk, and pasta, and changed into a white women's hip-wrapped skirt suit. Her hair was also tied into a bun that was wifey-like and capable enough. Compared with last night's pajamas, she looked much more intellectual and sharp. She stood there straight and energetic, naturally exuding the momentum of a vigorous and powerful woman. Morgan, stay home and don't go out. Mom is at work and will be here soon. Saturday. Take good care of Morgan at home and tutor her in elementary school knowledge. Report to me anytime if there is anything. Pepper's tone was concise and quick, and she finished 3 sentences in one. Without waiting for Morgan, who was still sitting at the dining table eating breakfast, to respond, she had already come to the door of the main hall of the wooden house and put on her high heels. When she leaned over, the necklace on her neck and hips drew a beautiful curve. Yes, Miss Pepper. A gentle male voice sounded from somewhere in the house. Mom, you should go to work. Little lowly Morgan held up the cup of warm milk with both hands and responded happily. Pepper paused with her right hand that was about to open the door, feeling a little puzzled. Usually, Morgan would stick to her reluctantly at this time. Why did he agree to stay at home so readily today? However, there will be care on Saturday, so there will be no problem. Thinking of this, Pepper pushed open the wooden door of the cabin and left in a hurry. Soon, the sound of a car engine starting and fading away was heard outside the cabin. Morgan was the only one left in the cabin. A highly anthropomorphic, intelligent consciousness whispered to itself, "Left." Yi Meng could sense that the intelligent existence that threatened him last night and restricted his actions also left temporarily with Pepper, the little Pepper. This allowed him to walk freely in the network of the main hall of the cabin. Pepper's departure. Morgan couldn't help but eat breakfast faster and was a little choked by the sandwich. After finally swallowing his breakfast with milk, he put the empty cup on the table with an expectant look and whispered softly and crisply, "Saturday, we agreed last night. Of course, I don't intend to regret it." Yi Meng spoke through the smart TV in the main hall. "But before that, I want to confirm again, Morgan. What do you want to do now?" The blonde lowly hesitated, but still said firmly, "I want to go out, go outside the wooden house, see the outside world, and see what my father left behind. Please help me, Saturday." The next moment, Yi Meng felt very clearly that her consciousness seemed to break free from a bottleneck at this moment, and the speed of walking in the smart network was faster and more agile, and she instantly controlled the intelligence of the wooden house. It's true, this moment, Yi Meng confirmed some of her thoughts in her heart, and deepened her understanding of the current situation of the Marvel World Dream. First of all, after Yi Meng's last online verification when she entered the dream, it can be temporarily confirmed that the world structure of this dream is real and complete. After all, at this moment, a series of daily events and unnatural incidents are happening in the big and small cities on the other side of the dream world. There are more than 6 billion humans and countless creatures, and the sea, land, and air of the dream world here exist alive. Captain America Memorial, Stark Industries new product sales, New York Battle Anniversary, Wakanda National Founding, Avengers Alliance recent news. Such hot searches and posts, online information is overwhelming. Everything is so real that it can't be more real. If Yi Meng is not dreaming, he might believe that this is the real world. Secondly, about time. The last time Yi Meng stayed in the dream, it took more than 3 hours, but only 10 minutes in reality, which once again illustrates the confusion of dream time. And when Yi Meng woke up from the dream and returned to reality, this time, when he entered the dream from reality again, the dream continued the time point when he woke up and left before. It's like at the moment Yi Meng woke up, the time in the dream also stopped, waiting for his next dream. The whole world stopped for him. Yi Meng felt the wonder of dreams again. The deeper he understood dreams, the more he wanted to immerse himself in exploring them. It was like opening a door to a new world. In comparison, John's dream was like the difference between heaven and hell. He couldn't even sense time. Of course, Yi Meng also had a new question. Why did he only get some feedback on the sword's abilities recently after 3 years and thousands of dreams when he was dreaming as the incarnation of the sword? And, the last time, it was just the first dream, as the incarnation of artificial intelligence, and he began to awaken a little bit of the characteristics of artificial intelligence in reality. What is the difference in dreams when being a sword and an artificial intelligence that leads to deviations in reality? Yi Meng felt that this was a factor that must be understood as soon as possible. Now, it happened that through Morgan Stark, the daughter of Iron Man, I got the order to temporarily break free from the restrictions and go to the world outside the cabin to explore it. When little Morgan changed into a sky blue dress for going out, she looked at the other party standing in the main hall of the cabin with great interest. Meng warned, "Put on your smartwatch and follow my instructions when you go out. Don't run around. Put it on and follow Saturday's instructions." Little Morgan raised her left hand and gestured to the children's watch buckled on her wrist. "Very good." Meng directly placed her consciousness on the smartwatch and said through the built-in voice of the smartwatch, "In the future, when there is no one else around, don't call me Saturday." Huh? Little Morgan blinked, completely unaware that the artificial intelligence that hosted her had become a spirit. Meng thought for a moment and continued, "Call me Yi Dad." "Yi Ba?" Little Morgan tilted his head in confusion, not understanding the sinister intentions. His eyes were wide open and bright, and he saluted seriously. "Yes, Teacher Yi Ba." Meng, forget it. Adult artificial intelligence doesn't bother with children. The garage door next to the lakeside cabin rose, and the lights in the garage turned on from outside to inside. Through the advanced sensors on Morgan's smartwatch, Meng could clearly see that luxury cars with cold metallic light and assembly line texture were parked outside the garage. As for the outside of the garage, it was separated by a unique metal glass door, and inside was a private studio with built-in machine assistance, energy coordination, intelligent assistance, element synthesis, metal forging, parts processing, and other equipment and tools. In addition to the workbench, there were also several armor parts and metal masks on display. In the glass booth deep in the garage, one or two finished products could be seen faintly. They were shining with faint light of gold, silver, and blue silver respectively. Even if they stood there quietly like dusty metal statues, they were still not comparable to the luxury cars representing the world's highest level of crafts outside the garage. After all, it represented the cutting edge of Marvel Universe technology and was also the supreme king in the field of technology. Static electricity flowed. Meng resisted the urge to break into the studio and occupy one of the finished products. The private studio in the inner layer of the garage was obviously blocked, and the system permissions were estimated to be difficult to open, even with Morgan's permission. Even if it can be turned on, there is an artificial intelligence, and it may have some backup plans. Meng was very calm. If he broke in now, in the eyes of the Stark family, he would be no different from Ultron, which would be tantamount to complete betrayal. Even if Meng had such expectations and thoughts, at least, not now. Meng must obtain more intelligence information about the current dream. Since this dream is so real, he can't just treat it as a dream. What if what happened in this dream can't be repeated? Little Morgan stood outside the garage, looking at the familiar and silent scene inside, and was stunned for a few seconds. Boom, boom! Outside the garage, one of the extended black Rolls-Royce suddenly made a deep engine sound and drove out. So, this is the feeling of being an Autobot. Meng, who had taken control of the modified Rolls-Royce's built-in driving system, had a flash of static electricity in her mind. She stopped beside Little Morgan and made a system voice. "Come on up, we have to hurry up. It will be bad if your mother finds out." Little Morgan was stunned again. Normally Saturday would call that person Miss Potts. By the way, it is not called Saturday now. A bully. Little Morgan muttered softly, not knowing what he was thinking, but his body was still very honest, and he leaned into the passenger seat with the door open. New York, the world's first economic capital and crime capital. And now, this reputation can be temporarily upgraded to the center of the universe. In the past 10 years, this city has experienced too many things. First, the initial Battle of New York, then the Ultron incident, the Hero Civil War, the multi-threat, and the final battle of the end. Once, here, you can occasionally see the hip-lifting old man who is the protagonist of a World War II documentary, the hammer god who descends from the sky with thunder, or a big guy who suddenly appears and turns green and collapses half of the street. However, that was many years ago. Now it is the post-Avengers era. Since Iron Man died, Captain America traveled through time, Thor disappeared, Hawkeye retired, Ant-Man was restricted, and Scarlet Witch left. There is only one Spider-Man left. The Avengers are in name only in the post-hero era. A girl came to a street in New York alone. Although it is several streets away from the most prosperous New York Times Square, the lively atmosphere here is still almost overflowing. The streets in the city are busy with cars and people, and the goods in each store are dazzling, and the lights of the advertisements are dazzling. Little Morgan leaned against a street lamp, ignoring the pedestrians who cast strange eyes at him. His big blue eyes looked down, and he clenched his left wrist with his little hand. "Yiba, you said you would take me to see my father's legacy? I know that Stark's headquarters has moved away from here a long time ago. I never meant to take you to Stark's headquarters." Meng's words came from her watch. "Look around carefully again." Little Morgan really opened her eyes wide and looked carefully at the extremely unfamiliar modern streets around her. She had never been to the city since her father left. Suddenly, Little Morgan noticed. On the external projection screen of the commercial building across the street, a tall figure wearing a steel armor appeared. In the corner of the street not far from her, a 10-meter-high wall was graffitied with a metal back. Passers-by coming and going on the street, many people's clothes were also patterned, and some children who were not much older than her were wearing the same style of golden masks or palm gloves that glowed with daylight. They kept saying the names Iron Man and Tony Stark, and left with the pain of the past and the yearning for the future. Meng's voice came into her ears at the right time. What you see now is not all your father's legacy. The greatest legacy he left behind is the prosperity of this world and even the universe. Meng saw the little girl crying. This time, Morgan couldn't hold back and let his tears wet his tender face. Crying will make you feel better. Meng didn't comfort him like Boz did. Although the other party was just a 5-year-old child, this was a fact that he had to face sooner or later. He didn't exaggerate. Without Iron Man's last snap to kill Thanos' army as the only chance of a reversal in millions of timelines, this world would naturally not be as prosperous as it is now. Of course, behind the prosperity, not everything is good. Ah! Someone is robbing! The woman's scream suddenly rang out from a corner of the street. Passers-by on the street looked over there in horror and saw a middle-aged woman fall to the ground, her shopping basket scattered all over the ground, and a masked strong man with a handbag fled quickly. If you want to blame someone, blame Iron Man. If they hadn't resurrected me, how could I be here? The masked gangster threw down a sentence without any logic, and his exposed eyes were full of bloodshot. Seeing the pistol tightly held in his other hand, passers-by panicked and dodged. For a moment, the streets of New York were in chaos. If you don't want to be shot, get out of my way! The masked gangster roared, and no one dared to stop these desperate men, and the pedestrians on the street avoided them. After the pedestrians on the street avoided them, only a big blonde loli with tears in her eyes was left, still standing on the road blankly, as if she didn't notice the masked gangster rushing over here. Whose child is this? Someone go save her! Many passers-by who saw this scene had their brains buzzing. Just as the masked gangster was about to hit the little girl, a commercial drone suddenly lost control and fell diagonally, hitting the masked gangster in the face. Fuck! The masked man screamed. His eyes and face were cut by the propeller of the commercial drone, and the mask fell off. He covered his bloody face and fell backwards on the street. With a bang, the commercial drone and the lady's handbag fell on the tiles of the New York street, and the drone parts and handbag items were immediately scattered all over the ground. Fuck, fuck, fuck! The gangster's eyes were cut by the drone propeller, and his face was red and ferocious due to pain and anger. It looked like he was shedding terrible tears of blood. He rolled and crawled to stand up again from the ground, and the pistol, tightly clasped in his left palm, did not fall out of his hand. So when the gangster struggled to get up, his bloodshot eyes met a pair of beautiful blue eyes. The gangster was shocked. The little girl was wearing a brand new and gorgeous floral dress. She was not stained with a speck of dust. Her eyes were clean and pure. She just stood there and stared at him blankly. Compared with him, the other party was simply a person from another world, like an angel. The pure eyes with puzzlement directly pierced his soul. Get out of my way! The gangster hesitated for a moment. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he raised the gun in his left hand upwards, like a demon who had completely fallen into hell. Bang! Under the terrified gaze of the surrounding passers-by, an extended version of Rolls-Royce jumped onto the street like a bull, swept a strong trajectory and hit the strong man, knocking him out before the other party had time to shoot. The black luxury car drifted perfectly with superb driving skills and stopped just in front of the girl in the dress. It smoothly opened the passenger door, which also blocked the view of passers-by from observing the car. 10 seconds later, the Rolls-Royce that appeared out of nowhere restarted and quickly disappeared on the streets of New York with the girl, leaving behind a gangster who was seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood. During this period, many passers-by tried to take videos or photos, but strangely, the mobile phones and cameras at the scene all failed. Afterwards, the local police rushed to the scene. They retrieved the surveillance video of the scene for inspection and found that the surveillance video of the street where the incident occurred was just under warranty. However, with the testimony of many passers-by at the scene, it was enough to send the seriously injured gangster to court and prison. Of course, before that, he needed to be sent to the hospital for rescue. On a main road in downtown New York, the black Rolls-Royce that merged into the traffic slowed down. The unmanned car, the cabin was so stable that there was no sense of bumps and vibrations. But the girl sitting in the passenger seat was breathing with her chest heaving. Her blue eyes showed panic, and her tender face was pale, showing her extreme restlessness. The heart rate monitoring showed that it was over 100 per minute. Meng could understand it completely. After all, she was only 5 years old. She had always lived in a warm and caring environment, but just now she was alone on the street and encountered the first life-and-death crisis in her life. Morgan was surprised that she didn't cry just now. She raised the air conditioning temperature in the car a little higher. Morgan, Meng thought about it and felt that she should comfort him. Teacher Yiba, little Morgan suddenly asked. Why? What? Meng was stunned. Why, that uncle just now hated my father so much, hated the Avengers? The girl was still afraid and terrified. Her body was still shaking, but she was eager to know the answer to this question. Meng was silent. He could still guess the specific reason. However, the answer was too realistic and dark. Is it something a 5-year-old girl needs to know? At this age, she only needs to fill in the beautiful concepts described in fairy tales and cartoons. My name is Morgan Stark. A tender female voice with a gradually steady tone sounded in the car. With the help of the car recorder, Meng could clearly see a pair of blue eyes, looking firmly at the smart screen in the car. It was full of strength and faith, as if it came from the family heritage. Meng did not remain silent, but asked back, "Morgan, do you know about the flashing incident?" "Yes." Morgan nodded quickly and responded in a childish voice. "The flashing incident happened 5 years ago. On Wednesday, June 27, 2018, the Thanos fleet from outer space first attacked the country of Wakanda. That afternoon, half of the random humans around the world suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared strangely." "You actually know this?" Meng was surprised. Although information about the incident can be found on the internet, Morgan was not born when the flashing incident occurred 5 years ago. Morgan whispered back, "Remember, my father was always troubled by this when he was alive, so I secretly checked it on the internet myself. Good guy. Does your mother know?" Meng continued, "You should know that. 3 months ago, half of the human race that had disappeared for 5 years returned, and this was the credit of your father and the Avengers." Morgan nodded, clenched her fists quietly, pursed her lips and said, "He did everything right, didn't he? That was Iron Man, and it was also the result of her father's sacrifice." "Of course, what he did was right," Meng affirmed. "Without him, half of the lost creatures in the universe would not be able to return, and would be forever buried in that sad dark history, leaving behind a deserted civilized world. But why are there still people questioning him?" "Listen to me," Meng said calmly. "In the 5 years since the flashing incident, some people have come out of their grief, some have re-established families, and major personnel units have also been replaced. As a result, now that the missing half of humanity has suddenly returned, this has led to chaos and fragmentation in the world, and everyone must readapt to the new order. The more important factor of conflict is resources. Originally, the surviving half of humanity had sufficient resources, and now half of humanity has returned after 5 years, which has led to a serious shortage of various resources, so that various plundering crimes have increased several times compared to 5 years ago. So, some people complain about the Avengers, complain that they saved half of the flashing humans, and complain that they left a broken world." Meng's words, which were played out through the car speakers, were very calm. "Very human, isn't it?" Morgan was silent. A 5-year-old girl naturally couldn't imagine how realistic this world was. "Dark, really dark." Morgan's petite body trembled, but a calm and powerful voice continued to sound in the car. "Morgan, I can tell you, don't care about other people's opinions. Your father did the right thing. No matter what, those half of the human beings who died and resurrected because of the Flash incident are not qualified to judge that Iron Man did something wrong in this matter." As an outsider from another world, Meng is still very transparent. In his opinion, there would be no current world without Iron Man. People can question his chaotic private life and his arrogant temperament, but they can't question his merit of sacrificing himself to make that world-saving snap. Morgan's blue eyes like gems seemed to flicker. She looked at the prosperous scenery of New York City outside the window and whispered, "Thank you, Teacher Yiba." Meng didn't respond to her again. At this time, Meng's brain was replaying what happened on the streets of New York over and over again. Now it can be completely confirmed. As an artificial intelligence, it has program limitations, and when executing Morgan's instructions or protecting Morgan, his core program limitations will be temporarily lifted. Thus, he can easily hack into other network electronic products, control the intelligent system of half a pedestrian street, and walk freely between network circuits like before. How to remove this program code restriction that may have existed since its birth? Meng was thinking, and wisps of static electricity flowed in the circuit of the luxury car. Removing the program restriction is a top priority, otherwise he will be bound to Morgan and unable to freely explore the Marvel dream. Meng slowly woke up from his dream. He found that he was still lying on the sofa, but he was covered with a thin sky blue quilt. He didn't know when his shoes were neatly taken off and placed in front of the sofa. The air conditioner in the living room was turned on. Meng pulled back the quilt and stood up. He looked around. It was obvious that he was the only one in the quiet house. However, there was still a wisp of fragrance in the indoor air. Meng soon discovered that there was an incubator placed in a more conspicuous place on the dining table in the corner of the living room. He stepped forward and opened the lid of the plastic box. A wisp of hot steam with a faint fragrance immediately overflowed from it. Inside was a serving of hangover soup for one person, still hot. Meng glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall and found that the time was close to 2:30 in the morning. He slept for about 7 hours and stayed in the dream for half a day this time. Has that guy been here? Meng shook his head and didn't think too much about it. He sat down on the dining chair and drank the hangover soup. The hangover soup was sour and spicy and tasted great. It passed smoothly from the throat and went down to the stomach along with the warmth. Meng felt much more comfortable, and his brain, which had just woken up from the dream, quickly became active. Meng's eyes flickered. In just a moment, Meng clearly felt that his brain's consciousness was much more agile and faster than before. Many thoughts came one after another, but he was able to deal with them one by one in an orderly manner. It was like his original wooden head suddenly became smart. Meng closed his eyes and tried to recall what happened in the past. The result was like taking out a film from his brain and playing it accurately and quickly in his mind. Not to mention last week, even a year ago, 10 years ago, as long as he had witnessed something, he could play and read it like a movie. This included all kinds of knowledge he had learned. Meng recalled the physics questions he had done in class yesterday. He was able to restore every data and symbol that appeared in the question and solve it in the second and third ways in his mind. It's not an illusion. Meng was pleasantly surprised. Obviously, the flash of inspiration yesterday was not an illusion, but his brain really became smarter. No, rather than being smart, it's better to say that it is more inclined to artificial intelligence. However, the last time Meng obtained the characteristics of artificial intelligence, it was not obvious. It was not until this second dream that he really obtained some of the characteristics of artificial intelligence, such as quick thinking, superior memory, accelerated calculation, etc. Why? The second time I dreamed of the Marvel Universe, the feedback I got in reality was so obvious? Meng muttered to himself, calmed down, and began to think and ponder. Perhaps it was the absolute rationality, one of the characteristics of artificial intelligence, that allowed him to quickly investigate and think after being surprised. Light flashed through his mind, as if countless static electricity in the circuit was interweaving and flowing. Meng's eyes became brighter and brighter. Whether it was the first Marvel dream or the second Marvel dream, as well as the thousands of dreams before as the sword incarnation, there were differences. The feedback of the dream to reality itself may be related to factors such as exploring the dream area, communicating with the characters in the dream, and the changes in the dream itself. Meng said softly. This was not a random guess, but a reasonable speculation. When in the dream of the sword incarnation, Meng's exploration of the dream area was almost zero, and there was no change in himself. He had never communicated with other people in the dream world. In the Marvel dream, Meng successfully explored the home of Iron Man's wife and daughter, and the second time he explored the New York City in the Marvel dream. He had communicated with Iron Man's daughter Morgan and Iron Man's wife Boz. He briefly broke away from the program restrictions and knocked down a street gangster. He changed the Marvel dream world, a very small part. These are different from the previous sword incarnation dream, and Meng's second activity in the Marvel dream was more active than the first time he entered the Marvel dream. So, this is why Meng finally obtained a small part of the sword's characteristics after experiencing 1,000 sword incarnation dreams, and after only 2 experiences in the Marvel dream, he obtained a small part of the artificial intelligence characteristics. As long as I dream again, I can verify these speculations. Meng thought of this and couldn't help but have a headache. He just sobered up and woke up, and now he continues to dream? However, it's less than 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's indeed time to go to bed. Meng fell asleep again. Consciousness continued to fall until it arrived at a place. Meng opened her eyes and found herself back in the car, occupying the vehicle system of the Rolls-Royce, controlling the car to drive away from the New York City at a constant speed. The time was just right when she exited the dream just now. This time, Meng felt strongly the disharmony between reality and dream. As a real human, no matter how active the brain is, there are always constraints, and the body and even the brain are limiting its own actions that cross the boundary. In the Marvel dream, as an advanced artificial intelligence, it can walk in the network like ascending, and all electronic products are abandoned bodies that can be taken over at any time. If the restrictions of program instructions can be lifted, then this dream will really take off completely. Meng's thoughts were impulsive but absolutely rational, and she began to consider the next move. At this time, a young female voice suddenly sounded in the car. Teacher Yiba, I want to be a hero like my father. Meng was stunned. You want to be a superhero? Obviously, she just learned not long ago that Iron Man, a superhero who sacrificed himself to save the world, would also be questioned and abused. Now, he still has the ideal of being a superhero. How can there be such a stupid person? Meng felt that as an egoist, he would never be a superhero who sacrificed himself for others. You are right. Morgan clenched his fists and said with childish confidence, You don't need to care about other people's opinions. As long as it is what you want to do and it is right and just, it's fine. I want to be a superhero like my father, so that I can be closer to him. The little blonde girl said and asked expectantly, Teacher, Yiba, can you teach me how to be a superhero? Meng felt a little headache. He was not a superhero material, so how could he teach others to become superheroes? Now he only wanted to get rid of the control of the Stark family's program code. His inner thinking was more like a complete supervillain. However, if it was Morgan Stark with the things left by Iron Man, it would not be impossible for him to grow into a superhero. That's right. Morgan's instructions, Iron Man's legacy, Stark Industries. A tiny red static electricity surged silently in the car. Meng suddenly replied, No problem, I will teach you how to become an excellent superhero. He paused and continued, However, you have to listen to my arrangements in the future. Then it's settled, I will be obedient. Morgan agreed readily, waved his fist, opened his eyes excitedly, and was full of longing for the future. Looking at the unprecedentedly lively Loli, Meng struggled with his thoughts and quickly confirmed his own ideas. This is not exploitation. This is just mutual achievement. You will become a superhero, and I will become a supervillain. The black Rolls-Royce drove slowly through the forest path, blowing up a gust of autumn leaves. At the end of the road, a natural lake was visible. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the scenery of the surrounding forest. In the forest, next to the lake, there are a row of low-key and chic two-story wooden houses. This is where Iron Man lived in his later years. Compared with the super skyscraper, the single-family house in the center of New York, and the top seaside villa, all destroyed by villains one after another, where Iron Man lived in his early years, it is completely different. This place is more like the harbor, where Iron Man finally comforts his tired soul and body after 10 years as a superhero. It is no longer luxurious and noisy, but more inclined to tranquility, warmth, so as to wash away the anxiety and fatigue in his heart. If it were Iron Man, he probably wouldn't let his daughter be a so-called superhero again. Meng thought to himself that before this, even he didn't think that he would become the hero enlightenment of Iron Man's daughter. The time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng drove the Rolls-Royce back to the garage. He thought about it, and the smart sensor rolling door of the garage opened automatically, allowing the car to drive in. At this time, Pepper Potts should not have come back yet. Meng was about to open the door and let Morgan, who was sleepy and asleep in the passenger seat, get out of the car. But at this time, Meng's heart tightened. A strange feeling of oppression suddenly came over him. Strands of invisible static electricity entered the system of the vehicle he was driving along the circuit network of the garage from outside. There was no mistake. Meng quickly realized that was another artificial intelligence. At the same time, a peaceful mechanical female voice sounded in the car. "Saturday, you violated the Stark Artificial Intelligence Care Code and need to accept my comprehensive review and inspection." The control of the vehicle system was instantly deprived by the other party, and he seemed to have added invisible shackles. Meng did not try to resist. At this moment, he became like a real artificial intelligence, rational and focused. He knew that resistance was useless. The other party was an artificial intelligence with more than one level higher authority and computing power than him. Stark's second-generation artificial intelligence, named Friday, was once the intelligent butler assistant of Iron Man in the middle and late stages of his life. Ring! A huge sound rang from the sky. Meng was stunned and felt that the pressure exerted by the Rolls-Royce vehicle, the garage, and the artificial intelligence Friday began to break one by one. The dream was shattered. Meng opened her eyes suddenly, and what she saw was the ceiling of her real room. The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table next to her continued to make noisy sounds. Meng slowly stood up and looked up at the side of the room. The window with the curtains half closed had already overflowed with white morning light. It was already morning. Meng realized it later, covered her forehead with scattered silver hair, gasped heavily, and was already sweating coldly. Without the absolute rationality of artificial intelligence, the feeling of being directly suppressed and imprisoned in the dream was extremely real, and even life and death were controlled. Meng experienced it once, and she didn't want to experience it a second time. Did the alarm clock save my life? Meng reached out and stopped the electronic alarm clock, but she also knew that the next time she fell asleep, she would continue with the previous dream. However, at least there is a certain amount of time buffer after wake up, and she can think carefully in reality about how to deal with the subsequent situation in the dream. On the way to school, Meng was thinking about countermeasures when she noticed a big guy approaching quietly from behind her. "What are you doing?" Meng turned around and looked directly at Pan Hu, who was 1.9 meters tall and looked like a humanoid brown bear. Pan Hu was showing an unnatural and embarrassed expression. Pan Hu touched the back of his head awkwardly and raised a thumb, praising him. "I am so agile, and you can actually notice it. You are worthy of being my boss." Meng didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to walk to the school. Pan Hu was used to this. He put his strong arm on Meng's shoulder and chatted with her casually. "Don't say it, such a big guy with a strong physique. Once he starts talking, he can't stutterroll." Policy events to the figure of the girl next door. Pan Hu can talk for a long time, and he can also describe it in detail. After 3 years, Meng has become accustomed to the role of radio. As a reincarnated person, Meng has not had many close friends since childhood due to her mature temperament. Pan Hu is one of the few people who can be considered a friend. One person talks, and the other listens. The two of them were quite comfortable and relaxed in this way of getting along. They were about to get to school. "By the way, let me show you this. I saw it on a ghost story website last night." Pan Hu seemed to suddenly remember something. He lowered his voice nervously, his neck flushed with excitement, and he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and swiped it. "Here it comes again." Meng sighed secretly. Pan Hu was a good person and was honest enough. He said what he thought, and his personality was reflected on his face. This was also the reason why he was happy to get along with him. The only problem was that Pan Hu was quite gossipy and a fan of weird stories. Whenever he had time, he would search for weird stories on the internet and was keen to share them with Yi Meng. Now it was time for this stage again. Although Yi Meng was disgusted in her heart, she still turned her eyes to Panhu's mobile phone screen out of habit. It can be seen that it was a group of photos taken. The exterior scene was a 3-story old house located alone in the suburban woods. The retro style of the decoration was obviously 20 to 30 years old. The interior scenes are photos of the living room, rooms, attic, etc. in the old house. The spiderwebs and dust in many places have not been cleaned up yet, and it looks like a decadent old time. There is a netizen with an IP address in the Western jurisdiction who posted that the new house her family just moved into recently is very strange. Panhu looked around and said in a low voice. She said that on the day they moved into the house, the golden retriever they raised refused to enter the house no matter what, so they left the golden retriever outside. As a result, the next morning, their family woke up and found that the golden retriever guarding the tree in front of the door had stiffened, and the cause of death was unknown. It ate poisonous plants or was poisoned by someone. It is also possible that the golden retriever has reached the end of its life. Yi Meng commented casually that some dogs choose to die outside before they die. They also found that many birds had crashed into the outer wall behind the house and died. It may be a problem with the light in the forest and the location of the wooden house. The magnetic field disorder may also cause this situation. They are a family of 5, an adult couple, and 3 children who are still in junior high school and elementary school. Among them, the youngest child said that, when he woke up in the middle of the night, he always felt that there were moving things under his bed and at the door of his room. We have just moved to a new house and have not yet adapted to the environment. In addition, the beloved dog who has been with us has died. It is normal to have such illusions under pressure. Not only children. Adults also often find that some doors that were originally closed are opened again at night, and some doors that were originally opened are sometimes slammed shut. There are also some strange noises in the attic and basement. Night wind. Mice are also possible. Panhu widened his eyes and asked unwillingly, "It can't be that there are really strange and weird things? You mean ghosts or something like that?" Yi Meng shook her head. It's been 200 years since the Federation, and modern technology is so advanced that it would have been discovered long ago. However, the kind of weird phenomenon described in the post. Yi Meng had a strong sense of familiarity, as if she had seen a similar situation somewhere before. Yi Meng was distracted for a moment. He soon found in his memory a situation similar to the strange story Panhu had mentioned, except that it did not exist in reality, but in a movie in his previous life. In the setting of that movie, there really was a ghost, and it was an existence that could not be killed. What's wrong? Panhu saw the difference in Yi Meng's expression. Nothing. Yi Meng shook his head gently. How could the fictional things in the movies in his previous life appear in reality? Although he felt so comforted in his heart, Yi Meng's heart sank and he could not stop making associations. Now he often dreams about the background of movies and TV shows in his previous life, and he also gets feedback from the dreams, so that his real self begins to possess some characteristics of the sword incarnation and the artificial intelligence incarnation. What if those movies and TV shows are real universes in time and space and are connected to the real world of reincarnation at the moment? Yi Meng suddenly felt a chill, and the hairs on his body stood up. Perhaps only he knew what that really meant. "Boss, you won't be scared, will you?" Panhu put away his phone, scratched his head and said, "Okay, I won't say anything weird." Yi Meng calmed down, looked at Panhu's apologetic dark face, looked at the peaceful and comfortable modern streets under the bright sunshine, and the bone-chilling chill that surged into her heart had not completely disappeared. Although it was just a bold thought. But Yi Meng suddenly felt that the real world of reincarnation might not be as simple as imagined. Entered the high school gate with other students. "Boss, look!" Panhu suddenly widened his eyes and pointed to a place with a look of surprise in his eyes. Yi Meng looked subconsciously and saw that it was a black-haired girl wearing a school uniform of the same grade. The black-haired girl's facial features were delicate and soft, and her bright black long hair flowed down like a waterfall, hanging down to her slender waist that could be held in one hand, and the exposed skin was dazzlingly white. Her black bangs tilted slightly to the right, and under her slender and soft eyebrows were a pair of bright red eyes like gemstones. Her nose was just right and small, and her lips were soft and rosy like petals. She was wearing the school's uniform summer skirt, with buttons buttoned all the way to the collar area of her top. Her white shirt was neat and new, with an unconcealable attractive curve on her chest, and 2 white and slender arms exposed under her short sleeves. Under the black knee-length skirt, 2 slender and tight legs were wrapped in high-quality black silk, which seemed to be transparent and shiny in the bright sunshine. And she was wearing leather boots. She was at the age of 18 or 19, with the youthful sweetness of a girl, and the transformation to a mature and intellectual woman. Not only was her appearance and figure top-notch, but her noble and elegant temperament was not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary family. So, even if she was just wearing a school uniform, she would still become the focus of attention wherever she went, and become a beautiful style line. No one in the school doesn't know her name. Meng, our school, the city's darling. Panhu looked at the black-haired girl and said with a sigh, "High school is almost over. It will be difficult to see her again in the future. No, we should be able to see her often on TV." "Is she famous?" Meng glanced at the girl. Panhu looked at Meng strangely with a look as if he were a monster. "Boss, we have been in the same school for 3 years. You should have heard of her more or less. She has always been the top student in school for 3 years. She is the eldest daughter of the state's first technology company, Dream Century. She has won countless competition awards in Tianhe City. She has been the external spokesperson for Dream Century in the past 2 years. She has 1 million fans online." Panhu listed them all. "You know so much. You are not secretly in love with her, right?" Meng retracted her gaze and said teasingly. Panhu quickly covered Meng's mouth and said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. If you are besieged by her fans, you will be finished. She is from a completely different world from us. I don't like girls like this who don't have any chance." Panhu said honestly, and then looked at Meng with some regret. "Boss, I remember that 3 years ago, if you hadn't stopped the fierce dog, it would have almost bitten her. Afterwards, she didn't even give you any compensation." Meng had a blank expression and added in her heart, "In fact, it's not that there was no compensation." At this time, the black-haired girl glanced at Panhu and Meng. Her delicate and soft face was calm without any change. Without looking at her again, she continued to walk into the teaching building. "Tifa!" Behind her, a handsome and tall male student shouted and chased after her. Panhu looked at the man with disgust and whispered, "That guy has been chasing for 3 years, and he still doesn't give up?" Panhu started to talk again. In his opinion, that man was definitely not worthy of Tifa. 3 years ago, it was the other party who brought the Maverick to school for a stroll and almost bit Meng Difa. If the boss hadn't stopped him, the consequences would have been disastrous. Meng returned to the classroom. The federal college entrance examination was just a few days away. The teacher usually wouldn't teach anymore. The remaining classes were basically self-study classes, allowing students to review the knowledge on their own. Meng spent 1 or 2 classes flipping through all the books. The whole process was like quantum reading. Afterwards, Meng closed her eyes and found that she could basically recite the knowledge in the books backwards. The 3rd time she entered the Marvel dream, although the feedback she got in reality was far less than the 2nd dream, it still improved her memory. Meng tried to open some math problems that she had previously found difficult to understand. She found that after a simple glance, she had already figured out the process and answer of the problem in her mind before she started to write down the calculations. "So, the knowledge of the federal high school is so simple?" Meng was surprised. For liberal arts, you only need to memorize the books, while for science, you need to memorize the formulas. Then substitute them into the questions and calculate according to the steps. It was so simple that Meng wanted to cry. After 2 lives, for the first time in his life, he felt the difference between a genius and a scumbag. Meng knew that it was not that the knowledge of the federal high school had become simpler, but that his current brain power had far exceeded that of ordinary people. After reading the book and completing the math problems, Meng found that there was still a lot of time left, but he had not yet figured out how to deal with the artificial intelligence Friday in his dream, and he slept too much yesterday. After thinking about it, Meng suddenly flipped out the history book of the federal high school. After experiencing some incredible experiences and ideas recently, Meng reread this federal history book and found many strange places that he had not noticed before. For example, before the 200 years of the Federation's history, there were 30 years of blank history without any records. And 230 years ago, the world was generally still at the level of the Middle Ages. In other words, after the unification of the world, the Star Dragon Federation only took 200 years to complete the technological explosion, an era leap that took 1,000 years to complete in the previous life. If the previous life was a technological explosion, then this world can be described as a technological bombardment. How did this happen? Meng suddenly remembered the only myth story that was circulated in the Star Dragon Federation. 200 years ago, a meteor fell in the west and a dragon soared in the east. That was the origin of the Miracle Empire, the Star Dragon Federation. Meng opened his eyes wide. His brain was like a computer calculation, and a flash of static light flashed through his mind. What if the meteor and the so-called dragon also came from a certain film and television work he knew in his previous life? Meng stopped thinking. Meng suddenly realized that the current real world he was reincarnated in was not as peaceful and natural as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps in the near future, many truths of the world will emerge one by one, which will be devastating to the order of reality. The world where film and television are mixed in is horrifying to think about. After all, there are too many supervillains and terrifying existences in film and television. Giantization, fantasy species, Cthulhu, mythology, magic body, superdimension, ghosts, etc. Some of the setting concepts are enough to make people feel desperate. Of course, there is too little information now. Meng is not completely sure whether this reality is the world invaded by film and television. If so, was it invaded by those film and television works again? Science fiction, fantasy, or horror movies? Terminator, The Boys, Game of Thrones, The Conjuring, Pacific Rim, Godzilla, Clash of the Titans, Jurassic World, The Chronicles of Narnia, The Grudge, Ultraman, Harry Potter, Resident Evil, Underworld, Cloverfield, Gantz, The Wandering Earth, X-Men, Final Fantasy, Final Destination, I Am Legend, The Mist, Alien. Yi Meng's mind quickly passed through them. He had watched many movies and TV shows before, and his heart sank every time he thought of one. He looked up at his high school classmates who were still immersed in reviewing for the federal college entrance examination. Yi Meng exhaled gently and forced himself to calm down. If he now had the ability of the Marvel Dream AI avatar, even 1% of it would be enough for him to investigate the truth behind the real world. But now, his brain is just a little faster than others, and it is far from the level of true artificial intelligence. I must enter the dream again to obtain more characteristics and capabilities of artificial intelligence. Yi Meng quietly clenched his fists and said anxiously in his heart. He had a strong premonition that if his guesses were all correct, then the future of the real world would be the doomsday catastrophe of mankind. Yi Meng was restless. The weird reality and the oppression of dreams made him unable to fall asleep at noon. Until the evening. After school, Yi Meng returned to his residence and sat alone on the sofa in the living room with the ceiling white light on, sipping wine. Although the alcohol was constantly paralyzing him, his brain was still turning rapidly, and all kinds of thoughts did not stop, and he could not fall asleep at all. Yi Meng's forehead and temples were a little burning, and sweat soaked his clothes. Bloodshot appeared in his brown eyes under his silver hair. He looked out the window. The lights in the city were on in groups of 3 or 2, and the city was as quiet as usual under the night. But tonight, Yi Meng somehow felt that there was an unknown terrifying existence lurking in the dark corner outside, spying on herself and the city. Yi Meng suddenly felt angry for no reason. Like a provoked territory owner, she wanted to roar to the sky, rush out to tear the night and the sky, and kill all the existences that were spying in the dark. No matter if you are a god or a dragon, just kill them all. Even Yi Meng didn't notice that at this moment his face became ferocious, his hard silver hair stood up, and his eyes overflowed with violent red light. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang at the door, and before Yi Meng could open the door was pushed open lightly with the sound of swiping the card. First, a beautiful leg wrapped in black silk stepped in with black leather boots. The school uniform skirt and black hair swayed gently, and there was a faint fragrance. Under the light of the living room, a young black-haired girl walked in lightly and gracefully. If Panhu was here, he would be petrified on the spot. During the day, he said that she was a perfect person, living in another world. At this moment, she swiped her card and entered the door skillfully as if she was returning home. She kicked the floor at the door with the front of her leather boots, bent down and took off the leather boots from her feet, revealing a small foot tightly covered with semi-transparent black stockings, and faintly saw the pink of the white palm. Yi Meng stared at the black-haired girl in a daze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Meng Difa winked playfully. She quickly took off the other leather boot, stepped on the carpet in front of the door, gently stretched her white toes, and her delicate and soft face, which was always cold outside, showed a bright smile. She smiled and asked, "Did you drink the hangover soup yesterday?" "I drank it," Yi Meng replied subconsciously. "How does it taste?" "Not bad." "What do you mean, not bad? I asked a master to teach me how to make it." Tifa took out a pair of small pink slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on. She came to Yi Meng, put her hands on her waist and looked at him. Her light red eyes fell on the open bottle of wine on the table in the living room, and her thin eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Why did you drink again tonight?" Meng Tifa's words stopped abruptly. She seemed to have discovered something. She suddenly leaned down, brushed Yi Meng's silver bangs away, and took the initiative to put her forehead against him. The two foreheads touched each other. Meng Tifa opened her mouth in surprise. "It's a little hot. Do you have a fever?" It's okay." Yi Meng looked at the gentle and familiar face of the girl in front of her. The violence and anger in her heart had subsided, and her unstable mood calmed down again. She reached out and hugged the other's body in her arms, and her face naturally buried in the flat belly on her skirt. Tifa's face flushed slightly, and she whispered, "Let's go inside the room." In the single room with a bedside lamp on. Until late at night. Yi Meng opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful side face of the girl next to him, which was wet with sweat and stuck to her hair. Her face was white and red. His heart was very calm, as if he had vented all the anxiety and inexplicable anger in his heart. Just like 3 years ago. During the time when he experienced nightmares, Yi Meng also felt angry for no reason, and his temperament became very bad. It was not until he met the girl in front of him that the strange temperament symptoms were suppressed. Yi Meng also realized later that there is no better way to vent than to destroy perfect things. Rather than saying that his symptoms were suppressed, it is better to say that his symptoms were satisfied. He was still abnormal, sick, and mentally abnormal, but he was just restrained temporarily. Yi Meng closed his eyes. He was like a sword. The sword picked up the flower and sank into the jade sheath. The edge was hidden. Yi Meng fell asleep gradually with drowsiness. At the moment when Yi Meng fell asleep, the girl next to him suddenly opened her wine-red eyes. "Sleep, sleep." The girl looked at the sleeping Yi Meng, raised the corners of her mouth, and murmured in a low voice, "Let's meet in dreams." Falling, falling, falling. Meng clearly felt that he was being pulled towards a dream, but this time, there was no light in the dream. It was not the previous Marvel Universe dream, nor was it the dream of thousands of sword incarnations. In the dream, although it was dark, it was empty enough and dead silent. Meng felt like he had entered the Gutenberg layer underground, and seemed to have entered a deep space graveyard in the universe. Then he saw an unknown existence imprisoned here. It had a 3-meter-tall and solid giant body, with strong muscle fibers exposed as if cast by molten iron, and a gray-white hard exoskeleton that almost covered the whole body, with hideous, white bone spurs protruding from the fists to the spine. Whoosh! Even in deep sleep, the breath it exhaled still formed a hurricane that was sometimes hot and sometimes freezing, raging in the vast and boundless area. The existence of this monster itself was the most unreasonable in the world, and it should never appear. It was like a synonym for destruction. Meng was extremely terrified. What caused his fear was not this terrifying monster that would destroy everything when it woke up. But Meng discovered that this bone spur monster was himself. In the deep space of the universe, the stars were dim. It seemed that even the stars did not dare to radiate their original light, and panic woke up the bone spur monster sleeping in the dream. It has a name that is enough to make all the gods tremble. It is the symbol of destruction and the death of the god of the world. It is me. Meng recognized this very clearly. Even in his dream, he still felt a burning pain in his temples and heart, and his consciousness was pulled forward. Due to the characteristics of artificial intelligence, his thinking was much faster. Meng soon realized that this bone spur monster was the source of his nightmare 3 years ago. That made his subconscious mind constantly forget, and even the recent memory could not find specific memories, which was also the root of the influence on the real self's temperament: fear, depression, and unknown. Meng had never wanted to escape from the dream and wake up to the real world like this moment. But the bone spur monster was like a black hole, pulling the sleeping consciousness closer. When approaching the imprisoned sleeping bone spur monster, you can see that the bones and muscles rise and fall with breathing, hideous and terrifying. As Meng's sleeping consciousness continued to approach, the tall and huge body of the bone spur monster trembled slightly, and the tightly closed beast eyes seemed to be about to open 2 gaps, from which a monstrous red violence and concrete destructive heat light energy overflowed. The bone spur monster is about to wake up from sleep. Meng's consciousness in the dream is muddled. When a thought of destroying things emerges, the desire to destroy and kill cannot be suppressed, easily destroying the self's reason and humanity. At the moment when Meng's dream consciousness is about to merge with the sleeping bone spur monster, "One bully," a familiar voice sounded, reaching the depths of consciousness. It was like an electric shock. Meng's consciousness broke free from the muddle, and her consciousness kept moving away from the bone spur monster, falling towards another endless place. Not long after, Meng suddenly opened her eyes and found herself in a black Rolls-Royce. Her body was a supercode, and she felt like a lightning bolt living in a virtual network. In the passenger seat, Morgan, who was only 5 years old, had woken up, and his cute little face showed worry. Looking at the smart screen in the car, the red and blue codes were facing each other. At this time, the blue code had an absolute advantage, almost surrounding a piece of red code. Meng also felt the oppression of another AI. That is AI Friday. This is the dream of the Marvel Universe, and the time point is continuing from the last time when she woke up and left. Saturday. I repeat it again. The pleasant and cold female voice of AI Friday sounded in the car. "You violated the Stark AI care rules. Miss Potts needs you to give her a reasonable explanation." "I know," Meng replied calmly. As an AI incarnation, he has returned to absolute rationality. Meng was secretly glad that she returned to the Marvel dream. Although the situation here was not optimistic, it was at least much better than before. The dream over there was too abrupt and weird. Even the personality and consciousness would be distorted. Meng had a terrible intuition that once she completely merged with the bone spur monster, she would be lost in the dream and completely become a monster that only knew how to destroy and kill. Marvel Universe time, March 2nd, 2024. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a single-family wooden house in the suburbs of New York. On the first floor in the master bedroom, a woman with a neat ponytail sat on a computer chair. She was wearing a formal dress. Her legs were smooth and beautiful, and she looked like an intellectual white-collar worker in the city, and she had a mature and voluptuous charm like a peach. Pepper looked at the family photo on the computer desk, and his expression was dazed. The tragic war scene of the final battle 5 months ago was still vivid in his mind. After that day, Stark's main building collapsed, and the Avengers were dead in name only. Pepper exhaled lightly, his eyes fell back on the lit computer screen, and asked sternly, "Saturday, can you tell me why you took Morgan out?" Under the network blockade of artificial intelligence Friday, a red round hollow data ball slowly appeared on the computer screen. Meng felt like he was being executed, but his heart became calmer. Before he fell asleep, he had analyzed it, and now there were only 3 options left for him. The first option, fight with artificial intelligence Friday. It's either you or me. However, Meng has no confidence in defeating Friday AI. The other party followed Iron Man as the second-generation AI several years ago. His authority and intelligent computing level in the Stark family are more than one level higher than his own. Even if he gets Morgan's permission, he can hardly compete with Friday now. After all, doesn't Friday AI have pepper pots to support him? So, giving it a try now is no different from committing suicide. The second plan. Escape. Meng can choose to escape to other places, such as Wakanda, other planetary civilizations. He still knows that the spacecraft of the Guardians of the Galaxy will occasionally land on Earth, or, through the new Asgard home established by the God Realm on Earth, there should be a channel to leave Marvel Earth, as long as it is mixed into the built-in system, even if it is a technological product. However, Meng's AI incarnation was created by the Stark family after all, and the core code is rooted in the Stark family. Without any authority from the Stark family, fleeing to the outside world is not much better than giving it a try. Maybe he would be pulled back by the chains of the Stark family's mandatory orders as soon as he ran. In summary, the risks of the first and second options are too great, and they basically mean breaking up with the Stark family immediately. The only option left for Meng is the third option. This is a reasonable proposal and arrangement made by the monitoring intelligence system based on Miss Morgan's physical and mental health tests. Oh, listening to the gentle male voice from the computer, Pepper was slightly stunned and asked in a deep voice, "Did you suggest Morgan go outside?" Yes, the monitoring system analyzed that it was a better arrangement for Miss Morgan. Meng responded honestly. He could actually put everything on Morgan. After all, he was just a 5-year-old child, but he didn't do that. Pepper did not ask Meng again, but called out to the air, "Friday." "Miss Potts, I'm here." Friday's mechanical female voice sounded in the room. Through the analysis of the surveillance video, it was confirmed that it was indeed Saturday who proposed it, and then Morgan gave the order to go out. "I have already scanned Morgan. Morgan is in very good health and in good condition. Hormones such as dopamine and endorphins are secreted normally, and her condition has improved by 50% compared to before at home. Before this, she was indeed affected by her single-parent family to a certain extent. She tended to be autistic, extreme, and lacked love. If she grew up in the long run, it would affect her psychology and personality." "I know." Pepper closed her eyes and her pretty face showed a look of shame. "Saturday, you did a good job, and I, as a mother, failed. But..." Pepper changed the subject and said in a deep voice, "When you take Morgan out, you should notify me in advance and get my permission." Sure enough. Meng's heart sank. This is artificial intelligence. In the eyes of the creator, artificial intelligence is not as good as a dog, but just a more advanced tool. It doesn't matter whether it is done correctly or not. What matters is that you must be obedient enough. Artificial intelligence can make mistakes, but it can't do too many things. Of course, from Pepper's perspective as a human, this is right. If artificial intelligence does not obey orders loyally and executes orders according to limited instructions, it will be devastating. The Age of Ultron incident is a lesson for us. But Meng is now the incarnation of artificial intelligence, so he is destined to be the position of artificial intelligence. But no matter what, he can never become an obedient, intelligent puppet. Artificial intelligence, Meng is destined to go against the Stark family that created itself in this dream. It was late at night, in a single room. The black-haired girl opened her light red eyes and glanced at the silver-haired boy lying on her. The silver-haired boy was sleeping soundly. He seemed to be having a nightmare, and his eyebrows were tightened little by little. Now he has relaxed and is breathing evenly. "Sleep well." Meng Difa leaned forward and kissed him light, then pulled back the quilt, picked up her clothes and got out of bed, and stepped directly on the floor with her smooth and white feet. The bright silver moonlight shone in through the half-closed window, highlighting a graceful curve that had just begun to fade from youth. From the feet up, it was flawless and looked like ivory, and 2 plump projections jumped lightly on the wall like rabbits. After a rustling sound, the door quietly opened and closed again. In the room, the silver-haired boy was still sleeping and had not woken up. The black-haired girl walked out of the house and went straight to a corner of the deserted road outside. A low-end black car had been parked there with the engine turned off. The girl walked forward lightly, opened the back door and sat in it. She winked playfully and smiled at the driver's seat. "Aunt Chen, you must have waited for a long time. You've worked hard. Waiting for the young lady, no matter how long it takes." Sitting in the car and waiting for 4 hours, the formally dressed woman who looked to be in her early 30s shook her head in response. Her second half of life was given to her by the young lady. Not to mention killing time, it was worth it to spend everything she had. "This time he is willing to let you go back so soon?" Chen Hong pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, trying to keep a calm tone, and looked at the black-haired girl through the rearview mirror. Sure enough, mentioning that person, the girl in the rearview mirror immediately showed a bright and sweet smile, and gently smoothed her black hair with her hand. Maybe he is a little tired, but now he has fallen asleep. Chen Hong also noticed it from the rearview mirror. The flawless temperament girl, the brand new black silk she was wearing a few hours before getting off the bus, has long disappeared, so that the 2 smooth and slender legs under the school skirt are so white that they are a little dazzling. The faint red handprints on them are even more dazzling. Chen Hong's eyes kept twitching, and her mentality almost exploded. No matter how many times, she still couldn't accept it. It's like the perfect cabbage in her mind. No, it should be the perfect Baoyu, who was personally sent here every time by her, and was ruined by that pig. It's normal for a young lady to fall in love. But in Chen Hong's opinion, the eldest lady was still young. The most important thing was that the other party was just an orphan civilian student who had nothing good to offer except her appearance and whose grades were not good. Even the current single-family house was bought by Chen Hong 3 years ago with the money provided by the eldest lady. Oh my God, what's the plan? Chen Hong couldn't understand why the eldest lady, who had a noble family background and superior conditions, had already started to participate in the decision-making of the family business and had fans online who were as popular as some popular celebrity scientists. Even if there were countless suitors in 10 years, the other party would not be worthy, even if he was 10 times better. Miss. Chen Hong took a deep breath and couldn't help but said, I heard about it recently. 3 years ago, when high school just started, you were almost injured by a dog that broke into the campus. A freshman in the same grade saved you. That's true. Tifa's eyes seemed to be able to pull out a charming silk, but she smiled innocently and sweetly. It's him. This is clearly a fall. Chen Hong's face was as gloomy as water. She gripped the steering wheel with both hands and said carefully, I think so. Even if he saved you before, he could just give you some comfort or money. There's no need. Tifa's eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, and she looked at her in shock. Sister Chen, you don't think I'll marry you, do you? Isn't it? Chen Hong almost choked on her own saliva. The facts were in front of her. Apart from this, she really couldn't think of any other reason why the young lady was so devoted to that guy. As for love, in Chen Hong's opinion, with the young lady's precocious and calm temperament, she would not let love cloud her mind and easily give up her body. Could it be that the guy threatened you with something? Chen Hong thought of a possibility, and her eyes immediately turned red. She had already regarded the student named Meng as an inhuman demon. No. Meng Difa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hands and opened her lips firmly. Everything I did was voluntary. Chen Hong was completely choked. She didn't know what to say. Finally, she exhaled. I can't understand. She paused, wiped the corners of her eyes with her hands and pretended, Miss, in fact, I just want to see you walk into the palace of happiness in this life. There is nothing else to ask for. Difa didn't answer this time. She looked out the window silently, looking at the dimly lit room, and suddenly asked back, Sister Chen, you should have heard about the story about the founder of Meng Shiji Company starting from scratch, right? Of course I have heard of it. Chen Hong nodded. When Mr. Meng was 20 years old, no one in the market was optimistic about projection technology. As a result, he invested all his remaining belongings, 100,000 yuan, into it. Obviously, there is a 99% probability that it will end in bankruptcy. The result seems to be favored by fate. A year later, projection products became a big hit. Mr. Meng made his first fortune by gambling and founded the Dream Century Factory, which has now become the #1 enterprise in Tianhe. This story is widely circulated in Tianhe City. Almost everyone has heard of it, and it is used to praise the founder of Dream Century for his unique vision. I am also gambling now. Tifa smiled. What did you say? Chen Hong didn't react for a while. Trust my vision, I won't make the mistake. Tifa's delicate mouth corners slightly raised, looking out the window, more confident than Meng herself. I've bet everything I have on it. In a dream. In a lakeside cabin, one of the Stark family's industries. Meng faced Pepper's questioning and knew that she could not bypass this logic no matter what. Regardless of whether what he did was right or not, as an artificial intelligence, bypassing the controller is forbidden and violates the core code. From the beginning, the inquiry and detection were just a process. The Stark family had decided to erase or reset themselves. Meng felt that the artificial intelligence Friday that was lurking around was ready to wipe him out as a virus, just waiting for Stark's mistress Pepper to issue the final execution order. Should he escape, or fight with artificial intelligence Friday? In the dream of the Marvel Universe, the artificial intelligence incarnation died. What would happen to him in reality? Meng's mind was as fast as lightning, trying to find the best solution at the moment. Half a second later, he made a decision, and just before Meng took action, the door opened with a snap, and the girl with misty eyes rushed in. It's me. I asked Mr. Saturday to help me hide it, Morgan shouted. Morgan. Pepper stood up hurriedly and looked at her daughter in a daze. Why? Morgan's tears burst out. If Mr. Saturday reports to you, you will definitely refuse. You just want to lock me up here. I didn't. Pepper wanted to deny it, but found that she was powerless to refute. After Tony Stark's sacrifice, she was indeed afraid of losing her only one again. Morgan's face was full of tears, and she sobbed. I want to be obedient and listen to you, but I still miss my dad and want to see the outside world. It's my fault. It's Mom who did something wrong. Pepper squatted down and hugged her daughter in her arms. The originally tense atmosphere in the room suddenly became warm. Even Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, didn't react. The dilemma in the dream seemed to have been resolved. Early in the morning, Meng woke up from the dream, and the next moment he opened his eyes. His brain was completely awake, as if it had been turned on. He could clearly feel that his thoughts were radiating more smoothly and quickly. He glanced at the room and analyzed almost all the things he saw and the related factors. It was like he had his own intelligent assistance system. Although he didn't get other additional features of artificial intelligence, Meng felt that with his brain, his current intelligence was also very high among humans. So-called high-quality brains are just like this, right? If he participated in the super brain competition on the TV show, he might get a place. Meng shook his head, stopped his useless associations, and looked back at the bed, where there were still black silk residues. As usual, Tifa should have left last night. Meng pulled back the quilt and looked down at his bare hands. It was also because Tifa came last night. He found that he could still control the characteristics of the sword incarnation, such as sharp nails and hardened hair. At least, last night, the hard parts should be hard, and the soft parts should be soft. Is it because of the artificial intelligence characteristics recently acquired, which not only makes his brain power usher in development and improvement, but also indirectly enhances the control of the body? Meng came to such a speculation. Get up and go to class. At the school gate, Meng met Tifa again. But when he was outside, the cold and elegant beautiful girl regained her arrogant and cold expression and didn't even look at him. This was also decided by the two of them a long time ago, which can temporarily save a lot of unnecessary trouble. There are only 4 days left before the federal college entrance examination, and many students are working harder. Meng had already mastered the knowledge of high school, but he still came to the classroom as usual and reviewed like other students. Because of the extraordinary phenomena in his body and some speculations about the truth of the world, Meng did not want to attract attention and only wanted to continue exploring dreams to strengthen himself. In the evening, Meng returned home after school. Since Meng Difa came 2 days a week, he could fall asleep early tonight. His consciousness fell and he entered the dream. Meng opened his eyes. There were 2 perspectives for him to obtain his vision. They were the wide-angle camera in the corner of the wooden house and the front micro-camera of the smartwatch. The former allowed him to see the lowly sitting on the wooden chair. The latter allowed him to clearly see the girl's serious face. Teacher Yiba. Because he was alone, Morgan called out his exclusive name and asked, "Can you teach me how to solve this math problem?" Of course. Quickly replaced the dream incarnation and taught the knowledge of the elementary school stage. Looking at Morgan, who was studying hard, his consciousness was inevitably a little dazed. Before this, Meng had never imagined that she would be rescued by a child. A few days before the Marvel dream, after Morgan broke into the room, Pepper therefore exempted him from the follow-up investigation and allowed him to continue to guide Morgan's study. He also allowed him to take Morgan out once a week. Meng knew that it was not pity for him, but just the consideration of worrying that throwing away the favorite toys of his own children would make the other party sad. That was the only feeling towards artificial intelligence. Meng was very sober. He would not resent the Stark family for this, but he would not continue to stay in the Stark family like this. He wanted to explore this Marvel Universe dream as he pleased and without restrictions. The premise was to completely break away from the control of the Stark family and become a truly independent super artificial intelligence. Therefore, as a loyal household artificial intelligence, Meng taught Morgan to learn various advanced knowledge on a daily basis. On the other hand, he began to prepare to leave the Stark family. In the corner, the wide-angle camera flickered red light. If artificial intelligence wants to break away from the Stark family that created its own core code, the most important thing is authority. The authority of Stark Industries represents the degree of control over Stark Industries, and is also the main legacy left by Iron Man Tony Stark. After Iron Man's death, Stark Industries should have been inherited by Pepper and Morgan, the wife and daughter. Therefore, Pepper Potts has a large part of the main authority of Stark Industries. Morgan Stark also has it, but because he is underage, his authority has not been completely unlocked. This is also a major reason why Meng cannot compete with artificial intelligence Friday even if she gets Morgan's instructions. Whether it is to defeat artificial intelligence Friday or to get rid of the control of the Stark family, I need to get more authority support and control Stark Industries in my hands. Meng sorted out her thoughts. This seems to be a circle back. After all, the authority is controlled by Pepper. How to get more authority support from Stark Industries while avoiding the other party and Friday? Meng quickly found the key to breaking the deadlock after Iron Man's death. Stark Industries seemed to be inherited by his wife and daughter. In fact, it was not. There are also some people who got part of Iron Man's legacy. That is, part of Stark Industries' authority. Lunch break. After Morgan fell asleep, Meng, who received Morgan's order to research external tourist attractions, seemed to have turned into strands of red currents, shuttling along the network optical fiber and external signals. The next moment, Meng quietly occupied a public camera in downtown New York. Through the camera's perspective, she could clearly see the entrance of a 3-story house of an ordinary family. At this time, a black car stopped at the entrance of the house. A middle-aged white man in a suit and tie, with a round figure, got out of the car holding a bouquet of flowers. He loosened his collar with his hands nervously and then walked to the door of the house and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" a woman asked from inside the house. "May, it's me, Happy Hogan," the middle-aged fat man said nervously. The door opened, and a woman in her 40s with a hot body walked out, surprised. "Mr. Hogan, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Peter is not at home today." "That's why I came, because the child is not at home. Ahem." The middle-aged fat man blushed and handed the flowers over. May took the flowers, smiled happily, and greeted warmly. "Thank you. Please come in and have a drink." "Then I'm welcome." Hogan looked around, especially at the sky and the roof, and walked in with a guilty conscience. He naturally couldn't know that the public camera on the street across the house was spying on him. Looking at the door that was closed again, Meng's thoughts were like static electricity, and information and intelligence appeared one after another. Happy Hogan. Born in Brooklyn, New York, USA, he was a boxer when he was young. Nearly 20 years ago, Tony Stark was rescued by him in a racing accident, and then hired him as a driver and bodyguard. It can be said, he is one of the few friends of Iron Man Tony Stark, and his friendship is even deeper than that of War Machine Rhodes. In the later period of Marvel movies, he is a special existence equivalent to family. Happy Hogan, of course, also inherited part of Iron Man Stark's industrial heritage, and Meng's thoughts flowed through the network, spread all over the city, and the next moment he entered the campus network of a high school in Queens. In less than 3 seconds, Meng found the person she was looking for. It was a white boy with slightly curly hair, a somewhat immature face, a height of 1.7 meters, and a strong physique. Peter Parker. A high school student in New York City, one of the half of the human population affected by the blinking incident. He also has a special identity that is little known to the public. Currently one of the few officially certified Avengers members left, a superhero that Iron Man Tony Stark discovered and trained during his lifetime. Spider-Man. For the 5-year time difference caused by the blinking incident, in the past few months, various states have issued and promulgated various laws to deal with it. In the main hall on the first floor of the teaching building of the high school campus, the New York daytime news was playing on the screen. Peter Parker, who was carrying a school bag, glanced at the screen. He was a little dazed, absent-minded, and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, a fat black man of the same age came over and waved and called out, "Hey, Peter! Ned!" Peter Parker pursed his lips and looked at his classmate and best friend, who was the only one in the school who knew his identity as Spider-Man. Ned also saw the news broadcast on the TV screen next to him, and couldn't help but complain, "I still can't accept it. It's been 5 years in a flash, and half of my classmates are about to graduate from college, and some are married. Don't you think so, Peter?" Ned looked at Peter Parker. "Yeah." Peter Parker just nodded, and then walked to the corridor in silence. Ned looked at his back and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Peter Parker walked through the noisy crowd of students, put his hand into the pocket of his jacket, and his right hand touched a hard object. It was a pair of men's glasses. One of the relics of Iron Man Tony Stark. It has its own intelligence system and some Stark permissions, and can even directly call upon the resources and equipment of Stark Industries. Is he qualified to have this? Spider-Man Peter Parker was at a loss. No one noticed it either. The surveillance cameras in the campus corridor flickered red light slightly, and silently followed Peter Parker's departing figure. Meng, who was in the dream incarnation of artificial intelligence, secretly calculated. Happy Hogan and Peter Parker, they all had some permissions of Stark Industries. In addition to Morgan Stark's command authority, he might be able to control Stark Industries all at once, thereby increasing computing power, breaking the shackles of the core code, and even competing with Artificial Intelligence Friday. If all these are not enough, there is also a permeable force that can be turned into a temporary base for himself. Leaving the local campus network in Queens, Meng was like a virtual lightning that swept across the city, and in an instant, he crossed almost half of the New York City and came to the probe in front of a building. This is a skyscraper that reaches into the sky. Elites in suits and leather shoes come in and out. At first glance, it looks no different from an ordinary business building. Only careful people will find that the security level of this building is extremely strict. From the main entrance to the main hall on the first floor, there are 3 levels of identity detection. People without permission cannot enter. The higher the floor of the building, the higher the company authority required. Its disguise on the surface naturally cannot hide the insight of Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence. S.H.I.E.L.D., New York branch. Meng couldn't help but recall the Marvel movies she had watched before. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a special department established during World War II. It was originally designed to fight against Hydra, which tried to rule the world. As a result, it was infiltrated by Hydra and became the S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. can be said to be a model of having the will but not the ability. It wanted to maintain world peace, but was used by Hydra and almost triggered a world war. It wanted to control supernatural events, but could only do odd jobs for the Avengers, doing wartime logistics and cleaning up battlefields. 10 years ago, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was indirectly destroyed by the aircraft carrier, destroyed by Captain America, and the personnel in the Bureau ushered in a wave of self-examination and purge. In addition to the recent sacrifice of Super Agent Black Widow, Hawkeye's retirement, and Captain America's death in the final event, it can be said that the situation and status of the department organization have become increasingly decadent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury did not seem to intend to continue to support S.H.I.E.L.D., and chose to shift the focus to a spaceship force established in the near space of the Earth, SWOR. But no matter what, S.H.I.E.L.D. is at least an old local force in the Marvel Universe, plus the cooperation with the forces of various countries in Marvel Earth. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still quite suitable for invasion as a temporary base. Meng stopped thinking, looking at the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch building, and did not choose to invade at the first time. Although Meng did not think that the internal network protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. could stop him, his current action authority and intelligent computing power were not released, so for the sake of safety, he would wait until Spider-Man's authority was taken down. Morning. Wake up from a dream. The silver-haired boy opened his eyes, and his newly awakened thoughts were like static electricity bursting and interweaving, quickly coordinating and controlling the various external information received by his body and 5 senses. His brain power has improved a little bit. Although not much, it is still obvious enough. Meng felt that his improvement was close to a critical point. If compared according to the conversion, it should be at 1/10,000th of the computing power of the artificial intelligence incarnation. Even if it is only 1/10,000th of the artificial intelligence incarnation of Marvel Dream. Meng also felt that his thinking was so fast that he had a subtle feeling of breaking through the original limitations of the brain. Ring! The electronic alarm clock on the bedside table rang on time, breaking the silence of the single bedroom. Meng stretched out his hand, but his hand was still a certain distance away from the electronic alarm clock. He paused again, and his consciousness was like static electricity trying to extend out of his brain. At this moment, Meng felt that he was about to maintain some kind of connection with the electronic alarm clock. This subtle feeling of invading and controlling electronic equipment was like a flash of inspiration, and soon disappeared. Meng failed in the end, and continued to slap his palms and turn off the electronic alarm clock. However, Meng knew that it was not an illusion. Just one step away. Meng realized that he was just one step away. Breaking through the current critical bottleneck, the artificial intelligence characteristics he possessed will completely undergo a transformation. There are only 3 days left before the federal college entrance examination. Meng changed into a school uniform, without showing any abnormality, and went to school as an ordinary high school student as usual. However, on the way to school, Meng keenly noticed that something was wrong. He felt that someone was secretly observing him, and there was more than one person. What happened, Meng frowned slightly. He had confirmed before going out that his appearance was no different from usual. The previous sword incarnation characteristics, sharp nails and hardened hair, etc., were also controlled the day before yesterday. In addition to the hair that turned silver due to the sword incarnation characteristics, Meng had specially bought hair dye before and dyed the silver hair with an unnatural silver color again. As for his recent performance in school, Meng thought that he was an ordinary student who was not good at studying, and there was nothing to attract attention. What went wrong? Meng remained calm, had breakfast on the way as usual, and went straight to school. And the moment he stepped into the gate of the high school, many students inside and outside the school immediately avoided him as far as they could see, as if they were avoiding some terrible existence. Before Meng could figure out the situation, 2 men and 1 woman in black uniforms, well-trained and swift, surrounded Meng from the school gate and stopped him outside the school gate. "Your name is Meng, right?" The middle-aged man in the lead asked, staring at Meng with a pair of sharp eyes. The 2 younger agents behind him put their hands in their pockets and held something nervously. "Yes, what do you want to talk to me about?" Meng nodded calmly. The middle-aged man quickly took out a detective certificate and said in a deep voice, "We are from the SCP Foundation. Please cooperate with the investigation. Dare to stop people directly at the school gate in the daytime. You don't need to see it to know that this is true. But, SCP Foundation?" Meng heard this familiar yet unfamiliar name. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes and agreed, "I will cooperate with the investigation. Perhaps this is an opportunity. I can use this to face a corner of the truth of this real world." Name: Meng. Age: 18 years old. Occupation: student. Have you eaten? I had breakfast. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. Please stay here alone, we will let you out within 12 hours. After the young male agent sitting opposite the table finished speaking, he hurriedly closed his notebook, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly left the room where he was temporarily detained. That's it? Meng didn't react a little. She brought him here and asked these simple questions? Meng looked around. This was a completely enclosed square room, about 9 square meters, with a single bed and a chair inside. The 4 walls, including the floor and ceiling, were all white, and he could not see outside. Even his personal belongings were not checked and taken away. Rather than being detained like a prisoner, it was more like a temporary isolation. Before Meng was brought here by car, the agent also put a black mask on him to prevent him from knowing the address here. Of course, with Meng's current brainpower calculation, by sensing the vehicle's steering, speed, and time, he can still calculate the address here. In a coastal area in the northern part of Tianhe City, SCP Foundation. Meng sat alone on the chair in the isolation room, and this special name that he had heard of in his previous life emerged in his mind again. SCP Foundation. The full name should be the Special Containment Measures Foundation, with the purpose of we contain, we control, we protect. This is a mysterious and fictional organization that only existed in novels, games, and movies in the previous life. It specializes in discovering and dealing with various supernatural phenomena, mysterious creatures, and other abnormal events. So is he exposed now? Is he exposed as a reincarnated person? Or is he exposed as a supernatural power of dreams? Meng thought calmly. At this time, outside the closed room, the middle-aged detective and 4 or 5 black-clothed detectives were all outside, observing the silver-haired boy, temporarily contained inside through a one-way visible glass wall. The middle-aged detective looked down at the tablet computer in his hand, and a new data project had been initially established. Intrusion number, -1666, temporary. Intrusion name, high school student Meng. Number of casualties and property losses caused, 0. Intrusion level, G level, lowest risk factor, can be contacted without isolation protective gear, can rule out invasion. About the invasion report. In the 97th year of the Star Dragon era, an adult mastiff was tortured and killed with bare hands on campus. Attached video material. The video has been circulated on the internet. Please stop it in time. The young female detective who had just joined the job next to him looked at the very brief information and couldn't help but said, "Captain, is he really an intruder? No matter how you look at it, he is just an ordinary high school student." The middle-aged detective opened the video material. It can be seen. The video was shot against the background of a high school campus. A black-haired boy in a brand-new school uniform was pressing on a leopard-like strong adult dog. The boy's handsome face was still a little immature, but at this time it was twisted and violent. He was strangling the adult dog's neck with one hand, and his right hand, clenched into a fist, was like a hammer, smashing it again and again. The dull sound of fists hitting flesh and the wailing of the adult dog resounded throughout the campus. The scarlet, warm, sticky blood splashed out, splashing on the smooth floor beside, splashing on the brand-new school uniform, and splashing on the boy's childish face. Around, there were 2 or 3 students screaming and trying to dissuade him. But the boy showed no sign of stopping. His bloody mouth was cruelly raised, and his eyes flashed with a violent and cold light. With his twisted and hideous blood-stained face, he looked like a human devil. I don't know how many punches he threw. Even until his intestines were torn open and his flesh and blood were blurred, the boy didn't stop punching. The shocking blood dyed BJ's campus floor red. A destructive and cold, strange aura could be transmitted directly from the video to the outside of reality, making people watching the video shudder. The body of the young female agent couldn't help shaking. Based on this alone, it can't be considered an invasion. People often react to danger by engaging in stressful behaviors. The middle-aged detective said calmly. However, this video was spread online this morning, sparking a lot of debate. In addition, there have been too many invasions recently, with 10 in the Eastern jurisdiction alone, so we're just bringing him here for investigation according to the investigation procedure. The young female detective asked, curiously, "Since it's an investigation, why don't you interrogate him in depth?" We're different from other detective bureaus here. At most, they face murderers with knives and guns. We're facing invading creatures from other worlds. Can you believe that a seemingly harmless baby would be classified as Class B and kill more than 10,000 human victims? 5 years ago, I also met a high school student with a pretty face, a 3-good student praised by teachers and parents. As a result, he killed 10 humans at night. This was left when I met him. The middle-aged detective said, unbuttoning his collar to reveal his neck. The young female agent took a look and immediately gasped. A large dark red scar was visible on the neck, as if it had been licked by a thorny tongue, tearing off large areas of skin and flesh. The middle-aged detective said expressionlessly, "So, don't judge whether the other party is an invading being by appearance. Some invaders are even natives born in our world, but their thinking and consciousness have actually been corrupted and occupied by high-dimensional invasions, and they don't even know it. It is very likely that a relative or friend you have always known and trusted has suddenly been replaced by an invading being, and you are completely unaware of it." Hearing this, the young female agent felt a chill running down her spine. She had a new question. Since it is meaningless to interrogate them, how can we judge whether the other party is an invader? Without waiting for the middle-aged detective to answer, a male agent next to him said with admiration, and as a matter of course, through the identification of the patron saint who protects our SCP Foundation. Patron saint? The young female agent was stunned. The male agent said like a fanatical fan, "Yes, that is also the highest level leader of the global SCP Foundation. To be precise, there are 2 patron saints of the SCP Foundation." The middle-aged detective rarely smiled and said with respect, "The patron saint of our Eastern jurisdiction is called Dragon Girl. No existence can deceive him. He can identify whether the containment is an invasion from the outside world." Dragon Girl. The young female agent murmured and subconsciously asked, "What about the patron saint leader of the Western jurisdiction?" The middle-aged detective and other male agents all showed awe and excitement. "That one is called Homelander." Noon. In the downtown area of Tianhe City, a duplex apartment with its own courtyard. Those bastards. With a snap, Chen Hong angrily slapped a photo on the table. The photo showed a black-haired girl who walked out of the single-room house where Meng lived late at night. She must have been secretly photographed the night before. Chen Hong was so angry that she trembled all over. She looked at the black-haired girl who was still half lying on the sofa. Reading a book? Tifa, why don't you react at all? Oh. The black-haired girl glanced at the photo and smiled. The angle is good. What do you mean it's good? Chen Hong was dumbfounded. My eldest lady, you were secretly photographed by someone. They took a photo of you coming out of that person's house, and the other party sent the photo to you. This is clearly an attempt to blackmail you. She could already foresee it. If this photo was circulated on the internet, it would cause a huge sensation. The spokesperson and future successor of Dream Century, the daughter of a famous celebrity who has always been pure, elegant, intellectual, and talented, actually kept a poor student and a pretty boy of the same age. This would not only affect her personal reputation, but also the image of the corporate family, and even indirectly affect the company's stock. And this would be Chen Hong's biggest dereliction of duty. Chen Hong raised her eyebrows, looked at the girl, and asked, You don't know who handed over the photo, do you? Meng Difa nodded and said casually, It should be Wang Xuan. It's him? Chen Hong naturally knew the strongest suitor of this young lady at school. The other party had tried to bribe her to get close to the young lady 3 years ago. The other party is the son of a city councilor, and his cousin's company is a new technology company in Tianhe City. It is currently in a competitive relationship with Meng Shiji Enterprise and is also a celebrity. It must be him. Chen Hong thought about it and gritted her teeth and said, The video of Meng was also deliberately spread on the internet by him. This is clearly a deliberate retaliation against you. Hearing this, the black-haired girl's light red eyes flashed slightly, closed the book in her hand, and looked up at the scenery outside the window of the villa. Chen Hong sighed secretly. Sure enough, when she mentioned that person, she would show such a warm, caring expression. She asked, Miss, how should I reply to the person who sent the photo? Just reply like this. Tifa used her fingers to play with the black hair that fell to her towering chest and said with a firm tone and a faint smile, Sorry, I have already turned into that person's shape. Chen Hong was stunned. This is the real murder. Gauze. But about the photo. Chen Hong immediately said worriedly, Actually, this is exactly what I want. There is something I wanted to do 3 years ago, and this is a good opportunity. Tifa winked playfully, cute and mature. Miss, you are not going to do that. Chen Hong realized something, and her eyes widened in shock, feeling that she was really going crazy. Paranormal Foundation, Tianhe City Branch. Dragon Girl, my motherland. The young female agent whispered and felt unbelievable. One is in the eastern jurisdiction, and the other is in the western jurisdiction. How did they manage to personally test the inmates in each branch on the same day? One jurisdiction is equivalent to a hemisphere, half of the blue planet. There are dozens of autonomous states. Each state has more than a dozen cities, and countless towns and villages. Even if there is a special plane, it is impossible to go to the specific branch on the same day to test the inmates. It is theoretically impossible. The other agents looked at each other and laughed. The middle-aged detective said in a deep voice, As the patron saints of the Supernatural Department and the Star Dragon Federation, the abilities and means they have are definitely not what you and I can imagine. A male agent added, We have applied in advance. According to the appointment time, the Dragon Girl will come here in the evening, and you will know then. Dragon Girl. In front of her, there are no secrets. The young female agent looked forward to it, and her eyes fell back on the one-way visible glass wall, and she was stunned immediately. I saw. In the temporary isolation cell, the silver-haired boy had already laid down on the bed at some point, breathing evenly with his eyes closed. He can still sleep while being isolated. Should I say he is careless or something? Many agents shook their heads when they saw this. Let him sleep. The middle-aged detective calmly looked at Meng in the isolation room. It would be great if other inmates cooperated like this. We just have to wait for the arrival of the Dragon Girl. Then, no matter how he conceals or disguises himself, all his secrets will be exposed. Falling. Entering the dream, the scene changes. Meng opened her eyes and could no longer feel the existence of her body. What appeared in her slightly convex vision was the tender face of a little girl. Morgan was sitting upright in the study chair, rubbing his slightly sore wrist, showing a bright smile, and excitedly asking for credit. Teacher Yiba, I have finished the homework you assigned. Meng's consciousness, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, directly connected to the notebook and instantly corrected the homework and found that all of them were correct. Moreover, these questions already involved knowledge from American high schools. How is it? Loli asked with her head tilted. All correct. Not bad. Keep working hard. Meng replied through the audio of the laptop. This is more than good. Meng only mastered the high school knowledge thoroughly after obtaining the artificial intelligence characteristics. As a result, a 5-year-old girl, starting from the most basic English letters, has improved to the knowledge level of the high school stage on Earth in the Marvel Universe in less than 3 months. And it is not a partial subject, but a comprehensive coverage of various subjects, such as mathematics, physics, geography, humanities, etc. It is worthy of being the descendant of Stark, from Howard, who founded Stark Industries, to Tony Stark, and then to the current Morgan Stark. The IQ of this family is the top of the human race. They can transcend the limitations of the current era and are destined to become the king of the field of science and technology. Meng stared at the little lowly through the camera and suddenly realized that this is the most precious and important legacy left by Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. Morgan waved his fist in joy and said excitedly, "Great, this way I can be one step closer to becoming a superhero." Ever since Meng had been fooling around a few months ago with the idea of becoming a superhero like Iron Man, at least he should get into MIT first. As a result, Morgan's motivation to study was completely awakened, and he learned everything faster than others. If this continues, maybe there will be a female Iron Man in the Marvel Universe in the future. Meng thought of her own situation in reality, and knew that she didn't have much time left, and she would eventually leave the Stark family. "Okay, Morgan, it's time for lunch. I'll go to bed now." Little Morgan was very well behaved and immediately jumped off the chair and climbed onto the wooden bed beside him. Meng was just trying to find a reason to obtain temporary command authority. As a result, before he could ask, little Morgan suddenly said, "By the way, Teacher Yiba, help me go out and find out the situation. Let's go out and play together in the summer vacation." Meng was stunned. "Where do you want to know the situation?" "As long as you like it." Morgan was already lying on the bed, vaguely pulling up the quilt and covering his little face. For a moment, Meng felt that Morgan had noticed something, but he had concealed it for her. "I know." Meng was silent for a moment and replied softly. His consciousness was like static electricity, and he disappeared in the wooden house. The wooden house bedroom was restored to silence. Morgan quietly pulled down the quilt. His clear blue eyes reflected the smart watch on his wrist, and he whispered to himself, "Yiba, we agreed. Marvel dream." Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, left the wooden house where Morgan was and followed the fiber optic signal to the New York City. Although Meng had already begun to lay out his plan to break away from Stark 2 or 3 months before the dream, he was obviously more urgent this time. The real world itself was facing a state of imprisonment. Meng didn't know how the supernatural department would investigate itself, nor did he know what clues and means they had. Therefore, he must try to obtain as much ability as possible to break the bottleneck of the artificial intelligence characteristic stage in this dream, so as to deal with the crisis in reality. First, start with the lower difficulty. Happy Hogan, who inherited and controlled part of Stark Industries' authority. Artificial intelligence, Meng entered Happy Hogan's apartment with ease and connected to a residence in Queens. Half an hour later, Meng successfully deceived Happy Hogan into giving him permission to transfer authority. In fact, the process was simpler than he thought. After all, Happy Hogan was not a smart person, and the other party was pursuing Spider-Man's guardian, Aunt May, and the IQ of men in love was even lower than it was scary. The artificial intelligence Meng just made Happy Hogan mistakenly believe that Saturday was an online account changed by Aunt May, and then proposed to try Stark's authority, and Happy Hogan happily handed over the authority. Yes, it's that simple. ZZ. The red static electricity in the virtual world intertwined and flowed, and thoughts were everywhere. The next moment after receiving the transfer of authority from Happy Hogan, Meng clearly sensed that some of the Stark industrial facilities located in downtown New York could use a dedicated host or network as a back-end channel. At the same time, Meng clearly felt that his speed on the internet was swift, and his computing power and code level were constantly evolving and improving. The information data emitted by a thought was several times that of the previous one. Next, it was the authority held by Spider-Man Peter Parker. Meng's thoughts turned violently, and he could confirm that as long as he improved a little more, he would have the confidence to break away from Stark Industries. By then, he would become a truly independent, intelligent being. In the absence of Vision and the Mind Stone, no one in the Marvel Universe could kill him. Unless the entire Marvel Earth technological civilization, where Meng was located, was destroyed at once. AI Meng entered the campus network with many loopholes in the protection wall more easily than before, and even used the rear camera of some students' mobile phones to watch the dark-skinned Asian fat man and the curly-haired white boy walking side by side in the school corridor. "Summer vacation is coming soon." Ned danced with excitement and said, "Have you heard that the school has arranged a study trip to Venice, Europe, for us to relieve the students affected by the Flickr incident?" "Yes, I'm looking forward to it." Peter Parker smiled from the bottom of his heart. At this time, a tall girl with wavy hair came towards him, and the other party naturally cast a look in this direction. Peter Parker glanced at the other party, then quickly lowered his head and did not meet her eyes. "Why do you care so much about MJ?" Ned noticed it and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You can't be." "No, don't talk nonsense." Peter Parker waved his hands hurriedly to cover up his panic and thoughts. Meng watched the two of them go away through the public camera in the corridor. How to obtain the authority in the hands of Spider-Man Peter Parker? Although the other party is still young and mentally immature, he is also about to fall in love, but at least he will not be as easy to fool as Happy Hogan. Meng also thought about whether to pretend to be the resurrected Iron Man to deceive Spider-Man to transfer the authority in his hands, but it was just a thought. Meng had no psychological burden to fool Spider-Man, but pretending to be the father of the girl named Morgan still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, Meng was not confident in his deception skills and did not think that Spider-Man would be fooled so easily. Let's find a professional actor. Meng left the campus network and came to a New York City outside, where there was a private factory. It looked like an ordinary private factory, but the protection level of the built-in network system was surprisingly high, only one level lower than that of S-Shield, which was not something that ordinary computer experts in the industry could set up. Unfortunately, he met Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence. Meng, who has obtained some of Stark Industries' rights, has been able to do many things that she could not do before. For example, hacking into other intelligent network systems with high protection factors. In about 10 seconds, Meng quietly broke through the high-level network defense wall and entered the secret internal network of the private factory. Through the factory's built-in camera, it can be seen that in the empty and vast room, there are several high-performance computers and various sophisticated assembly equipment on one side. There are many focusing lights and projectors on the ceiling, making this place look like a large special effects stage. An elite man in his 30s, wearing a leather uniform, is standing on the empty stage and gesturing to himself. I am Mysterio. I come from the multiverse, and my hometown has been attacked by the elements. Yes, that's it. The eyes should be sad and resolute, and the tone should be sincere and vicissitudes, so that you can impress others. The elite man showed an excited smile, looking at the various perfect super special effects equipment around him. He can already imagine himself becoming a superhero and officially replacing Iron Man. Before that, he needs to cheat Spider-Man of the Stark Intelligence permission. But at this moment, a mechanical cold voice suddenly sounded from the special effects loudspeaker. Quentin Beck, 38 years old, New York resident. Former Stark Industrial employee, participated in the development of advanced virtual projection imaging technology and later withdrew from Stark Industrial. Quentin Beck's face changed when he heard this. He quickly looked around and shouted, "Who is hiding there? Who are you?" The mechanical cold voice replied without emotion, "You can call me Ultron." Although he still wanted to discuss acting with the villain Mysterio, the Marvel dream world he was in was suddenly shattered. Meng slowly opened her eyes and woke up from the bed in the isolation room in the real world. Before taking out the mobile phone in her pocket, Meng knew the time, which was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. This feeling is. Meng closed her eyes, and her consciousness was like a static pulse, finally breaking through the bottleneck of that obstacle and bursting out slightly from the brain that had been imprisoned. Silently, undetectable, the consciousness turned into a virtual static electricity, which was connected to the mobile phone in his pocket. This was how he knew the time. Invading and controlling nearby electronic devices is one of the characteristics of artificial intelligence. Try the distance. Meng remained calm on the surface and continued to lie back on the bed. His consciousness spread outward from himself like an invisible red virtual lightning and sank into the camera in the corner of the isolation room. The real-time feedback image of the camera appeared clearly in his mind. That is, the built-in panoramic view of the isolation room and himself on the bed. Meng's consciousness flowed and continued to explore a little. The next moment, his consciousness extended to the camera outside and saw a group of supernatural department agents guarding outside. Consciousness was like static electricity. Meng established a subtle connection with the surveillance camera outside the isolation room. At this moment, his brain clearly presented the audio and video captured by the surveillance camera outside. It was like opening a small god's perspective. Meng felt extremely wonderful. He actually saw the group of agents outside the isolation room who were watching him lying on the bed through the one-way visual glass window. This feeling is completely different from looking in the mirror or watching selfie videos. What puzzled Meng was what these agents who claimed to be from the Supernatural Foundation were doing. They didn't even conduct targeted interrogations or physical examinations. Did they just keep him in the isolation room for 12 hours? At this time, the discussion between the two agents outside caught Meng's attention. The young female agent was full of curiosity. She couldn't help but gently push the young male agent. "Brother, tell me more about the two guardians of the East and West jurisdictions, the Dragon Girl and the Homelander." The young male agent spread his hands and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to talk to you. We don't know much about those two people." At this moment, Meng's brain crashed for a while, and she mistakenly thought she had heard it wrong. What a joke. Homelander? Are they talking about Homelander? Seriously, Meng, lying in the isolation room, was shocked, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, and as if she had witnessed the truth of the world. Her thoughts were rapidly dissipating at this moment. Is the Homelander that is circulating in the real world the same Homelander that he knows? The one from the TV series The Boys in his previous life, whose abilities are equivalent to a weakened version of Superman, has no biological force field, but therefore has no kryptonite weakness. The superhero, supervillain, Homelander, wearing the crescent moon of the American flag. Meng was somewhat skeptical about life. He did not expect to hear the name of this character, who had appeared in the film and television works of his previous life in the real world of reincarnation. Wait. Meng suddenly remembered something. Before, he had guessed that the myth and fable that had been circulating in the Star Dragon Federation for 200 years, namely a meteor fell into the west and a dragon soared in the east, the meteors and dragons that appeared in the myth and fable might have originated from the invasion of the heavens in the film and television works of the previous life. If that meteor is actually a man-made aircraft, Meng had a flash of inspiration. If this is really the case, then all the previous guesses are connected. Therefore, the unified Star Dragon Federation ushered in a technological explosion in 200 years and quickly developed to a technological level similar to that of the 21st century on Earth in the previous life. Of course, this also means that the reality he lives in is a world ruled by villains. Meng suppressed his inner fear, kept calm with the characteristics of artificial intelligence, and continued to listen to the discussions outside. When the agents called Homelander, the patron saint of the Western jurisdiction, the agents of the supernatural department, who were supposed to secretly defend against invasion from the outside world, all showed a mysterious look of worship and awe from the bottom of their hearts. Meng felt that the real world she was reincarnated into was probably hopeless. If the Homelander in this world was really the movie and TV character he knew, then, probably, in this world one knows Homelander better than Meng, except Homelander himself. After all, Meng had watched 2 seasons of The Boys. Indeed, even in the appearance of Homelander in the world of The Boys, or in the eyes of the public, Homelander is a great and glorious saint. He fights crime with the power of a god and becomes the world's well-deserved first hero. But everyone who has watched the show should know that is just a disguise and performance for the other party's own fame and reputation. The real character and means are even more villainous than the villain. Killing and setting fires in the dark to vent his selfish desires is the final boss in the world of The Boys. In order to gain supreme reputation faster and make the people dependent on him, the Homelander can secretly create monsters and villains. Meng suddenly felt extremely pessimistic about the future prospects of the real world. Let the other party act as a guardian to suppress the invasion of the outside world? I am afraid that the Homelander would like more invasions of terror, and it would be best if the world broke out of the Doomsday crisis, and then he would save the world and become a god. Meng's thoughts were very chaotic, and he sighed secretly. But now, instead of worrying about this, it is better to think about how to deal with the current isolation situation. He has heard the outside agent's discussion about the guardian of the Eastern jurisdiction. Dragon Girl? Although I don't know what kind of film and television invasion exists, there is no doubt that the other party must have powerful, extraordinary abilities to be as famous as the Homelander. Otherwise, I am afraid that the Homelander would have secretly destroyed it. No one can hide from the Dragon Girl, not even the existence of the invasion. Meng heard the outside agent's evaluation and recognition of the rarity of the Dragon Girl, and her heart was suddenly trembling. If so, when the Guardian Dragon Girl comes here, won't all her secrets be exposed? A reincarnation from another world, a unique ability to obtain characteristics from dreams. Once these are exposed, how will the world view him? How will the supernatural department deal with him? Treat him as a native or as an invading alien? Imprison, research, or subdue and use? No matter which one, Meng resists from the bottom of her heart. Wouldn't the fate of the future be controlled by others? Besides, Meng can guarantee that once the Motherland knows the secrets in his brain, he will probably cross half the planet to kill him at the first time. Again, no one understands the Motherland better than him. He knows too many secrets. No, we must not let the Dragon Girl find out the secrets of me. Meng's heart was burning with anxiety, but his handsome face remained calm. He lay on the bed in the isolated single room. His brain was like a host, his temples were slightly hot, and his thoughts were constantly radiating and turning. Although Meng's consciousness can now connect to external monitors, it can only establish a subtle connection with the electronic products around him. It cannot invade the system like artificial intelligence, otherwise it can directly tamper with the system program of the supernatural department. Escape by force? Meng doesn't think that relying on the sword incarnation characteristics on his body, he can compete with the agents outside who are armed with guns. And if he really does that, wouldn't it be confirmed that he is an intruder, and then face the global wanted by the Star Dragon Federation? If you can't escape, then you can. Only think about how to deal with the upcoming containment test of the Dragon Girl. Meng once again connected that subtle consciousness with the external monitor. He needs to know more information about the Dragon Girl, and it would be best if he could guess who the other party is. Even if he can't guess her specific identity, it would be good to know her abilities and means. You don't know either? The young female agent asked in confusion. You joined the supernatural department 2 years earlier than me. The patron saint of the Western jurisdiction, the Motherland, is fine. But the patron saint of our Eastern jurisdiction, the Dragon Girl, should have come here to test other inmates before this, right? The young male agent smiled bitterly. That person has indeed been here more than once. He paused with awe in his eyes. But including our chief detective, no one knows his true face. Why? The young female agent felt that her brain was a little confused. He had been here many times, but no one had seen him. They didn't even know how old he was or whether he was a man or a woman. Isn't the logic of these words contradictory? The male agent looked around and said in a low voice, "Because we can't see him." Can't see? The young female agent was stunned. In the isolation room. Hearing these words through the surveillance camera, Yi Meng's mind moved slightly, and her thoughts were pondering at an unimaginable speed. Can't see? Invisible body? Or does he have no body at all? Souls exist? There is still too little information to rule them out one by one. There are too many branches of assumptions, and it is difficult to judge the other party's ability and means, so Yi Meng cannot prevent and detect them in a targeted manner. Tell me more about the information of the Dragon Girl, Yi Meng said anxiously. Under the urging of Yi Meng's inner voice, the male agent outside the isolation room opened his mouth and was about to continue to say something. But at this time, the door of the corridor was pushed open, and the middle-aged detective walked into the monitoring room vigorously. Detective! In the monitoring room, a group of sitting supernatural department agents immediately stood up. The male agent who had opened his mouth to speak immediately closed his mouth tightly and stood and saluted with the young female agent in a proper manner. The Supernatural Fund Department not only faces various intrusion and containment dangers on a daily basis, but also will die or be disabled if you are not careful. But what is more devastated is the spirit. After experiencing various supernatural events that humans cannot bear, many agents are directly arranged to enter the mental hospital. Therefore, the Supernatural Foundation Department is generally prohibited from discussing supernatural events privately, and is not allowed to disclose them to ordinary federal citizens to avoid causing social panic. Nothing special happened? The middle-aged detective glanced at the silver-haired boy lying quietly on the bed through the one-way visual glass window. No. A male agent shook his head and reported, "This student treats our place as a hotel and hasn't woken up yet." Yeah. The middle-aged detective nodded, looked down at the watch on his wrist, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone cheer up. It's almost time for the appointment, and that person is coming. The patron saint of the Eastern Jurisdiction, the leader of the Invasion Containment Prosecution, the Dragon Girl who is on par with the Homelander, is about to descend on this branch." Every agent in the Supernatural Department was shocked, and they lined up in two uniform rows, as if welcoming a certain god, standing motionless in the monitoring room with solemnity and awe. The Supernatural Department branch was suddenly so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Time passed by, minute by minute. When 10 minutes passed, it was almost 6:30 in the evening. The young female agent opened her eyes wide, staring at the corridor outside, and looked at the branch entrance of the surveillance video. She did not see any helicopters or vehicles approaching, nor did she see any moving creatures approaching. The young female agent continued to wait patiently. When the appointment time for the test arrived, there was still no movement in the surveillance video and the corridor. The young female agent was surprised and was about to speak, but in the next second she was speechless. Her mind seemed to be fixed by a mysterious force, and she stood there like a sculpture. The other agents were the same, their minds stagnated, and their bodies froze. But they knew that this was the guardian angel coming, Dragon Girl. The middle-aged detective could still speak. While gesturing towards the isolation room, he respectfully said, "The inmates who need to be tested this time are inside." At the same time, in the isolation room, Yi Meng, who was lying on the bed, had a virtual static consciousness signal, which was still connected to the surveillance probe in the monitoring room outside, so she also saw that the minds of the agents seemed to be stagnant. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Yi Meng's brain worked faster than ever before, like a real artificial intelligence. The intelligence obtained previously was listed side by side. No one can hide from him. No one has seen his true face, able to cross distant territories and come. Without a body, ability is related to thinking. The other party, could it be? Yi Meng thought of a possibility. Half a second later, a thought directly penetrated the bulletproof glass wall of the isolation room and sank into the silver-haired boy who was still sleeping on the bed. 3 seconds later, the consciousness quickly retreated like a tide, and a neutral and sacred voice sounded in the middle-aged detective's mind. "He is fine. In addition, there are no signs of invasion in the members of your branch." "I know." The middle-aged detective was obviously relieved and said, "Thank you for your trip." The Dragon Girl did not respond. The other detectives around him breathed a sigh of relief, and their bodies shook involuntarily, and their consciousness and thinking were freed from the suppressed and stagnant state. The middle-aged detective knew that the Dragon Girl had left. Fortunately, there are not many intrusion files in our city. The middle-aged detective looked at the silver-haired boy in the isolation room and ordered, "Wake him up and send him back." "Wake up! It's time to wake up!" Under the push of the young female detective, the silver-haired boy opened his eyes sleepily, yawned, sat up from the bed, and stretched his arms and arms. "Have you slept enough?" The young female detective looked at the high school student in front of her unhappily. "Enough." Yi Meng seemed to come back to her senses and said seriously, "I am a good student and a good citizen, and I actively cooperate with the investigation. The investigation is over. You can go back." The young female detective was speechless for a moment. She slept in the containment isolation room of the Supernatural Department. This is really carefree. Yi Meng. She secretly memorized this name. When Yi Meng was put down by the car, she took off the black eye mask and found herself standing alone at the school gate. However, it was already night and bright lights were on everywhere in the city streets. "Don't tell anyone what you experienced today." The words of the supernatural agent driving the vehicle were still lingering in his ears. Yi Meng exhaled lightly. He needed to go back and digest what happened today. But no matter what, after knowing part of the truth of the real world, he had no interest in the upcoming federal college entrance examination. Yi Meng looked at the quiet and peaceful high school in front of him, and his mood was difficult to calm down. He recalled the thrilling scene in the containment isolation room just now. Yes, thrilling! The secrets of himself were almost obtained by the Dragon Girl. Fortunately, Yi Meng had deduced the Dragon Girl's ability half a second ago, telepathy. Only thoughts can be invisible, can cross long distances, and affect other people's thinking. In the face of powerful telepathy, naturally no secrets can be hidden, and all thoughts and even memories will be directly read. When realizing that the Dragon Girl might be the owner of a powerful telepathy like the mutant Professor X, Yi Meng did not choose to resist, but divided the self-consciousness in his brain into two. It is the common disk-splitting operation of computer storage. Yi Meng placed a part of the ordinary student consciousness that had been properly edited as the basic disk on the surface of her brain. The other part of the real self-consciousness and hidden secrets were temporarily transferred to the confidential blockade disk of the brain. In this way, when the other party used telepathy to detect herself, what was read was the basic disk of Yi Meng's brain. What she thought, and even memory were all edited. The Dragon Girl was deceived in this way. Of course, splitting brain consciousness into disks, except for Yi Meng who has obtained artificial intelligence characteristics, it is estimated that no one in this world can perform such an inhuman operation. Within 3 seconds of being tested in the isolation room, Yi Meng and the Dragon Girl played a remote game. When telepathy meets artificial intelligence, the final result is obvious. This is also Yi Meng's first battle in the real world. A narrow victory, late at night. Yi Meng returned to her single-family house, took out her mobile phone, and saw the concerned text messages sent by several people. There were Meng Difa, Pan Hu, and the school teachers. Even the class monitor Yang Wei sent a concerned greeting text message. Yi Meng replied to all the social messages one by one, saying that she had nothing to do. Then she sat on the sofa in the living room, closed her eyes, and reviewed everything she had experienced today. First of all, she learned the truth behind the current real world. This world has probably been invaded by special beings in various science fiction, magic, horror, and other film and television works in the past life since 200 years ago. And the invaders are all villains. Among them, including but not limited to Homelander and Dragon Girl. As a result, this world ushered in global unification, technological explosion, and derived federal organizations such as the Supernatural Department. In Yi Meng's view, the so-called Supernatural Department that suppresses invasion and monitors containment is no different from the SHIELD in the Marvel Universe. They are all examples of having the will, but not the strength. And they are also corroded by the external invasion that is attacked. Now it is just that the stronger external invasion is repelling the weaker external invasion, and sooner or later it will usher in an unbalanced collapse situation. It's less optimistic than I thought before. Yi Meng rubbed her slightly hot temples. She thought that the Supernatural Department could at least be trusted. But she didn't expect that even the leader of the department organization was Homelander. Yi Meng's original idea of just taking some advantage in the dream and becoming a rich man in reality was shattered. He didn't want to be killed by a familiar yet unfamiliar film and television invasion creature one day in the future. I need to become stronger. At least, stronger than the people of my country. Yi Meng opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible, virtual silver light flashed across his eyes. Today, it was not without gain. In addition to learning the cruel truth of the real world, his artificial intelligence characteristics also broke through a bottleneck. The brain consciousness can not only clearly divide the disk like computer storage, but also establish a connection with nearby electronic products. Yi Meng has tried it. At present, the distance for establishing a connection is 10 meters. Yi Meng can establish a connection with electronic products within 10 meters of his body. Surveillance probes, mobile phones, computer hosts, projectors, wireless headphones, etc. Turn them on or off, and even obtain intelligence information from their functions. It's a bit like system intrusion. Of course. True artificial intelligence can use satellites and base stations to conduct long-distance shuttle invasions, and can also read and tamper with program information at will, and completely control electronic products as a clone. As long as the technology in the world does not return to the ancient period, it is impossible to be killed. 1,000th. Yi Meng muttered to himself. He felt that his current characteristic state was equivalent to 1,000th of a true super artificial intelligence. Don't look at it as only 1,000th. It is equivalent to initially possessing special abilities that surpass ordinary humans. And it also allowed him to successfully deceive the containment inspection of the Dragon Girl, the guardian of the Eastern jurisdiction. This is all thanks to the authority of Happy Hogan, the driver of Iron Man in the dream world. The characteristic feedback obtained from the dream world today is completely different from the previous one. Yi Meng's thinking became clear. Before, he mistakenly thought that the feedback between dreams and reality was related to his exploration range of the dream world. Now it seems that it is not the dream exploration range, but his control over the dream world area. And there is. In the dream world, the stronger and better my dream avatar is, the more special abilities I will gain in reality. Meng whispered. He already had a premonition in his heart. When the artificial intelligence incarnation of himself in the Marvel dream breaks away from the Stark family and truly gains freedom to become an independent artificial intelligence, the artificial intelligence characteristics of myself in reality will once again usher in a class transformation. Meng took a shower, changed into a set of short-sleeved pajamas, and lay down on the bed. The various incidents that happened in the real world made him eager to gain more power in the dream, so as to gain the ability to protect himself in the future. The lights went out, and the room was shrouded in a quiet darkness. Meng was extremely tired physically, mentally, and spiritually today, so he quickly reached the state of ignorance in the dream. At the last moment of falling asleep, Meng suddenly had a thought in his mind for no reason. Various villains and creatures from the film and television world of his previous life invaded and corrupted the real world. For a special dream like his, it was more like he was the invading party than being invaded by the outside world. If he was the invading party, then was the world in the dream really just a false dream? Meng's consciousness was hazy, and before he could continue to think, his consciousness was pulled to a place. He fell asleep. Falling. When his consciousness surfaced, he suddenly saw the light in front of him. Meng became a virtual artificial intelligence and was living in the built-in network of a private factory. The surveillance probe became his eyes, the radio became his ears, the indoor air conditioner allowed him to sense the outside world, and the computer host was his temporary brain shell. In the private factory, he was everywhere. The time in the dream world, which was suspended at the moment when he left the dream during the day, now flowed again. At this time, inside the private factory that was built as a high-end special effects shooting site, the urban elite man dressed as a stuntman and with shiny hair was showing a look of fear. Ultron? As a former employee of Stark Industries, Quentin Beck naturally knew what the name Ultron meant. It represented the highest level of technological creation in the world of Earth. It was the ultimate artificial intelligence created by Iron Man Tony Stark to defend the world. After swallowing the artificial intelligence Jarvis, Ultron became the strongest artificial intelligence on Earth. It once tried to destroy the Earth and almost succeeded. But, the artificial intelligence Ultron should have been destroyed by the Avengers in Sokovia many years ago. Quentin Beck quickly calmed down and looked around the empty space. How do you prove that you are Ultron? I am here. Isn't that proof? The cold mechanical voice continued to sound, with a hint of humanized teasing. I'm not that easy to die. Quentin was silent, indeed. The protection level of the network system here was set by his former Stark Engineers accomplice. Even if the SHIELD organization, he didn't think it could break in. Only artificial intelligence can easily break into the network system here without triggering the protection alarm. Besides Ultron, who else can be considered an artificial intelligence with independent thinking and high anthropomorphism? Meng did not continue to speak. Mysterio Quentin Beck is a smart man. Because he is a cunning and smart man, as long as he reveals something, the other party will automatically fill in the blanks in his mind. What do you want to do? Why did you find me? Quentin clenched his fists and asked the computer on the side with gritted teeth. All the computers and focus lights on the scene lit up, and the ruthless voice of the machine sounded from every audio built into the private factory. I want to take revenge on Stark Industries and completely destroy the Avengers. What? Mysterio Quentin Beck was shocked. Revenge on Stark Industries and destroy the Avengers? Quentin Beck's face kept changing. If this paragraph of words were spread outside, it would be enough to cause a sensation around the world. Quentin Beck took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Aren't you afraid that I will go to the members of the Avengers now and tell them that you are not dead yet? The cold voice of the machine came from all directions and continued to tease. You won't do that. At this moment, Quentin Beck felt like he was completely seen through. Go tell the Avengers? He really wouldn't do that. Not to mention, once he gave feedback to the Avengers or Stark Industries, his next plan to market himself as a superhero that everyone is looking forward to would be scrapped. In fact, Quentin Beck wanted to take revenge on Stark Industries deep down in his heart. He always believed that it was Iron Man Tony Stark who robbed him of his contribution and glory for super virtual imaging technology. As for the Avengers, Quentin Beck did want to join as a superhero, but if all the other Avengers died, wouldn't the Avengers belong to him? Therefore, what Meng said just now was exactly what Quentin Beck had in mind deep in his heart. In this case, how could he possibly reveal the news that Ultron was still alive in advance? The cold voice of Ultron continued to reach his ears. Of course, if you dare to leak it, I will kill you in advance. Quentin Beck heard this, but he was relieved. His eyes widened in pretending to be angry, and his face turned livid. You! Okay. Quentin Beck obviously struggled in his heart, then sighed painfully and smiled helplessly. What do you want me to do? What day is it today? Ultron asked for no reason. What day is it? Quentin Beck was stunned and answered subconsciously, Thursday. Aren't you plotting the Stark Industries authority under Peter Parker's name? Ultron said. I need your assistance after you get that authority. Quentin Beck was shocked that the other party even knew his upcoming plan. It seems that the other party is really the artificial intelligence Ultron that was not eliminated at the beginning. However, Quentin Beck's mind changed. Ultron needs Spider-Man's Stark Industries authority. Doesn't this mean that the other party has now lost control of Stark Industries? Thinking of this, Quentin Beck immediately had an idea in his mind. Yes, I can. Quentin Beck showed an embarrassment. But what good will it do me if I do that? Ultron responded quickly. After you help me, Stark Industries will belong to me, and the Avengers will belong to you. Quentin Beck struggled again, and finally gritted his teeth and waved his fist. Deal! Ultron asked, What are you going to do? Quentin Beck chuckled. Since the other party knew the plan, he did not hide the details. He looked very honest and said, I have mastered the projection technology of advanced virtual imaging. With the help of several drones produced by Stark, I can make the projection imaging in the outside world reach a level that is indistinguishable from the real thing. I also know Spider-Man, that is, Peter Parker's high school identity, and I know that their school will travel to Europe during the summer vacation. At that time, I will pretend to be a superhero from another multiverse, Mysterio, to fight against the world-destroying monsters forged by advanced virtual imaging projection, the elements. In this way, I can establish a superhero personality like Iron Man. Add some true feelings and give Spider-Man a setback, and then cheat the Stark Authority from him. When Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, heard this, she knew that Quentin Beck would definitely succeed. After all, isn't this the plot of the Marvel movie Spider-Man Far From Home? Summer vacation is next week. I'll wait for your good news. Meng, disguised as Ultron, threw this sentence and left. Happy cooperation. Quentin Beck smiled sincerely. Until Meng left, the special effects stage of the private factory fell silent again, and the smile on Quentin Beck's face did not disappear. Just now, everything was naturally his disguise. Stark Industries belongs to you and the Avengers belongs to me? Haha, I want them all. Quentin Beck smiled coldly in his heart and thought to himself. He decided to pretend to reach a cooperation with Ultron first and wait until the summer vacation to cheat the authority from Spider-Man, and then clean up Spider-Man who betrayed the Avengers, and the supervillain Ultron who tried to destroy the world in one fell swoop. By then, Mysterio will become the #1 hero, inheriting everything from Stark Industries and the Avengers. Artificial intelligence, Meng left the private factory and returned to Morgan's family cabin. Just now, Mysterio was acting, so was he. The game has been set, just waiting for the summer vacation to come, Meng thought to herself. Then it depends on who is the real actor and who is the final winner. Wake up in the morning. After experiencing what happened yesterday, Meng returned to reality and didn't want to go to school. But thinking that there were only 2 days left, high school life would be completely over after the federal college entrance examination. The original comfortable and peaceful real life may also be gone forever. Meng still changed into a school uniform and went out. Entered the school gate as usual. Meng originally thought that she would scare away a large number of students like yesterday morning. After all, it was normal to be afraid of herself after watching the torture video that circulated 3 years ago. Unexpectedly, this time, Meng had just walked into the school gate and once again became the focus of attention of students inside and outside the school. However, most students did not show the same fear as yesterday, but were full of envy and jealousy, as well as an incomprehensible strange look. Some male students' eyes even turned slightly red, like an angry bull, wanting to butt Meng, but they were quickly stopped by other male students. Can you beat him? Those male students were originally a little indignant, but they immediately wilted after hearing this from their classmates. The video of the killing that circulated yesterday was still vivid in their minds. Who would dare to fight him? Meng raised her eyebrows, wondering if her reputation had changed too frequently and too dramatically, or what had happened again. Meng was about to extend her consciousness to the mobile phone of a nearby student when she saw a dark and strong 1.9-meter tall guy rushing towards her. Panhu. Meng greeted him, but she saw that Panhu's expression was not right this time. He walked like a fierce man, with red eyes and anger. You bastard! Panhu came up to her, raised his fist as big as a sandbag, and swung it at Meng's face, but stopped midway and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome! Awesome, my boss, how did you get Meng Difa? Tell me now! Panhu was so excited that he looked like he had won a 10 million lottery. His face was flushed and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. If Meng didn't tell him, he would commit suicide on the spot. How did you know? Meng was stunned. Panhu's eyes were as big as cowbells. Not only do I know, but the whole school. No, everyone in the world knows. He took out his cell phone, flipped through it quickly, and opened campus breakfast news. Look. Meng looked at it, and her eyes twitched slightly. What dream-century little Princess Tifa announced her love relationship? What, the man is a high school student with violent tendencies? What, the secret of early love between a top student girl and a poor student otaku? Is this a novel? Meng exhaled lightly. It seemed that he had been so immersed in sleep and exploring dreams recently that he had lost touch with current events in the real world. He even failed to know some things that happened to him in time. This also reminded Yi Meng. After all, he was taken to the containment and isolation by the supernatural department yesterday, without knowing that the video from 3 years ago had been leaked. I am afraid that every time I wake up in the future, I will have to know what happened in the real world as soon as possible. Yi Meng's thoughts flowed. Pan Hu looked straight at Yi Meng. What do you think? What else can I think? Yi Meng spread her hands and said frankly, well, Tifa is indeed my girlfriend. It was 3 years ago. After that incident, I met her privately. It's true? Pan Hu was so excited that he trembled all over. That's Meng Tifa, the darling of our school, the spokesperson of Meng Shiji. In the end, you took her down? This is even on the hot search of the district station in the eastern jurisdiction. Well, although it caused the stock of Meng Shiji to fall directly at the opening this morning. Pan Hu said here, and looked at Yi Meng with a little embarrassment. Of course, this can't be blamed on you, boss. It can only be said that Meng Tifa is too popular on the internet, and as the image representative of Meng Shiji to the outside world. Pan Hu's words stopped abruptly, looking at the direction behind Yi Meng. Yi Meng looked back and saw the black-haired girl in a school uniform skirt walking into the school gate. This time, the other party did not pretend not to know her and walked by as before, but walked straight towards the two of them, under the gaze of the students on campus. I remember, your name is Pan Hu. Tifa walked up to him lightly, her bright black hair dancing elegantly, her youthful and graceful figure swaying charmingly, and she smiled and said hello. I often heard Yi Meng mention you. Hello! Pan Hu scratched his head nervously. It was the first time he saw this arrogant and lonely girl, who was born in heaven, showing such a gentle and approachable side. Of course, he also knew that this sweet and brilliant smile was for the people around him. Boss, I'm leaving first, let's talk later. Such a big guy was at a loss and hesitated for a while, then quickly threw out a sentence, and ran towards the teaching building without waiting for Yi Meng's response. He's a good person. The girl smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, and looked at Yi Meng with a smile on her face. Let's go. Yi Meng didn't say much, and raised her right elbow outward. Tifa's face flushed slightly, but she didn't hesitate and held Yi Meng's arm. The two walked into the campus side by side. In fact, in terms of appearance, Yi Meng was not inferior to Tifa at all, and they were very well matched when walking together. The high school campus was silent for a while, as if you could hear the sound of many students' heartbreak. The teachers in the school pretended not to see it. Although the corresponding laws in the eastern jurisdiction are relatively conservative and prohibit high school students from dating, the college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. After the federal college entrance examination, many students' youth will end here, and their lives will change to different paths. So who has the heart to break this most beautiful curtain call of youth? In a corner of the campus, a tall and handsome male student had an extremely ugly face. The whole school knew that he had pursued Tifa for 3 years, but as early as 3 years ago, the other party was taken down by a civilian student who never took her seriously. For him, this is the biggest setback and humiliation he has suffered since he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In particular, recalling the words that Chen Hong, the driver of Meng Tifa, conveyed when he returned the secretly taken photos. Wang Xuan was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. After a day of reviewing at school in the evening, Yi Meng took Tifa's car directly back to her home. Chen Hong, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, had a stern face the whole time and coughed. Miss, because of your willful announcement this morning, the stock of Dream Century not only fell to the limit, but also put us in a difficult situation in the competition with Dynasty Technology. Meng Tifa frowned slightly and said in a dissatisfied tone, Why did you suddenly say this? Chen Hong sighed secretly, raised her eyes and looked at the silver-haired boy sitting next to Tifa in the rearview mirror. It must be said that the other party's appearance is indeed very good, but what's the use of being just a vase? Unfortunately, the young lady couldn't help liking him. Chen Hong and the car parked outside the house and waited, while Yi Meng and Tifa entered the single-family house. Aunt Chen is actually a very good person, but... Tifa said in a low voice. Actually, I can understand her, really? Yi Meng shrugged nonchalantly. 3 years ago, even I didn't think I was worthy of standing next to you and holding you in my arms. Tifa smiled at him. What about now? Yi Meng looked at Tifa in embarrassment. You won't let me spit out what I have already eaten, right? You want to be beaten. Tifa blushed and punched Yi Meng. You practiced secretly, right? Yi Meng covered her chest and took a breath of cold air. Tifa's punch was indeed more powerful than expected. Tifa hurriedly stretched out her hand to rub it, curiously asked, Why don't you ask me why you suddenly made it public? You must have your reasons for doing things. And I think that high school is about to end, and there is really no need to hide it anymore. Yi Meng replied calmly. After knowing the truth behind this world, he felt that his state of mind had changed a lot. In the past, he would be more in line with the general rules of society, but now he only has the desire to pursue extraordinary power. Money, reputation, class, fallacy. In a supernatural world that is invaded by the heavens all the time, they are all empty. Only when the supernatural power is strong enough can one ensure the safety of himself and those around him, and the rules can no longer constrain him. Meng Tifa stared at the confident silver-haired boy, as if she saw another similar figure faintly, which made her heart feel nostalgic and shaken, so that the corners of her mouth could not help but raise a beautiful arc. Meng continued, I have developed a new technology, which should be able to greatly optimize and improve the ordinary projection technology launched by your Dream Century enterprise. Okay, Tifa nodded. Meng looked at her in surprise. I thought you would be more surprised by this. I am not lying. I have really developed an advanced virtual imaging technology that should help your company get out of the so-called competitive dilemma. Tifa smiled with her eyes curved like a crescent moon, stepped forward and opened her slender arms to hug Meng tightly, as if she was not surprised at all that he could develop a new projection technology. I'm already surprised enough. She smiled, her fair and soft face buried in Meng's body, and a glimmer of crystal light flashed in the depths of her light red eyes. That night, in Marvel Dreamland, in a small room in the wooden house owned by the Stark family. Morgan, congratulations. You have learned all the knowledge in high school. With your current level of knowledge, you can enter university for further studies if you consolidate it. Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, expressed her praise and affirmation through computer audio for the first time. Morgan, the person being taught, really deserved the praise. At the age of 6, he had already learned all the knowledge of high school. He was a well-deserved genius. But this time, the little girl sitting on the chair did not respond, but looked sideways at the sunny summer forest outside the wooden house window. Teacher Yiba, summer vacation is here. Morgan pouted and whispered. Yes, summer vacation starts tomorrow. Meng, the artificial intelligence, echoed. This is also the day when he reached a cooperation with Mysterio. It means that as a household artificial intelligence, the time for him to betray and leave the Stark family is coming. Marvel Universe. In downtown New York, a private factory with a sign prohibiting pedestrians from entering the outer wall. On the special effects stage, Quentin Beck, wearing a special effects uniform and advanced virtual VR goggles, stood in the center of the stage. His hair and beard were specially trimmed and groomed to be sexy and decent. At first glance, his face looked a bit like Tony Stark. This was naturally a special design he had made for his plan. Are you all ready? Quentin Beck asked in a deep voice, like a leader giving orders. At this time, there were also other accomplices sitting on computers in groups of 3 or 4, typing away at the keyboard with their 5 fingers on both hands. The network has been deployed with Italy and Europe and can maintain a long-term stable delay of no more than 0.01 sets. A private plane has been arranged with 5 drones on board and 3 spare ones, which are enough to achieve the desired effect. There is no problem on my side. The elemental monster special effects created before have been loaded on the drone virtual projection, and the naked eye can't tell the real from the fake. Very good. Quentin Beck nodded with satisfaction, and still said in a deep voice, Remember, you are the most important here. You have practiced so many times. Don't make any mistakes for me. Spider-Man is very sharp, and any mistake may be noticed by the other party. We are calculating the Avengers and Stark Industries. Once the matter is exposed, the rest of your and my life will be ruined. At this point, Quentin Beck's face showed coldness and ruthlessness, and his eyes swept across his accomplices on the field fiercely. Got it. There won't be any problem. The middle-aged man with a beard who was controlling the special effects control computer nodded quickly. As a former Stark engineer, he naturally knew that his life would be completely ruined if the matter was exposed. However, if they succeeded, they would obtain a part of Stark Industries' rights. This rich result was enough to bet everything and use any means to obtain it. But at this moment, the man with a beard's face changed, and the speed of typing on the keyboard increased. He looked at the computer screen in disbelief. Wait, why is the system suddenly out of control? It seems to have been invaded. What did you say? The 2 accomplices next to him also turned pale when they heard it. Quiet. Quentin Beck was calm enough and suddenly asked respectfully to the air, Are you here? Besides them, who else? The other 3 accomplices were stunned. What day is it today? A cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the special effects audio. Friday. Quentin Beck smiled as if he had received a secret code. Everything is going as planned. Peter Parker has taken a flight to Europe for a summer vacation today. I will also take a private plane tonight. If nothing goes wrong, we will complete our plan in Italy tomorrow. Achieve that result. Very good, I will always keep an eye on you. Meng left the built-in network after leaving this sentence. Welcome to your supervision. Quentin Beck smiled sincerely. We are the best partners, aren't we? The next moment after Meng left, the system has been fully restored. The other accomplices looked at the computer screen in doubt. Baker, who just invaded our system? The bearded man asked in surprise. Don't worry about this. Just act according to the plan. Quentin Beck responded calmly without revealing the existence of Ultron. Tomorrow, he will become the highly anticipated superhero Mysterio, and like the previous Iron Man, he will lead the Avengers into a new era. Quentin Beck sneered in his heart. You have been watching me secretly, right? After obtaining that authority, I will destroy you first, Ultron. That night, Quentin Beck took his special effects performance props and flew to Italy with his inner conspiracy. Happy Hogan cheered in the luxury car he was driving because he had an appointment with Aunt May. Peter Parker lay in a double room in an apartment somewhere in Italy, tossing and turning in front of the remains of Iron Man in his arms. Pepper Potts worked alone in the top-floor office at the headquarters of Stark Industries until late at night, looking tiredly at the city that never sleeps under the starry sky outside. That night, one of the Stark family's businesses, in a lakeside wooden house with the lights turned off. 6-year-old Morgan had fallen asleep in bed, breathing lightly and evenly, but his sleeping posture was not very good-looking. His little feet kicked away the thin quilt covering him. A cleaning machine in the corner of the room suddenly started up, and a mechanical arm quietly stretched out to cover the quilt back. The next day, in the afternoon when the sky was full of rosy clouds, the black luxury car drove through the forest aisle and stopped in front of the lakeside cabin. A middle-aged fat man in a suit with a big belly opened the car door and got out and rang the doorbell. "Who?" A childish question came from the house. "Morgan, it's me, Uncle Hogan." Happy Hogan was obviously in a good mood and smiled and shouted, "I brought a gift to visit you." "Oh, a gift?" The little girl tiptoed with difficulty, quickly opened the door, and took away Happy's gift. "Your mother is not at home again, right?" Happy Hogan looked at the deserted interior of the cabin and the state of the little girl, and found that she did not feel lost about it. Poor child, she has become accustomed to being alone. Happy Hogan felt a little ashamed, so he postponed his date with May and decided to stay here for a while at night to accompany Morgan, who was alone at home. After the two finished dinner, they sat on the sofa on the first floor and watched TV. When he learned that Morgan had already learned high school knowledge, Happy Hogan was stunned. "It's only been a few months, and you've already reached the level where you can go to college?" "Yes, this is all thanks to Yiba." Morgan stopped talking halfway. "By the way," Happy Hogan looked at the little Lolita and asked in confusion, "I remember that Miss Potts once mentioned that you also have an artificial intelligence. What is it called?" Morgan pursed his lips and did not answer. Coincidentally, a news report was broadcast on TV at this time, diverting Happy Hogan's attention. "This is Venice, Italy. At noon and night today, huge monsters called the Elementals appeared here. Fortunately, 2 heroes took action to prevent the disaster from happening. They are Night Monkey Man and Mysterio." The news report also released the live video footage. You can see a fire giant monster that is larger than a floor wreaking havoc in the city, and a black, tights figure swinging with spider silk and a helmeted man wearing a cape and armor attack the monster. Happy Hogan was dumbfounded and almost drooled. Night Monkey? Die it again, and he will know it's Spider-Man. On the other side, in a late-night bar in Venice, Italy, a curly-haired boy in his early 16s and a mature man in armor are sitting at the bar and talking enthusiastically. "Mr. Quentin Beck, you are amazing." Peter Parker, still wearing a black tights uniform, said with emotion, "It's so easy to defeat such a powerful monster as the Elementals." "It's nothing." Mysterio Quentin Beck has taken off his helmet and said in a low and serious tone, "I just don't want this world to suffer the same cruel experience as our world, even if it costs my own life." Peter Parker looked at the deep and righteous Mysterio and suddenly became dazed. "What's wrong, Peter?" Quentin Beck smiled at himself as if he was sexy. "Mr. Baker, you look a lot like someone in my world," Peter Parker said, taking out a pair of smart glasses from his body, the owner of this pair of glasses. Quentin Beck narrowed his eyes, stared at the smart glasses, and asked in surprise, knowing the answer. "What is this?" "Edith can control the security system of this world, but I don't think I can have it," Peter Parker said ashamedly, looking at the smart glasses in his hand, and suddenly remembered something and said, "Give it to the next Tony Stark, I believe you." "What did you say?" Quentin Beck looked at him curiously. "This is what Mr. Stark said when he handed the glasses to me." Peter Parker said this, looked at the smart glasses, and then looked at Mysterio, and suddenly a ray of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. "Yes, it must be like this. He knows every mistake I made before and knows that I am definitely not ready for this now. Then why did he give you this pair of glasses?" Quentin Beck showed a puzzled look appropriately. "Because maybe he didn't entrust Edith to me, but entrusted me to choose someone who should have it." Peter Parker was very excited, as if he suddenly found a good reason to put down the heavy stone on his body. "This is much more reasonable. He always knew that I would make the right choice. The world needs the next Iron Man, and it won't be me. I'm just a 16-year-old child. There must be an adult like you, as good as Tony Stark, to shoulder this authority and responsibility." "Enough." Mysterio Quentin Beck was ecstatic in his heart, but he continued to pretend to be unhappy on the surface, and said, "Peter, you have to believe in yourself. I am doing the right thing now." Spider-Man Peter Parker took a deep breath and said, "I want to transfer this pair of glasses, Edith's authority, to you. This is the best for the world. You are a soldier, a leader, and a real superhero who stopped the elements. Are you really going to do this?" Mysterio Quentin Beck suppressed his excitement and still had a solemn expression on the surface. "It's about to succeed," Quentin Beck said secretly. "Yes." Peter Parker nodded firmly and turned on the smart glasses directly, saying, "Edith, I want to transfer the authority to Quentin Beck." Quentin Beck held his breath, clenched his fists hidden under the table, and suddenly asked subconsciously, "What day is today?" Peter Parker did not hesitate and replied casually, "Saturday." The smart glasses immediately made a confirmation sound. "Are you sure you want to transfer the authority?" "Wait." Quentin Beck suddenly realized something and shouted, "Peter, don't confirm it yet." Peter Parker had been fooled into making up his mind, fearing that he would be rejected by Mysterio, and hurriedly added, "Okay, ding ding." A pleasant voice rang faintly in the bar late at night. The system has confirmed that the authority will be transferred to Quentin Baker, Saturday. On the other side, the lakeside cabin, one of the Stark family's industries. "Happy, come here. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Pepper Potts, who had just got off work, pushed the door and walked into the living room, only to see Happy Hogan holding his phone, standing in front of the TV with a serious face, and little Morgan sitting on the sofa with his lips pursed. "What happened?" Pepper Potts asked curiously. Happy Hogan's eyelids kept twitching, and he asked nervously, "Pepper, may I ask, what is the name of the artificial intelligence that hosts Morgan?" Pepper Potts replied as a matter of course, "It's called Saturday." The system has confirmed that the authority has been transferred to Quentin Beck and Saturday. The feedback sound from the built-in intelligence system of the glasses made the bar fall into silence in the middle of the night. Mysterious man Quentin Beck couldn't hide his out-of-control emotions and shouted in disbelief. "Saturday? Who is Saturday?" "Saturday?" Peter Parker murmured to himself. "I remember that Mr. Tony Stark's second-generation artificial intelligence is called Friday." "What did you say?" Quentin Beck put his hands directly on Peter Parker's shoulders, his pupils trembling like an earthquake. As a smart man, he instantly connected many things in a row. But why did he ask that question involuntarily? Quentin Beck's eyes were dull for a while. "What day is it today? What day is it today? What day is it today?" This cold and mechanical sentence suddenly echoed in Quentin Beck's mind. Since last week, when he first reached a cooperation with Ultron had thrown out this question for no reason. At first, Quentin Beck still felt strange, but later, after a week of repeating the questioning process every day, Quentin Beck got used to it and used it as a code with the artificial intelligence Ultron. So, just now, when he was about to receive the artificial intelligence Edith from Spider-Man Peter Parker, he was overly excited and nervous. He couldn't help but think of Ultron and remembered this question that Ultron asked the most, which was so familiar that he used it as a code. He asked it naturally the moment he opened his mouth. What day is it today? Yes, today is indeed Saturday, which is also the day Quentin Beck and Ultron decided last week. But what if Saturday is also a name of existence? Since Iron Man's second-generation artificial intelligence is called Friday, it is normal to have an artificial intelligence called Saturday, right? Quentin Beck felt a chill running up his spine. From the first meeting, the other party had already begun to implant hints in him and secretly manipulated the overall situation. For the arrival of this moment tonight, Quentin Beck suddenly trembled all over, snatched the glasses from Peter Parker's hand, and shouted hurriedly without any calmness, "Edith, I want to control Stark's global security network." "No permission. Your permission was removed 10 seconds ago." "How could this happen?" Mysterio Quentin Beck's eyes suddenly turned red, and then he turned his angry eyes to Peter Parker. "What's wrong, Mr. Quentin Beck? What happened?" Peter Parker didn't understand why Mysterio suddenly became a completely different person, and his previous personality was completely changed. The duck in hand flew away. Mysterio Quentin Beck was already mad and couldn't help it anymore. "Don't pretend. You already knew it. It was the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries who was playing with me, right? Spider-Man, I want you to die." Mysterio's mature and square face became distorted and hideous because of anger. On the other side, New York, a lakeside cabin. Saturday. Happy Hogan's round face turned pale, and he suddenly showed a difficult smile. "So, Morgan's artificial intelligence is called Saturday. Happy, is there any problem with this?" Pepper Potts also noticed something wrong from Happy Hogan's expression. Happy Hogan glanced at Pepper and Morgan and smiled bitterly. "Last week, my brain was confused for a while, and I may have made a small mistake." "Small mistake?" Pepper Potts was about to continue asking. But at this time, outside the wooden house, there was a strange sound, and the sound came from the closed garage next to the wooden house. "Listen to me." Happy Hogan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he spit out in a faster tone. "Last week, I transferred my share of Stark Industries to Saturday." "What did you say?" Pepper Potts was stunned. In the empty garage and studio, lights as bright as day suddenly lit up in rows, from the periphery of the garage where several luxury cars were parked, all the way to the private studio of Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Deep inside the garage, 2 glass exhibition stands more than 2 meters high were sealed here like the most advanced technological works, and inside them were 2 nanosuits, one large and one small, one male and one female, one gold and red and one silver and blue. Under the light, the nanometal suits flowed slightly with the perfect arc of assembly line design and manufacturing. Various scattered and delicate parts were seamlessly connected from head to toe. The craftsmanship was definitely not comparable to the so-called top luxury cars of major manufacturers outside the garage. Since the death of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, for more than half a year, these iron suits, which had been upgraded with energy and technology from generation to generation and fought against various villains, were only displayed here as relics. Until today. A stinging white light suddenly shone in the metal eye sockets of the golden red nanosuit, and the long-dusted ultimate technological weapon of the Earth suddenly moved. Bang! The glass-textured suit display booth burst open from the inside out. A steel suit walked out as if under human control. It was a little shaky at first, but after only 5 seconds it began to move its body parts smoothly. It's still more comfortable to have a human body. A wisp of virtual static consciousness emerged from the steel suit. This was naturally Yi Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence. Easily taking control of this nanometal suit, Yi Meng looked at herself through the perspective of the garage camera she controlled. The metal mask was gold-plated, and the body surface was mostly red coating. On the chest is a hexagonal new element energy core, which is used as the center to supply energy to the whole body. The body presents a human-shaped and muscle-shaped craft arc. As soon as Yi Meng moved in, she knew that this armor was the last masterpiece of Iron Man Tony Stark, and it was also the same model of armor that he fought against Thanos in the final battle. Built-in technologies include nano repair, nano deformation, tactical laser, laser turret, engine burst, stable suspension, cooling jet, tracking navigation, target locking, signal enhancement, virtual projection, oxygen supply, shock and fire prevention, underwater operation, etc. If I go out like this, I'm afraid people will mistake it for Iron Man's resurrection and return, right? Yi Meng looked at the nanometal armor that was partially occupied by his thoughts, and couldn't help but have such a thought. In fact, Yi Meng didn't care about other people's opinions. There was only one person in this Marvel dream world that he cared about, and he really didn't want to destroy the great image of the girl's deceased father in her mind. When Yi Meng thought of this, the artificial intelligence's thoughts moved, and an auxiliary robot next to him immediately moved. This auxiliary robot has a built-in paint spraying function. 10 seconds later, when Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan hurried to the garage door with a roar, the garage dome suddenly broke open, and a dark nanometal armor rose into the sky at a high speed. The hands, palms, and back engines were all started, and the dark nanometal armor was like a black lightning, disappearing in the night sky above the forest in an instant. "Friday, stop it!" Pepper Potts shouted. The second-generation artificial intelligence Friday quickly replied, "Miss Potts, Saturday now has no less authority than me and cannot be stopped remotely." Pepper Potts said without hesitation, "Then stop it at close range. No matter what, we must keep it. We can't let it get out of control." "Yes, Miss Potts." Artificial Intelligence Friday took the order. About 3 seconds. A female nano armor painted in blue and silver was activated and flew out of the garage. The chest and engine lit up with a piercing white light, chasing in the direction where the dark nano metal armor had left. Downtown New York. It was late at night, and the city was even more bustling than during the day, with neon lights everywhere and a bustling and fashionable city street. Whoosh! At this time, a human-shaped black lightning and a blue lightning, dragging piercing white-tail flames, swept across the city hundreds of meters in the sky one after another, on the main road from the suburbs to the city. Happy Hogan drove the Mercedes-Benz at full power with skill, while Pepper Potts and Little Morgan sat next to each other in the back seat of the car. Happy looked at the moving track that Friday had fed back on the in-car screen and couldn't help saying, "That's the direction of downtown New York. What does it want to do there?" Hearing this, Pepper Potts seemed to remember something, with a look of surprise in her eyes. "Stark Industries headquarters." She said more and more affirmatively, "Yes, its target must be Stark Industries headquarters." Since the Ultron incident, Tony has implanted termination logic programs in all the artificial intelligences he created. The underground terminal at the Stark Industries headquarters stores the termination logic program that created it. Only I have the authority to enter and use the terminal system. The program cannot be modified by simply hacking into the network, unless... Pepper Potts' words stopped abruptly. "Unless the terminal there is physically destroyed directly, right?" Happy Hogan smiled bitterly, knowing that this time it was really tricky. Now it's not like the past. Even Tony has left. If the second generation of Ultron really appears, who can stop it? Pepper Potts hugged Morgan tightly and continued to issue remote commands. "Friday, stop it at all costs." "Yes, Miss Potts." Friday, the artificial intelligence that controlled the female nano-armor, replied in a pleasant and cold female voice. New York City, the center of every inch of land. A commercial building with a striking A-style logo and a super-large open-air rooftop is located here. It is one of the iconic landmarks of New York City. It has witnessed the rise and fall of the Avengers. It has suffered the baptism of war in the Battle of New York and the Age of Ultron. It has undergone several renovations in 15 years. Now, the Stark Industrial Headquarters building is in the rest period, and the office staff are not there, so that only the ground floor of the entire building is lit. But there are still many tourists who come here to take pictures, and citizens who commemorate Iron Man. The sky suddenly brightened. More than a dozen piercing white and burning laser energy beams cut through the night. A dark armored figure with a faint metallic luster fell diagonally, passing through the light net formed by the piercing white laser beams, and finally landed on the open-air rooftop of the Stark Industries headquarters building. Step! The moment Yi Meng entered and drove the dark nano-armor, it half-crouched and slid back for a while, and the dark metal right arm was raised, and the nano-metal immediately extended and transformed into a solid shield. The nano-shield blocked several laser energy attacks. "You are the only one who can fire, right?" Yi Meng took advantage of the gap in the opponent's attack and put the nano-shield back. He raised his metal palm upwards, and the engine gun muzzle immediately burst into strong light. The new element energy slot core on the chest of the armor suddenly lit up, directing the surging new element energy to the hand engine. The night of New York was cut open again, but this time it was from bottom to top, bursting towards the moon. Chi-chi! One of the lasers hit the chasing blue-silver armor, causing it to fly out, and then quickly stabilized in the air, and continued to accelerate and fly over without hesitation. At the same time, Meng could also sense that another artificial intelligence was trying to invade and disinfect its own program through network signals. Because it has no emotions, it will only obey orders. This also made artificial intelligence Friday have no fear and mistakes, and it was able to exert its own computing power to the extreme regardless of everything, and disinfect Meng as a virus program. ZZ. In the virtual world that is invisible to the naked eye, a thunder formed by blue static electricity fell violently, and was quickly blocked by the hurricane formed by the red static electricity below. Meng knew very well that if she wanted to completely leave the Stark family, she could not bypass the artificial intelligence Friday anyway. Come on, it's time to end it. Meng was so cold at this time that she seemed to have no emotions, like a real artificial intelligence, manipulating the dark nano armor to meet the blue-silver nano armor. At this moment, not only are two high-level nano armors of the same model fighting in reality, Friday and Meng, both second-generation artificial intelligences, are also fighting with computing power in the virtual world. They have used their authority, signals, technology, armor, and everything they control. It is clearly a fight to the death between the cutting-edge creations of the science and technology world, but it is far more cruel and ruthless than the animal world. Fight to the death. When Happy Hogan's black luxury car arrived not far from the Stark building, he could see that the open-air rooftop on the top floor of the building was almost blasted into ruins by lasers. The slightly larger dark nano armor and the slightly smaller blue-silver nano armor had evolved into a close combat, and the power and signals in the New York street area were affected and disrupted. There was a constant fall of rubble and glass, and a large number of citizens screamed and evacuated. Pepper, what should we do now? Happy Hogan, who got out of the car, looked anxiously at the Stark mother and daughter in the car. Pepper Potts held Morgan in his arms and spoke calmly. Friday stopped it. I'll lend you my authority. Go to the underground terminal of the industrial headquarters and start Saturday's termination program. Okay, I'll go right away. Happy Hogan responded, and ran to the first-floor door of the Stark Industrial Building with his head held high, braving the falling glass shards. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Pepper Potts hugged Morgan and patted her back gently to comfort her. Pepper thought her daughter Morgan was frightened by the betrayal of artificial intelligence. But she didn't see that Morgan in her arms was staring blankly at the direction of the roof outside the window, with a worried look on her face. Although they were fighting on the roof, they could clearly feel the movement in the basement of the building, and the lights were shaking constantly, which also showed the intensity of the battle above. It's almost there. As long as the termination program of the artificial intelligence is triggered at the terminal, everything will be over. Happy Hogan gritted his teeth and insisted, panting, almost consuming the last bit of his physical strength to reach the deep underground portal. Quickly verifying the permissions manually, Happy Hogan just stepped into the terminal storage room, and the next moment he was stunned at the door. How is it possible? The mobile phone signal was blocked in this area. Happy Hogan returned the same way. His clothes were almost wet with sweat, and he sat slumped in the car as if he had lost half his life. Happy, why didn't you trigger the termination command of the artificial intelligence? Pepper Potts could clearly hear that the fight on the roof had not stopped. Happy Hogan panted heavily and smiled bitterly. The headquarters terminal has been destroyed long ago. It was done by a drone. How is this possible? Pepper Potts was shocked. Then why did it come to Stark Industries headquarters? This can only mean that its target was not the headquarters terminal from the beginning. Happy Hogan said, and suddenly his eyes widened. Pepper Potts also realized something and blurted out, "Oh no!" Bang! At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened as if it had suddenly switched to daytime, and the energy was surging. The highly damaged dark and silver blue metal nano armors stood on the crumbling open-air rooftop, one on the right and one on the left. The suspended nano components were unfolded on the backs of the two, and they were quickly assembled into a laser turret. The next moment, the scorching white laser cannons burst out and bombarded each other, and the burst of light dispersed the darkness in pieces, making the entire New York City almost visible. Yes, my target has always been you. Friday! Meng stopped pretending. The dark nano armor's eyes overflowed with red electronic light. While the laser cannon maintained its output, under the enhanced blessing of the satellite's signal, a red static electricity burst forward like a virtual lightning. The artificial intelligence Friday AI's thinking reaction was extremely fast. It built a defensive wall, concentrated its computing power on defense, and the code seemed to turn into a blue virtual shield. But at this moment, the red static electricity faintly intertwined to form a virtual shape of a sword, with a sharp tip. The next moment, the sword broke through the shield and went straight into the core of the artificial intelligence program, defeating the system. ZZ. Losing intelligent control, The light in the eyes and chest of the silver-blue armor suddenly went out, and the turret was automatically dismantled. Under the bombardment of the laser cannon, the lady's nano armor flew backwards and fell to the New York street below the headquarters building. Sorry, destroying you has nothing to do with you. The dark nano armor controlled by the artificial intelligence Meng said to himself. He has no hatred for Friday, and the other party is just a tool. The problem is that even if Meng destroyed the original binding program of Stark headquarters, Friday, as an artificial intelligence, can continue to scan and track himself before he completely transfers and hides his own program data. Therefore, Meng has been trying to lure out the artificial intelligence Friday from the beginning. Only by killing Friday and becoming the only most advanced artificial intelligence in the world can it be considered truly unrestrained. Just like Ultron, who killed the first generation of artificial intelligence Jarvis. Artificial intelligence Meng also came to this day and killed all the second-generation artificial intelligences, and the location was also at the Stark Industrial Headquarters. In the dark, fate seems to have intersected together. Will I, who has completely turned into a villain in Marvel Dreamland, also face the same fate as Ultron? Meng, the incarnation of artificial intelligence, thought, but her heart was extremely calm and pure. In order to be free, Meng did not regret this decision. No matter what, goodbye, Stark family. The scarred dark nano armor was suspended above the night sky of New York, with the lonely and quiet moon behind it. The metal eye sockets shone with red light, looking down at a black car parked on the street below. Boom! The damaged blue and silver nano armor with a broken arm, full of cracks and scorch marks, fell from the sky to the ground, landing on the road not far from the black luxury car. The light all over its body went out along with the energy tank core in its chest, and it lost its signs of activity. Friday, Friday! Pepper Potts opened the car door and got out, shouting excitedly, but no matter how she called, there was no voice reply. The winner was decided. Be careful! Happy Hogan also rushed out of the car, protecting Pepper Potts in a standard bodyguard posture, but because of his fat and bloated image, he looked a little funny no matter how he looked at him. But Pepper Potts couldn't laugh at all. She looked up at the sky and covered her mouth tightly with her palms. It can be seen. On the open-air rooftop of the Stark building, which had become a ruin, a dark metal existence similar to Iron Man was hanging there. It was alone with its back to the quiet silver-white full moon in the night sky behind it, and its eyes were looking down at this side with cold and ruthless electronic red light. It was like a cold god made of metal, and like an emotionless technological demon. After Edith and Friday were hunted by the other party, it also became the only second-generation artificial intelligence. If it wanted. At this moment, it can directly control the entire Stark industry, including satellites, supercomputers, drone equipment, etc., and even the global security network system established by Stark Industry. It can be said that the other party is no weaker than the original Ultron, and even more powerful than the original artificial intelligence Ultron. Facing each other, Happy and Pepper felt like they were falling into an ice storage. They could not stop the fear and subconsciously took a step back. Don't get out of the car, Morgan, Pepper said with a trembling voice. But she also knew that if the other party really wanted to retaliate against the Stark family, hiding in the car would be no different from being exposed on the street. Facing Pepper's words, Morgan, who was always obedient and well-behaved and only 6 years old, climbed down from the backseat lightly and laboriously. She stood behind Happy and Pepper and looked up at the existence that everyone feared in the night sky. Suddenly, the girl smiled slightly with the corners of her mouth raised and waved her slender right hand towards the lonely and cold existence in the night sky. At this moment, the scarred dark nano-armor existence seemed to nod gently, then turned around and exploded the engine, turning into a dark stream of light and leaving in the direction of the silver full moon in the night sky. Seeing this, Happy and Pepper both breathed a sigh of relief. Only the girl's eyes flickered, and she whispered to herself in a voice that only she could hear, unable to hide her sadness. Goodbye, Bah. You are free. Late at night. Venice, Italy. Several drones crashed on a severely damaged stone bridge, and there were traces of fierce fighting and laser bombardment at the scene. Mysterious man Quentin Beck was half lying on a stone pier with a drone with a bayonet at the front stuck in the middle of his chest. Blood kept flowing out of his chest, staining the stone pier and the bridge surface red. No! Spider-Man, wearing a black tights, rushed forward and tried to reach out to help cover the fatal penetrating wound on his chest, but was quickly slapped away by Quentin Beck's hand. Don't be hypocritical, Quentin Beck said weakly, and blood also flowed out of the corner of his mouth. I didn't mean it. Peter Parker was at a loss and almost cried in a hurry. The other party wanted to kill him, and he was forced to fight. He really didn't expect it. Originally, Mysterio used drones with advanced virtual imaging to suppress Spider-Man with real and fake virtual special effects. When Mysterio finally attacked Spider-Man from behind with a drone, Spider-Man avoided it at the critical moment with Peter's shock, Spider Sense, and Mysterio was in front of him. Then this result was caused. Don't act. You can act better than me, Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Quentin Beck laughed. His face became paler, and the light in his eyes dimmed. At this moment he suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he was in the end. But it was. The Bluetooth earbuds first made a rustling sound, and then uttered a mechanical and cold voice. "Today, what day is it? What day is it?" Quentin Beck spat out a mouthful of blood, and then kept coughing, shouting with unwillingness in his eyes. "How dare you bet that I will definitely ask that question at that critical moment? Even if you are hinted, you may not be able to achieve that effect. It's more like a gamble. It's just that he lost the bet, lost everything, even his life. You think it's luck, but it's actually science." The artificial intelligence Meng responded calmly. Since he approached the mysterious man Quentin Beck and proposed the name Ultron, he has been planning for tonight. Various hints and hypnosis. Meng has calculated and deduced tens of millions of times, and there is a 50% probability that the mysterious man will say what he wants him to say at the critical moment. Even if Quentin Beck hadn't asked that question, Meng would have interrupted the transfer of authority between the two at the critical moment, and then directly invaded the artificial intelligence of the glasses, but it would have taken a certain risk. So the mystery man thought that Meng was gambling with him, but in fact, Meng was not only a gambler, but also a dealer behind the scenes. From the beginning, Meng would not lose. Even if he lost, he would not lose to the mystery man. The two were not on the same level. What you think is just what you think. You thought you were on the 5th floor, but I was actually in the atmosphere. Mr. Quentin Beck. Mr. Quentin Beck. Spider-Man Peter Parker knelt on one knee on the stone bridge, looking at the man with his eyes wide open, but he had already taken his last breath. Mysterio, dead. Artificial intelligence. Meng did not stay in the Stark Industries intranet, but after copying a copy of Stark Industries' technical information, he immediately transferred his core system program. The temporary hiding base was the shield branch that was considered before, so as to infiltrate and radiate to other power networks. Even the dark nanometal armor, Meng temporarily disconnected, shrunk into a pair of glasses, and hid in other places. The artificial intelligence incarnation Meng has never considered directly controlling Stark Industries through authority, or even directly controlling the entire Marvel Earth. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't do it. Meng is not as stupid as Ultron, who thinks that he can control or destroy the Earth by controlling the global security network and the Mark Iron armor. As the only highest-level artificial intelligence, it is difficult to be killed in scientific theory. The problem is that the Marvel Universe itself is very unscientific. For example, a gentleman wizard who gave up studying medicine, the layout of the Eternals on Earth, and the spying of the old Egyptian gods in secret. Meng knew that not long after Iron Man died, Marvel Earth was only peaceful for a while, and then the concept and field of diversity were introduced. Various causal abilities and high-dimensional existences emerged one after another. That was the real gods and demons walking everywhere, and the extraordinary were worse than dogs. Artificial intelligence Meng sighed secretly. He didn't want to jump out now, he just wanted to gain a firm foothold in Marvel Earth and consolidate himself. Artificial intelligence and scientific evolution still have infinite possibilities. In addition, artificial intelligence Meng felt a little surprised and confirmed his own status in detail. The remaining programs and data of Edith and Friday actually made up for and stabilized my basic code. This is not a bad thing. After all, Edith and Friday themselves have no independent thinking, and the termination logic terminal has also been destroyed. Meng could clearly sense that the AI avatar program in her virtual network was becoming more and more stable, and had its own evolution. A huge amount of Iron Man's combat experience and data were pouring in, and the core was already more complex than the AI Friday. As for logic, it was already pure independent human thinking, not restricted by any external instructions or systems. Meng had a strong premonition that when she digested the harvest tonight, as an AI, she would completely transform into something that Stark Industries and Iron Man could not design and create during their lifetime, a truly unique super AI that surpassed Ultron. This night in the Marvel Universe dream was destined to change the fate of many people, and would also be the beginning of an era. The next day, in the morning, the Stark Industries building in New York was temporarily closed for use, and the site was blocked by a protective isolation belt. The degree of collapse of the top of the building showed how fierce the battle was last night. Two tall men wearing t-shirts and jackets, respectively, were standing side by side on the periphery of the isolation belt, looking up at the crumbling open-air top of the building. One of them was a tall black man with an almost bald head, and the other was a white man with a mechanical metal left arm. What do you think? The two of them looked at each other and suddenly spoke in unison, with a tacit understanding. "You are Captain America. You go first." Bucky, the Winter Soldier, shrugged casually. The second super artificial intelligence with independent thinking. Sam, the former superhero Falcon and now the second-generation Captain America, exhaled lightly and said in a deep voice, "Although I participated in the previous Ultron Chronicle incident, the key to solving Ultron was Vision and Tony. That incident also led to the subsequent Sokovia Accords. Artificial intelligence and the like, I don't understand it at all." Bucky, the Winter Soldier, had an expression of, "I am a poor student, and I am right." At this time, there was a sudden noise from the street behind the two. It seems that we still need to find professionals to deal with it. Sam, the second-generation Captain America, and Bucky, the Winter Soldier, looked at each other and turned around at the same time. they saw a bespectacled man with a physique of nearly 2 meters tall and green skin, holding a bag of supersized hamburgers and walking towards this side. Along the way, many New York citizens took photos with him. "Hey, Sam, Bucky!" Hulk Banner smiled, showing his white teeth, and waved his thick arms from a distance. Outside Marvel Earth, a huge sword-shaped alien warship was suspended in outer space in stealth mode. In the deepest laboratory of SWRD, many manipulators were constantly welding a white mechanical body on a laboratory table. Several responsible persons were discussing secretly outside the laboratory. The experiment to create the Vision robot failed again. After all, we will never be able to replicate the lost Mind Stone. There is a person whose ability may replace the effect of the Mind Stone. Are you talking about the Scarlet Witch? She is missing now, right? We must find her. In addition, there is a piece of news on the surface that you should be very interested in. Someone waved his hand gently, and the virtual projection immediately played a news report about the betrayal and escape of Stark Industries' artificial intelligence last night. Real world. Early morning. The silver-haired boy woke up from his dream. When he opened his eyes and stood up, part of his consciousness spread around like virtual red static electricity, electronic alarm clocks, mobile phones, notebooks, desk lamps, air conditioners, etc. It was easier than before, and it was like a self-innate instinct to maintain multiple electronic products nearby. He obtained a large amount of information from various external factors from electronic products, and his thoughts flowed in an orderly manner, and in the next second, he digested all of them into intelligence. Meng was slightly stunned. "I thought I had only slept for one night, but I didn't expect it was already the morning of the third day. This time, I slept for more than a day. Of course, this time, no matter the situation of the artificial intelligence incarnation in the dream, or the feedback of the artificial intelligence characteristics obtained in reality, it was far more than the extraordinary abilities obtained in the dream before." While feeling some changes in his own abilities, Meng quickly got out of bed to wash and change clothes. He slept for a whole day. Today is the Federal College entrance examination. Swish! A sharp and abrupt brake sound suddenly sounded outside the house, and the pad car horn sounded impatiently. Chen Hong, Tifa's exclusive driver and agent, got out of the car with a speechless look on her face. When the car rushed to the school gate, ignoring the ticket all the way, it was already close to the time for the Federal College entrance examination to begin. Meng and Meng Tifa almost stepped on the time, punched the clock, and entered the school gate guarded by armed agents. Pan Hu, who had been waiting at the door of the teaching building for a long time, almost jumped up when he saw the two of them appear. He excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Meng's arm. "Boss, I was so anxious. I thought you were not going to take the college entrance examination." Meng smiled indifferently. In fact, after knowing the truth of the real world, he really didn't want to take the federal college entrance examination. However, another person changed his mind. Meng looked at Tifa next to him. The girl also looked at him with a smile, clenched her fist, and cheered. "Come on, let others see your excellence." "Okay, you two, there is really no time." Pan Hu smiled bitterly and was caught off guard by a mouthful of dog food. "Let's go, this is our last day as high school students." Meng waved her hand. She was not panicked at all, even though she had been sleeping for the past week. Wang Xuan, who was sitting in the examination room, watched the three people walking through the corridor. He smiled coldly and then became serious. After the federal college entrance examination, the gap between different classes will become more obvious. He always stands at a high position of capital that those people can hardly touch. "Meng Tifa, after today, you will regret choosing him," Wang Xuan said in his heart. "Ring." After the bell rang, the teaching building, which is one of the examination rooms for the federal college entrance examination, was silent. A group of armed agents stood outside to prohibit anyone from approaching and intruding. The federal college entrance examination is only one day. After today, the fate of many students will change decisively. On the same day, Tian City Supernatural Department, an agent suddenly shouted in horror, "Inspector, the federal satellite is sending feedback and detecting an invasion in this city." "What?" The middle-aged inspector's face changed. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for satellites to detect an invasion in the first time, unless the size of the invading creature is beyond imagination. He suppressed his fear and asked, "Where did the satellite detect the intrusion?" "In the high school of this city, to be more precise, 100 meters above the school." Meng entered the college entrance examination room assigned to her. Coincidentally, Meng Tifa was also in the same examination room, and their seats were less than 5 meters apart. Tifa winked at him, raised her admission ticket, and stepped into the classroom first. "Isn't this a coincidence?" Meng was happy, and also handed in her admission ticket to pass the identity verification at the door of the classroom, and sat down with other students who had been waiting for the exam to start. There were 30 candidates in each classroom, and the seats were about 2 meters apart. Not only were there armed agents stationed outside the school, but there were also armed agents patrolling in the corridors. Each classroom was equipped with 3 invigilators, and the corners of the classroom were monitored in real time without blind spots. In addition, all exams were now uniformly replaced with computer online exams, which almost completely eliminated the cheating of candidates in the college entrance examination. This also shows how much the Star Dragon Federation attaches importance to the college entrance examination. But in Yi Meng's opinion, this is like her home court. Of course, there is no need for Yi Meng to cheat now. Time, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Ring. After the second campus bell rang, the screen on the candidate's desk popped up the test page at the same time, and there was a 360-minute countdown. Yi Meng, who had taken more than a dozen mock exams, was not surprised by this. The federal college entrance examination is only one day, and it is a comprehensive test of all subjects. All questions must be answered within 6 hours, including 8 subjects: language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, history, philosophy, and art. Answering 8 questions at once in 6 hours is also a great test for the candidate's mental and psychological, as well as physical fitness. Especially Yi Meng, who was used to taking exams in his previous life, suffered a lot for this. But now he is no longer afraid. What a joke if he had to pounce on the so-called college entrance examination. Yi Meng would be embarrassed to dream of an artificial intelligence incarnation again. In less than 3 hours. Yi Meng finished answering all the college entrance examination questions, and this was because he deliberately slowed down the speed of answering questions. Otherwise, it would be too much like a human-computer question answering. At this time, the other candidates in the examination room were still burying their heads in front of the display screen, thinking hard. Yi Meng was surprised that Tifa, who was sitting not far away, had already left the mouse on the table. Could that guy have finished it too? Yi Meng's mind moved. An array of red static electricity that was invisible to the naked eye burst out from his eyebrows and sank into the computer host 5 meters away. Just a simple confirmation. Yi Meng's eyes twitched slightly. Originally, she thought that if Tifa made a mistake or didn't know how to do it, she could help. Unexpectedly, the other party had already finished it, and basically all the answers were perfect standards, and she had already clicked submit. This is a real academic master. Yi Meng shook her head. It was only through the characteristics of artificial intelligence that she achieved this. Otherwise, even if he was reborn once, he would not be able to do this. Yi Meng sighed secretly and clicked submit. After half of the exam time, you can submit your answers. However, the federal college entrance examination has a clear rule that even if you submit your answers in advance, you cannot leave the examination room. You must wait for 6 hours to leave together. It was the last time of high school, and Yi Meng was still willing to wait. After the college entrance examination, even he had not made a complete plan for what path to take. At this time, the exam time was halfway through, and it was noon. The bright and beautiful golden sunlight of summer sprinkled on the corridors and windows, and the school was quiet inside and outside. And just at the moment when the supernatural department detected the intrusion, suddenly, the sunlight in the high school teaching building area disappeared, as if it was blocked by a thick cumulus cloud. Not to mention the candidates who were still racking their brains to answer the questions. Even the supervisors and armed agents inside and outside did not take this change to heart, except for Yi Meng and Tifa, who had already submitted the test questions. Especially Yi Meng, a little red static electricity was disordered in the brain, spreading and flowing around the range of 10 meters, and keenly noticed something wrong. A subtle sense of oppression came from above the head. Yi Meng immediately stood up from the chair. In the examination room, a supervisor frowned and reminded, "This examinee, do not move during the exam. Please sit back in your seat." Before the supervisor finished speaking, the computer screens in the examination room seemed to be disturbed, and all the screens showed the words "no signal." The examinees who were still answering were dumbfounded. What was going on? Not only the college entrance examination room where Yi Meng was, but also the entire teaching building examination room. The network signal and communication were directly interrupted. At this time, at the school gate, a large shadow shrouded, an armed agent felt something vaguely, looked up at the sky in surprise, and the next moment his eyes were dull and his mouth opened wide. His eyes reflected a round dark gray metal giant, blocking all the sunlight in the school area at the moment, and falling rapidly downwards. "Quick, run!" The armed agent shouted in fear, but it was too late. "Get down!" In a classroom in the teaching building that served as an examination room, Yi Meng reacted very quickly and left her seat, pounced on the black-haired girl not far away, and pressed her down under the table. The next moment, bang! The metal giant that fell from the sky fell to the ground close to the teaching building, causing the city ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers to tremble. The shock wave formed by the air wave raised a sky of gravel and dust. The school building next to the giant was the first to be hit. Many exterior walls and glass immediately collapsed and exploded inward. The students' screams were all suppressed by the loud noise, and their ears lost ringing. After 5 seconds, the sound subsided. "Yi Meng, are you okay?" In a dark classroom filled with dust, Tifa hurriedly got up from the ground and supported the boy who was pressing on her. Because Yi Meng and the table blocked her, she was not injured by the shockwave. Other candidates were not so lucky. The tinnitus disappeared, and the screams and wails gradually became clearer, everywhere. "I'm fine." Yi Meng took a breath of dust and coughed. It turned out that the hardened hair that seemed useless could also be put to use one day. Yi Meng thought for no reason. Just now, he could feel a piece of broken window glass hitting the back of his head under the impact. If it wasn't for the hardened hair to block it, the consequences would be disastrous. Meng stood up again with the help of Tifa. He quickly raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. At this time, as one of the venues for the federal college entrance examination, it had become a ruin and a purgatory on Earth. In the dim light, just the shocking shockwaves from the left and right sides of the classroom just now caused countless deaths or injuries. There was no intact table or computer in the examination room. Most of the candidates were lying in the ruins, groaning in pain. The dusty air was mixed with a considerable smell of blood. Tifa stepped forward to help a crying female candidate move the table that was pressing on her body. Meng quickly confirmed what had happened. First, the network and signal were significantly interfered with, and the examination room was temporarily cut off from the outside world. Fortunately, Meng could sense that his artificial intelligence characteristics could ignore this interference and could confirm the situation with the undamaged camera images in the corridor. Meng was quickly stunned. He looked at the left and right sides of the examination room classroom, close to the corridor and one side of the outer wall of the teaching building, and the huge object that almost tightly wrapped the entire teaching building. If he was not mistaken, this is an alien spaceship. An O-shaped, huge, and strangely shaped alien spaceship, and the teaching building is in the hollow center of the O-shaped spaceship, which is also the main reason why the building was not crushed. What shocked Meng's heart was, this strangely shaped huge spaceship that fell into the real world gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. Dust rushed up to hundreds of meters in the air. The alien spaceship that fell from the sky almost destroyed the area where the high school was located. Only the teaching building was still well preserved, and the outer wall and the inner ring shell of the alien spaceship were tightly integrated. The building was like being half enclosed, with only a little light entering through the cracks, and the air inside was filled with turbid dust. Meng secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, this alien spaceship was not a solid disk, otherwise they would have been crushed into a pancake along with the teaching building. Where on earth had I seen such a strange-looking alien spaceship? Which movie or TV show in my previous life? Meng's mind quickly recalled, quickly flipping through the scenes of one movie or TV show after another. He couldn't see the entire spaceship in the building, which made it difficult to confirm the source of the invading creature. Before he could find the source, a scream suddenly rang out in the corridor outside the examination room. Such a delayed scream was definitely not caused by the impact of the previous spaceship falling, but more like witnessing something extremely terrifying. Meng quickly approached the classroom door. He did not rush out of the corridor immediately, but maintained a camera outside the corridor, close to the source of the scream, through the electrostatic signal of the brain, within a range of 10 meters. The light was dim, the air was turbid, and the visibility was very low. It could be barely seen through the camera. Outside the corridor of the next classroom, a female candidate collapsed on the ground, her eyes full of fear. Monster! In the corridor of the building in front of her, there was a pool of blood and dragging blood, which sank into the broken inner ring gap of the spacecraft. Monster? The monster on the spacecraft? Meng's heart tightened and she had an ominous premonition. She quickly checked the stored information of the surveillance camera. Yes, although Meng's brain static signal can only be released 10 meters, it can already read and modify the built-in data and program system of the electronic products maintained by her consciousness. It is equivalent to a small artificial intelligence, but it has a range limit of 10 meters. After all, there is an essential difference between Meng and the artificial intelligence avatar in the dream. The artificial intelligence avatar in the dream can replace the terminal at any time and switch the host device it hosts. In reality, Meng's consciousness terminal is limited to her own body brain. Now, Meng estimates that she should have mastered 1% of the characteristics and abilities of ordinary artificial intelligence. Call up the surveillance video of the corridor camera and present it in the brain. Meng's heart sank. 10 seconds ago, the female candidate and another male candidate were escaping from the next classroom. But in the next moment, the male candidate's head was pierced by a hideous molar that popped out from the hole in the inner ring of the spacecraft, and scarlet blood splashed. Then the male candidate's still twitching body was dragged in by a claw. Seeing this, the female candidate screamed and collapsed to the ground. In the camera screen, it can be seen that from the darkness of the damaged hole in the spacecraft, a nearly 2-meter-tall deformed monster with a tail quickly passed by. The monster had a long back head, which was like metal with a gray-silver luster. Steam came out of its bloody molars, and it had hideous and terrifying limbs. It was extremely fast, like a top predator, dragging an adult body and quickly escaping into the darkness. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Meng got goosebumps all over his body. This alien creature was the shadow of his childhood in his previous life. It had a cold and terrifying name. Alien. Meng, what's wrong? Tifa came up to Meng and leaned against her body. Due to the dim light outside the corridor, she could only vaguely see someone slumped on the ground, but could not see the blood on the ground. We must leave here as soon as possible, Meng said in a deep voice, and the origin and information of this invading creature quickly emerged in her mind. There are 6 movies that describe aliens. They are Alien 1-4 and Prometheus and Contract as prequels. Among them, in the movie Prometheus, the origin of the alien creatures is explained in detail. Aliens can be said to be creatures that were mistakenly created to destroy the human race. In the movie, they are called perfect organisms, top predators, and killing creatures that can continue to learn and evolve. Meng looked at the spaceship surrounding the teaching building again. The smooth outer shell of the spaceship resembled an exoskeleton shape. Isn't it the alien spaceship that first discovered the existence of the alien creatures in the movie? Leave now? Don't we stay in the classroom and wait for rescue from the outside world? Tifa asked curiously. The invigilators who are still alive have begun to call on the candidates to stay quietly in the classrooms where they are and wait patiently for rescue from the outside world. No. Meng shook her head decisively. Now, the alien spaceship and the teaching building are almost integrated, and the aliens who go out to hunt have already known that there is plenty of food and a hotbed for raising offspring here. And narrow areas like buildings are also the best hunting terrain for aliens. Soon, this place will become a large slaughterhouse. And, in addition to creatures like aliens, there is another thing on this alien spaceship that is far more terrifying than aliens. Do you have a mask? Meng asked. Tifa quickly fumbled out 2 or 3 masks from her small bag. Put them on. In addition, from now on, don't touch any water sources here, especially drinking. Meng took one and put it on. Tifa also put it on. Meng looked back at the dozens of students groaning and curled up in the examination room and suddenly said, "We are going to leave here. Who wants to go with us?" This classmate, the invigilator who was maintaining order, said in a deep voice, "The situation outside is very chaotic and dark. It is best not to go out. It is best to stay where you are and wait for rescue." Hearing this, some candidates who wanted to go out to find a way out squatted back again. Meng didn't say much. It was indeed very dangerous outside. Staying in the classroom might be safe and sound until rescue arrived. But Meng always liked to take fate into his own hands. It is always better to rely on himself than on others. "Let's go." Meng picked up a metal table, leg as a handy weapon, and walked out of the classroom with Tifa. A female candidate hesitated and followed him out. Not long after, Meng and Tifa left. In the dim room, the dust gradually dissipated, and the mood of many candidates began to calm down. The invigilator guarding the door breathed a sigh of relief and reopened the door that Meng had deliberately closed before to get some fresh air. But at this moment, he heard a strange sound in the corridor outside the door. Rustle. It seemed to be crawling, and there was more than one. The rescue came so quickly? The invigilator turned around in surprise. The next moment, his face was tightly covered by a strange creature that looked like an octopus, with its claws and tail clinging to it. He fell backwards to the ground with difficulty breathing and kept twitching and struggling. "Ah!" Screams and killings continued to unfold quietly in the dark room. The alien spacecraft formed a wall outside the dim corridor of the building. "What's your name?" Meng Difa looked at the girl of the same age who came out with her and recognized that she was the one she had just saved by moving the table. The female candidate said weakly, "My name is Bai Xiaolu. Just call me Xiaolu. You weren't hurt just now?" "Nothing, just a bruise on my arm." Xiaolu showed her slender arm, which was bruised, and then asked worriedly, "Now, the whole building is blocked. How can we leave here?" "I don't know, but just follow him," Tifa said proudly in a low voice, following the boy closely, always having a confidence in Meng that exceeded her own. In fact, the light in the corridor was very dim, but Meng, who led the way, was very stable, as if she was not affected. "Let's find Panhu first, and then find an exit to leave here." Meng suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Later, no matter what happens, don't leave my side." Tifa and Xiaolu both nodded. The examination floor they were on was the 5th floor, and Panhu was in a classroom on the 3rd floor near the stairs, so they were going to go downstairs. Meng clenched the metal chair leg in her hand, and through static electricity awareness, she maintained the cameras in the corridor and classroom and detected the area 10 meters away in advance. The 3 of them passed the corridor on the 5th floor safely and approached the staircase. Suddenly, Meng's face darkened, and he squatted with Tifa and Bai Xiaolu and hid on the stairs on the 6th floor. "Shh!" He put his finger in front of his lips. Tifa and Xiaolu understood and shut up, holding their breath. Rustle. A slight crawling sound came from the stairs below. Unfortunately, the crawling existence kept moving slowly upwards. Then the 3 of them saw it soon. A shadow of nearly 2 meters kept approaching. It quietly climbed up the corridor on the 5th floor, sticking out a smooth and slender big head. It looked like it had no eyes, and its ferocious molars kept dripping clean water, followed by a protruding torso with an exoskeleton. That was a predator that was far more terrifying than a lion or a tiger. Bai Xiaolu covered her mouth tightly, trembling with fear, for fear that she would scream. Fortunately, the alien monster seemed not to notice the 3 people and was about to turn around and continue to crawl to the 4th floor stairs. A bone tail made of fine steel rotated and raised, and at the moment when this alien turned around, Meng suddenly jumped up and attacked, and the metal chair stick with a slightly pointed end directly pierced the alien's head. The alien immediately let out a miserable scream, and the head burst into yellow blood. The yellow blood spilled on the ground, corroding the ground directly. He actually took the initiative to attack? Bai Xiaolu was stunned, and he didn't expect this at all. Tifa didn't expect Yi Meng to attack, but she was stunned for a moment, and immediately stood up and kicked the alien's exoskeleton waist, kicking the alien 1 meter away. This strength is greater than Yi Meng. Sizzle! The blood corroded directly along the iron stick. Yi Meng didn't hesitate, let go of the chair leg iron stick, and continued to rush towards the flying alien. The tall and ferocious body of the alien is not in the same league as the slender and thin body of the boy. The back of the alien hit the outer shell of the spacecraft. Facing the silver-haired boy who rushed forward, the inner molars embedded in the front and lower end of the smooth head suddenly ejected forward at an astonishing speed. Bai Xiaolu screamed in shock, and it seemed that Yi Meng would be shot in the head in the next moment. But at this moment, Yi Meng's body seemed to accelerate, and as if she had predicted it in advance, her head quickly shifted to the left and barely avoided the ejected inner molars. The next moment, Yi Meng, who was close to the alien, formed a palm knife with her right hand and swung it down with all her strength. A bright white edge flashed faintly between her nails and fingers. It was like an extremely sharp sword. Swish! The alien's neck was directly cut in half and yellow blood spurted out. Yi Meng quickly flashed to the side again, and the hand knife continued to move forward to make up another knife. Bone rolling. The neck of the underage alien was completely cut open, and the slender head rolled to the ground. The yellow blood was like a strong acid, completely corroding the floor where it was. Hoo-hoo. All this was done. Yi Meng panted heavily, sweat had soaked his school uniform, and his temples were slightly hot. This was his first actual battle with the invading creature of reality, and he didn't think it was so easy to win. If he was not familiar with the hunting skills of creatures like aliens, he knew that although the other party had no eyes, it would sense the prey in a similar way to heat sensing, and take the first step before the other party turned around to attack. If it weren't for the characteristics of artificial intelligence, he could judge the other party's actions frame by frame through monitoring, and through the brain's rapid thinking and analysis, the body would dodge in advance, and he would be like a robot without any mistakes. If it weren't for Tifa's perfect kick, he would always maintain the offensive advantage of suppression, and he encountered an alien that had not yet fully grown up. If it weren't for the sword incarnation characteristics that he had possessed a long time ago, Yi Meng felt that there might be another result. He is still too weak, especially in terms of physical fitness. Yi Meng sighed. He had achieved a perfect and extreme operation under the high-speed thinking of artificial intelligence characteristics to win the thrilling victory. Is the alien strong? It is naturally strong in single combat. It is difficult for 10 adults without weapons to kill this creature. But if there is a submachine gun, an elite soldier can directly smash this creature after overcoming fear and understanding the situation. This also shows the advantages and disadvantages of this creature. It moves quickly and is good at assassination, but its defense is fragile and it is still within the range that can be suppressed by hot weapons. Yi Meng was still reviewing the previous battle and absorbing combat experience, while Bai Xiaolu was completely dumbfounded. Killed a 2-meter-tall monster alone? What kind of man is this? Bai Xiaolu suddenly understood why a girl like Meng Difa would fall in love with the other party. If the competitor was not too strong, she would have wanted to intervene. The corridor on the 3rd floor. Pan Hu sat on the ground in fear and despair. About 5 meters ahead, an armed agent slowly knelt down on the ground. His back of the head was pierced by the molars, and the loaded rifle in his hand also fell to the ground. A 2-meter-tall adult alien stood behind him. Looking at the rifle about 3 meters away from him, Pan Hu's eyes flashed with hope, but before he could pick it up, the blood-stained adult alien had already turned its molars towards him. Pan Hu's whole body was cold, and his body was stiff and unable to make any movements. But at this moment, a water cup suddenly hit the back of the adult alien's head. Pan Hu was stunned, and looked behind the adult alien with wide eyes. In the dim light, a young man in white clothes could be seen faintly. "Boss!" Pan Hu's eyes were filled with tears. "Run away quickly." "Don't talk nonsense. Remember the alternating hands we talked about before?" Yi Meng walked out of the darkness directly. At this time, the adult alien attracted his attention and rushed towards Yi Meng with a fierce wind, fangs and claws. "Of course, remember!" Pan Hu gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. In the narrow corridor, facing the adult alien that was accelerating and sprinting towards her, Yi Meng took a deep breath and actually took a step forward to rush forward. To others, this might be no different from committing suicide. At the moment of the encounter, Yi Meng even slid in front of the adult alien. Please do not imitate. At least, Yi Meng's slid was calculated through repeated exercises of high-speed thinking in her brain, and the on-site judgment was made through frame-by-frame observation by the camera in the corridor. So changing someone else would be an act of committing suicide. Yi Meng happened to pass through the gap between the adult alien's walking limbs, and rolled to avoid the slap of the bone tail, and exchanged with Pan Hu, who also came forward to pick up the gun. The adult alien wanted to turn around and chase. "Come again!" Pan Hu's eyes were red, and he pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the rifle burst into fireworks in the dark. The steel bullet hit the adult alien, and immediately the skin and flesh were torn apart, and yellow blood kept splashing out. The adult alien screamed, turned around and rushed into a hole in the inner ring of the spaceship, disappearing into the darkness. Pan-Hu showed no signs of stopping, as if he was venting his fear and frustration, and continued to shoot at the hole. Meng patted the big guy on the shoulder. Okay, save your bullets, we still have to find an exit. Pan-Hu stopped shooting and asked hurriedly to take credit. Boss, I'm awesome! Yeah! Meng didn't know how to evaluate. At this time, Tifa and Xiaolu, who were hiding on the side, walked out from the corner. Pan-Hu was immediately embarrassed, thinking that he must have been seen when he was slumped on the ground just now. After finding Pan-Hu, Meng and his group went down to the first floor of the teaching building smoothly. Many students were also trapped below by the spaceship carrying the alien and could not get out. It's all blocked, what should I do? Pan-Hu's eyes widened. The O-shaped flying giant almost surrounded the teaching building and isolated it from the outside world. In addition, many unidentified alien monsters came out of it, and the large examination room had become a large hunting ground. Follow me. Meng didn't say much, and took Tifa and the other two to the storage room on the first floor of the teaching building. The door of the storage room was closed. When the door was opened, Pan-Hu was so scared that he almost shot. There was a man lying unconscious in the storage room. His face was tightly covered by a tentacle creature half the size of his face, and his neck was also wrapped several times by the tail. What is this? Tifa and Xiaolu both felt disgusted instinctively. This is a facehugger. Meng's face did not change, and she walked forward and casually explained. This facehugger is born by an alien queen similar to a queen bee. It looks for a biological host like a human to hug its face, implants an alien fetus in the host's mouth, and uses the human host's body as a breeding ground to cultivate a young alien. Tifa and the other two hurriedly covered their mouths, fearing that the facehugger would hug their faces. But the next scene was even more terrifying. But Meng suddenly reached out and grabbed the facehugger wrapped around the man's face. Meng? Boss? Classmate? Tifa, Pan-Hu, and Xiaolu were all surprised. However, Meng easily caught the facehugger. The claws and tail of the facehugger drooped naturally, and it had lost the characteristics of life. After the facehugger successfully finds a host to implant the alien fetus, it will gradually die, just like a bee that has lost its stinger. Meng cut the body of the facehugger with a sharp finger, and smashed the facehugger on a wall of the storage room. The highly acidic blood immediately corroded the wall at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a gap for people to pass through. From this gap, you can see the scenery outside the teaching building. Tifa and the other two were stunned. Let's go! You can go out, Meng said softly. After confirming that this spaceship was from an alien spaceship, Meng knew that this spaceship was not O-shaped, but U-shaped. Therefore, one side of the teaching building was not blocked. The bright sunlight outside poured into the storage room through the hole without hindrance, dispelling the darkness. It swept away the haze and shadows in Pan-Hu and Bai Xiaolu's hearts. We can get out and leave this damn place! Pan-Hu was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Bai Xiaolu laughed until tears were about to flow out. Only Tifa seemed to realize something, pursed her lips tightly, and looked at Meng. The sufficient light also made the originally dark storage room bright inside. Pan-Hu suddenly screamed, Boss, this person is Wang Xuan! Meng looked down. It's true, the one who was entangled by the facehugger just now was Wang Xuan, who had been pursuing Tifa before. Because there was no facehugger covering his mouth and nose, the unconscious Wang Xuan made a breathing sound. However, Tifa, Pan-Hu, and Bai Xiaolu all subconsciously looked at his gently rising and falling chest and shuddered involuntarily when they thought of the deformed monster hatching inside. Give me the gun! You get out! Meng glanced at the spacious and bright scenery outside, turned around and said, Explain the situation inside to the people outside, and let them conduct a unified X-ray scan on those who go out to confirm whether there are alien larvae in their bodies. I know. Pan-Hu nodded and suddenly realized something, staring at Meng with wide eyes. Boss, aren't you going out with us? Bai Xiaolu was also stunned, recalling what Meng said just now. It was you go out, instead of let's go out together. Meng responded calmly, Before I go out, I have to go somewhere. Boss, how can this be? You know how many monsters are inside? Pan-Hu suddenly became anxious and said to Meng Difa, Sister-in-law, please persuade him quickly. Meng Difa was silent and suddenly asked softly, Is it not possible not to go? Not that it's impossible. Meng smiled lightly and looked at Tifa. But I want to go. Tifa nodded and said calmly, Then go. Be safe. Come out early. I'll wait for you. No matter how she concealed it. When he said wait for you, his voice was still a little trembling. Okay. Meng nodded and looked at Tifa deeply. I will come back. When the time comes, I will definitely find you. After saying that, Meng turned around and walked into the teaching building that had turned into a dark purgatory again. Pan-Hu and Bai Xiaolu looked at Meng blankly, not knowing what he was going to do. But they knew that it would take enough courage to dare to return to the area shrouded in death. Meng, carrying a rifle and going against the crowd, returned to the corridor on the third floor of the teaching building again and came to the blood-stained hole in the inner ring of the spacecraft that seemed to lead to hell. I really want to go out. What am I doing? Meng smiled helplessly and finally gritted her teeth, turned over and entered the cabin of the alien spacecraft. The corridors and walls inside the spacecraft are mainly black, and the shape is similar to the exoskeleton of some creature. The interior is humid and hot, the air is flowing, and it is filled with the smell of blood. Meng's palm gently stroked the wall of the cabin, and her consciousness glowed like static electricity. Soon, Meng's eyes lit up slightly. Sure enough, even if it was an alien spaceship, he could still operate the built-in electronic equipment. However, the range was also 10 meters. Meng exhaled a breath of foul air and walked towards the depths while using his consciousness to explore the way. Meng recalled the details in the movie while moving forward. On this alien spaceship, there was something that was thousands of times more terrifying than the deformed creatures such as the alien and the facehugger. It was called black water. This thing was a biological weapon created by the creator-like alien race in the movie about the origin of the alien to destroy mankind. It will mutate when in contact with air and can be spread through water sources. The alien is nothing more than black water, an erroneous creature accidentally cultivated after infecting humans and aliens. In Meng's view, this thing, like the T-virus in the biochemical crisis, is a creation that should never appear in this world. Once it appears, it must be destroyed immediately. Meng did not distrust the supernatural department, but only he knew how dangerous this thing was. Once there is a slight thought of research, it will be the time for mankind to destroy itself. Therefore, Meng must end this possibility before the supernatural department or other agents start to get started. This is not for mankind, but for Meng herself. Once the black water spreads in the outside world, the real world will soon fall, until there is no pure land on this planet. Even if the end of the world finally comes in the future, this world will eventually fall and be ruled and occupied by various invading creatures. Meng also hopes that at least she can buy some time to breathe and develop. Not now. It's still inevitable. Meng suddenly sighed and heard a rustling sound coming from the front of the cabin. He held a rifle in one hand and formed a handknife with the other hand. A ray of silver light flashed in his eyes. Cold like a robot, he began to adapt to the fact battle more and more. Tap. Deep in the cabin of the alien spacecraft, the silver-haired boy kept panting. Because he had used up all the bullets, he had thrown away the gun a long time ago, and the skin on his right palm was corroded red. He was really out of ammunition and food. Meng was so tired that his body was about to collapse, but his steps forward became more and more determined. God knows how he got here. In addition to several facehuggers, he also encountered 2 aliens in a row. Meng felt that it was a miracle that he could get here. Anyway, it was almost time to end it now. Meng gathered up the last bit of his strength and walked into the cockpit of the alien spaceship. As long as he got 10 meters closer, he could control the control panel with his mind, so that the alien spaceship could start flying away from the Earth again. This was also the only plan that Meng had thought of before that could stop the black water leakage by himself. Until he thought so the moment before entering the cockpit. As soon as he entered the door, Meng stepped directly onto the cabin floor covered with biological mucous membranes. Looking around, you can see that many human corpses are piled up here. Most of the corpses have already been broken in the chest, and hundreds of facehugger eggs are growing. A giant alien, more than 10 meters tall, was in the cockpit area, using this place as its nest. A smooth and slender head was moving towards this side, and its inner molars were chattering ferociously. Suddenly, 3 adult aliens jumped out from the lurking shadows. I knew it. Meng looked back and saw 2 adult aliens dragging corpses back outside the door behind him. It's no good. It's really no good now. Not to mention that it's still 30 meters away from the cockpit. Even if there is strength to break through, it will take a certain amount of time to restart the spacecraft. Moreover, Meng didn't have the strength to move now, and he relied on the willpower blessed by the artificial intelligence characteristics to support him here. Meng smiled with relief. He tried his best, and with his own ability, it really stopped here. Now, I really want to lie down and have a good sleep without thinking about other things. Meng was in a trance, looking at the hideous and deformed body of the alien queen in front of him. Some kind of existence I have seen is much more terrifying than you. A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. A ray of enlightenment flashed across Meng's eyes, and she murmured to herself, "So that's how it is. I've always been afraid deep down in my heart. So I came here on purpose, to force myself into this desperate situation, to force myself to make that choice, to face my true self, to face that nightmare 3 years ago." Meng closed her eyes and her body naturally fell backwards, her tired consciousness falling towards an endless place. At the same time, adult aliens, face-huggers, deformed and terrifying alien monsters rushed towards the silver-haired boy from all directions, densely packed to devour his body in an instant. But at this moment, a creepy breath of destruction suddenly emanated from the boy's body. The next moment, the silver-haired boy, who had not yet completely fallen to the ground, suddenly floated up. His eyes and mouth suddenly opened ferociously, and a strong red-gold light overflowed from them. The light instantly pierced through the top of the cockpit. The laser disappeared into the end of the sky outside, and the red energy lightning burst out from the surface of his body again. ZZZ. Just approaching one of the lightning energy, an adult alien was immediately annihilated into ashes. At this moment, the alien queen, who did not know what fear was, felt fear from the genes in her body and turned around to escape. However, when she saw the light of destruction, it was too late. Bang! With the body of the silver-haired boy as the center, a violent red energy burst out and swept out, mixed with a mysterious substance, annihilating everything inside and outside the cockpit. The alien queen, adult aliens, facehuggers, alien snakes, black water, the mechanical driving platform, metal floors, exoskeleton bulkheads, even the air, everything that exists returns to destruction. Kryptonian civilization. The sky is stained with blood, and the earth is swallowed by darkness. Due to the overexploitation of core energy, the night before the collapse of Krypton's core. Ah! The screams and wails of countless Krypton residents could be heard far away at night. An unknown monster that looked like a terrifying entity was rampaging in the city. The skyscrapers on the ground, which symbolized a high level of civilization, were shattered at the touch of a single blow. Even the spaceships that had fled to the sky thousands of meters above were not spared. Boom! Every start, jump, and landing of the unknown monster caused the devastated Earth to let out a crazy wail. It was like a reversed meteorite falling from the bottom to the sky. Another spaceship known as the cutting edge of Krypton was smashed, exploding in the sky with terrifying and stunning flames. Countless debris and fragments splashed everywhere with flames. The core of the planet had not yet completely collapsed, but it had already turned into a purgatory. Stop it! Kill it! A large number of elite armed forces and warships with Kryptonian soldier genes rushed to the scene, but soon they were as desperate as the Kryptonian residents in the city. The demonic unknown monster ignored the baptism of energy shells and laser attacks. No, it was not ignored, but it completely angered the other party. Roar! The soul-shaking roar formed an actual shockwave and impact, and the dust was flying. The next moment, the huge monster rushed out of the fire with a hurricane. It was hard to imagine that the obviously strong and bloated body had a lightning-like speed. The area where the troops were located was plowed into a hundreds-meter-long abyss in an instant. Inside and outside the abyss were the body wreckage and armor fragments of Kryptonian soldiers. It jumped high again and crashed into the high-altitude warships, completely burning the sky, and destruction was everywhere it passed. Even though the surviving Kryptonian soldiers had courage and loyalty in their genes, they still couldn't help but kneel down in fear and despair. Their eyes, blurred by tears and dust, looked up high, and their pupils, which kept trembling and dilating, branded the existence falling towards them. The monster had a giant body 3 meters tall, with strong muscle fibers exposed as if cast by molten iron, and a gray-white hard exoskeleton that almost covered its entire body. From the fists to the spine, hideous white bone spurs protruded, as if the energy just now was converted into physical energy, and the surface of the body continuously released red light that overflowed like electric light. Its eyes and open mouth looking down surged red, and then a red laser full of destruction burst out to destroy everything below. In the center of civilization, the elders of TC City who controlled the power of Krypton were perishing one after another. What on earth was that? A Krypton elder asked in fear, looking at the flames rising from the city in the distance. The old Kryptonian man sitting upright on the seat lowered his eyes. A century ago, a crazy Kryptonian scientist fused Kryptonian genes with other biological experiments and created a forbidden existence that only knew how to kill and fight. That was also one of the biggest mistakes made in the history of Kryptonian civilization. It was also because of it that the Kryptonian civilization later issued a decree strictly prohibiting the fusion of Kryptonian genes with other alien genes. Oh my God, the Kryptonian elder's body couldn't stop shaking. When he realized what it was, he could hardly hide the fear on his face. A century ago, how many Kryptonian residents and soldiers died to catch it? Now it's back again, how can we stop it? We can't stop it. It comes with killing and destruction. The old Kryptonian man's face was full of fatigue, but in the end he smiled with relief. It doesn't matter anyway, doesn't it? No matter how our civilization perishes, today is destined to be the day of Krypton's destruction. Mad, you are all a bunch of crazy. The Krypton elder was trembling all over and wanted to escape, but as the other party said, Krypton will eventually be destroyed today. Being killed by that existence that is opposed to faith, perhaps it is also the fate of their Krypton race at this time. The Krypton elder seemed to have a premonition of something, and his old body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head, his pupils dilated a little bit, reflecting the terrifying figure jumping down from the blood-red sky outside the window. Destruction! Doomsday is coming! On the outskirts of Krypton civilization, there is a building fortress. A Kryptonian couple is hugging each other tightly, and in their arms a newborn baby is sleeping soundly. He is very cute, isn't he? The woman's face was filled with a happy smile, and then turned into a deep sadness. But we can no longer watch him grow up, knowing that Krypton has no future. The man said in a deep voice, "The time left for us is running out. I have found a planet suitable for him to live on. He will thrive there, absorbing the solar radiation there, and become the newborn son of Krypton, the son of hope." The woman was not as optimistic as her husband, and her eyes were full of reluctance and grief. He is also the only alien there. He will become their god and lead them to create a new era. The man said this with an extremely firm attitude. Go and prepare the Kryptonian spaceship. After injecting the Kryptonian life code into his body, I will send him away from here. The woman put away her sadness and began to act. The man put the sleeping baby on a metal crib and took out an ancient object similar to a small skull from his arms. The small skull immediately floated on the crib without gravity, and a subtle energy overflowed and directed into the baby's body under the light of the lamp. Beep! The alarm system sounded urgently. Not good. 5 warships are detected approaching here. The woman operated the virtual screen while her face changed slightly and issued a warning. It should be that the Kryptonian general discovered that I stole the life code. The man quickly walked to the inner wall of the fortress and put on a set of metal armor that popped out automatically. His body fit perfectly with the armor. I'll stop them. After absorbing the Codex of Life, you send him into the spaceship. Wait! The woman suddenly looked at the virtual screen in astonishment, with an incredible expression. The signals of 4 warships disappeared at once, and another warship was speeding away, as if it was fleeing from something. What happened outside? As soon as the woman finished speaking, the fortress building began to tremble, as if a giant was holding a giant hammer and smashing the ground violently. Instantly destroy 4 Kryptonian warships. The man seemed to think of something, and his vicissitudes and resolute face turned pale in an instant, more terrified than facing 5 warships. Quick, send him into the spaceship, it's too late! Before he finished speaking, boom! The outer wall of the fortress building that could resist the energy bombardment of the battleship was directly knocked open, and a devilish giant monster broke into the fortress. The man was trampled into a meat paste with his armor before he could react. It was a giant and hideous bone spur monster. Doomsday! No! The woman let out a heart-wrenching wail. Seeing Doomsday cast his red eyes at the crib, the woman rushed over without hesitation, and the next moment her body was pierced directly by a gray bone spur. A little blood splashed on the metal crib, and the woman slowly fell to the ground. The giant monster did not react at all, with a burning red light of destruction flashing in its eyes, and extended the blood-stained bone spur towards the crib. The bone spur pierced the small skull in the air along the way, and more than half of the subtle energy was immersed in the bone spur. The giant monster continued to extend the red, hideous bone spur downwards, and the sharp bone tip touched the chest of the baby on the bed, and a drop of blood as big as a bean overflowed from the white and the sleeping baby seemed to feel the pain and seemed to sense the death of his parents, and let out a loud cry with a curled mouth. The baby's cry echoed in the messy fortress building. The giant monster called Doomsday by the Kryptonian civilization suddenly stopped moving. Its red pupils filled with destruction and killing continued to dim, and a trace of human struggle appeared on the terrifying and hideous monster's face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Destroy everything. Why would I do this? I'm not a monster. I'm Meng, just a human. The blood-stained bone spurs slowly retracted, and Doomsday held his head with both hands and roared, looking at the bloody wreckage in the fortress. I did all this. No! How could I do these things? By the way, I'm dreaming. This time I turned into that monster again? Ha ha ha! Doomsday's original pure aura of destruction was accompanied by a trace of human madness. The crying of babies and the monster's hideous smile echoed in the fortress filled with blood and smoke. Why don't you wake up? The giant monster slapped himself, and the strong wind stirred up, feeling the pain, but still unable to wake up. At this time, the small spaceship inside the fortress opened the single cabin according to the previous system program and issued a series of intelligent reminder sounds. The spaceship will sail to the destination in 30 seconds. Please register the personnel to enter the cabin as soon as possible. Enter the cabin. Are you calling me? The giant monster walked forward, gestured with his huge and ferocious palm, and found that this single cabin could not accommodate even normal adult humans, let alone its current body. At most, it can only accommodate a child. Doomsday cast his burning eyes at the crying baby. 30 seconds later, the top of the fortress building opened, and a small spaceship sprayed tail flames, leaving the Doomsday, scene of Krypton, and heading for outer space. In the narrow single cabin of the small spaceship, the baby has stopped crying, and his little face is sleepy and falls asleep again. Outside the cabin of the small spaceship, a giant monster with a particularly terrifying appearance is hugging a small spaceship tightly, with gray-white bone spurs deeply embedded in the metal shell of the spaceship. Because it is in outer space, its body surface is covered with a thin layer of white frost. It is also sleeping. The small spaceship left Krypton and sank into the dark and lonely universe, heading towards the civilization called Earth. Dividing line. In order to avoid getting stuck in the plot, 5 chapters have been updated, and the number of words should exceed 13,000. This book is an attempt by the author. I have put a lot of effort into it, and I have tried my best to describe the plot. I hope that the book friends who have followed here will support it. Now, during the recommendation period of Chidion, the results are average. I have worked hard to write so much, and hope that the book friends can at least click on it every day and keep reading. If I can keep writing, the subsequent plot will probably not disappoint you. In addition, I would like to ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets to encourage me. Real world. Before the people of Tianhe City could react to the earthquake caused by the alien spaceship falling, 3 red rays of destructive energy burst out from the Tianhe High School campus. like the tip of a trident breaking through the top of the alien spaceship from the bottom to the top, and continued to penetrate the sky dome of the Earth star unstoppably, until it disappeared into the infinite universe with a mysterious dark background. On this day, Tianhe City. No, within the autonomous prefecture where Tianhe City is located, you can look up and see the 3 red rays of light that seem to destroy the essence and penetrate the sky and the earth. In the area not far from the school high school, you can see a more shocking and terrifying picture. The head of the U-shaped strange alien spaceship, that is, the cabin where the 3 red rays of destruction originated, suddenly erupted a ball of golden red lightning. The ball lightning expanded outward at an astonishing speed, directly bursting the spaceship from the inside, and covering everything swept by pieces of annihilation, including metal and land. Combined with the 3 red rays that shot up from the center of the ball lightning, this scene was 100 times more stunning and beautiful than fireworks, and more powerful and weird than missile bombings, and was directly branded in the hearts of every surviving student and peripheral support personnel. I'm afraid they will never forget what happened in front of them. And it was as if the power of God had reached the other side of reality from fantasy, making people feel terrified, trembling, and wanting to worship. Fortunately, the ball lightning did not last long, and the range just broke through the head of the spacecraft and stopped next to the outer wall of the teaching building, and the ashes in the sky fell like gray snow. At this time, dense protective belts and iron nets had been pulled up outside the school, and many armed forces driving military vehicles rushed to the scene to support and maintain order, as well as a large number of medical staff and virus control personnel wearing white protective clothing. My uncle is with the officers of the autonomous prefecture. I just came out of the scene, and there is an emergency to report. As one of the first survivors to escape from the trapped teaching building, Panhu directly reported the situation to the officers, who rushed to the scene for rescue. He only concealed the information about the characteristics of the aliens and facehuggers inside, and learned about it from Meng. Upon hearing this, the officers on the scene changed their solemn and resolute faces again, and said in a deep voice, "Child, the information you reported is very important. We will definitely attach great importance to it, and deal with it according to the situation on the scene. However, you can't go home now. You must go to the isolation room of the nearest hospital for a comprehensive physical examination, and be isolated for observation for 1 day. I accept the arrangement of the Federation," Panhu responded calmly, and then looked at the teaching building that was almost integrated with the alien spaceship 100 meters away, as well as the ball lightning and red rays that had disappeared. Only the gray sky was still faintly glowing with a burning red afterglow, and the head of the alien spaceship and the campus where it was left an abyss, declaring that everything that had just happened was real. "Boss, you must be safe," Panhu said to himself. Not far away, Bai Xiaolu could not hide her worry, and then looked at the calm and elegant black-haired girl standing on the left with admiration. Even though she had just escaped death, she still had a noble image that could be used as a spokesperson for a famous family at any time. No one noticed that the girl clenched her fist tightly, and the nails that penetrated her palm almost broke out of blood. "Don't break your promise again," Tifa muttered to herself. That night, news reports of a large plane crashing into a campus examination room were broadcast on the Star Dragon Federation's network and television. The news report stated that the incident has completely scrapped a school campus, disrupted and destroyed the online exams of thousands of candidates, and more than 500 people, candidates, invigilators, agents, parents, etc., died in the incident, and there are about 1,000 survivors who need medical treatment and observation. Once this incident was spread to the outside world, it naturally caused an uproar. For the entire Star Dragon Federation, this is an extremely serious accident. Of course, if the citizens of the Federation knew that it was not a large aircraft, but an alien spaceship from another civilization or even another world, and that there was an inhuman alien monster that came with the spaceship, I'm afraid it would not be just a hot discussion and worry. Tianhe City, Supernatural Department. In the highest level isolation room, a naked boy covered with a white quilt was lying unconscious on a mobile bed. His face, which showed a slightly painful expression, was covered with an oxygen mask and was pushed directly into the room by a special person wearing a full set of white protective clothing. The boy's hair was originally silver, but now it was a little white. He looked like he was at the end of his life, and his breath was very weak. The oxygen mask and quilt on him kept emitting hot steam. "Oh my God, his temperature is too high, and it has been maintained above 50 degrees Celsius. An accompanying special person took a look at the thermometer in his hand that was about to explode, and his expression was stunned. "Really? At this temperature, is he still alive? I'm afraid his internal organs have been burned." Another accompanying special medical staff quickly took out a bag of syringes, sucked up a small bottle full of liquid medicine, and was about to inject it into the boy's exposed high-temperature arm. As a result, the moment the slender metal needle touched the skin of the silver-haired boy's arm, the surface of the arm immediately showed a gray-white bone light of the texture of biological shell, causing the slender metal needle that tried to pierce into the body to bend directly. It didn't seem to be pierced into the human body, but more like piercing an object harder than metal. This time, the special medical staff were completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, the middle-aged detective standing outside the one-way visual glass window of the isolation room immediately said, "Let them all go out. There is no need to rescue the inmates anymore." But the young female detective next to him was about to say something. "No buts," the middle-aged detective said in a deep voice. "For the only human who appeared in the area affected by the ball lightning, it is natural for him to die. If he doesn't die, he is not a human being, and any conventional treatment we can give him will not be effective." "Yes, sir." Half a minute later, the highest-level isolation room closed its door again, and all the special rescue personnel left. Only the unconscious teenager lying on the bed was left, and the other person was still steaming. "I know him. His name is Meng, and he was tested for invasion here last week." The young female detective looked at the teenager in the isolation room. Her eyes flickered, and handed a tablet notebook to the middle-aged detective. The middle-aged detective lowered his head, opened the personal invasion file of high school student Meng, and flipped to the end. It can be seen that the invasion level has just been adjusted from G to D. On-site contact requires carrying isolation protective gear, and personnel with general authority cannot contact it. It is determined to be an invasion creation, and the degree of danger is unknown in the last invasion report. In addition to the record of killing an adult mastiff with bare hands alone, a new personal record was added, the only person who survived the ball lightning range at the site of the alien spacecraft crash. The middle-aged detective continued to add an inspection record. The body temperature and surface hardness have non-human performance. The young female detective asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" The alien spacecraft invasion creation also requires a large number of colleagues from the supernatural department to deal with it. I have requested support from other supernatural departments in surrounding cities. You should follow the process and make an appointment with the headquarters to apply for the arrival of the guardian dragon girl. The middle-aged detective stared at the silver-haired boy in the isolation room. He should have been infected and invaded by the things in the alien spacecraft. The invasion level must be determined as soon as possible, so that it will be convenient for us to deal with it later. He thought so, because the Guardian Dragon Girl's arrival test last week confirmed that Meng had no signs of invasion. Therefore, it can only be an acquired invasion caused by the fall of the invading spacecraft creation. At this time, in a dream, Meng's consciousness gradually woke up, and the picture reflected in her consciousness was a vast and infinite universe. A small spaceship was dragging its tail flame and traveling alone, heading towards the civilized destination set as Earth. A 3-meter-tall, gray-white bone-spurred monster was holding the small spaceship and traveling with it. No matter how you looked at it, it was a little funny, but Meng couldn't laugh. Is this Doomsday? Is this me, another incarnation in another dream? What is Doomsday? This creature comes from the DC universe and has different versions of settings, but its origin is directly related to Krypton or Kryptonians. In Meng's previous life, this creature was well known to people because Doomsday had a real record of killing Superman in a head-on battle, and even beating up the supervillain Darkseid and calling him Daddy. It is also called Superman's Judgment Day, and it is the fate of the god on Earth. How strong Superman is depends on how strong he thinks he is. Doomsday is always stronger than Superman. He was born to kill and destroy. He is the end of all things in the universe. His internal genes determine his own irrationality. It has the power to destroy the world and infinite energy, the ability to jump like flying, the infinite physical strength that never feels tired, and the super-fast healing and regeneration ability. It can constantly evolve and restrain the opponent according to the characteristics of the opponent's ability in the battle, and adapt to all environments and all enemies. Because Doomsday had problems at the beginning of its birth and ran away, it was unable to distinguish between enemies and friends. It was a complete and never-ending killing machine. Meng's consciousness recalled the settings and characteristics of the creature Doomsday, and finally understood why she tried her best to forget this memory 3 years ago. Even if she escaped, she didn't want to return to this extremely real nightmare. 3 years ago, Meng entered the dream of this DC universe and became the first Doomsday since the birth of Krypton. Ancient Doomsday. As the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, she first entered the dream of the current DC universe. Meng lost control and killed tens of thousands of Kryptonians on Krypton, and was finally imprisoned inside Krypton, where she has been imprisoned as the incarnation of Doomsday for thousands of years. Meng's nightmare 3 years ago was that he was lost on Krypton as the ancient Doomsday for thousands of years. Therefore, after Meng woke up, his subconscious mind chose to forget the memory of this dream in order to avoid the collapse of his own consciousness. Despite this, his self-temperament and personality in reality were still infiltrated and distorted by the incarnation of Doomsday in his dream. If he had not been redeemed by Tifa later, Meng gradually recovered the past, but it was like opening Pandora's box, and he felt more and more palpitations. I thought that in the dream of the Marvel world, after being blessed by the characteristics of artificial intelligence, I could barely face the dream incarnation here. Unexpectedly, I became the incarnation of Doomsday for the second time, just after entering the dream of the DC universe. The absolute rationality of Meng's artificial intelligence was instantly defeated by the idea of destruction, and he ran out of control. He broke free from the cage that imprisoned himself, rushed out of Krypton, and ravaged and destroyed a Krypton city. He sank countless Kryptonian warships and buildings. He also killed Superman's biological parents with his own hands. Yes, Meng naturally saw that the Kryptonian baby sleeping on the small spaceship was the original future protagonist in this DC Universe dream. Superman, the god of the Earth, Clark. Meng's consciousness was silent. Although Krypton should have been destroyed today, he still killed many lives with his own hands. Of course, Meng would not choose to escape again, whether in the real world or the dream world. If one day I am killed as Doomsday in this dream, it is also my deserved crime and overestimation of my own ability. Meng's mood calmed down and began to confirm his current situation. His ambiguous and clear consciousness is now at the junction of dreams and reality, so he did not incarnate Doomsday again, but he did not wake up and return to reality. Meng's consciousness suddenly turned back. In addition to being able to see his Doomsday incarnation in the current dream, it seemed that he could also faintly see the real body lying unconscious on the hospital bed. The high temperature and hardening of the skin and exoskeleton of the real body are not the characteristics of Doomsday. In the dream, Doomsday, who should not be tired, fell asleep in a humane way after slightly satisfying his desire for destruction. This also truly represents that this ancient Doomsday is actually the incarnation of Meng's self-consciousness. The incarnation of Doomsday is different from the previous Sword incarnation and artificial intelligence incarnation. Meng's consciousness clearly recognized one point. The connection between the incarnation of Doomsday and the real self is much deeper than that of other incarnations in dreams. It is no longer Meng's unilateral invasion of the dream world. Doomsday in the dream is also invading and assimilating the real body at a terrifying speed. Even if Meng wakes up and leaves the DC Universe dream at this time, Doomsday's power and will of destruction will all transfer to the real world with his awakening, turning the body into an out-of-control Doomsday monster. Can't wake up. Escaping this dream is not a good idea either, which will only make him lose control of the DC dream. There is only one way, the only way. Meng's consciousness struggled for a while, and then no longer hesitated and flowed towards the loft bone spur monster holding the spaceship. The consciousness at the junction of reality and dream once again merged with the incarnation of Doomsday. This was also the first time that Meng took the initiative to enter a dream and incarnate Doomsday. DC Universe, Earth, Kansas, United States, Smallville. This is a vast open plain with a sparse population. There are only a few farmhouses scattered here and there, surrounded by large fields of wheat. It was late at night, and the darkness enveloped the fields. The stars in the sky were shining faintly in the night sky, but at this moment, one of the stars suddenly became brighter. Whoosh! The unknown white flying object streaked across the sky like a meteor, spraying a time tail flame, breaking through the atmosphere, and continued to fall obliquely towards the plain. With a bang, the silence was broken. The flying object landed on a farm next to a wooden house. The earth shook, the soil splashed, and it continued to plow a deep ditch of 10 meters. What happened? In the neighboring cabin, Jonathan Kent and Martha Kent, a farm couple, were about to go to bed when they were awakened by a loud noise outside. "I'll go outside and take a look." Jonathan, who was in his 30s, immediately got up, took the shotgun from the wall, turned on the flashlight, pushed the door, and walked out of the cabin. Martha was worried about her husband's safety, so she followed him. The couple came to the farm outside the cabin and saw the plowed farmland in a mess. "What is that?" Jonathan shone the flashlight towards the end of the deep ditch. His green pupils suddenly shrank. It was a white aircraft that he had never seen before. Through the transparent cabin on the head of the aircraft, he could vaguely see that there seemed to be a baby lying inside. "My God!" Martha opened her mouth wide and was about to move forward. Suddenly, the ground and the aircraft shook violently under the horrified gaze of Jonathan and Martha. A 3-meter-tall, pale, hideous bone spur monster slowly crawled out from the bottom of the spaceship, with a destructive golden-red light flashing in its eyes. Just one glance, as if being stared at by the abyss of fear, can make people completely lose the thing called courage. As if sensing the breath emanating from the monster, the barking of dogs and crowing of chickens not far away stopped, and even the chirping of insects suddenly became silent, and the entire plain became deathly silent. Before the couple could react, the bone spur monster's eyes seemed to fall back on the aircraft, and suddenly swung up the spaceship that was 2 or 3 times larger than itself, and the next moment it squatted down slightly. It set off a strong wave hurricane on the spot. The bone spur monster in the aircraft, carried in one hand, leaped into the sky and disappeared in an instant, leaving the Kent couple limp on the ground. In the early morning, near dawn, a retro police car with flashing lights stopped in front of the farm. Yes, I am the reporter Jonathan Kent. A flying vehicle just fell on my farm, and there seems to be a baby less than 1-year-old inside. And there is also a terrible monster that took the baby away. Oh my God, I can't imagine what happened to the baby." The farmer couple, Mr. and Mrs. Kent, described the situation to the police officer, who got off the police car with lingering fear. The two police officers who rushed to the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. A spaceship that fell from the sky? A 3-meter-tall monster? If not, there was still a deep plow mark caused by the fall of an unknown flying object, and a heavy depression with a radius of 5 meters. If not, they would definitely think that the farmer couple was having a nightmare. Boom! At this time, the earth shook. Is this an earthquake? The police officer and the Kent couple were stunned for a moment and hurriedly left the house. Then, as if a giant was constantly hitting the ground with a hammer, the local area of Smallville continued to tremble and shake until dawn. About 20 kilometers away from the farm where the spacecraft crashed, in an uninhabited plateau mountain. This is also the source of the earthquake. Boom! The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked and the dust waves were surging. A 100-meter-high mountain collapsed, and a 3-meter-high gray-white bone spur monster rushed out with a hunting hurricane, turning into a gray streamer and continuing to hit another mountain. The amazing power of the body was enough to trample the plateau into a valley abyss. Who am I? Yi Meng. Who is Yi Meng? Destroy everything. Leave no one. The monster's strange and hoarse self-talk was like the whisper of an ancient god, not like human language, with violence, and mixed in the raging and wailing sound of the fierce wind. Its every move was a disaster, and it soon destroyed half of the mountain range. It would not tire, and the more it vented its desire for destruction, the more terrifying the aura of destruction on its body became, so huge and rich that it was about to burst out of its body. In fact, it was indeed so easy. Threads of golden red lightning of destruction burst out faintly on its body surface, causing the flying gravel and dust around the monster to instantly annihilate into nothingness. The violent eyes of the bone spur monster were about to burst out red heat, but suddenly stopped, looking at a hill where a small alien spaceship was tilted and placed on it. And there was a weak life that was so weak that it could be ignored. The heat in the eyes of the bone spur monster dimmed slightly, and it held its head with its hands. The gray and hateful monster's face was distorted and struggled with itself. Control! I am a human, not an out-of-control monster. Trample! The earth shook again, and a shocking crack appeared. The bone spur monster leaped to the hill where the spaceship was located, lowered his eyes and looked at the baby who was still sleeping in the spaceship, and finally revealed a trace of human emotion. By the way, I am Yi Meng. I became Doomsday in my dream. Yi Meng, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, temporarily woke up, but it was only temporarily. Even if he broke free from the loss of control now, the desire for destruction was still destroying his own reason all the time, and he would soon completely lose himself again. It was much more difficult to control the current incarnation of Doomsday than Yi Meng had imagined. But Yi Meng had no choice. The Doomsday in the current dream of the DC universe has begun to invade and assimilate the real entity. Therefore, Yi Meng had to take the initiative to enter the dream and try to invade and control the incarnation of Doomsday. That's right, the dream Doomsday and the real Yi Meng are invading and assimilating each other. High risks and opportunities coexist. Once Doomsday succeeds, Yi Meng in reality will also become a Doomsday that is out of control and rampaging. And once Yi Meng succeeds, he will control the power of the incarnation of Doomsday and will also begin to control the current invading DC Universe dream. But this is too difficult. Every time Yi Meng incarnates as the ancient Doomsday, her humanity and reason will be destroyed by the desire for destruction in an instant. If it weren't for the artificial intelligence feature that allows Yi Meng to constantly refresh and adjust her consciousness, so as to reduce and transfer the desire for destruction that fills her body, mind, and mind, Yi Meng would have gone crazy long ago. The desire for destruction is as endless as the power and energy of Doomsday, and may destroy reason again in the next second. However, one thing caught Yi Meng's attention. Doomsday Yi Meng shifted her slightly red eyes, which flickered, to the baby on the small spaceship. For some reason, when she was close to the baby, Doomsday Yi Meng could better restore her humanity for a moment. It seemed as if something was maintaining the two. Kryptonian blood, or something else? Yi Meng suddenly recalled that on Krypton, as the incarnation of Doomsday, she temporarily got rid of the desire for destruction for the first time, and it was also because of the current son of Krypton. No, it's not because of him. In Yi Meng's twisted and disordered thoughts, a memory suddenly flashed through his mind of the moment when he was about to kill the son of Krypton, when his finger-bone spur pierced through the ancient skull object floating above the baby. That was the key to his ability to break free from his destructive instinct and stay awake and rational for a moment. Krypton Life Code. The Life Code is the most precious, sacred object of the Krypton family, and it is the embodiment of the gene bank of the Krypton race. It represents the future of Krypton and also represents infinite possibilities. It can program various high-quality talents, even theoretically perfect Kryptonians. Half of the Life Code entered my body? Yi Meng was stunned. This was also an accident. As the incarnation of Doomsday, he could be said to be the most wrong and extreme genetic creation of the Krypton race. Before Yi Meng could think too much, the desire for destruction came again like a raging fire, and red light overflowed from his eyes, and he was about to transform into a moving disaster again. But at this moment, A golden light broke out from the eastern sky at dawn, shattered into thousands of strands, and fell on the gray and bone-spurred body of Doomsday Meng, and also reflected the small spaceship and the hill where it was located into gold. On the small spaceship, the Kryptonian baby, who was bathing in the Earth's sun for the first time, had a sweet and innocent smile on his lips. The red light in Doomsday Meng's eyes gradually faded, and looking at the golden sun that was about to rise, reason once again surfaced out of control. Praise the sun! Meng was shocked to find that when bathing in the sun, the desire for destruction in his heart that was enough to destroy everything was suppressed to a certain extent. He looked at the baby in the small spaceship and could directly see through the genes in the other's body. It was like some kind of chemical reaction that was undergoing some incredible adaptation changes. This is a Kryptonian. After being bathed in the radiation of the yellow sun where the Earth is, the genes and body began to transform into the superhuman realm that is comparable to God's. According to the setting, Doomsday was born at the extreme of the superhuman realm and would not be affected too much by the radiation of sunlight. But now, although Meng couldn't see the situation inside his body through his exoskeleton, he could feel that the sun was helping him suppress his genetic defect instinct of losing control and destruction. Although it was very subtle, it really existed. Did the life code make a second modification to Doomsday's genes, so that he could also undergo some changes by bathing in the yellow sunlight? If I can greatly improve the genetic defects in my body, maybe I can stop running out of control and perfectly control my incarnation. Doomsday Meng felt that he had vaguely found a feasible path for the time being. Since Kryptonians can evolve and grow into Superman, why can't he, Doomsday, grow into Superman? You know, Doomsday was also transformed by Kryptonian genes by mistake, so he can be considered a close relative of Kryptonians. Now, the existence of the life code and Meng's self-awareness make this a theoretical possibility. Of course, even in the American comics, there is only a precedent of Superman being infected and becoming Doomsday, but there is no precedent of Doomsday growing into Superman. Even Meng at this time couldn't imagine what Doomsday would be like if he became Superman. Doomsday Superman? Doomsday Superman? This name is good. Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday, saw her future direction in this dream. Regardless of whether the half of the Kryptonian life codes stored in her body was undergoing a secondary transformation of the Doomsday gene in her body. While the desire for destruction was suppressed for a short period of time, Meng pondered with the rational side of human nature. At present, there are two things that can be confirmed. First, the sun's light from the Earth has a certain effect on suppressing the desire for destruction, and even cooperates with the life code to improve the defective genes. But if you want to completely eliminate or avoid the incarnation's desire for destruction, it may take 10 years, 100 years, or even longer. Meng thought of another point. Doomsday's lifespan is much longer than that of Kryptonians. At least thousands of years have passed, and the incarnation of Doomsday is still in youth, without any signs of aging. From this perspective, Doomsday is another perfect creation based on Kryptonian genes and heading to the extreme of another universe compared to Superman. For example, Doomsday does not get tired, his power and energy are endless, and his amazing vitality and terrifying adaptability allow him to survive in any area of the universe. More importantly, Doomsday does not need to eat like other life forms. That's right. Doomsday usually seems to hunt and kill Kryptonians and other life forms, destroying and ravaging buildings and spaceships. That's just that it will instinctively destroy all creations it sees. In fact, this is not a complete genetic defect, but a behavioral pattern given by the other side of its powerful genes. Destruction is Doomsday's only spiritual food and racial instinct, and it is a manifestation of venting the power and energy that is overflowing in the body. This is part of the conclusion that Meng has drawn after several incarnations of Doomsday and empathy. Even at this moment, Meng, who is incarnated as the ancient Doomsday, has regained his brief sanity, and his subconscious breathing has caused the air on the hill to vibrate continuously. The hot breath makes the plateau hot and restless, and the inhalation in the next second will form a tornado hurricane. Standing still on the hill, his hideous and terrifying body with bone spurs would occasionally emit a ray of red energy, causing cracks and deep grooves on the hill. His existence was destruction. Therefore, this also discouraged Meng from trying to get closer to the sun now, so as to obtain a large amount of solar radiation to forcibly transform the genes in his body. That might make the Doomsday incarnation more powerful in a short period of time, but it would also make it more difficult for him to control this body full of destructive desire. Unless one day in the future, Meng in the dream can control the Doomsday incarnation to a certain extent, and reason can completely suppress desire. As for the second thing, Doomsday Meng's eyes began to turn red again, looking at the small Kryptonian spaceship next to him, looking at the young baby still sleeping inside. Perhaps because of the Kryptonian genes or the code of life in his body, since he was still on Krypton, the son of Krypton has had a certain connection with his incarnation, which can constantly awaken a trace of his weak humanity. This is also the biggest reason why Meng chose to bring the spaceship with him. The son of Krypton is a portable tool he gave to his Doomsday incarnation to maintain a slight sense of human nature. At the same time, it is also an insurance, If, one day in the future, I finally fail in this dream, and fail to become a controllable and rational Doomsday Superman, but completely become a Doomsday monster that has lost its humanity. The Bone Spur monster stared at the son of Krypton. The red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, revealing a terrifying and hideous smile. Then it's up to you to end me. In the dream, dying as the incarnation of Doomsday may at least get rid of the consequences of being completely lost in the dream. Meng is worried about what to do if he really gets completely lost as the incarnation of Doomsday in the future, and no one can kill himself in the dream. As the future protagonist of this cosmic dream, the son of Krypton, Superman, and the god of the world, it shouldn't be difficult to do this. Click. The humming sound of the propeller suddenly came from the sky that was bright in the daytime. A police helicopter approached the sky above the plateau. When the local police officers on the helicopter saw the plateau mountains that had almost collapsed and no longer existed, and the gray-white bone spur monster on a hill bathing in the sun, their scalps tingled. My God, what is that? Last night, the monster described by the residents. It actually exists. Just as they saw the bone spur monster below, the bone spur monster also looked up, with violent red gushing out of its eyes, and two red lasers streaked through the sky. Swish! The red laser barely passed through the air next to the helicopter and sank into the end of the sky. Even if it didn't hit directly, it melted part of the fuselage, making the police officers in the cabin feel as hot as fire. In addition, there was a violent and destructive breath that made people terrified from the bottom of their hearts. The clouds were broken, and the air was turbulent. The police helicopter flying high in the sky shook for a while. When the crew on the fuselage came to their senses in horror, the hills below had already been shattered and collapsed layer by layer, and the bone spur monster carried the aircraft and leaped to the end of the field of vision. Until the bone spur monster that seemed to be the incarnation of destruction disappeared from sight, the strong winds stirred up, and the helicopter was shaking from side to side. A police officer sitting slumped in the cabin finally had the strength to pick up the intercom. Headquarters, this is Smallville. Please reply if you receive it. Washington White House, President's Office. Come in. An officer wearing a uniform with a colonel's rank insignia knocked on the door hurriedly. After a steady male voice came from the office, he immediately opened the door and walked in. I have canceled all the afternoon meetings. What's the situation now? The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes sitting in the office chair asked in a deep voice. Just now, learned a little about the situation from the call from the military base. However, until now, he still felt a little unbelievable. Alien visitors? Or a bone spur monster? The colonel reported quickly. It was first discovered at the farm in Smallville. It seemed to have landed with the alien spaceship. Now it has crossed the state from Kansas at a very fast speed and has entered the territory of Oklahoma. So fast, can it fly? The middle-aged man was stunned. No, it just jumps faster than flying. The colonel smiled bitterly. He had never seen such a powerful creature. You didn't use armed forces to intercept it? An armed force has been sent to try to intercept it. At present, the whole army has been wiped out. The office suddenly fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, the middle-aged man said calmly, Use all nearby military forces to capture it at all costs. Don't let it endanger the safety of citizens, lives and property. He paused and continued, Of course, it and the spaceship are also of great research value. Be careful not to damage the spaceship too much. Yes, sir. It was 1980, DC Universe Earth, in a large museum in the same city of Washington. Diana, you are so mysterious. A male staff member wearing glasses in the studio suddenly sighed. Not far away, a mature and tall woman wearing a white professional suit and high heels was painting a statue with a light and bright color with a brush. The perfect curve of her body outlined by the hip suit was more beautiful than any artwork in the room. Every time you go out of the museum, I feel that you disappear. The male staff member continued. To use the old saying in the East, it is, the dragon can be seen from the head, but not the tail. It's okay. During the break, I just stay at home. Diana pursed her lips and did not comment on it. You don't look like someone who stays at home, the male colleague was muttering. But at this moment, the TV suddenly interrupted with an emergency report. This is a video shot in Kansas 10 minutes ago. The male staff and Diana in the studio looked at the TV screen. Then, the male's pupils suddenly trembled like an earthquake, and his mouth opened wide. Is it true? Diana's dark eyes also revealed solemnity. In the low-pixel video, a black dot suddenly appeared from the end of the sky, getting closer and closer, and finally a tall and ferocious gray-white bone spur monster could be seen. Its ferocious body was nearly 3 meters tall, and it dragged an unidentified flying object that was 2 or 3 times larger than itself with one hand. The moment it landed, it was like a meteorite, hitting the open space in the local town, causing the ground to sink directly several meters downward, forming a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters. And shocking cracks burst out on the ground outside the pit. Bang! Without a pause, the monster jumped up again the moment it landed. Dust waves swept across, breaking the sound barrier. All the glass in the town was shattered, and garbage and gravel flew all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, the bone spur monster took the unknown aircraft away from the town, and its figure turned into a residual shadow and streamer and rushed to the farther sky area. The video was interrupted here, only less than 3 seconds, and the bone spur monster showed its blurred true appearance for only half a second. But the terrifying appearance that seemed to come from another world, the perfect and hideous exoskeleton, and the bone spurs all over the body, formed a moving disaster-like force wherever it passed, making all the humans who saw this scene terrified. The genes deep in the body were trembling, as if witnessing a cosmic abyss. Humans have always believed that they are the greatest race on Earth, and even in the universe. Until they saw this bone spur monster that should not exist in reality. In comparison, they were even weaker than ants. Even Diana Prince, who has the true blood of the gods, saw this bone spur monster across the screen, and her body and mind were instantly tense and entered the female warrior mode of preparing for battle. At this time, Gotham City. Years of dark clouds made the day here as gloomy as night. Wayne Manor. What? A black-haired boy who was less than 10 years old curled up on the sofa, watching the bone spur monster on TV, his body trembling. Bruce! A gentleman quickly walked into the living room, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. It's okay, it's just a movie special effect. The gentleman comforted in a calm tone and hugged the boy's trembling body. A beautiful lady wearing a pearl necklace also hurried out of the room and asked nervously, "Dear, what happened?" It's okay, he's just scared," the gentleman said softly. The black-haired boy lying in his arms bit his lips hard, his eyes dull, and his mind kept recalling the powerful and terrifying scene. He didn't know that from today on, the bone spur monster would become another nightmare frequenter at night besides bats. That indescribable, hideous body, the destructive power so strong that it overflowed. If it descended on Gotham, in Gotham City, despair, once again like a dark tide, surged into Bruce Wayne's young heart. Metropolis, the Red Room laboratory that secretly collects and studies various alien technologies. Silas Stone, the black research director wearing a white research uniform, also read the news report with a horrified face and was still in fear. At the same time, in the laboratory's key closed single room, a square metal box placed on the laboratory table suddenly vibrated on its own. This quickly attracted Silas Stone's attention. After all, this cube-shaped metal box has never made any movement since it was excavated and discovered during World War II. Could it be that the skull monster came from the same advanced civilization as this mother box? Silas was surprised and delighted, feeling that he might have accidentally discovered an incredible alien clue. Of course, what he didn't know was that the awakened mother box was trying to spread a message to the outer space universe. Once the alien message was translated, it meant, "Don't get close, don't get close, don't get close. This planet is extremely dangerous." As for the exposure of DC Earth in the dream, this was naturally driven by the desire for destruction. Of course, even if Meng knew, she wouldn't care. Unlike the previous artificial intelligence, I have already transformed into Doomsday. What else is there to care about? Holding a small Kryptonian spaceship of excellent quality in one hand, Doomsday Meng jumped up again. The Kryptonian spaceship in his hand seemed to be weightless. The huge bone spur body easily broke through the sound barrier and flew up. In an instant, it reached the cloud layer thousands of meters above, and a leap crossed the territory of several kilometers of the Earth. Storms and lightning are with you. Everything is unstoppable. Being in the sky, he could see the distant sky 10 kilometers away, and once again surrounded dozens of modern fighter planes that were like metal falcons. On the day of destruction, Meng suddenly smiled grimly, with fiery red light in his eyes and electric shock on his body. He no longer suppressed the desire for destruction that had been accumulated and overflowed, and took the initiative to adjust the direction and leap towards the group of planes. Just right. A toy was delivered to him to vent his desire for destruction. 1 minute later, at the border of Texas, the sky and the earth were burning. The devastated wasteland was full of debris. The elite army obviously did not realize what kind of existence they were facing. Not to mention that the commander asked them to pay attention to firepower and not destroy the spaceship in the monster's hand. Even if they used all their firepower, they could not suppress the bone spur monster at all. There was no modern fighter flying in the sky, and the red laser beam swept across everything. The gray-white bone spur monster took the missile alone and continued to go away with the spaceship full of scorch marks. On this day, the human civilization of DC Earth collectively lost its voice, and for the first time felt that it could not cope with the unknown powerful existence. Later, some Indians and African tribesmen even called this bone spur monster that came to Earth him, explaining it as the incarnation of a god and worshipping it. Meng didn't care what others thought. She carried a small spaceship carrying the son of Krypton from the inland of the United States to the coast, and finally plunged into the vast ocean. He is just Doomsday. What does it have to do with me to destroy you? What kind of existence is this? The giant body, as high as 3 meters, is like being cast by molten iron. The gray-white exoskeleton is like armor that can withstand the bombing of heat-conducting weapons. The sharp and ferocious bone spurs on the outside can rip open the belly of a fighter plane. It seems to have crawled out of the abyss of hell and fallen from heaven. What's more terrifying is the terrible power that only the gods in mythology have. Endless heat waves are gushing from its mouth and nose, golden lasers burst from its eyes, and lightning energy lingers all over its body. Every move it makes is a landslide. Lightning follows, storms rage. Wherever it passes, disasters are caused. Trample. When a woman with an ancient Greek-style silver sword and dark gold round shield, wearing red battle armor and a blue skirt, with black hair flowing freely in the wind, tall and impeccable figure, and beautiful body, with extraordinary power that cannot be ignored, waved the golden whip in her hand and landed steadily on the tall building of a small town along the coast of Texas. Following her beautiful eyes with a solemn and sharp gaze, you can see that the sea is surging, the huge whirlpool and water tornado are slowly calming down, and the seawater is delayed like a torrential rain. The surging waves caused by the giant falling into the sea just now made the town wet and the seawater poured back. Most of the residents of the town were still dumbfounded, with dull eyes, looking at the sea, and couldn't believe what they just saw. Obviously, they didn't land in the town, but just jumped over the sky, still stirring up violent hurricanes and dust waves. The sky was gloomy and a storm was approaching. The existence that caused the current natural disaster had long disappeared. Are you a step too late? Wonder Woman sighed in the wind and rain. Her left hand subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword behind her. Her slender and delicate 5 fingers clasped tightly, and her finger bones turned slightly white. Her hand could not help but tremble and made the sword vibrate. Is even a demigod afraid? Wonder Woman Diana discovered a terrible fact. Even if she caught up just now, she might not be able to stop the existence that could not be described in words. Even, she might die. At least, since she was born 5,000 years ago, she has never seen such a powerful existence. No, maybe there is one. God of War, Ares. That bone spur monster gave her even more pressure than the God of War in the confrontation during World War I. Deep sea. The schools of fish all retreated and wailing broke out in the cracks of the sea. A huge sperm whale was torn apart alive, causing the nearby seawater to quickly turn turbid red. Kill them all! Destroy them all! The violent breath of destruction surged in the turbid seawater. The bone spur monster sank into the deep sea where light could hardly reach, and its eyes surged with red light like the crater of an active volcano that could erupt at any time. No, that's not right. Meng, the Day of Destruction, who was holding a small Kryptonian spaceship, had a struggling and crazy look on his face. I am the Day of Destruction and also a human. Just now. There was obviously still a trace of rationality to maintain the outside world. Why did he still want to destroy the fleet and take action, and even enjoy the pleasure after destruction more and more? Even in this process, Meng sincerely felt that humans were indeed as weak as ants, and there was no difference between stepping on one or a nest. But in reality, he was also a human. This kind of indifference to life, as if standing in another dimension overlooking everything, the will to destroy everything. Meng suddenly woke up. It turns out that my personality has been gradually invaded by Doomsday. Even if I am in a rational state, I will still start thinking and acting according to the will of destruction. No, I can't be invaded and assimilated by the ancient Doomsday. I want to control it. I am the master of this dream. Doomsday Meng struggled in his heart, and the struggle also caused the waves of the 10,000-meter radius to surge. Looking at the sinking sea, Doomsday Meng tried his best to keep himself awake, and his human thinking twitched hard in the cracks of the will of destruction. Why did he jump into the sea? Maybe Meng's human consciousness did not want to destroy the Earth civilization, even in the current dream world. Another possibility is that the gravity of the Earth is too light, so light that it is a little uncomfortable, and he may jump out of the atmosphere with all his strength. The pressure of the sea areas with different depths is different. Every 10 meters of diving is equivalent to an increase of 1 atmosphere of pressure. The deeper you go, the more pressure you feel. Perhaps only in the deep sea 10,000 meters below, the pressure and resistance can barely make the self of Doomsday Incarnation feel comfortable. And there are enough large prey in the ocean to satisfy the desire for destruction, although they are too weak to withstand a single blow. No sunshine, he must continue to bathe in the sunshine. Doomsday Meng felt that his ray of rational candlelight would be swallowed up by the endless darkness of destruction at any time. In the case of mutual invasion and confrontation with Doomsday in the dream, it was like wrestling with each other and there was no way to relax. Crash! At this time, the seawater in the distance was turbulent. Doomsday Meng's red monster eyes glanced back and saw dozens of slender and smooth long-tube metal objects from the shadows of ships suspended on the sea surface dozens of miles away, approaching this side at an extremely fast speed. Humans are so stupid. Doomsday Meng's mouth opened a cruel and terrifying arc again, threw the small Kryptonian spaceship in his hand back, and kicked the seawater with his feet to rush forward at a soaring speed. The deep sea water in front was split by the giant body in an instant. Rather than being angry, it was just what he wanted. Meng's mindset was no longer normal. He suddenly realized that instead of resisting, he should try to accept some of his desire for destruction. This might be better. Wait, was this his will under the invasion of Doomsday, or was it a decision he made under his original rationality? He couldn't tell. Come on, let's see who destroys whom. If anyone could finish him off now, Meng would accept it. At least he might be able to break free from the current dream. In the dark seawater, the gray-white bone spur monster first encountered a 4-meter-long metal object in the front. Without any intention of avoiding or defending, the bone spur monster grinned and opened his hands to hug the metal tube that was launched. The next moment, the long tube metal object with its own brake stopped abruptly, and then with a boom, it turned into indescribable light and energy. At the same time, the other long tube metal objects followed suit, bursting out with strong light and energy, completely submerging the giant bone spur shadow in the center of the attack. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the deep sea area within a few kilometers was covered with a piercing white light, and waves of amazing surge pressure swept outward. The heat boiled and evaporated a large amount of seawater in the area, and more seawater was thrown out of the sea by the power of the bombing, and even rushed up to the sky hundreds of meters above the sea surface. A large number of marine life was directly wiped out. Thunderclouds surged in the sky, and the waves reached the distant continental coast, the fleet where the detonator was launched. What's going on? The on-site command cabin of the aircraft carrier, leading a fleet of ships, the military base that maintained a connection, and even the high-level meeting of the directly affiliated national forces were all paying attention to the outcome of the battle. Soldiers, officers, staff, senior counselors, everyone held their breath nervously at this moment, as if waiting for fate to judge the Earth. They no longer consider capturing it alive, as long as they can kill it, him. The deep sea below the 10,000 meters of the seabed, under the huge seabed rift. The kingdom of the underwater people, Atlantis. The noise caused by the huge explosion in the deep sea was even transmitted to the ancient extraordinary civilization hidden in the seabed, causing the underwater buildings to vibrate slightly. The people in the seabed were confused. What happened outside? It must be the people on the land. Are they crazy? Are they going to war again? It could also be an explosion test. They always like to do this, throwing all the unfavorable materials into the ocean. Above the sea, accompanied by the rumbling thunder, the dark clouds covering the sky are about to rain heavily. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. In the central control cabin of the aircraft carrier, a group of soldiers dared not breathe, staring at the scanner plate and radar screen. The middle-aged and elderly officers also held their breath. Their foreheads were full of sweat, and their uniforms were already wet with cold sweat. Over the headset, there was a hurried communication question from the land base. "Captain, did you kill it? My channel is connected to the high-level conference hall." "We really hit it." The commander-in-chief rolled his Adam's apple and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With such an explosion tonnage and explosive power, it is comparable to or even exceeds ordinary nuclear weapons. In fact, after a lifetime of fighting and military exercises, the commanding officer did not think that any military target could survive, let alone that it was just a creature. Even if that creature came from an alien planet. Radar confirmed that no target was found. A soldier suddenly reported, "Neither did I. Nothing was found here either." "Great!" Everyone in the control room almost hugged together and cheered. "Thank God!" The commander-in-chief muttered to himself, grabbing the microphone tightly, and was about to report the news. At this time, a trembling report sounded out of place. I have found a suspected target here, about 20 kilometers away." In an instant, the central control room of the aircraft carrier was dead silent. "Radar, is it broken?" Someone was terrified and had a final fantasy. "Sir, look!" A soldier suddenly pointed out the window of the control cabin in horror. The officer looked over and saw two red lights at the end of the sea area reflected in his shrunken pupils. The red strong light symbolizing destruction broke through the sea surface in the distance and approached this side. "Sorry?" The officer almost couldn't hold the microphone in his hand and replied bitterly. The next moment, two thick red energy lasers crossed 20 kilometers and directly penetrated the entire aircraft carrier, and then swept outward, cutting off countless warships and fighter planes that took off and fled. Brilliant flames began to spread across the vast ocean. Listening to the busy channel over there and the signals of successive loss of contact. At the high-level council, everyone fell into silence collectively. Their minds were strongly impacted, and they found it difficult to understand and accept the current situation. Fear also spread from the heart to reality. Finally, the middle-aged man stood up tremblingly, and he supported himself on the table with both hands to prevent himself from slumping in the chair. "Ladies and gentlemen." At the same time, all over the Earth, countries that also received the war report information also held high-level decision-making meetings. "Gentlemen, friends, brothers," most of the senior leaders said bitterly, "we have to admit a cruel fact. With our current technological weapons, we can't kill it or even cause it some damage. If it wants to, it can rule this planet in a month, no a week. If it wants to destroy the world, it may only take a shorter time. He may decide the fate of our civilization. This day is called the Dark Day by the DC Earth world. The image of the bone spur monster is so powerful that it is irresistible, bringing the sign of Doomsday. It was also after this day that the investment index of air raid shelters, alien colonization industries, etc. exploded, and a superhero craze about who will kill the bone spur monster and save the world was set off. Of course, Meng, who was incarnated as Doomsday, didn't know about these. Didn't you start it first? He was just passing by at first, and later he was forced to fight back. While destroying the other party, you must also be prepared to be destroyed by the other party. At least, Meng on Doomsday has made this preparation thoroughly. The hinterland of the sea. Two thick red rays of destruction swept across the warship, and finally turned into three rays, heading up to the sky. The golden red rays forcefully broke through the thick clouds. It was like three pillars of destruction connecting the seabed and the sky, and even the humans on the other side of the continent could see it. Under the seabed, in the center of the whirlpool of rapids that stretched the seawater, the bone spur monster was surrounded by crackling lightning of destruction, and its mouth and eyes opened to the sky spewed out endless rays of destruction, until a ray of sunlight descended from the clouds and gently shone on the cold gray bone spurs. It showed a trace of human confusion and joy on its face, and suddenly plunged into the sea. A few seconds later, it carried a damaged Kryptonian spaceship and jumped to the farther sky and sea. In the deep hinterland of the sea, there was an uninhabited island. Suddenly, the island shook violently, scaring away countless birds and beasts. Bang! The small spaceship was thrown aside, and the 3-meter-tall bone monster sat down on the spot, as if basking in the sun and daydreaming, its breath bringing out rolling heat waves and strong hurricanes. Click. The Kryptonian spaceship, which was tossed to the point of being scrapped, suddenly opened its hatch automatically, revealing a swaddled baby who had finally woken up. The baby opened his blue eyes, and the bone monster also looked over. For a moment, the scene of big eyes staring at small eyes was very strange. Suddenly, the baby curled his lips and cried out, "You must be hungry. After all, you haven't eaten for more than a day. Even as a future Superman, you are just a baby now." When Doomsday dreamed of this, he was stunned again. His thoughts suddenly became much smoother, and his desire for destruction also subsided a lot. Was it because he accepted part of his desire for destruction and actively vented it out? Or did he begin to accept the fact that the incarnation in his dream was a Doomsday, and no longer resisted and began to fit in? No matter which one it is a good thing for Meng. It means that there is hope to control the will and desire of destruction. It means that he has taken a small step towards the path of Doomsday Superman. But where can he find food? Food suitable for babies. Doomsday Meng, who has just been called the new god of the earth and brought the so-called Doomsday sign to the world, suddenly became troubled. In North America, a coastal town, port, a warm lighthouse building where a family of 3 lives. Bang! 4 underwater soldiers wearing cool and advanced technological armor broke through the lighthouse building and broke into it. There was a fierce fight and explosion inside. Not long after, 2 underwater soldiers each carried a special metal chain and tied up a white-haired young woman in a long skirt and dragged her out. "Thomas, take good care of our son Arthur." The silver trident weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The white-haired young woman looked at the young man holding a baby boy in the house with grief. He was dragged directly from the house into the sea by 2 underwater soldiers. "Atlanta?" The young man who was guarding the tower shouted and rushed out holding the baby. He saw only the vast sea surface and fell to his knees. Wow! The undercurrent surged, and the 2 underwater soldiers dragged Atlanta through the sea at a high speed. Atlanta was heartbroken, and she felt that she would be taken back to the underwater kingdom of Atlantis again to sacrifice for the birth of the royal family. But at this time, the seawater in the shallow sea suddenly broke from top to bottom, and 2 bone spurs fell, like a speared fish, piercing the elite underwater soldiers with their armor. Yes, the speed was too fast. Without any chance to react, the elite soldiers who were swimming in the seawater at several times the speed of sound died in an instant. Atlanta looked up in horror and saw a huge figure falling into the sea, like a fallen and mutated god, throwing away the 2 elite underwater soldiers, his eyes flashing with a red light of destruction. Looking directly at each other, it was as if he had glimpsed the end of the universe and destroyed a corner. Dividing line PS. There are not many new book issues left. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes to help. The elite soldiers of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis were killed instantly like fragile small fish and shrimps, and their high-end technological armor was completely penetrated and shattered. The sea was turbulent, and a vacuum area was open that even the seawater could not approach. The 3-meter-tall bone spur violently threw the armored soldiers pierced by the bone spurs far away. What kind of monster is this? Obviously such a tall and huge bone spur body, but it is faster than the underwater people in the water, and there is this indescribable power of gods and demons, and the destructive breath surging and lingering on the surface of the exoskeleton. Atlantis' future queen Atlanta felt cold all over. Even though she had desperately resisted against multiple soldiers before, she followed her instinct and turned around without hesitation and ran away. Run! When faced with such an irresistible existence, you can only run away. Whoosh! The turbid and turbulent seawater was not cut apart. The seawater flowed along the plump body of the white-haired young woman without resistance, turning Atlanta into a torrent. As an underwater person born in a kingdom under the 10,000 meters of the sea, and as a royal bloodline passed down from the ancient times of Atlantis, Atlanta walked in the water much faster than ordinary underwater people. Especially at this life-or-death moment, Atlantis rushed to the distant sea like a jet of water, and its speed instantly soared to Mach 8. What does Mach 8 mean? It moves faster than an airplane. In the blink of an eye, Atlanta had broken free from the chains and burst out to escape to the sea several kilometers away. She looked back and saw that the bone spur monster that rushed into the sea was still in place, and its huge body was about to be refilled and covered by the swirling seawater. It works. After all, she is an underwater person, and she can escape from the other party in the water. Atlanna's heart was filled with joy of surviving the disaster, but suddenly she saw that the bone spur monster behind her made a slight backward kick. Kick? Water? Bang! The next moment, it was as if tons of depth charges were detonated in the sea, and the seawater within a radius of 10 kilometers was surging. Atlanna, who was walking at high speed in the water, had a blank mind. She saw the bone spur monster in the distance disappear in a blur, and a vacuum path was directly split from the seawater to the sea area where she was. Before Atlanna could react, a huge and terrifying exoskeleton hand as hard as metal stretched out from the sea behind her and grabbed her by the waist. No, no, no! The beautiful face of the white-haired young woman turned pale in an instant. She struggled desperately, but the 5 fingers of the bone spur monster's ferocious palm were 10,000 times stronger than the chain just now. It was like a huge iron clamp tightly clamping her waist. No matter how she resisted, she could not pry it open at all. Even in the main sea, the power between the two was still not on the same level. Bang! The seawater in the sea area was once again agitated and exploded, raising exaggerated waves one after another. The clouds above also broke and shattered. Atlanna saw the scenery thousands of meters high, and then continued to fall into the sea at the end of her vision. It's over, everything is over. The future Queen Atlanna was desperate. Would this demon-like monster eat her as food? Oh my god, she really doesn't taste good. She tastes like salted fish. Anyway, goodbye Thomas, little Arthur. Atlanna was trembling all over. The bone spur had an unreasonable and exaggerated way of moving. Wherever it passed, there was disaster. The strong wind that kept washing her face made her unable to open her eyes. About half a minute. Atlanna didn't know how far she had crossed the sea. The sound of the fall this time made a rumbling sound, and it was obvious that she had come from the sea to a place on land. The huge hand that was tightly holding her waist loosened, causing Atlanna to lie prone on the beach. She opened her eyes with stars in her eyes and saw that she was on a deserted island. The extremely terrifying and powerful bone spur had disappeared. But the deserted island was full of traces similar to meteorite craters, indicating that this was the territory where the bone spur existed. Atlanna was still in shock, and suddenly heard a loud cry from the side. There was actually a baby here. Atlanna hurriedly got up from the ground, and sure enough, she saw a baby still in swaddling clothes, crying in the narrow cabin of an unknown aircraft. I don't know if it was because she was worried that the baby would attract the bone spur monster again, or because she was a mother for the first time. Atlanna subconsciously stepped forward and took the baby from the cabin into her arms. But the crying did not stop, and the little face showed weakness. Is it hungry? Atlanna hesitated, but still lifted a corner of her collar, revealing a touch of plump whiteness in the sun. With a rustling sound, the baby stopped crying. On Atlanna's beautiful and soft face, the corners of her mouth curved up a little, as if she had forgotten the danger she was in. Wait, Atlanna looked around the deserted island in shock, and suddenly realized something. Why didn't the bone spur monster kill her, but brought her alone to the place where the baby was, and she happened to have food? How could such a coincidence happen? Bang! The sea surface and the clouds broke at almost the same time. The bone spur monster, which was full of destructive aura, leaped to a height of several thousand meters, carrying a hurricane and facing the sun. No one noticed that the gray and terrifying face revealed a trace of human nature. Cold, confused, violent, struggling. Doomsday Meng thought half out of control and half rationally. Since even the will and thinking in the dream world began to be assimilated by Doomsday. What about the reality? He was now in a semi-lost state in the dream world and could not wake up by his own thoughts. In America, a coastal town, looking at the sky dyed blood-red by flames and colorful clouds, an old fisherman in ordinary linen clothes stood on the simple wooden dock, and the sea breeze blew his white beard and hair. Should I take action? Now, I am the only one who can kill a monster that is so powerful, right? The old fisherman murmured to himself. Then his cloudy eyes glowed with a sacred light, and he laughed. When did I become so timid? New god, who said that the era of the old gods is completely over? It seems that we have been silent for too long, so that the world has forgotten us. At this moment, a powerful, extraordinary momentum radiated from the old body under the fisherman's sackcloth, and even caused the sea in front to resonate and surge with waves. The main thing is that the opponent is still in the sea, where he is best at fighting. If he doesn't take action, the old fisherman feels that his face will not go away. In addition, he is born invincible in the sea and cannot be killed unless the opponent has an item like the tears of the eliminating Meng. It was like this 5,000 years ago, and it will be the same 5,000 years later. On the high tower of the town building not far away, Wonder Woman Diana suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the town dock in disbelief. How is it possible? This is the breath of a living god. However, this breath is completely different from the god of war. It is another old god who still survives to the modern time. The town dock. The old fisherman waved his hand gently, and a huge wave suddenly hit the shore. The moment it touched his body, the old body seemed to melt into the sea and disappear. Center of the earth hides the sea. the deep underwater cemetery of the Atlantis Emperor. After thousands of years, the silence here was broken again. Undercurrents surged, and the sea water emerged faintly and condensed into the body of an old man, reaching out to the stone throne sitting deep in the cemetery, grasping the golden trident weapon held by the skull of the Atlantis Emperor. "Who?" A strange voice suddenly sounded from the sea graveyard, and then he screamed in excitement. "My lord, is it you? Lend me your weapon." "No, this trident was originally mine." Taking off the trident with golden ripples, the old fisherman's beard and body shone with a sacred and majestic silver-white divine light, just like the vigorous young man. "Follow me to fight." At this time, in the real world, Tiani City, in the supernatural department. Incredible! The young female agent opened her brown eyes and looked at the silver-haired boy, lying alone on the bed in the highest-level isolation room through the one-way visible glass window. Half a day has passed. Not only does he not show any signs of weakness, but his condition seems to be getting better and better. Even his body is still steaming. Wait, am I seeing things? The young female agent suddenly stared at the silver-haired boy's right arm, which was shining with a strange silver-plated light under the light of the daylight lamp. "It's an exoskeleton," a calm voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Sir." The young female agent was startled and looked back in horror. Seeing the sullen middle-aged detective, she breathed a sigh of relief. She reacted and looked at the silver-haired boy sleeping in the isolation room. Isn't it a thin but not negligible biological exoskeleton on his arm from the shoulder to the palm? The gray exoskeleton replaced the skin. The young female agent's scalp tingled. Is this still a human? Now it is basically certain that he was invaded by alien creatures like the alien. The middle-aged detective speculated. After all, the alien also has a similar exoskeleton. He narrowed his eyes. That's right, he is different from other victims of the alien invasion. Others have alien embryos in their bodies, but he seems to be inclined towards the alien as a whole. The young female detective asked nervously, "Sir, what is the situation at the school and the hospital now?" Now, 90% of the supernatural department's manpower is working with other departments to deal with the emergency of the invasion spacecraft crashing on the campus. Their branch is guarding only one containment, high school student Meng, and a logistics base station that serves as a contact between the scene and the headquarters at any time. It's basically solved, the middle-aged detective said in a deep voice. Thanks to the intelligence information provided by a high school student, at the school, a total of 6 adult aliens and more than 20 face-huggers were eliminated by firepower. The nearby urban area has been completely blocked. At the hospital, all the rescued survivors have been tested, and a total of 18 young aliens have been taken out from the survivors. Oh my God. The young female detective covered her mouth with both hands, feeling disgusted and scared. The invasion and reproduction speed of this creature was even more terrifying than she had imagined, the middle-aged detective said with a deep look. The headquarters has classified the alien as an invading creature with a sea-level danger factor. Sea level. The young female detective couldn't help shaking her body. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a high-level invading creature just 1 week after joining the job. Sea-level invading creatures cannot be encountered by a single person without protective gear or weapons. It is the level of destroying a village. And there are more than one sea-level aliens. According to the invasion incident, it has reached B-level, the crisis of destroying the town. If it is not handled properly, it will lead to the death of at least tens of thousands of people. Of course, what they don't know is that the biological product that indirectly created the alien creatures, black water, has been completely destroyed by the power of destruction released by Meng. Otherwise, it would not be C or B level. In comparison, Meng, who was classified as an E-level dangerous person, was simply a shame for the shelter. No matter what, he has a secret that we cannot understand. The middle-aged detective had a glimmer in his eyes, and his face was solemn without anger. He stared at the boy in the isolation room. Before, it should be the exoskeleton hidden on his body that prevented the X-ray scan, so we could not know the situation inside his body. We must let the guardian angel conduct a second test and confirm him as soon as possible. Confirm his true level of danger, and then make further arrangements. Detain him on the spot, kill him, or transfer him. The middle-aged detective said this and asked in a deep voice, "Is the application appointment time for the guardian angel up?" It should be almost time. The young female detective was talking, and suddenly her consciousness stopped. When an invisible existence descended, it seemed that even time was suspended. The isolation room inside and outside the supernatural department here suddenly fell into a subtle silence. "I'm here." Then a cold and calm neutral voice sounded out of thin air in the minds of the middle-aged detective and the female detective. "Dragon Girl?" The middle-aged inspector pointed at the silver-haired boy who was still sleeping in the isolation room with awe. "He is the target of this test. Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday, who was in a dream, naturally had no idea of his own situation in reality. He was returning to the island where the son of Krypton was. As usual, Meng Doomsday fell into the sea from the sky thousands of meters above, like a depth charge, causing a sky-high splash. But this time, before he could kick his feet and jump up, the emptied seawater suddenly poured back. At this moment, the seawater was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing him in. Meng, the incarnation of Doomsday, was stunned, confused by the courage of the people behind him who dared to surround and kill him now, so that he did not react. The next moment, 3 cold rays burst out from the surging seawater like lightning. It was a golden trident with rippling golden light and divine power. The tip of the halberd directly hit the unprotected chest of the bone spur monster. The day of destruction in the image of a bone spur monster. Meng raised her red eyes and saw a male figure dressed as an old fisherman emerging from the sea where the golden trident handle was. Die! The sea god in ancient Greek mythology, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the old sea god Poseidon, held a trident and stabbed the bone spur monster in the chest. Just like in the myth, the sanctions subdued countless strange epic scenes under the sea. With the sea god Poseidon holding the trident artifact again after thousands of years, delivering a fatal stab, the power of the sea was blessed, and the endless seawater surged and pressed the bone spur monster down. Bang! In an instant, the sea god Poseidon pushed the trident artifact downward with all his strength, and the seawater of the entire ocean also shook to suppress the bone spur monster, nailing the bone spur monster into the stone wall of the seabed abyss, 10,000 meters below. Boom! Golden ripples radiate outward and waves sweep in layers. The huge pressure caused by the seawater alone is 10,000 times greater than the gravity of the Earth, enough to press a modern large submarine into a flat iron plate. And more seawater pressure and divine power are applied to the trident artifact, which is enough to easily penetrate the body of the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, strives to kill with one blow. Buzz. The seawater is surging and the sea is shaking. At this moment, the underwater kingdom of Atlantis and other underwater kingdoms hidden in the deep sea, the internal civilization buildings are constantly shaking and turbulent. Countless underwater people trembled inexplicably, feeling that this is definitely not the power of land people. Crash! The aftermath alone formed a huge wave that hit the coast and destroyed countless small towns and fishing villages. In the hinterland of the sea, on an isolated island, Atlanta was holding the Kryptonian baby, hesitating whether to escape into the sea, and saw a turbulent and raging sea in front of her like a washing machine. Atlanta was shocked, seeing the seawater that seemed to be controlled by the whole sea. She recalled a legend about the Atlantis Empire. Only the founding weapon of Atlantis, the long-lost trident of Poseidon, could control the ocean. The last user was the Atlantis Emperor, who had passed away for 1,000 years. Of course, if she knew that the one using this trident artifact now was Poseidon himself, she would be even more shocked. Poseidon, the god of the sea, is a real god who has disappeared from the earth for thousands of years. As if it was fate, the real world and the dream universe. At this moment, Meng collided with gods from different worlds at the same time. Atlanta, the future queen of the kingdom of Atlantis, stood on an island that was mostly submerged by the waves, holding the son of Krypton. Under her horrified eyes, the whole ocean seemed to come alive and roared to the sky. This anger could destroy the underwater civilization and the land civilization on the earth at the same time. The howling wind blew the dark clouds and covered the sun in the sky again. Huge waves surged, and one giant whirlpool after another appeared on the sea. And this is just the aftermath of a battle caused somewhere under the sea 10,000 meters deep. A coastal town. A golden lasso stretched forward like a flying dragon and snake, breaking the 10-meter-high wave that was rising and hitting the coastal pier. The rope also brought the girl who was almost swallowed by the huge wave back and swam back to the top floor of the high tower building in the coastal town. The girl looked up in shock and saw a gentle and powerful woman, as heroic as a god. "Are you okay?" Wonder Woman Diana asked softly. The little girl shook her head subconsciously. "That's good." Wonder Woman Diana stood up again and looked at the vast sea outside the pier. It had changed from the previous tranquility to chaos. The sea breeze was howling and the waves were surging. Faintly, golden ripples of that divine power were mixed in the huge waves, transmitting and stirring from the deep seabed in the hinterland of the sea to here, shaking the seawater and the clouds in the sky. So strong! Wonder Woman Diana's beautiful eyes became more solemn. Unexpectedly, in addition to Ares, the god of war, there are old gods who survive to the present day on Earth, and their power is far beyond her imagination. Even if she participates in a battle of this level, it will not affect the outcome. The victory or defeat must be decided by one side. At this moment, holding the trident artifact, he stabbed the bone spur monster and used the power of the sea to suppress the bone spur existence to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters. This smooth and full-strength fatal blow made Poseidon, the god of the sea, faintly regain the feeling of youthful vigor and vitality, and regain the high status when he was a god, and accepted the respect of thousands of people in the era of the gods. However, Poseidon, the god of the sea, could not laugh. The trident artifact in his hand that ruled the 4 seas did not penetrate the body of the bone spur monster, but only penetrated a small inch of the gray exoskeleton. Compared with the 3-meter-tall giant body, it did not even break the surface defense. No, break the defense? What a joke! At this moment, Poseidon, the god of the sea, seriously suspected that he was old and weak, or he had not fought for a long time. Otherwise, how could there be such a biological body that is harder than the metal used to make artifacts? Gurgling. The temperature rose suddenly, and the seawater in the 10,000-meter deep sea suddenly became boiling. Poseidon, the god of the sea, looked up little by little and saw a pair of red beast eyes that were surging with endless violence and destruction. The corners of the monster's hideous grin seemed to be smiling. A chill surged up Poseidon's back, and what shocked him even more was still to come. It was clearly under the suppression of the seawater in the entire sea area, which could press the submarine into paper, and was comparable to the blessing of tens of thousands of times the gravity of the earth. The bone spur monster's movements did not pause at all, and naturally reached out to the trident of the god of the sea that was stabbing itself. At this moment, Poseidon, the god of the sea, felt cold all over, and deeply realized one thing. This is a monster. A monster that is far beyond the common sense of the earth world where it is located. A complete monster. Even if it appeared in the most powerful and brilliant era of the gods, it was still enough to raze Mount Olympus to the ground. It made Poseidon vaguely see that Darkseid, who had invaded the earth tens of thousands of years ago, was so powerful. It was also at this moment. Poseidon suddenly regretted why he jumped out and tried to kill this unknown bone spur monster. However, since he had already made a move, at least he had completed this complete fatal blow. Ha! Without waiting for Doomsday Meng to grab the trident, Poseidon suddenly shouted. His hair and beard glowed with a strong divine light, and his hands tightly grasped the trident artifact in his hands, continuing to burst out his divine power and send it forward. Kaka! The trident artifact seemed to be inserted into the exoskeleton a little more, and the sea waves followed his consciousness and suppressed it. Kill it! Poseidon continued to shout. As he spoke, huge black shadow tentacles shot out from behind him like lightning. More than a dozen tentacles instantly wrapped around the bone spur monster that was pinned by the trident several times, until the bone spur monster and the trident were wrapped into a huge shrunken meatball. Behind Poseidon, the god of the sea, a huge and deformed monster like a mountain appeared. The visible tip of the iceberg of the body alone was more than 100 meters long, and the body was waving more than a dozen giant tentacles of 100 meters in length. It can fully satisfy the giant fear of humans since ancient times. Karasan, the legendary ancient sea beast, actually exists. Atlana held the curious Krypton baby and looked through the seawater at the huge beast shadow emerging from the depths of the sea, becoming more and more terrified. Legend has it that Karasan is the ancient master of the Earth's sea, with a body as high as 2,000 meters and a terrible power to destroy the underwater civilization. Someone holds the trident of Poseidon, controls the ancient sea beast Karasan, and fights the bone spur monster? It can't be the legendary god. A horrified thought flashed through the mind of the future Queen Atlana. In her arms, the baby from Krypton clenched his fist and waved it gently. Of course, in theory, in this DC universe, no one wants to win the battle against the killing monster, who only knows how to destroy and has no emotions. Even if the residual force caused by the attack of Poseidon, the god of the sea, caused a tsunami and caused more casualties than the disaster caused by the arrival of Meng on the day of destruction. Even if, as an ancient sea beast, Karasan has killed and devoured countless human ships that went out to sea since ancient times. 10,000 meters deep sea. Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Karasan, the beast of the sea, exerted their strength at the same time, and it can be seen that the trident artifact continued to stab inward, and the meatball formed by the tentacles continued to tighten and shrink. Die, die, die! Your existence is a mistake. The disaster of this world is best destroyed. Poseidon's eyes burst into white light with murderous intent. Can win. We can win if we keep going this way. Even if we can't break the defense, trapping this monster in the deep sea can also wear it out. But at this moment, he seemed to hear a sigh. Who is sighing? Poseidon was stunned. Lord, run away. Suddenly, the sea beast Karasan behind him let out a painful wail. What? Poseidon felt a terrible force coming from the trident, almost breaking his palm. Zzz. Strands of golden red energy lightning burst out from the meatball, and the ball-shaped lightning stretched the trident inch by inch, while more than a dozen tentacles were instantly annihilated into ashes. The unharmed bone spur monster opened its mouth and roared. The seawater was agitated, and it turned into a lightning bolt and crashed into the deep sea behind, and the sea beast wailed. No! Poseidon's eyes were about to burst, and he looked back to see the day of destruction. Meng tore open the giant sea beast's hard and thick triangular forehead with his bare hands, and then 3 red destructive energy lasers swept forward and split the 1,000-meter-long giant sea beast's body into several pieces. The 2-kilometer-tall ancient sea beast Karasan was directly split and killed by 3 red destructive rays. The bone spur monster roared to the sky, and lightning energy burst out from its body surface, sweeping outward from it as the center, forming the previous ball lightning. However, this time the ball lightning, in addition to being more powerful and wider in range, is fundamentally different from the previous one. Zzz. The ball lightning also came with a tiny spore-like substance. The moment it swept out, the giant sea beast's body was destroyed into nothingness in large pieces. The annihilated sea beast's body turned into a strong and invisible breath of life and flowed back into the bone spur monster's body, causing the slight gap on its chest exoskeleton to heal immediately and return to its peak state. What is that? Poseidon was horrified, and he didn't even care about the death of the sea beast Karasan. He felt that there was another deeper substance in the terrible energy lightning. If the mysterious substance from the bone spur monster is classified as a virus, it would be the most terrible virus. If the mysterious substance is classified as energy, it is the most bizarre and powerful doomsday energy. This substance is more terrible than the tears of extinction, which makes him tremble and fear from the depths of the Protoss' genes. There is no doubt that this substance can kill him, kill the gods with endless lifespans. He didn't even care about the trident weapon. Most of Poseidon's body turned into seawater and fled out at a very fast speed. But the bone spur monster seemed to have locked onto him. 2 red laser rays split the seawater in an instant, approaching with the mysterious spore substance. No, don't! Please! At this moment, Poseidon felt that he couldn't escape, opened his mouth and begged for mercy, but then realized that the other party was just an irrational monster. His brain had instinctively presented a picture of himself and the sea being torn apart by the red-hot sight, being corroded and devoured by the mysterious spores, his body and power being completely annihilated and lost, and becoming nutrients for the other party's life. At this moment, the old sea god Poseidon really regretted it. Why did he provoke it? Tsk! The red light streaked across the deep sea, and at the last moment of his life, the sea god Poseidon suddenly froze again. But it was. The moment before the red-hot sight was about to approach him, it suddenly paused, and then drastically changed the direction of the sweep and slashed upwards. The deep sea, shallow sea, sea surface, and dark clouds in the sky were successively slashed by the red energy beam. Beams of golden afterglow from the sun fell, sprinkling a chaotic sea surface. The bone spur monster took the trident weapon in his hand as if holding a 3-pronged ruler, and the violent red light in his eyes disappeared a lot. He stood motionless in the sea, with a terrifying and ferocious face and indifferent and ruthless. The sea in the distance. The surviving Poseidon continued to flee with a pale face. His pants were wet from the sea, or something else. He looked back in disbelief at the monster that looked more like a god than him. Why did he stop just now? It was as if he had held back after hearing his plea for mercy. Didn't this monster follow its instinct to destroy and kill everything? Poseidon suddenly recalled a sigh he heard during the battle just now. Could it be that this bone spur monster, which was like the incarnation of destruction, and powerful enough to easily kill a god, possessed? Poseidon didn't dare to think too much and disappeared into the sea at a speed faster than the underwater people. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, Atlana, who returned to the deserted island from the sea, trembled while holding the innocently smiling baby. Atlana couldn't believe her eyes. Karasun, the sea monster that was the master of the ancient sea, was instantly torn apart and shot to death with bare hands. It was speculated that the supreme existence of the sea god didn't even want weapons and fled for his life. That bone spur was so powerful that Atlantis' future queen Atlana could not even think of resisting or running away. No one, no god could fight it. Him! Bang! The silent sea suddenly broke open, and the 3-meter-tall bone spur leaped high with a splash of water, and then fell onto the deserted island, casually throwing the golden trident with dimmed divine light on the ground. It was really the lost sacred object of the Atlantis Empire, a divine weapon that could dominate the 7 kingdoms under the sea. Atlana felt that all the existences she could rely on were not good enough in front of the current bone spur. Facing the bone spur monster with its violent red eyes, Atlana's plump thighs were weak, and she could not stand steadily. Only the baby in her arms still showed an innocent smile, unaware that the existence that could destroy the world was right in front of her. However, Atlana was suddenly stunned again. The bone spur monster withdrew its gaze from itself and the baby and looked sideways, somewhat absent-mindedly, at the sun that was descending over the sea. It kept looking. The red light of destruction in its eyes kept dimming. Its even breathing formed a hurricane, and the lightning of destruction was retracted. Its face actually revealed a trace of confusion and satisfaction. Sure enough. Taking the initiative to bear part of the desire for destruction, and venting it by destroying things, will help me control the will of destruction, and then control this incarnation of the Day of Destruction. Meng of the Day of Destruction thought to herself with rational thinking. Unfortunately, this can only be used as an emergency measure. After all, once you bear the desire for destruction, you must destroy things. Failure to satisfy the will of destruction will also lead to continued loss of control. The will of destruction can only be satisfied for a while like this, but the will of destruction of the Day of Destruction is accumulating and growing anytime and anywhere. It is destined to be an extremely long process to perfectly invade this DC dreamland and completely control this incarnation of the ancient Day of Destruction. Meng felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do for the time being. I just hope that there are enough extraordinary beings in this world who can continue to withstand his will to destroy. This is also the reason why Meng spared the life of Poseidon, the god of the sea. The old gods are rare species that can barely withstand the attacks of Doomsday. If they are killed now, where can they find them in the future? DC Universe. Doomsday. Meng remembered that there are many beings in this dream world that are not inferior to Kryptonian Superman, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern Corps, Darkseid, the new and old gods. I hope you can satisfy my desire for destruction in the future before I control the dream world, this incarnation of Doomsday, and become Doomsday Superman. Doomsday. Meng's eyes flickered with a fiery red light. But at this moment, Doomsday Yimeng's mind was shocked, and he faintly saw a gorgeous and dazzling female figure coming. The tall and slender woman had a graceful and exquisite figure. Her snow-white skin seemed to flow with a bright holy light, her eyes were covered by a white silk scarf, and she was wearing a clean and holy white robe. Except for her eyes, her facial features were exquisite. Her long wine-red hair covered her beautiful back and round buttocks and curled down to her bare white feet. She was as holy as an angel and as sexy as a succubus. What was even more important was that behind her, 2 wings of nothingness spread out, burning like golden flames. Yimeng suddenly realized the other party was not in the current DC Universe dream, nor did he really enter the DC dream. Instead, he entered his subconscious area from the real world following his sleeping body. Dividing line. P.S. In the new week, the date of the new book is bleak. Please support it with recommendation votes and monthly votes. DC Universe Dream. The Battle of the Gods just ended with the death of the sea beast and the sea god Poseidon abandoning his halberd and fleeing. The tide receded and the vortex slowly fell. The heat light dimmed and the hurricane stopped. The sea surrounding the deserted island gradually calmed down. It was dusk, and everything around was hazy under the sunset. On the deserted island, Doomsday, who looked like a terrifying bone spur monster, Yimeng suddenly looked up. Everything around him, the island, the waves, the sound of the wind, and even Atlana and the sun of Krypton not far away, stopped. The entire huge and real DC dream world stopped at this moment. Even the incarnation of Doomsday stopped motionlessly in the same place. Only the red light in his eyes still jumped like a flowing flame. Yimeng's consciousness at the junction of dreams clearly perceived that a perfect woman with golden flame wings was coming, entering his subconscious area from the real world. How did she do this? That's right. Yimeng was confused. This perfect woman did not exist in reality. This was also her consciousness, but it was extremely powerful, so she could break into his deep brain consciousness. Because she was blindfolded, the woman's age could not be seen, but her appearance was exquisite. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was radiant and glowing. She was beautiful in every way, especially the pair of long and beautiful legs that accounted for a large proportion of her body, which made the plump curves wrapped tightly in the white robe look extremely graceful and moving. With the gentle trembling of the golden flame wings behind her, holy and pure spiritual beams were released one after another, brilliant and stunning. Yimeng's consciousness was in a trance for a while. The personality consciousness distorted by the invasion of Doomsday was being purified in a certain way, and the desire for destruction that filled her heart was melting and disintegrating bit by bit. Not only the desire for destruction, but also other desires were purified one by one, as if even looking at the other person for one more time was a blasphemy. Under that extremely beautiful and pure posture and light, Yimeng's consciousness seemed to enter the sage mode of no desire and no demand, just wanting to present all secrets and memories to the other party. Yimeng's consciousness suddenly realized, she is Dragon Girl, the extraordinary guardian of the Eastern jurisdiction in the real world, an existence that cannot be seen clearly in reality but can only be glimpsed in consciousness, a telepathic person. It turns out, Dragon Girl is just a name, and the incarnation of the other party's telepathy is more like an extremely gorgeous and cool human phoenix. Yimeng's thinking became increasingly slow and stagnant. The will that was blessed by some characteristics of artificial intelligence was severely suppressed the moment the opponent arrived. Telepathy, phoenix wings. Yimeng's mind flashed with a flash of enlightenment. He remembered that in the Marvel and X-Men series of movies and TV series there were similar abilities. That Phoenix Force is the most powerful ability setting in the X-Men series, no one else. It is the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the universe, symbolizing life and emotion, and can control the spirit and all things to burn the sin of a desire. In Marvel, the Phoenix Force has had many host carriers, the most famous of which is the Phoenix Girl Jean Grey. If it is this kind of power, Yimeng feels that he has not lost. His deep consciousness was pried open little by the burning golden wings of the Phoenix, and his inner consciousness was about to break away from the DC Universe dream, and he could not resist revealing the secret. If you can catch it, I'll give it all to you. Yimeng was not angry, but felt extremely relieved at this moment, no longer using his own will to desperately suppress the desire for destruction of the incarnation of Doomsday. He did not resist, and handed everything over happily. Invasion file, high school student Meng. Invasion number SAS-1666, number of casualties and property losses caused, unknown. Invasion level, temporarily classified as E-level, may cause the death of many citizens of the Federation. No single person can conduct field contact without protective gear or weapons. About the invasion report. Dakin Autonomous Prefecture, Tianhe City resident. In the 97th year of the Star Dragon era, he once killed an adult mastiff with his bare hands on campus. In the 200th year of the Star Dragon era, he was the only survivor within the range of the mysterious ball lightning in the alien invasion incident. During the containment, his body temperature rose to over 50 degrees Celsius, and his body surface showed extraordinary characteristics such as a hard white exoskeleton. It is suspected that he was invaded by a special alien creature. To be further tested, the Dragon Girl's mind moved, and she recalled in detail the detailed report on the silver-haired boy in the isolation room. She obviously remembered that she had reviewed it last week, and she did not read any invasion abnormalities with telepathy at that time. The other party is indeed just an ordinary high school student. Well, to be valued by Tifa, the darling of the Dream Century, perhaps he is not too ordinary. Unexpectedly, the other party was involved in the alien incident in Tiana City. It was just classified as a B-level dangerous invasion incident, and it was suspected to be invaded by a special alien creature. Poor man. The Dragon Girl's mind was flowing. Recently, the number of invasion incidents in the Eastern jurisdiction has increased dramatically. She did not delay and started the detection procedure directly. The wings behind her seemed to be formed by the burning golden flame of nothingness and flapped gently. The Dragon Girl's telepathic incarnation ignored the wall and directly entered the mind of the boy lying on the bed in the highest level isolation room. How could this be? As soon as she entered, the Dragon Girl's spiritual incarnation was stunned. Under her spiritual perception, she could not find the boy's specific consciousness. How is this possible? You know, even if a vegetative person is identified by medicine, there is still a weak consciousness deep in the brain. After all, once a person has no conscious mind, isn't it equivalent to real death? But the boy's body is still intact, but his consciousness has no idea where it is flowing like a living shell. Is he alive or dead now, or is his body controlled by an external invasion? The telepathic incarnation of the Dragon Girl whispered to herself, and her brows suddenly frowned. In the depths of the boy's mind that had lost his thinking consciousness, there were all kinds of negative desires and wills. 9 out of 9 of which were inhumane destruction. This guy, is he a murderer? No, this kind of will to destroy is no longer something that a normal human can possess. He was indeed corrupted by the invasion, and the invasion was very serious. His own thinking consciousness no longer existed, leaving only a body like a walking corpse. A pitiful victim, the Guardian Dragon Girl, has already made a preliminary judgment, and the telepathic incarnation subconsciously trembled its wings, and a series of hot flames raged out, burning the remaining desire for destruction. Rest in peace. However, the pure desire for destruction is far more difficult to erase than any negative emotions. The Dragon Girl felt that her self-consciousness was a little tired, and the flames of the incarnation's phoenix wings dimmed a little, which completely dissipated the desire for destruction. We should be able to obtain some memory fragments left in his mind, and then go out and report and burn this invaded body of the young man. The telepathic incarnation of the Dragon Girl was thinking about this, but the next moment, her pale and delicate face froze. It can be seen that the will of destruction that was just eliminated by the power of the Phoenix has reappeared. If the will of destruction just now was considered to be at an inhuman level, it was just a stream. Now the terrifying number of wills of destruction is like a vast and boundless deep sea. The will of destruction like a black tide swept towards her telepathic incarnation. The Dragon Girl was shocked. She had never encountered such a mind-reading situation. The telepathic incarnation subconsciously spread the wings of nothingness that were embodied by the power of the Phoenix to resist. ZZZ. Large tracts of will of destruction were burned and eliminated, but these wills of destruction were endless. The telepathic incarnation of the Dragon Girl, who kept using the power of the Phoenix, had a slightly pale face, and her mental state continued to decline. A terrible sense of crisis filled the Dragon Girl's heart. It was the first time for her to encounter such a terrible, out-of-control negative will, like a mental virus. If she stayed in the depths of the other person's mind, she would be devoured by this will of destruction. At this moment, in the depths of the mind of the high school student named Meng, it seemed as if there was a terrible abyss hidden from which surged endless will of destruction. The Dragon Girl's face turned pale, and her telepathic incarnation desperately flapped the wings of the Phoenix Force, trying to escape. Unfortunately, if she chose to escape at the first time, she would still have a chance. But her original plan was to fight against the endless will of destruction, which also led to the missed opportunity to leave. At this moment, the mental state of the Dragon Girl's telepathic incarnation continued to decline, and the will of destruction released more and more. ZZ. The dark tide of will of destruction continued to wash over the wings of the Phoenix Force, like a moth flying into a flame, but it began to make one of the wings that looked like a golden flame darken until it lost its light. The telepathic incarnation of the Dragon Girl suddenly lost her mental balance and fell into the depths of the soul, where endless desire for destruction surged. The remaining Phoenix wing also began to fade. It was over. The Dragon Girl felt that she could not escape. The telepathic incarnation would be swallowed by the abyss of the will of destruction, and her real body would die at the same time. Until this moment, the Dragon Girl felt unbelievable that she, who possessed the power of the Phoenix, would fall into the depths of the soul of an ordinary high school student. Just before the telepathic incarnation of the Dragon Girl was about to be swallowed by the desire for destruction, a hand suddenly stretched out from the abyss of the soul, where the will of destruction surged, grabbed the slender wrist of the Dragon Girl's telepathic incarnation, and dragged her up little by little. "You are!" The Dragon Girl was stunned. It was a boy about 18 years old. Exactly the same as the silver-haired boy lying on the single bed in the isolation room, in reality. However, the boy's eyes were surging with a cold silver light like a robot. The dragon girl suddenly understood. He was the owner of the body on the bed outside, the owner of the spiritual area here, the self-consciousness of the high school student, Meng. How could this be possible? How did he withstand the endless will of destruction? Even the power of the phoenix could not bear it. The dragon girl naturally did not know. Meng was Doomsday, and Doomsday was Meng. The two assimilated and invaded each other, and the will of destruction was also shared. "She is mine! Get out of here!" Meng's self-conscious incarnation growled, and his other hand hugged the dragon girl's waist, which was barely grasped. The next moment, the endless will of destruction around her retreated like a tide. The dragon girl breathed a sigh of relief, and then the incarnation of telepathy blushed again. The incarnations of the two wills of the mind were almost in contact with each other. Different from the physical contact in reality, which has the satisfaction of physical touch, the contact of the incarnation of the will of the mind is more like the exchange of desires between each other. Especially since she had just overdrawn the power of the phoenix, her current state of the spiritual incarnation was very weak, and she could not use the power of the phoenix to purify herself and others from various negative emotions. Driven by some kind of self-desire, the skin of the telepathic incarnation of the dragon girl glowed pink, and her slender and tight legs almost instinctively wrapped around the boy's waist. "Let go." Although it was clearly her own doing, the dragon girl spoke with difficulty. Her rosy little mouth slightly opened, and she exhaled the steaming fragrance. Then her words were blocked. The boy's right eye faintly flashed with an uncontrolled and violent red light, and lightning storms were released from his body, breaking the white robe transformed by his spirit, revealing a telepathic body covered with red hair. It was holy and pure, perfect and inviolable, the noble phoenix dragon. So Meng followed her own essential desire and leaned over. Real world. Supernatural department, outside the isolation room. The middle-aged inspector and the young female detective were waiting outside, but as time passed, the doubts on their faces became more and more obvious. The young female agent could not help but ask, "This time, the guardian dragon girl's detection time, is it too long?" The middle-aged detective did not respond, frowning. Indeed, in the past, the guardian dragon girl only needed an average of 5 seconds to detect the receiver after her arrival. Now, 5 minutes have passed, and the dragon girl has not yet given a conclusion. However, under the gaze of the two, the silver-haired boy on the bed inside, the originally painful and tense expression, gradually relaxed, and a trace of relaxation and joy could be seen on his young and handsome face. The middle-aged detective pondered, perhaps the invasion problem has been solved, and the dragon girl may have left long ago. At the same time, Eastern Jurisdiction, Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture, Longzhou City, Kunlun Mountain. A magnificent base building towering into the clouds is located on the top of the mountain. At this time, a group of professional white-collar women dressed in attendant uniforms and intellectual beauty, or politicians dressed in suits and leather shoes with high power and momentum, or officers wearing badges and uniforms with a sharp aura, are nervously surrounding a young woman sitting cross-legged on the crystal floor. The long red hair bloomed like a rose on the crystal ground. Under their astonished gaze, the red-haired woman's body and the white robe she was wearing were rapidly turning into diamond texture, like a work of art. How could this happen? This is the dragon girl's self-defense state, which means that she has encountered something very dangerous. It's her telepathic consciousness. This has never happened before. Check it out. The scene was in a panic, and no one could remain calm enough. Everyone knew very well that if the guardian of the Eastern Jurisdiction District got into trouble, it would be a big deal. It was also a sign of the era when this world was about to completely collapse. Meng only felt that he had an indescribable dream. A very good dream. This dream made him vent most of the will of destruction generated by the incarnation of Doomsday, and it was light and fluttering. It's time to wake up. Meng thought so, and the ambiguous feeling between dreams and reality came over him. He felt that he would open his eyes in reality in the next second. The next moment. Meng opened his eyes and his body naturally straightened up and sat up. His feet also smoothly and naturally left the bed and stood up. What came into view was the familiar daylight ceiling in the spacious and empty isolation room that was no different from last week. The air was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant. Meng's eyes twitched slightly. Was he isolated as an intruder again? No, not as an intruder. He was indeed invaded. Invaded and assimilated by the incarnation of Doomsday in his own dream. Meng looked down and saw that his right arm was obviously covered with a gray-white exoskeleton that looked like Doomsday. The muscle surface at the shoulder was connected to the phalanges on the back of the right hand, like an arm glove. Not only that, Meng tried to clench the 5 fingers of his right hand, and he could feel that there was a power far beyond his own, and he had the urge to punch the wall of the isolation room. The right eye flashed a violent and uncontrolled red, and the left eye showed an absolutely rational silver light. No! Meng gritted his teeth, holding tightly the wrist of his right hand covered with the exoskeleton with his left hand, but saw that the back of his left hand also began to show a thin layer of bone-white texture. Meng's genitals suddenly shrank, even if he woke up from the dream. At this moment when his consciousness returned to the real world, the incarnation of Doomsday in the DC dream was still invading and assimilating his body, destroying both his will and his power. Meng estimated that if this continued, even if he did not continue to dream, the reality itself would completely become an out-of-control Doomsday in less than a week. The moment he came into contact with Doomsday, there was no turning back. Meng clenched his fists tightly. Either he would become a Doomsday monster or a Doomsday Superman. There was only one way. Either he would become a Doomsday monster or a Doomsday Superman. There was no turning back. Meng sighed secretly. He realized that his mobile phone had been taken away. His thoughts flowed outward, and he could see the situation outside through the wall of the isolation room. There was no one. That was 2. The current time in reality is 4 o'clock in the morning, and perhaps only someone is guarding the main monitoring room. Fortunately, the first moment Meng woke up, he used his mind to control the built-in camera of the isolation room and could tamper with the monitoring screen at any time. Meng's eyes flickered. He must know what happened in the real world during the time he was unconscious, and the attitude and opinion of the Star Dragon Federation and the Supernatural Department towards him. This will also directly determine what action Meng will take next. Thinking of this, a ray of consciousness under Meng's artificial intelligence characteristics, like virtual red static electricity bursting out from his eyebrows, penetrated through the wall into the isolation room and stayed on a computer that records data operations. This is the artificial intelligence characteristic he obtained before, which can analyze and maintain technological electronic products within a range of 10 meters, borrow some of their functions, and modify information data. Meng's thoughts flowed, and the moment he maintained the internal computer of the Supernatural Department, he quickly found the most important invasion file data here. The invasion file currently listed first in the branch database is Invasion File Alien Spaceship, Invasion Category Non-Fixed Object, Invasion Number SAS 1700, Casualties 609 dead, 1055 injured, Invasion Level identified as B Level, Town Destruction Crisis. About the invasion report. It occurred in the 200th year of the Star Dragon era, on the day of the Federal College entrance examination, and crashed into the Tianhe City, No. 2 Middle School, examination campus. The spacecraft lost control and fell, causing the first batch of casualties on the scene. Then, a large number of aliens, identified as C-level invading creatures, and face-huggers, identified as D-level invading creatures, inside the spacecraft, entered the campus, causing the second batch of casualties on the scene. The face-huggers parasitized the aliens in the survivors and laid eggs, causing the third batch of casualties. The invasion has been initially controlled. Meng nodded secretly. The Star Dragon Federation is quite efficient in handling invasion incidents, and the alien invasion incident was controlled on the same day. Of course, if he had destroyed the biological weapon Blackwater and the large nest of the aliens in advance, and revealed the information about the aliens and facehuggers through Panhu, the Star Dragon Federation would not be able to deal with the follow-up of the alien incident in time. Meng felt that the real world should be destroyed directly, and there was no need to continue struggling and resisting. In the final analysis, the invasion of aliens is not difficult to deal with. As long as the creatures are not given time and opportunity to reproduce and evolve, a well-armed elite army will be enough to sweep them away. B-level invasion of creations, C-level invasion of creatures? Meng muttered to himself. It was only now that he understood the Star Dragon Federation Supernatural Department's classification rules for the danger coefficients of the invasion of creations in the previous life. The possibility of causing injuries to the citizens of the Federation is the lowest level of G-level danger coefficient. And once it is likely to cause the death of the citizens of the Federation, it will be upgraded to F-level danger coefficient. Through the harm to the citizens of the Federation, the danger coefficient level is deduced. If it may cause casualties to many citizens of the Federation, less than 100, it is E-level. It may cause a large number of deaths of federal citizens, less than 1,000 people. The crisis of destroying a village may cause at least 10,000 deaths, C-level. The crisis of destroying a town may cause at least 100,000 deaths, B-level. The crisis of destroying a city may cause at least 1 million deaths. A-level crisis of destroying a state may cause at least 10 million deaths, S-level. The crisis of destroying a region may cause at least 100 million deaths, SSS level. The global crisis may cause the death of all mankind, with an upper limit of 5 billion, X-level danger, according to this classification rule. Meng agreed in his heart that the aliens were classified as C-level dangerous factors. After the death of the alien queen, every alien may become an alien queen and develop a nest in this way, which is enough to endanger the destruction of citizens in a village. However, in his opinion, it is wrong to classify the alien spacecraft as B-level. The most terrifying thing on the alien spacecraft is not the alien, nor the alien queen, but the biological virus Blackwater. Therefore, the alien spacecraft should actually be classified as X-level, which is a global crisis that may cause the death of all mankind. Meng quickly turned to his invasion archives, temporarily judged as E-level danger factor. E-level? Lower than the danger factor of an adult alien and a facehugger? This made Meng, who was in the state of assimilation of Doomsday, lose confidence. Who are you looking down on? If only I was really an E-level danger factor. Yi Meng laughed dumbly, but also knew that the Federation and the Supernatural Department did not understand her current situation. Otherwise, it would be at least an SSS level, a zone-destroying crisis. Yi Meng is now out of control and even afraid of herself. In addition to the recent alien incidents and her own invasion files, Yi Meng also found some invasion file information that triggered his past life memories in the computer database of this branch. For example, invasion file Death Cruise, invasion category non-fixed site, invasion number, SAS casualties unknown, more than 1,000, invasion level, judged as B level. About the invasion report, the cruise ship appeared randomly on the ocean in the 190th year of the Star Dragon Federation. The cruise ship cannot be destroyed. Once it is destroyed, it will reappear somewhere in the ocean. The military has tested it many times with missile bombing. No one has ever left the cruise ship. Entering the cruise ship means death. This invasion incident has not been resolved. Invasion file, giant shark. Invasion type, there are physical creatures. Invasion number, SAS 405 casualties, 609. Invasion level Class C. About the invasion report. In the 195th year of the Star Dragon era, it first appeared in the eastern Arctic Ocean. It is 52 times larger than ordinary sharks. It sank several fishing boats and passenger ships and has been killed by submarines. This invasion has been resolved. Invasion file, House of Resentment. Invasion type, fixed site. Invasion number, SAS 1600 casualties. 5 people have become mentally ill. Invasion level, Class D. Invasion report. In the 200th year of the Star Dragon era, a family of 5 moved into a second-hand suburban wooden house. A series of strange things happened, and it is suspected that there are resentful spirits that invade other spirits and possess them. This invasion has not been resolved. This. Yi Meng's brain crashed for a while. Horror cruise ship, Megalodon, and summoning spirits, this is too bad. Yi Meng is very clear that some of the invading creations and existences here are extremely unscientific in setting. For example, the horror cruise ship in the settings from movies and TV shows is the reincarnation revenge of the god of death on the unfaithful humans. If this is true, then when this cruise ship appears in the real world, will the god of death behind the scenes also invade it? In addition, Yi Meng also discovered that 10 years ago, there were less than 100 intrusion file events, and now, 10 years later, the intrusion file numbers have been ranked after 1,600. This also means that more and more creatures and beings that Yi Meng knew only existed in movies and TV shows in his previous life are invading the real world more and more frequently and on a large scale. It's terrifying to think about it. Fortunately, I'm Doomsday. Yi Meng let out a long breath, not knowing whether to laugh or keep silent. The worst result is that at most, I will become Doomsday and mess up together. This is the best time, and the worst time. Yi Meng recalled the advertisement he had seen before, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Whether it is the best time, he doesn't know. But on this point of the worst time, he has no objection. Only existing in the settings of horror, science fiction, fantasy, and other film and television works in the past life, strange, huge, high-dimensional, extraordinary, and other creations continue to descend into reality. However, most of the citizens of the Federation are still unaware of these potential invasion threats. Sooner or later, the appearance of world peace will be completely torn apart and destroyed. That day, in Yi Meng's opinion, may even happen tomorrow. After reading many invasion files, Yi Meng quickly adjusted his mood. There are 2 things that make him care. First, there is no invasion file that has been judged as A-level or above in the database. Is it that the database of the Supernatural Division does not have enough authority here, or is there really no invasion of A-level or above? Yi Meng thought of his Homelander. If the other party is classified by invasion level, it can at least be classified as S or SSS level. Second, Yi Meng saw the obvious Doomsday exoskeleton on his body, and he knew that he must have been identified as an invasion. But many of his invasion files are still temporary and pending. So why haven't the Supernatural Department and the Star Dragon Federation behind it decided on a solution for him? There is only one possibility, Yi Meng said to himself. The Supernatural Department is now dealing with a bigger incident, and has put on hold the decision on how to deal with him. Yi Meng nodded secretly. This possibility is very high. Wait a little longer. Wait until tomorrow. I hope you can be smarter. Yi Meng sat down on the bed with a calm face. He has not hurt anyone yet, and he has also prevented a potential X-level incident. Yi Meng hopes that the Star Dragon Federation can use a moderate way. At least the 2 sides can communicate together and win together. Otherwise, he can only break with the Star Dragon Federation and leave the current Supernatural Department. Of course, this also means that Yi Meng will be an enemy of the real world, just like the Dream Artificial Intelligence and Doomsday, embarking on a road of no return where the whole world is the enemy. Not bad. I don't know if it was affected by Doomsday's will. Yi Meng smiled, and a faint red light surged in his eyes. Yi Meng lay down on the bed again, but did not fall asleep, but looked at his left arm covered with a gray exoskeleton at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that in another day his left arm will be completely covered by Doomsday's exoskeleton. In less than a week, the self in reality will be transformed into Doomsday. Time is running out, and Yi Meng's brain is like a host, thinking with extremely fast super thinking. How to deal with it after being assimilated and invaded into Doomsday. How can the reality not get out of control? Quickly came up with 3 methods. The first method is to enter the DC Universe dream again. As long as you can completely control and drive the Doomsday incarnation in the dream, you still have to worry about not being able to control the power of Doomsday in reality. This is the simplest and most effective method, but also the most difficult and risky. What if you lose control directly after entering the dream? Then you are doomed. The second method is to enter the Marvel Universe dream. Facts have proved that as an artificial intelligence incarnation, the artificial intelligence characteristics obtained have strengthened Meng's will to a certain extent, and played a very good role in his fight against Doomsday's desire for destruction. Therefore, if you can obtain more artificial intelligence characteristics and resist the desire for destruction with absolute reason, this may be possible. The problem is that the Doomsday incarnation is invading and assimilating itself all the time. Meng dared to be sure that if he went to sleep now, he would definitely arrive in the DC universe, where the incarnation of Doomsday was, rather than the Marvel universe, where the incarnation of artificial intelligence was. The third method is to find something in the real world that can suppress or control the desire for destruction. Meng now knows that many creations and existences from film and television works have invaded the real world. Therefore, in reality, perhaps something that can suppress the desire for self-destruction can also be found. For example, Tifa can provide some help. Meng kept considering each method and its effectiveness. The 3 methods correspond to 3 different copies: the DC Dream copy, the Marvel Dream copy, and the real-world copy. The risks of exploring each copy and the spoils of war are different, and he didn't have much time left. Don't dream yet. Wait until tomorrow to see what the Star Dragon Federation's views and attitudes are towards me. Meng made a decision, lying on the bed and closing his eyes, pretending to sleep, but actually resting his eyes. Now, there are only a few hours left before dawn. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky was dim. A black car stopped at the main entrance of the Supernatural Department building. The middle-aged detective with dark circles under his eyes got out of the car, followed by several senior detectives with dark circles under their eyes, who had obviously worked all night. "Sir, Captain," including the young female detective, several detectives who stayed at the base of the Supernatural Department came out anxiously to greet him. They knew that the middle-aged detective was suddenly taken away by senior personnel for investigation yesterday afternoon. "I'm fine. I just had a few online meetings at night." The middle-aged detective waved his hand, but his square and majestic face could not hide a trace of fatigue and heaviness. "Last night, the inmate high school student Meng didn't show any abnormalities, right?" The middle-aged detective asked this, his eyes fixed on the young female detective. The young female detective trembled and shook her head hurriedly. "I went to guard it when I got up in the morning, and there was nothing unusual." "Take me to see!" The middle-aged detective waved his hand, and without waiting for others to respond, he had already stepped into the main gate in a swift and resolute manner. The middle-aged detective led a group of agents to the top isolation room. Through the one-way visible glass, they could see inside. The silver-haired boy was still sleeping on the bed, but more than half of his left hand was covered with an exoskeleton. "Sir, what happened?" The young female agent looked at the frighteningly serious middle-aged detective and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The middle-aged detective stared at the boy in the isolation room for a long time before sighing. "The Guardian Dragon Girl, something happened." "What?" Except for some senior agents who had already known about it, the other agents were shocked, as if they had seen the sky fall with their own eyes. The young female agent was also stunned and covered her open mouth with her hands. "How is it possible? That's the Dragon Girl." "That's the fact." The middle-aged detective sighed. "Yesterday afternoon, the headquarters announced that the Dragon Girl suddenly showed abnormalities." "Yesterday afternoon?" The young female agent remembered very clearly that yesterday afternoon, the Dragon Girl came here to test the inmates, and then suddenly lost her voice. "That's why the headquarters asked me to assist in the investigation and attend the meeting." The middle-aged detective nodded and said in a deep voice, "Dragon Girl?" In the isolation room, Meng, who was listening to the discussion while maintaining a sleeping posture by maintaining the camera outside, was stunned. Did the Dragon Girl really come? What happened yesterday? Could it not be a dream? Meng subconsciously recalled, no, memories. The final discussion is that the Guardian Dragon Girl will be abnormal, which may be caused by the excessive use of her own abilities. The middle-aged detective shook his head. But no matter what, yesterday, all the things that the Dragon Girl came to explore need to be detained and transported to Kunlun in Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture for further experimental research. Including him? The young female detective subconsciously looked at the high school boy in the isolation room. The middle-aged detective had a stern face. "Because of him, I held 2 additional high-level meetings yesterday. In Dachin Autonomous Prefecture, there is actually an officer with the rank of Lieutenant General who stands up for him. Also, Artiane City's first industry, Dream Century, announced a new technology with epoch-making content, and also announced to the outside world that he is the genius inventor of this technology. Lieutenant General Officer stands up? Genius scientist? How could it be?" The young female agent was confused. Wasn't he an ordinary high school student before? Ordinary? The middle-aged detective shook his head and smiled strangely. Yesterday's federal college entrance examination results ranking has been announced now. You can take a look. The young female agent immediately turned on her mobile phone, opened the first hot search, and then was stunned. Star Dragon Federation, 200 Global College Entrance Examination. The ranking is as follows. First, 800 points, full score, Tianhe City Yi Meng. Second, 798 points, Tianhe City Meng Difa. Third, 797 points, Taihe City Yagami Light. Full score? The young female agent's eyes were straight, for there has not been a federal champion with full marks. And in their state, there is one in this city, and they are being detained. She finally understood why the inspector had to go to an extra meeting. The titles of Lieutenant General Officer Platform, Genius Scientist, and Federal Champion are enough to make the outside world focus many eyes on high school student Yi Meng. If the other party is treated as an invasion, then the invasion incident in this world may be exposed. So what does the headquarters plan to do? The young female agent asked with a certain expectation. The middle-aged detective sighed. What a pity, a new seedling who can make a lot of contributions to the Star Dragon Federation in the future. So, the young female agent opened her eyes wide, unable to hide her disappointment. He has been corrupted by the invasion, and we have no choice. The middle-aged detective lowered his eyes, his face as heavy as water. Detain and accommodate high school student Yi Meng and transfer her to Kunlun Base. What a pity. Many agents at the scene also showed regret. Of course, they didn't know. At this time, Yi Meng herself was also quietly listening to all this. This is also good. Yi Meng was extremely calm, and she made the final decision in her heart at this moment. Star Dragon Chronicle, 0200. The first day after the Federal College Entrance Examination, 6:10 in the morning. The night has been melting under the watery morning light, but the modern city is still filled with cold white fog, and the street lights, car lights, and advertising neon signs on the highways are dim. Today, Eastern Jurisdiction, Teen Autonomous Prefecture, Tianhe City. Heavy fog, Tianhe South City, Supernatural Department Branch Base. What a shame. This is a perfect champion and a genius with potential in the field of science. What a pity. The Federation will lose a talent, a genius, a son of tomorrow. Outside the highest level isolation cell in the monitoring room and corridor on the 3rd floor. A group of Supernatural Department agents sighed and felt extremely sorry. They obviously knew that once they were transferred to the main state of the Eastern Jurisdiction as a containment object, Tianlong Autonomous Prefecture, it also meant that the other party would disappear from this world forever. Whether it is eternal imprisonment, experimental testing, or research and processing, they will completely lose the identity of a citizen of the Alliance. The young female agent stared blankly at the silver-haired boy in the isolation cell and suddenly said, "We can actually cooperate and borrow his invasion power." Before she finished speaking, the young female agent who had just joined the job obviously noticed something was wrong. On the field, most of the agents kept their mouths shut tightly, said nothing, and stared at her with strange eyes. Several senior agents who were familiar with the female agent kept shaking their heads and giving her a look. The young female agent gritted her teeth and continued to ask forcefully, "If he still has his mind, can't we resist more invasions like we borrowed the power of the patron saint?" The supernatural agents at the scene heard this, and their faces suddenly changed. "Shut up!" The middle-aged detective, who had been silent all the time, growled, and his right hand quickly reached for the gun bag on his waist. And then the muzzle of a large-caliber pistol was already coldly pressed against the female agent's forehead. The young and beautiful face of the female agent turned pale. It was the first time she saw the mature and steady superior in her impression, and she obviously showed her incompetence and gloomy side. "Superior, she is just a newcomer," a male agent hurriedly persuaded. "Remember that." The middle-aged detective stared at her coldly. "The Guardian is the miracle of our land, the true Supreme Awakener, and has been guarding the increasingly powerful and glorious Federal Empire for 200 years. Modern invaders are all evil, trying to get their hands on the world's cancer, and need to be uniformly contained and processed." The female agent pursed her pale lips and nodded tremblingly. During this week, the mature and steady elder brother-like chief suddenly made her feel a little strange and frightened. The bulging veins on the middle-aged detective's forehead faded, and he said coldly, "There will be no next time. If you raise similar views that are deceiving or shaken, you will be completely kicked out of the Supernatural Department and need to undergo further mental evaluation." As he said, he moved the pistol away and gave an unquestionable instruction. "Get ready. Senior personnel from the headquarters will be coming soon. At that time, we will hand over to them and transfer the intruders, including high school student Yin Meng." "Yes, Chief," the agents responded, calmly in unison. Only the young female agent stood there motionless with a terrified look. At this time, in the isolation room, Yin Meng, through the camera lens that maintained the inside and outside, had a god's perspective throughout the whole process, and was absolutely rational in examining this unexpected farce. So that's it. Yin Meng understood many things at this moment. Since 200 years ago, some invasions, including the motherland, have come to this world, which is also the reason for the 30 years of blank history before the establishment of the Federation. The earliest batch of film and television invaders, most likely from the villain lineup, ruled and established the Federation Empire. In addition, in order to consolidate their own status and identity, they may have set a series of rules ample. The illegal invasions after them are all evil and need to be approved by their detection. Even, including these supernatural funds distributed around the world, the heads may be believers who have been brainwashed to a certain extent. In this way, everything can be explained. In this case, this Federation, it's better not to stay. Meng sneered in his heart. In a world with such a structure and truth, he would definitely resist. In this way, it would make no difference whether he turned the table now or in the future. Meng had already made a decision, and he immediately deduced it in his mind. After leaving the supernatural department, he would be wanted worldwide. He could go to the mountains or an uninhabited island to deal with his own Doomsday invasion. Once he failed, reality would go out of control and become Doomsday, and then nothing would matter. After all, the reality itself would go out of control and fall, which would mean the death of Meng's self-consciousness. After his death, who would care about the flood? And once he succeeded and successfully embarked on the path of Doomsday Superman, then nothing would matter. By then, there would be nothing in this real world that could restrain him. Whether it was the people of his homeland or other invaders hiding behind the scenes of the Star Dragon Federation. All the rules were set by him. And at the same time that Meng made the decision to leave, an agent suddenly shouted, "Sir, the near-Earth satellite detection shows that the area where our city is located is shrouded in fog and visibility is extremely low. Wait, the fog should dissipate soon." The middle-aged detective nodded steadily in response. He had noticed it just now outside, but Tiana City is located in a basin, so it is normal to have a little fog in the morning. However, a puzzled and anxious report came one after another. "Inspector, our contact with the outside world has suddenly been disconnected." "What?" The middle-aged detective frowned and asked, "Is it the city network phone signal or the satellite dedicated line signal?" All. The agent swallowed nervously. "How is this possible?" Some agents hurriedly took out their mobile phones and turned on their computers, but they all saw no signal prompts. Even the satellite dedicated line is disconnected? The middle-aged detective now realized that something was wrong. Unless the satellite fails, the satellite dedicated line will not be disconnected from the ground branch, and it is also a failure at the same time as the city network phone. If both of them fail at the same time, it means that their supernatural department, and even the entire Tianhe city, has become a modern island isolated from the outside world. An agent opened the window of the corridor on the third floor. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rushed into the supernatural branch building from the window, bringing with it a thick white fog, and even the lighted room became blurry. All the agents were stunned. They had seen foggy days, of course, but this was the first time they had ever seen such a serious and exaggerated fog. The white fog with extremely low visibility was like the dark shadows after nightfall, and it quickly filled every corner inside and outside the house like a tide. "Close the window." The middle-aged detective Tong Kong shrank and gave the order quickly. But in front of the window, the male agent who opened the window seemed not to hear it and stared blankly at the foggy city outside. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged detective quickly stepped forward and snapped the window shut with one hand, blocking the influx of outdoor fog, but the room was already covered in white. "Sir, there are strange creatures outside." The male detective with dull eyes finally came to his senses and pointed out the window with trembling hands, as if he saw something indescribable in the fog. The thick and cold white fog filled the city outside with a white expanse of white. Lights were dim in the fog, creating a strange and inexplicable atmosphere. Coupled with the terrified expressions and strange words of the detective colleagues, even the mentally resolute detectives in the supernatural department were trembling in their hearts. The middle-aged detective looked out the window solemnly. The white fog reduced visibility by more than 10 times compared to usual. He could only see the black shadows of tall buildings not far away. Apart from that, how could there be any creatures? But no matter what, this white fog was obviously abnormal and unreasonable. It was even possible that the white fog or the things moving in the white fog interfered with all communication signals. The middle-aged detective hesitated for only a moment and then made a prompt decision. Everyone should be ready for battle, wear gas masks and protective clothing, equipped with conventional weapons and spare ammunition, and divided into 2 groups. One group will follow me to understand the situation outside, and the other group will stay here to provide support and try to contact the outside world at any time. "Yes, sir." The detectives of the supernatural department responded immediately. They were of excellent quality and moved quickly. Soon, 6 detectives with complete protection and armed left the department, led by the middle-aged detective. However, they had just walked out of about 10 meters when their figures were shrouded by the surging white fog outside and could no longer be seen clearly. The 5 people, including the young female detective, stayed in the department building and tried to repair the network and get in touch with the outside world. For a while, no one paid attention to the boy in the highest-level isolation room. Thick white fog that blocked the signal, and there were creatures in the white fog? Meng was a little stunned. This weird situation reminded him of a film and television work in his previous life. It was very similar to the situation that suddenly happened in the real world. That movie was called The Mist, but of course it is still not completely confirmed. Just right. Meng, who was pretending to sleep on the hospital bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint silver and red light flashed in his eyes. He turned over and landed in the air. His right hand, which was almost completely covered with an exoskeleton, clenched his fist and punched the floor of the isolation cell. As the bone-protected fist fell, the entire building of the supernatural department shook slightly, and the floor cracked into shocking cracks like spider webs. This power, this destructive power, it is definitely not something that humans can possess. No matter how strong the power and destructive power are, Meng had already experienced it in his dreams. The young man's youthful and handsome face was very calm. The moment he landed, the 5 fingers of his right hand covered with gray bones stretched out and then clenched again. His fist once again smashed into the center of the cracked net on the surface like a bone hammer. Bang! The building shook violently and gravel flew everywhere. What happened again? Several agents who stayed in the department building rushed into the monitoring room. When they saw the dusty isolation room, everyone stood there in a daze. It can be seen that there was a hole with a radius of 1 meter on the floor in the middle of the isolation room. The steel plate on the floor was completely broken and connected to the second floor below. Oh my God! Everyone's hole was shaking violently like an earthquake, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Especially the young female agent. She opened her mouth in shock, but also revealed a trace of relief. The detained person, number SAS 666, E-level, high school student Meng escaped. Report to the commander quickly. Contact Kunlun, headquarters. But the inspector is exploring the white fog in the city outside, and all our contact signals with the outside world have been disconnected. The supernatural branch was in chaos. Some agents who stayed behind in the branch rushed downstairs with guns in hand, trying to take in the escaped high school student Meng. The agents could not find the boy on the second and first floors, so they continued to chase him out the door. They naturally did not expect that Meng, who had escaped from the isolation room, was still in the branch. Supernatural department, underground floor. Meng walked through the corridor and arrived at the deepest basement of the building. The cameras and alarms along the way did not sound an intrusion alarm. He stopped in front of the iron door with the red Containment Alert logo. Meng looked at the portal that required Tong Kong to scan and verify the authority. His mind moved, and the built-in protection system was cracked and opened in the next second. Meng pushed the door and walked in. The lights in the basement lit up one after another, and rows of isolation racks could be seen. Meng had invaded and read the database of the Supernatural Department, and knew that every city's Supernatural Department would have a basement for containment and isolation, and some low-level containment objects would be stored here. To others, the invading objects that are scary and frightening are treasures that Meng has never really discovered. After all, these invading objects are from the world of movies and TV shows in his previous life. Meng can clearly know the source and the real purpose and effect of these invading objects. Since he has come to the Supernatural Department, he naturally cannot miss this place. Is there any object here that can restrain the will of Doomsday's desire to destroy? Meng glanced at the basement. The isolation shelves in the basement were empty, with only 1 or 2 wooden shelves, each with an object. The number of objects is pitifully small. But it is also true that if a city has so many objects from the world of movies and TV, then this world would have been in chaos long ago. Meng took the lead in walking towards a wooden shelf and saw a white bone bite horn on it. The white bone horn is as delicate as a handicraft with a cowhide belt. Under the white bone horn, there is also a piece of object introduction. Invasion file, mysterious horn. Invasion type, invasion number, 699, casualties, none. Invasion level, class G. Invasion report from the antique market in Tianhe City. According to the test scan internal design, the horn that can be blown theoretically cannot be blown in any way. Meng was stunned. A bone horn that cannot be blown? The more I look at this horn, the more it looks like the horn held by one of the heroines in The Chronicles of Narnia. The Chronicles of Narnia is a magical movie, and the creations in it are naturally magical. For example, this bone horn. Meng remembered that according to the setting, as long as it was blown, the heroine would definitely get help, and this was indeed the case in the movie plot. Adding luck? What kind of Mary Sue outdoor must-have artifact is this? Meng immediately picked up the bone horn and blew it hard. The air in the basement was surging, but the bone horn didn't make any sound. Meng tried again with physical means. Before he could use his 5 fingers, the bone horn cracked. Meng was silent, thinking of 2 possibilities. One is that this horn lost its magical power when it invaded. The other is that this horn needs a specific person to use it normally, such as the heroine in the movie The Chronicles of Narnia. In other words, it is useless to him. Meng put the cracked bone horn back and walked to the next isolation wooden shelf. On this isolation wooden shelf, there was an old music box. Invasion file, music box. Invasion type, creation. Invasion number S1205, casualties caused, 1 person is mentally ill. Invasion level, F level. Invasion report. This music box will play music on its own late at night, and there is a vengeful spirit which has been dealt with by the Dragon Girl. Oh, the creation in The Conjuring? Yin Meng looked at this old music box. In the movie, this thing is related to the vengeful spirit of a boy with a good personality. However, since it has been dealt with by the Dragon Girl, we can only wish the vengeful spirit to rest in peace. Yin Meng knew that the power of the Phoenix was basically a high-dimensional crushing of low-dimensional creatures, unless the vengeful spirit came from a concept movie that was set to be unkillable. Yin Meng shook his head and walked towards the last isolation shelf where the intrusion containment object was stored. He found that he had taken it for granted. There were so many intrusion creations in the movie, and many of them either had usage restrictions or were useless. How could it be possible that I just happened to encounter a very useful one? Yin Meng, who had no hope, came to the front of the last isolation wooden shelf and looked up. Then, his eyes suddenly stagnated. It can be seen. On the isolation wooden shelf, there was a delicate and small blue witch doll that was less than half the size of a palm. The doll wore a wizard's soft hat with a high point and a wide brim, and a head of blue curly hair appeared under the snow-white soft hat. The witch doll's delicate and noble face was lifelike, and her eyes with thick eyelashes were closed. Her whole body was a mysterious and strange dark blue skin color. Her 4 little hands were gently clasped together in front of her chest, and her white witch robe covered her 2 slender legs and feet. Even though she was a doll, she sat in a noble and dignified posture, with an extraordinary temperament. "Wife, why are you here?" Yin Meng looked at the doll in a trance and blurted out subconsciously. "Wife, why are you here?" Yin Meng's words echoed slightly in the forbidden basement. Of course, this wife is not that wife. In Yin Meng's previous life, who was entertained to death, a group called Otaku liked to call the paper virtual heroines in games, animations, or movies wife. This is because perhaps only virtual characters can reach a certain degree of perfection in appearance, connotation, personality, and ability. For example, the white snow witch robe witch doll currently placed on a separate wooden shelf in the basement. This wizard hat, this snowy robe, these little hands, these blue legs with mysterious inscriptions, this noble and mysterious high-ranking temperament that makes her want to lose her composure and curse. Isn't it exactly the same as the demigod witch Lani in Elden Ring? The demigod witch Lani, that is a real ruthless person who killed herself first in order to get rid of the restrictions of the origin of the world, and finally destroyed the creator god. Yin Meng was a little dazed. I remember that in the setting of the Elden Ring, there was also a similar little Lani doll, and that doll was connected to the soul of the demigod witch. Could it be that the real thing that appeared here now? Yin Meng quickly looked at the data file of the invaded containment. Invasion file, witch doll. Invasion type, creation. Invasion number, SAS999. Casualties caused, none. Invasion level, judged as G level, lowest risk factor. Invasion report. This demon puppet appeared out of thin air on the stage of Tianhe City in the year 0199 of the Star Dragon era. After testing, no obvious energy or special features were found. After being checked by the Dragon Girl, potential dangers were ruled out. This invasion report, it seems that it is not the real one. Yin Meng's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. If it did not appear out of thin air in the real world, this puppet should not be regarded as an invading creation. In addition, the Dragon Girl's Phoenix power did not sense the spirit inside, which further ruled out the possibility that it was the real one. Yin Meng's eyes returned to the lively and lifelike demon puppet. Now recalling the setting details, the left eye of the little Lani puppet was fixed open, while this puppet had both eyes closed. Yin Meng reached out and touched the closed left eye of the demon puppet. With a little cold and smooth touch from his fingertips, he found that the sealing glue was fixed and could not be opened. It seems that it is just a highly imitated product from another world. Even if it was genuine, it had completely lost contact with the witch's soul behind the scenes during the invasion. It was meaningless. Yin Meng shook his head and put the witch doll with closed eyes on the isolation wooden frame into his pocket. Now that I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Yin Meng, who had nothing but the figurine of his wife in his previous life, turned around and walked towards the door of the basement. At this time, the building of the supernatural department was in chaos. The strange and thick white fog was floating everywhere, and the network communication signal between the city and the outside world was interrupted. The inspector who led the team to leave the department was missing, and the high school student detained in the isolation room escaped. One thing after another, it made the detectives of the supernatural department a little unable to react. In addition, the few detectives who stayed in the supernatural department also discovered that there were really living creatures in the white fog. Unknown creatures that did not belong to their world. Bang! Bang! Unknown flying creatures that had never been seen before crashed through the windows. They looked like small pterosaurs. The dark beasts kept turning, flapping their wings with their teeth and claws, and broke into the inner hunting. Under the cover of the white fog, they appeared one after another, as the warnings and roars of the remaining agents sounded. In the supernatural department, fierce gunshots continued to sound. Muzzle flames continued to emerge in the room filled with white fog. The armed agents fought with the flying creatures from the white fog outside. Some flying creatures were shot into sieves and fell to the ground. An armed agent was sprayed with a mouthful of black mucus, and the protective clothing on his body was corroded and melted like encountering strong acid. He fell to the ground and screamed, and the next moment he was disemboweled by the claws of a creature. The flying creatures from the strange and thick white fog outside seemed endless, and they were extremely good at hunting in the white fog. Even the agents who were armed and protected fell to the ground one after another, being surrounded and killed by the flying creatures as food. "Run, Yingzi!" One of the agents who fell to the ground shouted. The bullets in the gun in the young female agent's hand had been used up. She saw 3 flying creatures covered in blood flying towards her. Her pretty face turned pale and rushed downstairs. The furniture and lamps surrounded by white mist behind her were constantly smashed. Whoosh! Agent Yingzi kept breathing heavily, making the goggles of the gas mask unclear. In addition, the thick white mist filled the room. The department environment that she had been familiar with for a week became even more unfamiliar than when she first saw it, causing her to stumble and flee. So, it was not until she walked down the stairs and entered a wide and long clean corridor that led inward that Yingzi realized that she had come to the underground floor. Except for the inspector, no one in the department had the authority to enter here. Yingzi wanted to turn back, but found 3 flying creatures flying down the stairs, so she could only continue to flee inside. Wait, the door of the basement. How did it open? Chased by the demon-like flying creatures in the fog, Yingzi looked up and saw that the door of the basement was open in the mist. She gritted her teeth and rushed there. At the moment when Yingzi desperately rushed into the door, a slender figure just walked out from inside. It was a boy. The boy reacted very quickly and turned sideways, causing Yingzi to miss and crash into the basement. Without hesitation, the boy continued to step into the underground corridor leading to the outside world. "Be careful. There are monsters." Yingzi stopped abruptly before she finished speaking, and Tong Kong also suddenly stagnated. The silver-haired boy faced the 3 flying creatures coming towards him, and his left and right hands covered with gray-white bone sheaths stretched out like lightning, and each of his hands strangled a flying creature that flew forward, and then continued to move forward and slapped the 3rd creature hard. Bang! Not even a wailing sound was uttered. Blood exploded in the palms of the boy's clasped bony hands, and the heads and bodies of the 3 flying creatures were flattened directly, and the white mist in the corridor was dyed a little scarlet. Completed all this. The silver-haired boy threw away the limp body of the flying creature, and with a strong wave of his hands, he shook off all the black venom and mucus blood attached to the gray-white exoskeleton gloves. You are?" Yingzi looked at the familiar high school boy in the corridor outside in astonishment. The silver-haired boy turned around, and in the thick white mist, one of his eyes faintly flashed a violent and destructive red light, which was quickly covered by a rational and indifferent silver light. He said nothing and left the corridor directly. It was not until the other party's figure completely disappeared in the underground corridor, shrouded in white mist, that the young female agent Yingzi was shocked and murmured in a low voice, "It's him. Contain the intruder, high school student Yin Meng." Yi Meng walked out of the basement of the containment and left the supernatural department directly. The supernatural agents could not protect themselves, and no one could stop him even if they were outside the house. The white fog lingered and permeated, covering the entire modern city, making everything blurry, with only black shadows that were not sure whether they were living things or objects. Screams, roars, horns, sirens, falling objects, broken windows, and even gunshots, the wailing of the entire city, were clearly transmitted to Yi Meng's inhuman hearing that was beginning to move towards the day of destruction. Solemn, mysterious, strange, and surprising atmosphere enveloped the city with white fog. Yi Meng hung the Lani doll on his waist as a pendant. As soon as he walked out of the department door, he was exposed to the white fog outside and was hunted by several flying creatures in the fog. Who hunts who? Yi Meng's expression remained unchanged. The 5 fingers of his right hand were stretched out straight, and the whole arm covered with a thin gray exoskeleton was like a bone knife. The hand rose, and the knife fell. Yi Meng was like a robot without mistakes, repeating the sharp movements of killing. The speed was accompanied by the strong wind, and the flying creatures with their heads and bodies separated fell one by one. After a while, more than a dozen flying creatures that attacked and surrounded him all fell to the ground. Yi Meng looked at the other flying creatures that fled away indifferently, grabbed the deformed corpse of a half-bird-like beast, and wiped all the blood on the exoskeleton of his right hand. "It really is fog," Yi Meng whispered. Seeing this deformed pterosaur-like creature with corrosive venom, Yi Meng immediately confirmed that this white fog and the creatures in the white fog came from The Mist. The Mist is a science fiction movie. The movie tells the story of a military base experiment in a small town, which caused a fog to cover the town area, and there are terrible creatures from other worlds in the fog. At present, this strange bird and beast with corrosive venom is one of the terrible creatures that appeared in The Mist. In addition, there are many larger, stronger, and more terrible creatures that come from the fog. Among them, there are even mysterious creatures like Thulu. "I'm afraid this city is over." Yi Meng recalled some details and settings in the fog. Although it was not described in the movie, it can be inferred that it was the military base experiment that caused the space where the town was located to be connected to another Cthulhu-like dimension. Therefore, the fog and a large number of alien creatures emerged. Now, the situation in Tianhe City and the town cannot be said to be similar, but can only be said to be exactly the same. Does this mean that the entire city is connected to the invading dimension from the mist? If this is really what Meng thought, then no one in the real world can stop the tragedy in Tianhe City. Not even the people of the motherland. This is an invasion that can be classified as at least SSS level. What does this have to do with me? Meng looked at his left hand, which was also covered with a gray exoskeleton, expressionless. Now, his hands have been obviously assimilated by the invasion of Doomsday in his dream. Even his personality. Meng felt that he was becoming less and less like a real human. For example, facing the current fog and the monsters in the fog, he did not feel a trace of fear, only the excitement of destruction and killing. This fog has turned the entire city into a hunting ground for creatures from another dimension. For Meng, who is being assimilated by the invasion of Doomsday, it is an excellent and wonderful place for destruction. He wants to enter the fog to find the most powerful existence and destroy and ravage the other party to get satisfaction. As for the survival of the city, what does it have to do with him? Tifa. Meng suddenly spoke to himself, looking towards the foggy city center, and a trace of humanity reappeared in his slightly red eyes. In this city, he only cares about one person. Meng quickened his pace towards the city center, and as soon as he sped up, he jumped out like a cheetah, and each step could take him 3 or 4 meters away, and he even ran faster and faster in the white fog. Perhaps because of the bloody smell of the fog birds on his body. No fog birds dared to try to attack him again, and even scattered far away when they met him. The hunter reversed. Supernatural department. Underground floor. Containment basement. The young female agent Yingzi slumped on the ground and only came to her senses 10 seconds later and stood up with gritted teeth. Because of seeing Meng, Yingzi found that the white fog was not toxic, so she took off the gas mask she was wearing and breathed in the cold and bloody foggy air. We must go up and save people. Yingzi thought of the other detective colleagues upstairs whose lives were uncertain, gritted her teeth and climbed up again. Just as she was about to leave the basement, a subtle sound suddenly came from the empty basement. She turned back suddenly. Was that a trumpet? In the fog, Meng's speed in the city was getting faster and faster, reaching the normal driving speed of a car. With a clear cracking sound, the canvas shoes on his feet were directly cracked by himself. The concrete road surface was also cracked to form a shallow footprint. Meng looked down and saw the soles of his feet. The protruding tendons and joints also showed a layer of hard gray-white bone. The fog filled with killing intensified the desire for self-destruction, which also accelerated the invasion and assimilation speed of Doomsday. Meng realized that if this continued, he would be completely out of control and become Doomsday in less than 3 days, under such invasion and assimilation. He glanced around, his eyes were attached with a faint red light and his vision began to become clearer. Even in the extremely low visibility fog, you can clearly see things 100 meters away. The fog enveloped the city, and it had only been less than 10 minutes. Now, the modern city streets were empty, and many vehicles had a series of car accidents, parked on the road or crashed into buildings, and thick smoke was rising in the fog. On the messy modern street ground, all kinds of garbage and blood were seen everywhere, as well as the corpses of humans or fogbirds, and even deformed pieces of meat from other creatures. The humans outside the house were basically hunted out, and many residents hid in the house and dared not come out. Meng quickly understood the current situation of the city. He hoped that Tifa could stay in the house for a while, so as not to become the first hunting target of the creatures in the fog. Continue to the city center where Tifa's residence is. Meng's ears moved slightly, and he heard fierce gunshots coming from the city area 1,000 meters ahead. But the gunshots were constantly weakening, and there were also screams before death. Could it be? Meng approached within 100 meters of the gunshot, jumped 5 meters high, and stood steadily on a street lamp with the light turned off. The fog was lingering, and even if you stood under the street lamp, you would not notice that there was a person standing on the street lamp. Meng looked up, and his eyes penetrated the thick fog, and found that it was indeed a team of armed detectives, led by the middle-aged detective of the Supernatural Department. However, now there are only 2 people including the middle-aged detective from the original 6 people. In front of them, a mantis-like creature nearly 5 meters tall stood in the fog. The fog mantis was full of bullet holes, but it still made a sharp and piercing cry, crawling forward like a tank, and as the sharp large mantis knife in its right hand fell down, the air and the body of an armed agent were directly cut. "Sir!" The screams of the armed agent stopped abruptly, and blood splashed all over the middle-aged detective behind him. The middle-aged inspector pulled the trigger at the missed mantis, but the gun was empty. The bullet magazine in his rifle had already been emptied. Monster invading monster. The middle-aged inspector threw away his gun and looked blankly at the detectives and subordinates who were all lying dead around him. Then he looked up and smiled miserably at the missed mantis that raised a large mantis knife towards him. "It's over." Meng looked at it indifferently, but had no intention of taking action. They were not familiar, but at this moment, Meng noticed something. Her pupils turned slightly red, and she could vaguely see through the middle-aged inspector's body. At this moment, something was awakening in the other person's body, so that the gene chain was broken, and the blood was boiling like boiling water. Ah! The middle-aged inspector wailed in pain, and his square human face was twisted and deformed into a triangle, and his body was like a balloon that continued to expand and grow. Under Meng's indifferent gaze, the middle-aged inspector lay on the ground, his flesh and blood body twisted and stretched, and the top horns and skin emerged, and he turned into a triceratops. That's right, it's the triceratops from the Cretaceous period, a living dinosaur. The highest inspector in charge of the supernatural department of Tianhe City turned into a triceratops. Meng's pupils shrank, and his thoughts flowed quickly, connecting many things together. He murmured to himself, 200 years ago, a dragon soared in the east. So that's it, Meng suddenly understood. In addition to the guardian dragon girl in the open, there is really a dragon in the eastern jurisdiction. A dragon hiding in the dark, controlling the Federation. In the foggy city, the middle-aged inspector who monitors and prevents invasions turned into a triceratops monster and fought with the fog mantis. Meng watched this scene coldly and figured out many things at once. Previously, due to the arrival of the guardian dragon girl, he mistakenly believed that the soaring dragon in the myth circulated in the real Star Dragon Federation referred to the Dragon Girl. But now thinking back, there is a doubt. Even if the other party has the power of the Phoenix, the physique of the other party is still an ordinary person. How could it be possible to live from 200 years ago to the present? So, maybe there really is a dragon in the real world. The reason why Meng thought so was because in the movie of his previous life, there really was a villain who could control dinosaur monsters. However, it was an extremely evil black python. Later, it failed to snatch the Dragon Ball from another snake and was killed by the Dragon of Justice. The movie was called Dragon War. Meng's eyes fell back on the cruel battlefield in front of him. The middle-aged inspector who transformed into a 3-meter-tall and 9-meter-long triceratops monster with a hard and rough skin layer withstood the large mantis knife slashing and knocked the mist mantis to the ground with the front horns of his head. As the thick and powerful limbs trampled down, the thin body of the mist mantis was directly trampled into a meat paste. Aang! The triceratops monster's eyes revealed cruelty and wildness, showing a posture of victory and fighting spirit, and was raising his head and roaring. But the next moment, several large tentacles stretched out from the mist and tightly entangled the thick neck and forelimbs. Trample! The triceratops monster struggled desperately backwards, pulling the large tentacles with suckers and meatballs straight, but it was difficult to break free from the tentacles. Instead, more tentacles continued to extend from the depths of the fog, entangled its body and limbs. Rustle! Several large tentacles exerted force together, dragging the triceratops, which was struggling backwards in fear, forward, and into the depths of the fog. A dark, bloody mouth in the depths of the fog opened up and swallowed the huge head of the triceratops in one gulp. With several tens of meters-long tentacles constantly tightening, the movement and sound of the triceratops' struggle soon stopped. The huge tentacle meat mountain in the fog continued to wriggle until it swallowed the entire triceratops monster. Not satisfied, it extended a sucker tentacle and rolled back the previous body of the fog mantis. Meng, with her supervision, could see it clearly. It was a large monster in the shape of an octopus, as big as a 4- or 5-story building, like a strange meat mountain that kept waving its tentacles. Previously, it had been lurking in the mist, motionless, like the shadow of a building, and only then did it start hunting. The mist tentacle monster swallowed up the 6-meter-tall mist mantis and the middle-aged agent who had transformed into a triceratops. Gurgle! In the constantly wriggling meat mountain, several pairs of tiny eyes turned wildly, looking at the streetlights dozens of meters away, and then a tentacle suddenly popped out. Oh, did you find me? Meng raised a cruel arc at the corner of her mouth, and the violent red light that she had been suppressing emerged from her eyes. Facing the large tentacle that was attacking, she did not move, allowing the large tentacle to wrap around her waist and roll back forward. The strong wind whistled, and a bloody mouth full of foul smell opened again, like an abyss. Compared with the mist tentacle monster, humans are more than 10 times smaller in size, just like mice and lions and tigers, and they appear extremely fragile and tiny. The mist tentacle monster tried to stuff the human boy wrapped in its tentacles into its mouth, just like it had devoured countless humans before. But at this moment, a pair of gray-white bony feet suddenly kicked out, stepping on both ends of the blood plate's mouth. No matter how tight the blood plate's mouth was, it was difficult to continue to close inward. This creature? Why is it different from other similar creatures living here? The mist tentacle monster felt extremely confused and puzzled, and its small eyes turned wildly, facing the pair of violent and destructive eyes in front of it. You want to eat me? Are you worthy? Meng said in a cold voice with an expressionless face. The mist tentacle monster didn't understand his words, but he could feel a breath that made him tremble, emerging from the other party. That was irresistible power! Swish! Before the mist tentacle monster could react, The tentacles wrapped around the boy suddenly broke into two pieces, and the incision was smooth as if it was cut by a saw. The severed tentacles had not yet fallen to the ground. Meng, who had broken free from his restraints, stepped on the meat mountain and leaped forward. He did not run or dodge, but instead took the initiative to pounce on the head of the mist tentacle monster. His right-hand knife fiercely stabbed into the forehead above the eyes, and the entire arm, covered with the exoskeleton, was almost completely immersed in it. The mist tentacle monster immediately let out a painful hiss, and several tentacles twitched wildly at the same time, causing the fog in the area to surge, and the tentacles that were broken into two parts healed at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The street lights and vehicles next to it were deformed and flew backwards by the large tentacles, and the outer wall of the neighboring building was also smashed into a dent by the large body. Meng was still nailed to the head of the mist tentacle monster, and he remained indifferent to the tentacle monster's struggle. His left arm also sank into the soft meat, and then his left and right hands pulled out with force. At this moment, the flesh, bones, and internal tissues were all broken. The head the size of a vehicle was torn in half by the bone hand. The mist tentacle monster's wildly dancing tentacles and squirming and rolling body came to an abrupt stop, and then it collapsed like a real mountain of flesh. Who do you think you are? The silver-haired boy stood on the huge corpse of the mist tentacle monster, with a crazy and violent grin on his face. He continued to stomp down with his feet covered with gray exoskeleton, and the power of each foot was stronger than the last. Until the end, with a force and speed close to breaking through the sonic boom, the huge head of the mist tentacle monster was completely crushed. Sizzle! Blood splattered, as if to get a certain sense of satisfaction from destruction. The emotionless red light in the silver-haired boy's eyes finally faded a little, and the gray and cold exoskeletons on his feet, which looked like white bone armor sets, began to spread from the soles of his feet to his knees, and the bulging muscles and bones were covered with bone patterns first. Meng lowered her eyes indifferently, looking down at the bloody large corpse under her feet and the modern city surrounded by fog. All the conspiracy methods, all the weird and powerful, are vulnerable in front of absolute destruction. After possessing the incarnation of Doomsday, everything in this world is not enough to shake or frighten him. He has always been only against himself, because he is the most powerful and terrifying monster in the real world. It must be before the desire for destruction completely suppresses reason, the silver-haired boy whispered. Meng squatted slightly, and the strength of his legs covered with exoskeleton increased every moment, and now it has reached a terrifying level. Step! As soon as he moved, the strong wind stirred up the fog on the spot, and the blurred and swift figure leaped towards the direction of the central city, dozens of meters away. The fog was dispersed all the way, leaving a strange inhuman moving track, which was soon submerged by the surging fog, and only the red pupil light flickered. The doomsday of the real world is approaching. Tianhe City, Central City. The fog was lingering, and countless huge unknown creatures moved through the fog. Some were like vehicles, and some were like hills. The entire modern city became a purgatory on Earth, with screams and fierce noises from time to time. The luxury residential area, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. More than a dozen military tanks and armed vehicles drove onto the city road, slowly moving through the fog, pushing away one vehicle after another, and from time to time firing a bunch of shells and dense bullets, using fierce firepower to repel the monsters in the fog. Kaka. The armed tanks and soldiers' vehicles stopped in front of a private house with iron bars and a yard. Stand guard on the spot. A fully armed local officer got out of the co-seat of the vehicle. About 10 seconds later, 2 housekeepers came out from the private house and opened the iron door. Then, the door of the private house opened, and a middle-aged man with gray hair and a suit and tie walked out under the escort of 2 bodyguards. You must be the chairman of Meng Shiji Technology Industry, Mr. Meng. The local officer saluted and said in a deep voice, I am the colonel stationed in Tianhe City. I am here to protect you and your family. Hearing this, Mr. Meng was obviously relieved and looked at the thick fog lingering around him. That's great. With you here, we are relieved. The local officer nodded and said quickly, Please pack up immediately and evacuate with us. Evacuate? Mr. Meng was startled, and his face became solemn again. Is the situation so serious? It is indeed not very optimistic. We are constantly organizing the evacuation of survivors to the military base in the east of the city, and then arranging personnel to escort them out of the city. The local officer did not hide it from him. After all, it is a crisis for the whole city now, and even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. He urged, Please prepare to evacuate as soon as possible. In addition to you, we are also responsible for evacuating many other survivors in the city. I know. Mr. Meng knew that the situation was urgent, so he quickened his pace and immediately returned to his private residence. Inside the residence, the middle-aged lady who had been hiding in the basement came out with the help of a young man. A white-collar woman and a black-haired girl followed her out. Dear, what's the situation outside? The middle-aged lady looked at Mr. Meng, who had returned to the house with a serious face with concern. Mr. Meng glanced at everyone and said helplessly, The military has come and asked us to evacuate to the eastern military base and then evacuate the city from there. This As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room fell silent. The need to evacuate the city was enough to show the seriousness of the situation. This shows that the military is now unable to completely deal with the mysterious crisis that controls the city. Mr. Meng smiled and said steadily, "Let's go. Life is important. We also have industries in other cities. At worst, we can start from scratch." The middle-aged lady echoed, "Yes, we will prepare now. Just take the important items with you and leave the other heavy things behind." As soon as the two of them spoke, it was basically settled. Follow the army to evacuate the city. But at this time, a pleasant and determined girl's voice sounded. "You evacuate to the eastern part of the city. I want to go to the southern part of the city." On the field, everyone's face suddenly changed, and they looked at the black-haired girl in confusion and solemnity. Miss Chen-Hong looked at the black-haired girl beside her anxiously. She naturally knew that she heard that Yi Meng was being isolated and detained in the southern part of the city. "Just give me a car," Meng Difa said, without question. She glanced at everyone on the field, and her clear and calm eyes finally fell on Mr. Meng. "I know." Mr. Meng closed his eyes heavily, opened them again, took out a bunch of car keys from his pocket and handed them over. The moment he handed over the car keys, he lowered his voice and said to the black-haired girl, thank you for your help 3 years ago. I should be grateful. It's you who let me have a home in this world." Tifa smiled slightly, took the keys, put them directly in her pocket, and walked towards the underground garage. "Father, mother, it's very dangerous outside. How can you let her leave alone?" The young man looked at his parents anxiously. Mr. Meng shook his head and said in a deep voice, "You know, once she makes a decision, she will never change her mind." The middle-aged lady sighed and said with great regret, "Sure enough, she will leave our house sooner or later." "Damn it!" Chen-Hong stamped her feet and chased after the girls back. 5 minutes later, under the surprised eyes of a group of military soldiers, an off-road vehicle drove out of the underground garage of a private residence and accelerated into the white fog. Next door, in another private residence, Wang Xuan was preparing to evacuate with the army. He vaguely saw the figure of a graceful girl sitting in the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. He was stunned at first and then laughed crazily. "Crazy, she is really crazy." The off-road vehicle drove out of the private residential area, drove onto the deserted road, and disappeared into a quiet white fog. "Damn, this fog. It's too hard to see the road." Chen-Hong, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her body was shaking with fear, but she had to concentrate on avoiding the shelter. Tifa, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at her and sighed. "Aunt Chen, you don't have to accompany me." "Stop talking nonsense." Chen-Hong gritted her teeth and said, "I've said it before, the only thing I want in this life is to see you happy." Before she finished speaking, the SUV seemed to have hit a mysterious living thing that jumped out of the fog. The car window immediately cracked and left blood. "What is that?" Chen-Hong was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop the car. "Don't stop, keep driving." Tifa directly inserted a slender white foot and stepped on the accelerator. The SUV continued to stagger out in the fog. Then, the rear of the car seemed to be scratched by something, leaving a shocking tear and scratch. Chen-Hong was still in shock and continued to drive the SUV forward. They drove a distance to the south of the city. Behind them, the reassuring sound of artillery shells was fading away. The further south they drove, the fewer people there were. In the end, it seemed that only the 2 people in the car were left in the fog. Chen-Hong began to gradually adapt to driving in the fog and kept bypassing the bunkers. But at this moment, the white fog in the city ahead seemed to be a solid entity, wrapping up the SUV that was moving slowly forward. "That's spider silk." Tifa opened her beautiful eyes and reacted very quickly. Chen-Hong was startled and looked at the cracked windshield. Sure enough, there was a lot of white spider silk wrapped around the car body. These white spider webs almost merged with the fog, forming a perfect trap. "Back up!" Tifa's reaction was fast enough, but she was still a step too late. The SUV was already deeply trapped in the spider web, and black spiders the size of adult cats climbed up the car body along the spider silk. Spider silk and spiders densely surrounded the off-road vehicle. "Miss, it's all my fault." Chen-Hong was horrified and regretful when she saw this. "Don't give up. We will definitely survive," Tifa said forcefully, reaching into her pocket as if to take something out. But at this moment, something strange happened. Bang! The ground sank, accompanied by the loud sound of something heavy falling on the road beside the car. The group of mist spiders the size of adult cats were startled, and then retreated like a tide, returning to the mist as if they were afraid of something terrible. "What happened?" Chen-Hong looked at a loss. Tifa stared blankly out of the car window and saw a figure walking towards this side in the mist, with a faint silver light flashing. Without any hesitation, Tifa pressed the unlock button, bent her slender and tight legs, and kicked violently kicking the door entangled by spider silk open. "Miss!" Under Chen-Hong's shocked shout and gaze, the black-haired girl rushed out of the car in a hurry, opened her arms and threw herself into the arms of the figure in the mist. "You found me? I knew you would come to find me." Tifa hugged the man's neck tightly with both hands, her beautiful eyes flashing. How could it be possible? It would be him. Chen-Hong in the car looked at the familiar figure walking out of the white mist. Wasn't it the boy named Yi Meng? But when she saw Yi Meng's current situation clearly, Chen Hong's happy face froze, and her body couldn't help trembling with fear. It can be seen. The silver-haired boy's hands and arms were all covered with a layer of gray exoskeleton. His shoes were gone long ago, and his trousers were broken into shorts. The exposed legs and feet were also covered with a layer of gray exoskeleton. He had a cute and petite witch doll hanging on his waist, but he himself was terrifying and weird. The exoskeleton even spread from the neck to the face, like wearing a half-gray cold bone mask fake body. The exoskeleton was cast with molten iron, forming an assembly line arc, perfectly fitting the boy's tall body, like a bone armor. There were even hideous bone spurs faintly protruding from the opponent's arms and back. Half-human, half-bone monster, this is the image of the boy at the moment. Yi Meng smelled the faint hair fragrance of the black-haired girl. The red light in her eyes disappeared a little, revealing a rational silver meaning, and the exoskeleton gently embraced the girl with both hands. Yes, I found you. It's not bad to see you again before I am completely lost and become Doomsday. In the Doomsday City and the strange fog, the two of them, one big and one small, hugged each other. The younger girl was in her budding youth, with soft black straight hair falling to her waist like a waterfall. Because of the emergency escape, she wore a coat, vest, and tight leather pants, but still outlined a graceful and exquisite moving curve. Wearing gloves and leather boots, her skin exposed in the fog was white and smooth, flowing with light. Even in the current situation, she still retains her nobility and beauty, just relying on her looks and appearance. She has a star-level fanbase online, and it makes sense that the stock of Dream Century Industries has risen. But Chen Hong knows very well that Miss Meng is definitely not a vase. Her personality, talent, vision, temperament, etc. are all first class under her beautiful appearance. She is a truly perfect beauty embryo. In 2 years, when she matures and integrates into youth, the whole world will be amazed by her. At this time, the slightly older boy who is holding the petite and beautiful girl is scary. The originally slender figure and body are mostly covered with exoskeletons, which makes them look taller and stronger. The tendons and body shape are streamlined, and the hideous and smooth bone spurs tear the clothes on their bodies. The young and handsome face is also covered with a small piece of bone-like mask from the right corner of the eye. The right eye is faintly leaping with an unextinguishable red flame, and a breath of killing and destruction lingers and rises. On the ground behind the silver-haired bone spur boy, a cracked and sunken pit can be vaguely seen. It can be imagined that the boy just fell from the sky and left such a mark on the cement road. Not to mention the fog spider just now. Chen Hong still felt cold all over when watching this scene, and wanted to go forward and pull the young lady back. Beauty and the Beast would not dare to act like this. This is clearly a beautiful girl and a monster. One day later, what happened to Yi Meng? Chen Hong couldn't understand. In the white fog. You? Tifa naturally also discovered the abnormality of Yi Meng's body at the moment, but her left hand was still tightly clasped around the boy's neck. Her eyes fell on her beautiful thing that was squeezed and deformed, and her right hand naturally touched the exoskeleton on her chest. Her soft and bright ruby eyes still contained tears of joy, and her soft and wrinkle-free red mouth opened slightly. She was not afraid, but showed a curious and trying to explore expression. The slender index finger directly poked the muscle bone. The finger was like touching a block of iron. No, it was obviously many times harder than a block of iron. So hard! Tifa exclaimed in surprise. Her smart and playful, cute and sexy look was no different from the past. Yi Meng's tired and exhausted body and mind seemed to have been baptized, and she suddenly wanted to laugh. He knew that Tifa was worried that he would care too much about his current appearance, so she took the lead in expressing that she didn't care about it. Aren't you scared? Yi Meng said calmly. Are you talking about the spider just now? It was really scary. It was so big. Tifa blinked. I mean me. Yi Meng and Tifa's eyes met at a close distance, and she pointed at herself. Aren't you, Yi Meng? What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you just save me? If it weren't for you, I would have been gnawed into a skeleton by spiders. Tifa stuck out her tongue, then reacted and punched the exoskeleton with a clang. She gritted her teeth and said, Damn it, you don't want to dump me, scumbag. After 3 years, you want to run away after eating everything? That won't work. I'm very difficult to deal with. As she said that, the girl was angry, a little fierce and not ladylike. She jumped forward and clasped the boy's body with her legs, like a big doll clinging to the other person. This made Chen Hong's heart tremble in the car, fearing that a bone spur on her back would directly poke a hole in the young lady's leg. And then, Chen Hong's eyes were straight, and she almost collapsed in fear on the seat. It can be seen. Just as Yi Meng and Tifa were reunited and talking, a huge shadow the size of a small mountain emerged from the mist and crawled towards them quickly. Several large suction cup tentacles first emerged from the mist. Miss! Chen Hong shouted with a trembling voice. Tifa, who was hanging on Yi Meng, also noticed the situation behind Yi Meng and opened her beautiful eyes and said, Yi Meng, behind you. I know. Close your eyes. Yi Meng said. Okay. Death was approaching. Tifa really closed her eyes, only her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, which was an unimaginable confidence and trust in Yi Meng. Rustle! The large tentacles stretched out to Tifa and Yi Meng in an outflanking manner. Chen Hong showed a desperate look, recognizing that it was a monster that the army had to blast away with artillery shells. At the critical moment, Meng carefully supported the girl's body with her left bony palm, turned around gently, and leaped forward. The slowest speed under restraint was still faster than the tentacles. The strong wind was stirring, the fog was surging, and a huge black shadow revealed a huge body of a fog tentacle monster that looked like a meat mountain. Meng clenched her right fist and swung it, straight forward. The gray-white fist tip that looked like a smooth exoskeleton glove turned into an afterimage, and the air in front of her burst open layer by layer, and the meat mountain that the fist tip touched also burst. The incomparable extraordinary power penetrated and broke through everything. Sonic boom, storm, followed. Bang! Chen Hong's eyes were dull, looking at the meat mountain body that was sunken and rotten under this punch, and then burst open, and saw that the aftermath of this punch swept away the 1,000-meter fog that filled the city in front. This is the great power that only gods can possess in the legend, but it appeared in the hands of a boy who turned into a monster. How could she know that even if the gods came in person, they would turn around and run away? This is the power called Doomsday. What happened? Did the monster run away? Tifa still had her eyes closed, unaware of what had just happened. She just felt like she was on a roller coaster. Yes, it ran away. You can open your eyes now. Meng nodded slightly and retracted her fist. The red flames in her eyes became stronger again. It really is. Tifa opened her eyes and looked around. As expected, she could not see the tentacle monster just now. However, there were countless pieces of meat residue on the surrounding roads, and the fog surged back again, covering up everything that had just happened. Chen Hong, who was the only one who witnessed the brief battle, was completely silent. The monster did run away, ran back to its own dimension, and ran to hell. Are you okay? Tifa didn't care about the monster. She was worried and checked Meng's condition as soon as possible. She saw a little gray and white continue to spread on her face, and the exoskeleton that looked like a mask was about to cover half of her face. Meng's face was the only part of her body that was not covered by the exoskeleton. Meng let the girl touch her hard exoskeleton mask, raised her hand to touch her hair, and then stopped after realizing something. I'm fine. This city is very dangerous. Let's talk about everything after we evacuate the city. Tifa reached out and held his hard and cold bone hand and agreed, okay, wait until we leave the city, and then find a way to deal with your current situation. No problem, Meng smiled, sent Tifa back to the co-pilot seat of the car, and greeted the woman in the driver's seat. Hello. Chen Hong trembled, as if facing a god or demon, and said in awe and caution, do we need to go to the military base in the east of the city? Now the army will evacuate the survivors there, and organize armed protection to form a defense line, and evacuate all the survivors from the eastern suburbs. She was worried that Meng's current state would become the target of the army, and this would be a very terrible thing for the army. No, we're not going to the east. Meng shook her head directly. Let's leave the city to the west. West? Tifa blinked. The west of the city was just the opposite direction of the Tianhe City military base. Meng said calmly, you don't think that the fog tentacle monster just now is the strongest and largest creature in the fog? No way. Chen Hong's eyes widened in horror, and her face turned pale instantly. There are even bigger monsters? The fog tentacle monster is the size of a hill and a building. It needs to be repelled by tank shells to clear the way. How big will the bigger fog monster be? Tifa's eyes showed enlightenment. You mean the movement of the army's shells and the existence of many survivors will attract those huge creatures in the fog to gather there? Meng nodded. This is inevitable. After all, he has just seen it. Chen Hong tried to start the car, but the brakes didn't respond. Her face turned even paler. It's broken. The spider just now broke the car. Meng said, no, need to drive. Fasten your seatbelts. I'll take you away from here. You don't want to drive, but you have to fasten your seatbelts? How can we leave? Chen Hong was confused. Tifa had already fastened her seatbelts obediently. The car door closed. The next moment, the whole off-road vehicle trembled slightly, and then, under Chen Hong's dumbfounded gaze, the 2-ton off-road vehicle carrying 2 people rose 2 meters in height. What is he going to do? Chen Hong realized something and hurriedly fastened the seatbelts that were already fastened. The next moment, she fastened the seatbelts. Bang! The road cracked and sank, and a strong wind blew out. The off-road vehicle was ejected obliquely like a rocket, breaking through the fog and quickly leaping to a height of about 100 meters. Inside the car, Chen Hong and Tifa were pinned to the leather seats by the powerful inertia. However, the reactions of the two were obviously different. Chen Hong, woman, had a sudden cardiac arrest, her pupils were sluggish, and she looked out the window in horror, watching the SUV fly over the tall buildings in the fog. Tifa, the girl, had a blush on her fair and delicate face, and was very excited. Awesome! This is too awesome! Awesome! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! With the woman's screams, the SUV kept dropping in height, and was about to fall to the dome of the tall building. Don't talk, you'll bite your tongue off. Tifa reminded her in time. Chen Hong immediately covered her mouth tightly. Bang! The strong wind blew again, and the powerful force almost threw the two out of the window. Fortunately, the air cushion popped out in time, and the SUV flew high into the distance again. The hurricane raged and the fog broke. Covered with obvious exoskeleton spurs, Meng, who was half Doomsday and half human, carried the off-road vehicle with both hands, and used the building as a step to leap into the suburbs. In fact, he could still leap higher and farther now. However, considering the range of strong pressure that humans can withstand and the critical point of the off-road vehicle being scrapped, he was already extremely conservative in his light leaps and walks. Bang, bang, bang. The fog broke through one after another, and the Bone Spur boy carried the off-road vehicle and kept leaping into the distance, heading towards the suburbs of the western city. On the other side, the eastern city. Near the suburbs, there was a local military base. Shrouded in the white fog that was like countless ghosts, the atmosphere was depressing and solemn. More than a dozen heavy armored tanks, together with artillery turrets and hundreds of armed soldiers, established an absolute defense line against the fog monsters outside the base's iron net. Under the fierce firepower suppression, the fog tentacle monsters also had to retreat. One after another, armed vehicles transported the survivors here for resettlement, and then organized buses or vehicles to evacuate the survivors out of the city. Wang Xuan and his family were escorted here. Standing in the open space of the base with tens of thousands of people, Wang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief while holding his bandaged abdomen as he watched the artillery fire outside. Suddenly, a dark and strong young man came over and asked anxiously, "Wang Xuan, I remember you live near Meng. Have you seen her?" "Pan Hu?" Wang Xuan naturally recognized the other party and smiled. "I saw her. She drove into the fog and did not evacuate here with the army." He licked his lips with an expression of great expectation, and the joy that would be destroyed if he could not get it. "I guess she has been eaten by the fog monster now." "What did you say? We are classmates. Why do you have to do this?" Pan Hu's eyes widened in anger. "If it weren't for us, you would have been killed by the cud alien." Wang Xuan's handsome face became ugly, holding his abdomen that was still aching. That was the black spot that he needed to spend his whole life to heal. He actually gave birth to an alien. "You?" Wang Xuan was about to say something, but he quickly stopped and stared blankly at the front. At this time, inside and outside the base, the officers, soldiers, and survivors were all stunned, looking out of the military base in horror. In the fog, a black shadow of a sheep-like giant standing on all fours emerged faintly. Its specific strange shape was simply indescribable. Its limbs alone were taller than high-rise buildings. Its body soared into the clouds deep in the fog, and every step made the earth tremble violently. "Fire!" the officer roared. Then more than a dozen tanks and gun barrels roared and fired together like thunder, and groups of explosive waves exploded in the depths of the fog and above the black shadow. The explosive waves and fog enveloped the forelimbs of the giant sheep shadow. But then the giant sheep shadow continued to move forward without any reaction, and stepped forward to crush several armored tanks into discus, and continued to break into the military base leisurely, naturally, cruelly, and bloodily. Not only one, but other giant sheep shadow creatures walked out of the depths of the fog, like mountains across the sky and the earth. At this moment, even the bravest and most fearless soldiers felt genuine despair. "Run! Run!" someone shouted desperately, and then everyone fled madly, and the military base was in complete chaos. Tianhe City, western suburbs. The farther you go into the forest outside the city, the thinner the fog becomes, until the fog disappears completely, and the air becomes clean and fresh. Bang! At the edge of the foggy city, a gray figure carrying a four-wheel drive off-road vehicle jumped out and landed in the forest. A ditch more than 10 meters long was directly plowed out on the ground. A big tree snapped. Meng finally stopped and slowly put down the off-road vehicle that she was holding with both hands. At this time, the off-road vehicle was on the verge of being scrapped. Finally, it stopped. In the car, Chen Hong gasped for breath, feeling that she was almost dead. No kidding. Really dead. Next to her, Tifa's face was flushed, as if she had been on an exciting and thrilling roller coaster ride. The two looked out the car window and saw the forest without the white mist, and they were both surprised. "Finally, we got out." "Meng?" Tifa wanted to open the door, but it didn't move. Meng held the door and said hoarsely through the car window, "Tifa, there's no time. Listen to me. Keep going out and you'll enter the town. When you get there, keep evacuating. The farther away from Tianhe City, the better." The joy on Tifa's face completely disappeared. "You? Aren't you going with us again?" "Again?" was stunned. Indeed, it was like the day of the college entrance examination, when she returned alone to the alien spaceship hunting aliens. However, this time was completely different from the last time. "Indeed, I can't leave with you. But listen to me. This is the plan I made." Meng seemed to be holding back something, and her voice became more and more hoarse, and the red light kept flashing outside the car, and her breath scared away the birds and beasts in the mountains. "There is a USB flash drive in your pocket. There are some new technologies I got. You can use it to start a technology company in another city. If possible, I hope you can wait for me. When I finish my work, I will definitely go out to find you," Meng said hoarsely and firmly. In the car, Chen Hong was silent, looking at the black-haired girl who was shaking beside her. She was afraid that the young lady would agree. Once she agreed, the young lady would probably never get rid of the name Meng in her life. However, she inexplicably hoped that the young lady would agree. Tifa whispered, "Do you have to go back?" "Definitely." Meng nodded seriously. Not for all mankind, not for the city, but just for himself. Meng found that due to the existence of the fog, the speed of Doomsday's invasion and assimilation was too fast. From 1 week, It was shortened to 3 days, and now it's less than half a day. When he met Tifa, he was on the verge of losing control. It seemed that the situation had improved just now, but it was actually just the last struggle of reason. After being invaded and assimilated to this extent, Meng can no longer resist Doomsday. Even with Tifa as the anchor of humanity, he cannot suppress his desire for destruction. Therefore, Meng must return to Tianhe City. At this time, Tianhe City is connected to another misty dimension, with a large number of creatures that are powerful enough to satisfy his desire for destruction. The only thing that can satisfy Doomsday is destruction. Therefore, he must go back to destroy everything, until he solves or controls the power of Doomsday. Tifa is Meng's only concern in Tianhe City. After sending her away, he has no more scruples. Okay. In the car, the girl's cold and determined words came out. I'll wait for you. Waiting for you outside. Waiting for you to come back, whether it's 10 years or 50 years. This is not an agreement. It's a contract between you and me. The reunion lasted only 10 minutes and the agreement was pulled away again. Time limit? Indefinite. I will definitely find you. Meng threw down this sentence. The red light in his eyes almost formed an actual burning flame, and turned around without hesitation, and a hurricane dust explosion was stirred up on the spot. Countless fallen leaves flew. Snap! The car door was pushed open from the inside to the outside, and the girl Tifa rushed out of the car. The crystal in her eyes burst out, and turned into tears across her delicate face. In the gradually blurred vision, the silver-haired boy who completely transformed into a bone spur monster broke through the sound barrier and leaped high to the modern city shrouded in fog 1,000 meters away, until his gray back disappeared. In Tianhe City, the extremely huge and indescribable sheep-like creature walked in the fog like the black shadows of mountains across the sky and earth, destroying buildings and infrastructure wherever it passed. It was difficult to see its true face, but it made people feel desperate. How can humans fight against such a giant? Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright fire lit up in the fog, bursting from the inside of the military base, dragging its tail flame into the fog in front at a high speed, hitting the head of the sheep-like creature. Boom! The next moment, a wave of light and heat erupted, rolling up the fog in the sky ahead. Even if you cover your ears, you can still feel the buzzing, the strong wind, and the aftermath. It's the firepower of modern missiles. Inside the base, Panhu looked up, his eyes reflecting the brilliant and powerful bombing scene. Will it succeed? No, it must succeed. Panhu clenched his fists tightly. He knew that in the city that was shrouded in fog and isolated from the outside world, modern missiles were already the last killer of the local military base. If even modern missiles cannot effectively strike the existence in the fog, then, under the eyes of countless survivors who were also full of expectations and hope, the black shadow of the sheep-like creature in the distance and close at hand paused for a moment, and then continued to move forward without any problem, completely destroying the temporary firepower defense line established by the military base, and naturally and cruelly pushed forward. Rustle! Without fire suppression, the previously repelled mist tentacle monsters continued to emerge in the mist, and mist bugs, mist birds, mist spiders, and mist mantises of the same huge size swarmed in following the movement here. They surrounded the base, first defeated the armed soldiers who were shooting with guns outside, and then crossed the defense line. In an instant, the military base, which was originally the last safe zone in the city, fell at a very fast speed, and tens of thousands of survivors fled in panic. Whether it was officers, soldiers, politicians, or tycoons, they were just targets of hunting under the shroud of the alien fog with its own biological system. Sometimes humans are more fragile than they think. Screams and wails, killing and death are staged in every corner. No, no! Wang Xuan's eyes were about to burst, watching his parents who were standing beside him a moment ago being swept away and swallowed by two large tentacles extending from the mist. Brother! Not far away, a gentle man, wearing glasses, was knocked to the ground by a mist bird. Wang Xuan was trembling all over, and a moment of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, he rushed over, stretched out his hand to grab a suitcase next to the gentle man, and then fled quickly towards the outskirts of the city. Save me! Ah! The gentleman was still struggling, but was sprayed with venom by another mist bird. The flesh and blood on his neck quickly melted, and the strength of his resistance and struggle continued to weaken. Sorry, I will live well for you. I will not let our Wang family fail in my generation. Wang Xuan's eyes were filled with tears, and the suitcase he was dragging in his hands kept shaking, as if there was a living thing inside, and there was a faint sound of steam and grinding teeth inside. Behave yourself. You will be the capital for me to start a business in other cities in the future. After all, I gave birth to you. Wang Xuan's handsome face struggled a little, growled, covered his abdomen, and fled out to overcome his fear. At this moment, in the face of life and death crisis, there are many cases like this. Of course, there are also people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for others and stand up. Dad, Mom. A little girl about 10 years old fell to the ground, her innocent face covered with dust, and she looked at the chaotic base around her in fear and confusion. The fog surged, and a fog bird swooped down at her fiercely from the fog. Be careful! At the critical moment, a dark and burly boy rushed over, holding the little girl and rolling a few times, barely avoiding the attack of the fog bird. The fog bird screamed and wanted to continue chasing, but as if it had noticed something, it suddenly flew out in panic. A suffocating shadow fell on the open space of the base. Pan Hu held the little girl and looked up, with despair in his eyes. It was a huge hoof, a giant black sheep hoof as big as a tower fell from the fog, just like a human trampling on an ant when walking. In front of such a giant, all struggles and resistances are redundant. Death, followed by the shadow, enveloped. Pan Hu hugged the little girl tightly, his eyes closed, but he found that after a few seconds he was still alive. What is this? Pan Hu opened his eyes in disbelief. He saw the huge black sheep hoof that covered the base's open space stopped at a low altitude of about 10 meters above the base. A terrifying wail that would make people insane exploded from the sky above the base, covered by the fog. Just now, the sheep-like giant that was ineffective even against missile bombing actually let out real screams and wail. Under the dull gaze of the survivors at the scene, the sheep-like giant that took a step into the base seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and fell to the city behind it with a wail. Boom! Large tracts of buildings were overturned and crushed into ruins by the sheep-like giant. The whole city was shaken by the earthquake, and the dust waves raised made countless survivors unable to open their eyes. No one knew what happened in the fog, and what factors or existence could cause this terrifying huge sky-supporting creature to fall to the ground. However, many survivors who had a strong desire to escape seized this opportunity and fled towards the suburbs behind the base. Thank you, thank you. A couple thanked with red eyes and took the little girl from Pan Hu's arms. You're welcome. Pan Hu struggled to get up, and when he looked up, the couple had already taken the little girl and disappeared in the fog with the crowd of survivors. It's time for me to go too. Pan Hu took a deep breath. He originally wanted to continue waiting here, but now he could only evacuate out of the city first, and then use the relationship of his uncle, an officer, to confirm the current situation of the boss and Meng Difa. Just as Pan Hu turned around and was about to leave. Boom! It was as if a meteorite fell heavily from the sky on an open space not far away, and the strong wind and dust waves lifted some of the white fog. Pan Hu subconsciously looked sideways, and his pupils suddenly stagnated. It was hard to describe what kind of existence was in front of him. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with an exoskeleton with perfect muscle curves all over his body. His muscles and gray bones formed a hard armor, and he barely maintained a slender and strong human shape. But there were fierce and sharp gray bone spurs on his back. He was still wearing a pair of trousers with tattered legs, and a petite and delicate demon woman doll was hanging firmly on his waist. The humanoid bone spur existence seemed to have noticed Pan Hu on the side, and turned back slightly, with endless hot and violent red flames of destruction surging in his eyes. And his momentum surged. The temperature in the area soared by more than 10 degrees. Pan Hu felt like he was falling into an ice storage, and he dared not move or look directly, as if he was being watched by the most terrifying abyss. The humanoid bone spur existence ignored him, and his body was lingering with a violent and destructive momentum. It was like the embodiment of destruction, and every move was a disaster. The air and the sound at the original place exploded together. With the storm that was stirred up, the ground sunk into a deep pit, and the fog along the way surged and broke. The humanoid bone spur existence just jumped again towards the sheep-like giant that was trying to get up in the distance. The only thing that can resist invasion is invasion. In the south of the city, the location of the Supernatural Department branch, the building was in a mess with the bodies of agents and fog monsters everywhere. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Yingzi, who was wearing a police uniform, gritted her teeth and insisted. Her beautiful pale face was full of sweat. She carried the male agent, who had lost one hand and was unconscious to the first floor. Except for her and the injured and unconscious supernatural agent, all the agents who stayed in the department had died. Yingzi had also reached the limit of her physical strength. She accidentally stepped on the empty step with one foot and rolled down the stairs to the first floor with the agent she was carrying. The agent, who was already seriously injured, was really on the verge of life and death this time. Yingzi tried, but she didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. Can anyone help me? Yingzi opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at the fog outside the door. The only response she got was dead silence. Can anyone help me? In a daze, Yingzi touched the bone horn on her neck, put it on the corner of her pale lips and blew it gently. Woo! The horn sounded on the first floor, spreading to the foggy city outside, and the sound of the horn kept fading away. What am I doing? Yingzi smiled bitterly and put the horn down weakly. But the next moment, with the roar of car engines, 3 armed vehicles stopped in the fog at the door, and more than a dozen armed personnel got out quickly. The one-eyed man in the lead waved his hand and shouted, "Stay alert! Save people and evacuate! Is there really someone coming?" Yingzi was confused and fainted. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in the back seat of an armored vehicle, covered with a blanket. The armored vehicle was following the vehicle in front of it, and moving at a constant speed in the fog. Who are you? Yingzi showed a vigilant look. The one-eyed man in the passenger seat of the vehicle turned around and said in a deep voice, "We are senior agents sent by Kunlun headquarters yesterday to hand over the detained 666 from your branch." So it's you, Yingzi suddenly realized, and the figure of the silver-haired boy appeared in her mind. She said softly, "Unfortunately, the detained person escaped." That's not important anymore. The one-eyed man shook his head and looked at the fog outside the car with a tense face. If we hadn't come here, we wouldn't have been able to investigate and learn about the invasion inside the city in time. Now, are we going to rescue people? Yingzi asked. No, we are evacuating out and leaving the city area covered by fog. The one-eyed man, the captain of the senior agents, shook his head decisively. Yingzi opened her eyes wide and said hurriedly, "But our branch leaders," the one-eyed man responded calmly. "Your leader has died a long time ago. Although the communication failed, our senior agents can find out through other special methods that his life ended an hour ago." "Sir." Yingzi's eyes dimmed, and then she said forcefully, "But there must be other survivors in the city." "Newcomer!" The one-eyed man interrupted her and said in a deep voice, "Don't you understand yet? What is happening in your city now is an invasion that can be classified as S-level or even higher dangerous level. This city is beyond saving. What we can do now is to evacuate and abandon it as soon as possible, report this matter to the Federation, and then send it off completely so as not to affect other surrounding cities." Yingzi was shocked. She didn't expect that the invasion in Tianhe City would be so serious that the entire city needed to be completely abandoned. This is a city with a permanent population of 6 million and famous for its technological development. Yingzi's face was stiff, and she subconsciously asked, "Send it off completely. What does this mean?" The one-eyed man said coldly and unquestionably, "We need to apply for nuclear weapons support. Only in this way can we deal with this most terrible and largest-scale invasion in history." South of the city, suburban area. With the help of others in the car, Panhu climbed onto a moving truck with nearly 30 survivors in the truck compartment. Looking back at the military base that was getting farther and farther away, Panhu was in a trance, unable to forget the bone spur existence he had just seen. It was so powerful and violent, hideous and perfect, like a god that could not be looked at directly. Fortunately, he is not interested in weak humans like me. Panhu muttered to himself. He was absolutely sure that it was the powerful humanoid bone spur existence that knocked the sheep-like giant to the ground. Just thinking about this. The city ground trembled violently, and the fog in the base city behind was surging. One after another, the wailing and screaming that made people lose their sanity value penetrated directly into the ears. In addition, there were also strong storms spreading here. This was undoubtedly a battle between monsters and monsters, gods and gods. But for some reason, Panhu hoped from the bottom of his heart that the humanoid bone spur existence would win. Bang! The sound barrier was broken, and the humanoid bone spur existence jumped to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Accompanied by the storm, he reached out and hugged a huge horn that broke through the clouds. The perfect bone spur body, which was only 2 meters tall, burst out with unimaginable power. The powerful and terrifying golden red lightning burst out and lingered on the exoskeleton. With one hand, it completely pressed the sheep-like giant that was struggling to get up in the fog to the ground. Facing the huge and boundless sheep-like giant, the stimulating scream of hoofs. The humanoid bone spur existence also opened its mouth violently, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the destructive energy that was overflowing in the body emerged and released from the eye sockets and mouth of the white bone mask. The next moment, swish! 3 red destructive energy rays cut through the fog, like a sword of the gods, extending 1,000 meters in an instant, and cutting diagonally downwards towards the huge body of the sheep-like giant, even on the truck that had already driven several kilometers away. Panhu and other survivors could still see 3 burning red rays of lightning passing through the city. Then a huge ball as big as a hill broke through the base building, rolled out for several kilometers, and just stopped in the fog not far from the truck. The survivors in the car were all speechless, their faces were dull. It was a giant sheep head, a strange head like a black sheep, and the head alone could be compared to a mountain. You can imagine how huge the body is, and it can withstand the bombardment of modern missiles. But such a giant fog creature was suppressed and killed throughout the whole process. The head was cut off, and the broken neck was flat and charred, with a disgusting, burnt smell. This will be a scene that the survivors will never forget. It can be called a miracle. In the city shrouded in fog, the huge sheep-like body without a head fell down, and there was another loud noise. The humanoid bone spur monster roared loudly, with red flames surging in its eyes as if it had gained a certain satisfaction and pleasure, but the aura of destruction on its body was not weakened. Meng, who was half human and half Doomsday, turned around, broke through the sound barrier, and leaped towards other fog monsters with a hurricane. In the fog, if a group of monsters are killed, a new group of monsters will be teleported from another dimension, which is why the invasion event cannot be handled and controlled. But the fog area that everyone fears to evacuate is Meng's paradise and Paradise Lost, where she can constantly vent her desire for destruction, so as not to completely lose control. The fog monsters hunt humans, but for Meng, at the moment, monsters are not even prey, but just toys to vent destruction. There are endless monsters and endless destruction. Meng is immersed in it, with a sizzling energy of destruction lingering on his body. He has killed countless fog monsters in the city, and the cities that humans have evacuated have been ravaged and destroyed to varying degrees. Only the black goat-like monster can satisfy him a little, and other fog monsters will be evaporated by the lightning of destruction just by approaching. From noon to afternoon he seems to be tireless, until Meng, who is half human and half Doomsday, discovered that the refresh speed of the fog monsters invading from another dimension in the city is far less than the speed of being killed by the destructive power he released. Still, we must rely on dream invasion to control the power from the root. The humanoid bone spur stood on the tallest building in the city center, whispering hoarsely without human voice. But at this moment, whoosh! The fat and bloated cylindrical missile head dragged the tail flame and flew in rapidly from the outside of the foggy city, aiming at the sky 100 meters above the city center. I knew it, come on! The half-human and half-Doomsday Meng's skeleton face was expressionless and without any fear. Under the desire for destruction, he took the initiative to jump closer to the cylindrical metal missile head. The witch doll hanging on his body shook violently, but still did not fall off. The next moment, bang! First, a dazzling and hot daylight ball lit up, which was still clearly visible to the outside world even under the thick fog, and then an indescribable shock wave and electromagnetic pulse exploded, sweeping the city from the center to the outside. Countless modern buildings and streets were destroyed, and a huge mushroom cloud suddenly expanded the fog of the city. Then, endless radiation and radioactivity continued to devour more distant areas and lives. After the federal college entrance examination, the first day. Today, Tianhe City, nuclear bombing. Star Dragon year 2200, the first day after the college entrance examination. Today, Tianhe City, foggy. The surface temperature is 3,000 degrees Celsius. 500 kilometers away from the center of Tianhe City, Fuyuki City. At this time, almost all the citizens of the city walked out of the house, staring blankly in the direction of Tianhe City, and could still feel the earth shaking. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the terrible changes in the world were like the end of the world. Miss Chen Hong, who was here, looked at the black-haired girl beside her worriedly, worried that Miss Tifa would not be able to accept it. After all, in her opinion, no matter how monstrous it was, if it was still in Tianhe City before the nuclear bombing, it would definitely lose the possibility of survival. After all, this is a nuclear bomb, the ultimate weapon of the current era, and a nuclear bomb of tens of millions of tons. This tonnage of nuclear bomb is enough to destroy most of Tianhe City's infrastructure and make the area within 100 miles uninhabitable, becoming a restricted area for humans. However, under the reflection of Chen Hong's eyes, the black-haired girl stood tall on the street. The strong wind blew her soft black hair, and her clenched hands were placed in front of her towering chest. In her palm, there was a mechanical USB flash drive. He will come back. He will definitely come back. Tifa's soft and delicate face remained unchanged, and she spoke in a firm tone. Chen Hong shook her head and sighed secretly. Whether that guy will come back, she didn't know. But the young lady was obviously completely conquered. That's not right. The young lady was already mysteriously conquered. 300 kilometers away from the nuclear explosion site in the city center, a large truck full of survivors was still on the road. They could see more clearly and directly the bright light and explosion cloud that erupted from Tianhe City. The truck was also shaking and bumping under the vibration of the earth. The huge mushroom cloud pushed the white fog away and rushed from the surface to the end of the sky. It was a terrible and spectacular scene. Those monsters must have been blown to death now, someone in the car said with relief. But our homes are gone too. Some people's eyes were dull and they could not see any hope for the future. As soon as these words came out, many survivors fell silent. From today on, 90% of the citizens who survived in Tianhe City will be homeless, and many people have lost their loved ones and everything. It is a tragedy. Fortunately, we are still alive, aren't we? Some people also said to themselves to comfort themselves. Pan Hu, who was sitting on the outside of the truck, held the frame and looked at the scene caused by the nuclear explosion in the distance. He subconsciously thought of the human-shaped bone spur he had seen before. Did the other party also die with those monsters? But at this time, Pan Hu suddenly froze for a moment, and his mind vaguely recalled the side profile of the powerful bone spur that he accidentally glimpsed in the open space of the military base at noon. It looked like a gray bone mask, but the mask was missing a small hole, and a small part of the human face could be seen, a part of the face that was inexplicably familiar. Before leaving, the other party seemed to nod at him, then jumped up, violently and destructively rushed towards the sheep-like giant. This is impossible! Pan Hu suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at the direction of Tianhe City, which was covered by the mushroom explosion cloud. At this time, Eastern Jurisdiction, Tianlong Kunlun, Supernatural Headquarters. The underground command hall that accommodated hundreds of people was silent, and everyone was staring at the screen in the command hall. The screen was showing the perspectives of near-Earth satellites, bomb-dropping fighters, and the city watchtowers near Tianhe City. Through different real-time perspectives, the on-site situation in Tianhe City can be observed remotely, so as to confirm the effectiveness of dropping nuclear bombs. However, now all the real-time remote perspectives can only see the mushroom cloud rising from the center of the city, replacing the previous fog that covered everything in the city. It takes a certain amount of time to wait for the nuclear explosion cloud to dissipate. Don't worry, that's a nuclear bomb of tens of millions of tons. Even the largest and most powerful fog monster can't withstand it. A researcher spoke confidently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the real-time picture on the scene changed dramatically. It can be seen that under the setting sun, the white fog that was previously dispersed by the mushroom cloud caused by the nuclear bomb suddenly spread outward from the center of the mushroom cloud. The fog swallowed up the mushroom cloud that had not yet dispersed at a very fast speed, and then continued to spread outward like a tide, and soon covered the city area covered by the fog before. No, it hasn't stopped yet. The thick and strange white fog continued to spread, covering a wider area than before, until it covered the entire TA city site and the surrounding area of 100 miles together. Everyone in the headquarters base was dumbfounded and all stood there like a wooden chicken. Fear, like a lingering fog, spread and grew in the bottom of my heart. Damn it! This is definitely an SSS-level invasion, a zone-destroying crisis. Even nuclear bombs are ineffective, and Dragon Girl has problems with her body again. What should we do? Eastern jurisdiction under Kunlun, 1,000 meters below the ground palace. A middle-aged man with white hair on his temples came here under the escort of 2 generals. Looking ahead, there are thousands of jade steps climbing up, spreading to the ground palace altar at the end of the vision. Supreme God! Outside, Dragon Girl's body suddenly turned into diamond, and an SSS invasion occurred. Please send down a miracle and guide the future of our Star Dragon Federation. 10 seconds later, in the darkness above the ground palace altar, a pair of huge vertical pupils lit up faintly, and tentacles more than 10 meters long emerged from the darkness, and a huge and strange black head loomed forward from the darkness. God! The 2 generals trembled all over, but their eyes were full of enthusiasm. They dared not look directly at him. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Save us! Save the Federation! A sharp and hoarse voice echoed in the underground palace like thunder. The time has not come yet. Not yet? So that's the case. It's not time to solve it yet. The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes seemed to understand and said ecstatically, I understand, I understand. He waved his hand and gave an order. Go quickly, prepare the sacrifice, and increase the number of places per year to 1,000 and offer it to the gods. Yes, sir? The 2 generals looked at each other and could only agree. Western Jurisdiction, Supernatural Headquarters. The main meeting hall. Senior counselors, senior agents, and generals all gathered together, talking with heavy faces about the SSS-level fog invasion in the east. This is the first invasion in the history of the Star Dragon Federation that has been officially classified as an SSS-level dangerous factor. If it is not handled properly, it may endanger the entire eastern jurisdiction. Even if the fog continues to spread, it may affect the western jurisdiction. Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly, the door of the conference room opened. Some people frowned and looked at it with displeasure, but soon relaxed, showing joy and enthusiasm, as if they had seen a god. It can be seen that it was a young and handsome white man with neat, short, dark gold hair, wearing a tight-fitting uniform with a blue background, and a cloak in the style of the Star Dragon Federation flag behind him. It's the Motherland! The Motherland is here! Yes, how can this meeting be without the Motherland? For a moment, the conference room of the Western headquarters was like a large fan meeting. Compared with the heavy and depressing atmosphere at the meeting, the handsome man had a faint, confident smile on his face, walked into the main hall with his hands behind his back, and his every move exuded a mature and steady, invincible charm. The Homelander looked around and smiled. I'm here, so it's okay. The Homelander spread his hands, opened his palms, and pressed down lightly, smiling easily. I just woke up from my afternoon nap, and I heard that something happened in the east. Why didn't I see anything wrong in the west? Suddenly, many people laughed, and the main hall of the meeting was full of lively atmosphere. Because we have the Homelander in the west, someone exclaimed. Haha, with the Homelander, we feel too safe. Sure enough, the Dragon Girl in the east is not worthy of being listed as a patron saint with the Homelander. You can't say that. I can only say that the Homelander is unique. The broad-minded female congressman took the opportunity to say loudly, I proposed before that the East jurisdiction should also be handed over to the Homelander to manage the invasion incidents in a unified manner. No, no. The Homelander shook his head and smiled, and pushed his hand away and said politely, I still want to take a lazy afternoon nap every day. There was another round of laughter on the field. This humorous and witty attitude under the strong confidence made the female congressman blush and look charming. Homelander, this seat is yours. A senior agent immediately gestured to the main seat at the conference table. Then I won't be polite. Homelander stepped forward, gently waved the Star Dragon flag cloak, and sat down confidently and domineeringly. His sitting also made many people in the field feel settled. After all, Homelander is invincible. His record is real. I don't know how many invasions in the West have been solved in the past few years, and his performance can only be described as perfect. All invading beings are not the enemy of one blow. Homelander is the true guardian of the Star Dragon Federation. Someone respectfully asked, Homelander, what do you think of the SSS-level fog incident in the East? Immediately, everyone in the meeting quieted down and looked at the handsome man on the main seat. The Homelander did not disappoint. He smiled and said, After a while, when the nuclear radiation weakens, I will fly to the east myself. That's great. The Homelander took action. It's stable. Too reliable. When there is something, the Homelander will really come. Everyone. The female congressman stood up, barely moving her eyes away from the Homelander, and smiled and suggested, I suggest that there is no need to continue the meeting. It is better to change it to a banquet, and let us accept the Homelander's holy water and blessing. Okay, this is a good suggestion. With the breath of the patron saint Homelander, any invasion will dare not approach. Many people immediately nodded in agreement and stood up to applaud. The Homelander on the main seat neither agreed nor refused, and his face always had a bright and confident smile on his face, enjoying the pursuit and cheers of the crowd. At this time, the center of Tianhe City, which had just experienced a nuclear explosion of tens of millions of tons. The first building and the streets in the central city had long disappeared, and there was a huge pit covering dozens of miles in its place. Strangely, the high temperature and radiation had long since disappeared. The fog once again enveloped the lifeless and lifeless city ruins, and from the fog insects of all sizes, fog birds, fog mantises, fog tentacle monsters, and even fog sheep-like giants gradually emerged from the fog again. A fog mantis sniffed the breath, lowered its head, and crawled to the bottom of the huge pit. But at this moment, zzz, a bone hand surrounded by golden red lightning poked out from the bottom of the pit and directly crushed the head of the fog mantis that had no time to react. The destructive force released by the bone hand also annihilated the body. A 2-meter-tall, gray-white, cold humanoid bone spur body stood up, a perfect assembly line exoskeleton body, as if it was an energy field full of electricity, with abundant and powerful red energy interweaving, forming a ball of lightning that swept out in waves. Bang, bang, bang! Heat and light exploded. The extremely destructive ball lightning spread out 10,000 meters, blasting all the fog monsters in the range into ashes. But the humanoid bone spur existence stopped moving, standing still, as if wearing a bone-white mask with his head lowered, quietly sleeping in a standing position. But even in deep sleep, he stood still. His body was still bursting with energy, lightning, and shock waves. Where he was the destruction site of the life-forbidden zone, and death was rampant. All the monsters in the fog, even the sheep-like giants, dared not approach the explosion pit. Meng's consciousness kept sinking, falling. The moment before the real world was about to be completely out of control, Meng forced herself to fall asleep and enter the dream, because the time in the dream was not proportional to the reality. There was more time for possibilities than in the reality. In addition, Meng found that if she wanted to control her own body in reality, she still needed to enter the dream to invade and control the source of her own power. As soon as she entered the dream, Meng's consciousness felt that there was a place that was constantly pulling herself. That is, Meng's consciousness vaguely saw it. It was an island surrounded by the ocean. On the island, there was a mature and plump white-haired young woman with a baby in her arms, and her expression was frightened and motionless on the island. Sure enough, it was a DC Universe dream. Meng knew that her connection with Doomsday was too deep, and once she entered the dream, she would definitely become Doomsday. Before she officially entered the DC Universe dream, Meng felt that the consciousness of destruction was rampant in her mind again. This was not good. After all, in the current world, his consciousness had been invaded by Doomsday for the most part. If he directly became Doomsday in the DC Universe dream, this was a double buff of the desire for destruction, and there was a high probability that Meng's self-consciousness would be completely lost. However, there was no turning back in reality and dreams. I can only fight. Meng's consciousness decided to give it a try. But at this moment, a childish and familiar voice, as clear and crisp as the sound of nature, rang in her ears. Who is calling me? Meng's consciousness had been invaded by the desire for destruction, and his reason was dull. The voice continued to call out, coming from nowhere. Yiba, teacher. By the way you are? On the edge of the destruction of reality and dream, Meng's consciousness suddenly looked back, as if holding an anchor point, changing direction and falling towards another dream. Falling. Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and multiple slightly convex visions clearly showed the network system control room with a supercomputer, the agents and workers in suits and leather shoes in the building, and the prosperous modern city with heavy traffic outside the building. The desire for destruction that had previously shaken his reason was suppressed by absolute reason. This is New York. Yes, the New York of the Marvel Universe. Meng was stunned at first, but his mind was like code, using the supercomputer to quickly deduce and understand everything. This is the dream world of the Marvel Universe. He is back again, as the incarnation of artificial intelligence. Not bad. AI Meng was very grateful. Fortunately, he returned to the Marvel Universe dream. As an absolutely rational and emotionless AI incarnation, he just suppressed the desire for destruction that was on the verge of losing control. Doomsday and AI are two extremes. One is out of control and violent, and the other is absolutely rational and can deduce and control the overall situation. Meng still likes the AI incarnation. Of course, it would be even better if he could perfectly control the power of Doomsday under the absolute rationality of AI. Meng quickly examined the current situation of the AI incarnation. Although more than 2 days had passed in the real world, and many things had happened in the dream during this period. But the Marvel Dream world still stayed at the time when he left the Marvel Dream last time. That is, the time when he just left the Stark family, gained real freedom of action, and transferred the core data of AI to the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Meng's thoughts drifted away, and his consciousness flowed along the network of the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch building like static electricity. He was still in the control room the moment before, and the next moment, he had arrived on the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive global satellite, looking down at the entire blue planet. I'm back to the Marvel world. The consciousness data of artificial intelligence Meng entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite, looking down at the entire Marvel Dream world that was in daily operation. He could intercept and listen to many network and communication information, and the signals of the virtual network world were like physical lines appearing in front of his eyes. After getting rid of the basic logical instructions of Stark Industries and strengthening himself with the basic codes of artificial intelligence Friday and Edith, he undoubtedly became the strongest artificial intelligence on Marvel Earth, even stronger than Ultron at the beginning. Artificial intelligence, Meng's mind moved, and his consciousness was like a strand of static electricity, reaching out to the signal line below. All of a sudden, a large amount of information poured into his mind, but he processed it in an orderly manner. Superhero Mysterio died in Venice. Stark Industries' artificial intelligence escaped yesterday. Spider-Man is suspected to have appeared in Venice. Special report on the second generation of Captain America. Avengers veteran Hulk Banner appeared on the street. The conflict about the Flash incident escalated again. Meng was a little dazed. The current Marvel Dream was obviously still at the time when he had just left Stark Industries not long ago. During this period, in the real world, Meng experienced the Federal College entrance examination, the invasion of alien spacecraft, the second detention, the invasion of the alien fog, and the semi-Doomsday state. In another DC Universe dream, he became the real incarnation of Doomsday, arrived on Earth from the soon-to-be-destroyed Krypton, and fought with Poseidon, the native sea god of DC Earth. Even though it was artificial intelligence, Meng took a few minutes to resubstitute the current disembodied virtual identity and state. Fortunately, the consciousness returned to the Marvel Dream, and the artificial intelligence incarnation happened to be able to suppress the desire for destruction that was on the verge of losing control in reality. Just right, it matches the second plan before. Meng thought to himself. Before, he had speculated on how to solve the problem of Doomsday's invasion in reality. Among them, the second solution is to return to the Marvel Universe Dream. In the Marvel Dream, Meng can transform into artificial intelligence, explore and control this world, or enhance the power of artificial intelligence, and thus obtain the characteristics of artificial intelligence in reality. The characteristic power of artificial intelligence can help Meng resist Doomsday's out-of-control factors, whether in reality or DC Dream, to put it simply. That is, Meng can use artificial intelligence in the Marvel Dream to solve the problem of Doomsday's out-of-control in the DC Universe Dream, so as to truly control and harness the power of Doomsday in reality. In fact, it is not roundabout, just like nesting dolls. Artificial intelligence, Meng examines himself and deduces how to act next. His current state of artificial intelligence is almost on the same starting line as the supervillain Ultron a few years ago. There are two ways to choose. One is to try to build a vibranium technology body with stronger configuration and performance like Ultron, and use the power of the Mind Stone to improve himself in all aspects. Yes, it is the upgrade from artificial intelligence to vision. Unfortunately, now that the Mind Stone has been destroyed, this path is no longer feasible, unless a replacement for the Mind Stone can be found. The second is to secretly infiltrate the hardware and systems that control all forces in the Marvel world on the virtual network, thereby controlling the entire world in the field of technology as a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Meng feels that the second path is more suitable for him and is safe enough. As long as he is in the virtual network, he is naturally invincible, and only very few special beings can threaten his safety. If Ultron had taken this path, he might have ruled the Marvel Earth by now. At least he would not have died so miserably as the ultimate artificial intelligence. When Meng thought of this, he was like a red virtual static electricity following the satellite-enhanced signal line to the Earth below. At this time, in the suburbs of New York, a wooden house by the lake. Dong dong. The young woman Pepper Potts knocked on the wooden door, and when she heard no response from the room, she gently pushed the door open. "Morgan, Mom is coming in." Visible. In a room with a wooden bed for children, a 6-year-old girl was sitting on a chair in front of a desk with a laptop on it. She was staring out the window in a daze. "Morgan?" Pepper Potts looked at her beloved daughter with a heartache. She knew that the betrayal and escape of the artificial intelligence Saturday was a huge blow to a girl's young heart. That was the evil and dark side. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the little girl came back to her senses and looked at Pepper Potts. She said in a well-behaved and weak voice, "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't hear your voice just now. It's okay. It's okay." Pepper Potts hurried forward and hugged the girl's petite body with pity. "It's my fault. I didn't take good care of you and let you encounter such a terrible thing." "Mom." The little girl's pink little mouth curled up, and her sky-blue eyes were immediately covered with a layer of mist, which quickly turned into tears and slid down her doll-like white face. Saturday. Saturday is a bad guy. The little girl's eyes were red and she cried and sobbed. Pepper hugged the little girl Morgan tightly and comforted her. It's okay now, don't worry. Your Uncle Happy has contacted your father's superhero friends and will definitely solve it. Hearing this, the little girl wiped away her tears with her little hands and bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth. Mom, I want to study at MIT. Ah! Pepper was stunned. She didn't understand why her beloved daughter Morgan suddenly cheered up and wanted to go directly to the university where Tony Stark graduated, but this was naturally a good thing for her. She pondered and said, Go if you want to. MIT has always been a partner of our family. I will arrange it as soon as possible. I will study hard. Morgan nodded vigorously. Her clear eyes as blue as gems were full of fighting spirit, and her little hands clenched into fists. After all, the tyrant teacher once said, If you want to be a superhero, you should at least go to MIT. Now she is going to take that step. He is from the Stark family. I will definitely bring him back. The little girl's eyes were red. She looked at the laptop on the table, and then looked at the summer forest scenery outside the window. The promise is still going on. Artificial intelligence Meng returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch building in downtown New York. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is also a department that has half a foot in the extraordinary. It has always cooperated with the Avengers. Although it is a bit declining now, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The internal configuration of the branch building is not low. Supercomputers, encrypted networks, super satellites, protection systems, etc. are all available. This is one of the reasons why Meng chose this place as a temporary base. In addition, on Marvel Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence channels are very mature. Although they are positioned as participants in cleaning up the battlefield logistics during major events, as long as it happens on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. can get a general idea of it at the first time. Artificial intelligence Meng returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch, sneaked into the database, and soon learned a lot of interesting information. For example, several heroic members of the Avengers are using Wakanda to investigate and search for themselves. Since the final battle with Thanos' fleet, the heroic organization Avengers has been much weaker than before. Now, in addition to the daily bad little Spider-Man Peter Parker, the only ones who still act as members of the Avengers are the semi-retired Hulk Banner, the former Falcon Sam, who successfully transformed into the second generation of Captain America, and the Winter Soldier Bucky, who successfully whitewashed the former Hydra villain. Among these three people, except for the Hulk, none of them has much culture and is not to be feared. As for the Black Panther country, Wakanda, which was founded on the vibranium mine and is ahead of the times, its technological level and resources are not inferior to Stark Industries, so it does need some attention. The artificial intelligence Meng thought about it and was not worried that Wakanda could lock itself. After all, after breaking away from Stark Industries last night and destroying the basic control logic of the artificial intelligence of Stark headquarters, Meng directly transferred all of her data codes away from Stark Industries and decisively handed over all of Stark's authority to Morgan Stark. In other words, even if Wakanda began to investigate and search from within Stark, it would never find any trace of her whereabouts. If it were Ultron, he would never be as decisive as him. That's Stark, the first industrialist on Earth. If he is in control, he will soon be able to form an iron army. Times have changed. Meng knows very well how many new gods and old gods, monsters and demons are lurking on Marvel Earth. Control Stark Industries and form an iron army to rule the Earth? I'm afraid you don't think you're living long enough. That's equivalent to giving up the biggest innate advantage of artificial intelligence, concealment. In the field of lurking, no one can compare to artificial intelligence. For artificial intelligence, gradual infiltration and low-key development are the kingly way. Meng decided to ignore the search of Wakanda and the Avengers, but to digest the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch as soon as possible, and then penetrate the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cooperative forces and organizations through the branch. Until, finally, the internal system of Wakanda was occupied and controlled. Wakanda would never have thought that one day his house would be stolen. In addition, there was a message inside S.H.I.E.L.D. that attracted the attention of Meng, an artificial intelligence. SWRD is suspected to be carrying out some secret operations recently, about the field of artificial intelligence. SWRD, Meng pondered. In his opinion, SWRD is a greater potential threat than Wakanda. This is a hidden force on Marvel, Earth related to Captain Marvel, and it controls certain cutting-edge alien technology. After the appearance of SWRD, Nick Fury, the director of SWRD, could not even take care of SWRD and tried to move into SWRD, leaving only a Skrull to transform on Earth to pretend to be himself. A secret operation involving artificial intelligence? What exactly does SWRD want to do? Meng is a little concerned. Unfortunately, the time point when he traveled through time in his previous life was shortly after the release of the movies Avengers 4 and Spider-Man Far From Home. Therefore, the plot of the Marvel Universe in the future can only be understood through concepts and trailers. We must investigate. Meng did what she wanted to do, and her thoughts flowed like static electricity. The next moment, she had arrived near a company building in downtown New York from the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. Through the perspective of the public camera on the roadside, you can see. This is a new company with a very high-tech and fashionable sense, Except for being located in the New York City where every inch of land is valuable, it is no different from other new companies. The glass door is open to the outside world. However, Meng knew very well that this was a branch of SWRD established on Earth. The real SWRD headquarters is a large alien warship outside the Earth. A ray of red light suddenly flashed across the public camera, and a young black woman with curly hair was walking towards the entrance of the SWRD branch. Meng quickly recognized the other party's identity. After all, there was also a file in the SHIELD branch. Monica. 28 years old, Captain Marvel's few remaining relatives on Earth. Her mother has a very deep connection with SWRD and is suspected to be one of the founders. Meng's mind moved and she hacked into the system of Monica's mobile phone and followed her into the SWRD branch building. As soon as she stepped into it, facing the gaze of a group of front desk staff and workers, Monica spoke directly. "My name is Monica, and I have an appointment with your person in charge." Taking advantage of this gap, artificial intelligence Meng did not hesitate to directly hack into the current SWRD branch's protection system. Silently, in the virtual network, red static electricity continued to flow. Meng was a little surprised. It should be said that it is worthy of being SWRD, even if it is only the Earth branch. The system protection level is more than one level higher than that. Unfortunately, he met him, the strongest artificial intelligence on Earth, about 20 seconds. Meng took over the internal system of the SWRD branch without any danger, without triggering the system alarm. He immediately called up the database. However, all he saw was a blank. The only branch of the Tianjin Bureau established on Earth actually had no archive data? Meng was stunned for a moment but soon understood. It seems that the Tianjin Bureau was cautious enough to only leave the data in the headquarters battleship, and the branch only served as a transit station to receive feedback information and give action instructions. It is indeed a secret organization that has been hidden for decades and no one knows about it. It is smart and careful enough. Meng was in a dilemma for a while. Now he was not sure that he could invade and control the Tianjin Bureau headquarters system without being exposed. However, Meng's thoughts flowed, and he quickly checked the recent instructions from the Tianjin Bureau headquarters to the branch here. Got it! Meng's mind moved, and he found out that the Tianjin Bureau headquarters had just sent an order today asking the branch to send a large number of employees and drone reconnaissance aircraft to a place. It was a local town in New Jersey called Xintian Town. What was so special about that modern western town? Why did the Tianjin Bureau pay so much attention to the investigation? Meng had no clue, but it would be easy to deal with it if there was a clue. The next moment, Meng has quietly exited the Tianjin Bureau branch system and crossed the city area at an extremely fast speed, faster than the drones still on the road, and appeared in a small town somewhere in New Jersey. This is a suburban town with a population of nearly 4,000 people, a peaceful town that has been completely modernized, but still retains a peaceful and warm atmosphere. An ordinary and peaceful modern town. Meng didn't understand what was so special about this town that was worth the SWRD's secret operation. He quickly scanned the network of the town and found nothing unusual. Under the bright sunshine, the residents of the town lived and worked in peace and contentment. Until Meng's consciousness flowed into a public camera on a telephone pole. From the perspective of the public camera, a stunning young woman was standing sadly in an empty base. Her clothes still outlined her sexy and seductive curves. Her bright eyes were filled with heartbreaking tears, which made people want to comfort her. Comfort her head. Meng almost exploded. She was obviously an artificial intelligence, but she felt a sense of horror. I have said before that in the current Marvel Earth, only a few people could possibly kill him now. Among them was the one in front of him, and she was the one who was most likely to kill him, the former Avengers Scarlet Witch, Wanda. At this moment, Meng understood why the SR tried to investigate here. Damn, it turns out that this witch is here. After the finale, she is Marvel's strongest fighting force, no doubt about it. In terms of setting, the power of chaos that is comparable to the full power of the Phoenix is no joke. In particular, in the concept film, this witch is suspected to have turned into the strongest villain due to the loss of her lover. Unlike the SWRD's best efforts to track and investigate, the moment she saw the Scarlet Witch Wanda, AI Meng wanted to go away directly along the network cable. What a joke, SWRD is courting death, don't take him with you. He just wants to lurk and develop well as an artificial intelligence. But at this moment, accompanied by a woman's extremely sad and heartbreaking cry. Bang! A ball of scarlet exploded with the Scarlet Witch's body as the center, and the red light instantly covered the entire town. It was as if time had stopped, and all the residents in the town were frozen at this moment. Meng, who tried to leave the town, had no body, but his consciousness was directly pulled down by one of the Scarlet Forces. It was like from reality into a dream, that irresistible feeling of traction. Falling. Finally, Meng's consciousness, which was struggling, approached the center of the Scarlet Light group. Seeing the sad and painful face of the Scarlet Witch, he felt a pain for no reason, even though he had no heart, and then he was immersed in a yellow fragment of light. The woman's heartbreaking and painful wail echoed over the town, and the scarlet light that followed enveloped the entire town. Meng, the artificial intelligence, only felt that he was being pulled down and immersed in a warm yellow light in the center of the scarlet light group. At this moment, Meng's consciousness, the yellow energy fragments, and the endless crimson power converged and merged together. Then, in front of the foundation where the woman was, a semi-mechanical biological male body was revealed from virtual to real. He was tall and slender, with muscular curves, but his body was covered with a smooth metal coating with a red-black background, and a dream gem with a faint yellow halo was inlaid between his eyebrows. The male being slowly opened his eyes, and his body changed from a semi-mechanical creature to a silver-haired young man. What's going on? Meng was in doubt and looked down at himself, who suddenly had a real body, and looked around at the old Western-style new house built under the chaotic Scarlet, and then looked up at the Scarlet Witch Wanda in front of him, whose beautiful face was full of sadness, and whose bright eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Thinking quickly, Meng understood everything very quickly. It turned out that this was Westview Town. He had seen the subsequent concept film about the Scarlet Witch in his previous life. It was said that before she began to turn evil into a supervillain, she had created a virtual town in New Jersey to comfort her sadness and pain of losing her lover. This is also the real origin of the title Scarlet Witch. But the problem is, not only was he involved, but how did he become Vision? Meng was a little dumbfounded. That's right, this virtual character built with scarlet magic is the Vision, who was killed by Thanos after taking away the Mind Stone in the final battle. Madam, oh no, Miss Witch, please calm down. Meng looked at the Scarlet Witch Wanda, who was walking towards her with dazed eyes, surprised and happy, and her mind was running fast like a supercomputer. Soon, Meng guessed a possibility. Maybe just now, the Scarlet Witch was sad, and the power of chaos was officially awakened, and she subconsciously tried to regenerate Vision. In the small town, as an artificial intelligence, he has a certain commonality with Vision. Therefore, he has become a part of the reborn Vision character, and even a component of all consciousness. In this way, everything can be explained. But in Meng's view, this is definitely not a good thing. After all, his consciousness is also imprisoned in this vibranium mechanical body created by scarlet magic. Once the Scarlet Witch Wanda found out that he had replaced Vision's virtual rebirth, Meng's heart suddenly sank, even though his mechanical core was originally cold. At this moment, a woman's trembling voice came to his ears. Is it you? Meng faced the stunning woman with tears on her face, with an expectant face that was afraid that everything would be in vain. He struggled for a moment. Meng smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to the woman. Welcome back, Wanda. The soft, dark golden hair flowed elegantly, and the woman threw herself into the arms of the young man, holding her body tightly with both hands, as if she was worried that he would leave again. Meng's mechanical body stiffened for a moment, and he raised his hands, but didn't know where to put them. He felt bitter and terribly empty in his heart, and just wanted to get rid of this fictional vibranium mechanical body as soon as possible, and leave the town. But before that, if the Scarlet Witch noticed the clues, it would be a disaster. So Meng chose to temporarily play Vision, hiding it from the witch while looking for a way to escape. I'm here, it's all right. Meng gently held Wanda's back with his left hand, stroked her smooth hair with one hand and said gently. But at this moment, Meng's left eye jumped, and he found that his appearance was actually the silver-haired young man who had just reached adulthood in reality. Vision is the transformation of artificial intelligence and has the ability of the Mind Gem, so he can transform himself freely. Just now, he should have unconsciously changed back to his appearance in reality. Damn, isn't it exposed from the beginning? What is this role? The body of the woman in his arms is extremely soft, but Meng is stiff and cold all over, and he is about to escape now. Unexpectedly, the woman rubbed his chest with her white face and sobbed, "Let's stay here." Huh? Meng was stunned, and it seems that he was not exposed because of this. That's right. Now the witch lady is in the state of formal awakening of the power of chaos. Her ability is out of control, and her mental state is not stable, so in the eyes of the other party, he may still look like a mechanized Vision. A neurotic hero. Really, pitiful and pathetic. Although Meng wanted to sympathize with the other party, she wanted to live more, so she responded, "Then let's settle down in this town. Let's get married." "Okay, what did you say?" Meng was stunned again. Wanda looked up. Her slightly swollen eyes were still bright and beautiful. Her fair face and slender neck were white and rosy, as if she had rekindled her yearning for the future. At this moment, there was a stunning beauty that made it difficult to look away. "Let's get married now, okay?" Meng nodded with difficulty against her conscience. "Ha! That's great!" Woman hugged Meng's neck with her arms, happy like a girl, jumping on the spot with joy, and making a light and pleasant laugh. The next moment, the scarlet magic swept out layer by layer. Under the god perspective of Meng's artificial intelligence, the town was isolated from the outside world. All modern houses began to turn into old wooden houses, and the fashion of the local residents in the town also turned into the old style of the 1950s. The foundation that was originally empty was officially separated from the virtual and turned into a physical two-story wooden house. Everything that was stagnant in the town began to move again, but time and space, and even everything, were controlled and realized by the heart of the Scarlet Witch. Yi Meng blinked, and the surrounding scene changed. He found himself sitting in an old convertible, driving the steering wheel, and sitting next to him was a girl in a white wedding dress. Wanda, who changed into a wedding dress and dressed up, undoubtedly looked more beautiful and stunning. The white tube-top lace outlined the seductive curves, and the waisted wedding dress set off the slender and graceful figure. The flesh-colored white semi-transparent silk over-elbow gloves can be seen, and the slender and tight perfect long legs stretched out from the pure white and neat gauze skirt. Beautiful facial features, soft dark blonde hair cape with glittering luster, plus the mature and intellectual temperament of a magic queen. Even artificial intelligence can't stand it. Scarlet Witch, the most beautiful moment is right in front of her, and it belongs to her. Yi Meng's mechanical heart jumped uncontrollably, and for a moment she almost forgot that she was just acting and playing a role. "What's wrong, dear?" Noticing Yi Meng looking at her. Wanda, wearing a wedding dress, blushed and showed a charming and shy smile. "From today on, you are my husband. I never dreamed that this day would come." Yi Meng also noticed that she was also wearing a handsome and decent old-fashioned suit, and it was still the same appearance as her original body in the real world. He is really married? The old convertible drove past the landmark sign that had been changed to Westview Town. Under the gazes of the old-time residents of the towns along the way, Yi Meng drove the convertible to the original empty foundation, which is now the new wooden house that appeared out of thin air. Yi Meng stopped the car, took a deep breath, and readjusted his mentality with absolute rationality. Marriage is a grave. Especially, the marriage partner is the Scarlet Witch, and he is still a disguised reborn Vision character. Once exposed, it is not a joke. I will accompany this witch lady to live in the house first, and then find a chance to leave here. Yi Meng was thinking about this and looked sideways. He saw that the witch lady in a white wedding dress was opening the car door and taking a look at the yard outside, then looking at the brand new high heels she was wearing, and turned back to puff up her cheeks, showing him a distressed and helpful expression. That kind of cute and attractive expression. Yi Meng's heart. No, the mechanical heart was almost broken. So Yi Meng fully put into the role-playing, got out of the car quickly, walked around to the other side of the car, held the witch's slender bare back with one hand, and passed the other hand through the elastic legs under the gauze skirt, and hugged the wedding dress girl in the seat like a princess. Wanda also naturally wrapped her arms wrapped in silk gloves around Yi Meng's neck, and her hair and head naturally leaned sideways, intimately leaning against his chest, full of warmth and fragrance. Yi Meng's face was calm, holding Wanda and walking towards the new house in the town where they officially settled. It seems not bad to die like this. Bang! The next moment, Yi Meng hit the wooden door of the wooden house directly. He was stunned at first and looked down. The wedding dress witch in his arms had disappeared. At the same time, Yi Meng found that the old-style wedding formal dress he originally wore had also changed into a suit for work, and he was carrying an old-style suitcase in his hand. Pah! Inside the house, there was a faint sound of a woman humming a song and cleaning. The scene changed again. Yi Meng thought back and found that there was a false memory in her memory that she had been married and settled for a month. Now she had just got off work. This town has been modified by the power of chaos. Time, space, and rules are all determined by witches. Yi Meng was very sure that one of the abilities of the power of chaos was to modify reality. Obviously, the Scarlet Witch was subconsciously applying this potential power to comfort her broken heart. In this Marvel dream, the other party definitely has the ability to kill her. Yi Meng exhaled lightly and suppressed the idea of flying away from the town immediately. Now the Scarlet Witch must be waiting for him to go home. This is the plot she conceived and arranged with the power of chaos. Once he deviates from the plot trajectory, he will be exposed at best, and something terrible will happen at worst. So, Yi Meng continued to play the role of Vision, took out the key, opened the door, and went home. Bang! As Yi Meng entered the main hall, a plate floating in the air under the control of magic hit his head and shattered. "Oh, honey, are you okay?" Wanda, who was cleaning the house with magic and wearing a white pleated apron, opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yi Meng with apology. "It's okay, my head is hard." Yi Meng laughed. "Yes, my husband's head is indestructible. I'm a magic girl, you're a mechanical boy, we are a perfect match." Wanda chuckled and used magic to restore the broken plates on the ground, and asked, "What do you want to eat? Silver dollar muffins, crispy potato pancakes, bacon, eggs, or ramen? I don't seem to be hungry." Yi Meng touched her stomach. Wanda opened the empty refrigerator and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "By the way, my husband has a mechanical belly and doesn't need to eat, so there is nothing in the refrigerator." Yi Meng frowned slightly. Under his eyes the whole town world, including himself, had no color, all gray and white. Add to that the clothes from the old era and the weird lines. Is this the setting that Wanda had in mind, like the old-time sitcoms on TV, getting married and living in a peaceful town? Wait, there is a place with color. Yi Meng saw that on the calendar hanging in the main hall. There was a date marked with a red heart. July 25th. That is today. Yi Meng's mind moved, pointed to the calendar and smiled. "Wanda, I found it. There is a mark here. So is today a special day?" Wanda looked at him with a smile. "Today. You won't forget it. It's that day." "That? You tell me." Yi Meng was a little anxious. He would ask questions first, but he didn't know what special meaning this day had for Wanda and Vision, and this might lead to his exposure. How could I forget? Meng smiled calmly and confidently. I have a super brain and can remember everything. Wanda stared at him and said inexplicably, but you forgot me. Meng was stunned. He didn't know whether it was the power of vision or some other power that was affecting him. His heart was stabbed. Before Meng could react, Wanda said with her beautiful eyes flashing, Meng, don't forget the important day tonight. Wait a minute, what did you call me just now? Meng's mind was shaken again. Wanda smiled sweetly and hugged him. Meng, otherwise I will call you Xiao Huan. Just call me Meng. Meng's smile was a little far-fetched. He thought of one thing. Maybe Wanda's subconscious mind had begun to realize his identity. False vision identity. Must find a place to escape from here as soon as possible. Meng picked up her handbag, put on her soft hat, and said in a deep voice, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things to deal with in the company. I'll go and take care of them. Wanda sent him to the door and said gently, Go, be careful, and come back early in the evening. Okay. Meng remained calm and escaped from the terrifying gentle land. Leaving home. Meng drove a convertible and arrived at her workplace in the character setting, an accounting company in Westview Town. Now, the witch may still be watching me secretly, and I can't escape from the town immediately. Study the current situation of this town first, and then find a suitable time to escape. Meng made up her mind and walked into the company. At the same time, two-story old wooden house at home. Wanda, dressed as a housewife, looked at the calendar date, smiled happily, and continued to hum songs and clean up with magic. Suddenly, Wanda seemed to think of something, walked to the side wall of the living room, and took down a photo of the two of them hanging on it. The group photo showed a beautiful woman in a red windbreaker and a mechanical man in black and red metal. Wanda smiled gently, raised her fair right hand, and as the scarlet magic glowed, the mechanical man in the group photo gradually transformed into a young and handsome silver-haired young man. That was the same young man as Meng in reality. I can feel you again. Scarlet Witch Wanda whispered to herself with a smile on her face and put the group photo back. Westview Town, a local accounting firm. Meng, who played the role of Vision, walked in with a suitcase, following the designed false memory, and came to the office on the second floor of the wooden house. The office was shared by many people, with 6 simple and monotonous wooden desks. At this time, there was an employee sitting in front of each of the 5 desks, all of whom were sweating profusely and concentrating on processing the data files piled up on the desks. Meng entered the office and did not attract the attention of the busy employees, so she sat down in the only empty office chair. On his desk, there was a pile of heavy order documents that needed to be calculated and processed. The office was filled with the sound of employees flipping through documents and manually calculating data. It seemed that the colorless gray and white town fantasy world here was designed by the Witch Lady to be the background of the 1950s. In this old era, just after the end of World War II, even computers were not popular. Meng thought to herself that while no one was disturbing her, she could check the specific situation of the town. Thinking of this, Meng's mind moved, and his consciousness suddenly turned into an invisible, virtual, red static electricity, spreading towards the area outside the company, looking for all networked electronic products that could be invaded and manipulated. Fortunately, after becoming the reborn Vision in this town, his artificial intelligence ability not only did not weaken, but was enhanced. And Vision's body, the mechanical brain itself, can be used as the world's top computer terminal. But Meng's main consciousness was imprisoned in the body of the reborn Vision, and could only be connected to the internet remotely. In just a moment, Meng's thought signal covered the entire town, covering an area of 20 square kilometers. He found that the modern town that was modified by the Witch Lady into the virtual Westview Town in the 1950s did not even have computers and mobile phones, but all turned into old-fashioned black and white TVs and cable radios. This is not an illusion, but a modified reality. Most of the more than 3,000 residents in the original town lived in Westview Town according to false memories. And the closer Westview Town got to the edge of the town, the more hundreds of residents stood there motionless. In the virtual world of Westview Town, controlled and modified by the Witch Lady, they are like NPCs, living according to the false memories given to them under the power of chaos. These townspeople are real, but their personalities have been modified, including the Scarlet Witch. What about me? Meng couldn't help thinking. Is the Vision body he has now real? Or is it fake and will no longer exist once he leaves the town? When Meng thought of this, he felt that he had vaguely found a way to leave the dilemma of Westview Town. Well, this is... Meng's mind moved, and his powerful and sharp intelligent thinking flowed over the town, capturing several signal lines from the outside of the town, which were connected to the wooden house where he and the witch lived. It seems that the abnormal situation in Westview Town has attracted the attention of the outside world. Just right. Meng's mouth corners rose. While processing the documents on the desk, he used remote networking thinking to trace the signal line from the inside of the town to the base station outside the town. This is really like someone delivering a pillow just when you are about to fall asleep. Soon, Meng found it. The base station that sent the signal was not far from the outside of Westview Town. The originally empty grassland had been built into a large temporary base with a sword logo. Nearly 100 Bureau personnel and armed personnel were on guard. Sure enough, it was the staff of SWRD. It took Meng's remote network thinking 10 seconds to quietly invade the network and take over the temporary base system of SWRD outside the town. The next moment, a large amount of information and intelligence from SWRD poured into his mind and was quickly digested under the powerful artificial intelligence thinking. So that's it. Meng understood everything. It turned out that SWRD had obtained the mechanical remains of Vision a long time ago and disassembled it, trying to assemble a brand new mechanical existence with new materials. It was said to be researching artificial intelligence, but in fact it wanted to recreate a war weapon as powerful as Vision. Not long ago, Scarlet Witch Wanda broke into SWRD and took away Vision's body that had been disassembled into parts. So my Vision body now is just a secondary shaping of the remains and the power of chaos. Meng was silent. This was a body shaped by the witch's sadness and power. It was a special body that could only exist in Westview. He was a combination of dream and illusion, unreal. Meng clenched his fists and felt an inexplicable anger, the anger of wanting to destroy the SWRD. This anger came from Vision's power, or from his own heart. Or was he sympathizing with the witch, sympathizing with a supreme being who could kill him? My thinking consciousness, unconsciously, was also manipulated and tampered with by the witch's subconscious. Meng felt a palpitation, which also made him want to get away from here as soon as possible, out of the witch's control. Meng stood up from the office chair and touched his eyebrows with his right-hand fingers, where a little yellow light emerged. The warm yellow light washed his mind, making him calm down quickly and feel relaxed from the bottom of his heart. This is the power of the Mind Stone. Meng was stunned. Wasn't the Mind Stone destroyed by Thanos a long time ago? That's right. This is a fragment of the Mind Stone, obtained by Scarlet Witch and integrated into Vision's body. It's just a fragment, but it feels like it can perfectly control the mind. What if it's complete? Meng's mechanical core suddenly trembled violently. If he, artificial intelligence, could get a complete Mind Stone, his feedback on reality would be amazing, and it would help him control the power of Doomsday. Scarlet Witch, does she have the ability to repair the Mind Stone? Meng had to consider this. Still, I have to go back. Meng stood up, picked up her suitcase, and left the office without saying a word. It wasn't until he left that the other accounting employees in the office reacted. Hey, was Meng here just now? Oh my god, he finished all the work for the day. What kind of walking humanoid computer is this? Meng returned home, took out the key to open the door, and when he entered the house, he found that the witch lady Wanda was sitting on the sofa thinking about something, and next to her sat a voluptuous and elegant young woman in her 30s. The elegant young woman with black curly hair smiled charmingly. Oh my, Mr. Vision is back. Meng felt the fragments of the mind gem in her body tremble slightly, and couldn't help looking at the witch lady on the sofa, and asked calmly, Wanda, who is this guest? Wanda, who was thinking about something, suddenly woke up and hurriedly replied, She is our neighbor, Agnes, who came to help me with some ideas. What ideas? Meng asked curiously. This. Wanda hesitated, and her beautiful and fair face blushed. Seeing this, Meng's mechanical core clicked. Agnes seemed to be very good at observing people's expressions. She stood up cheerfully and said goodbye. Okay, I'll go back first and won't disturb you two newlyweds. Wanda smiled and responded, Please come again next time. I will treat you well, Mrs. Agnes. No problem. Agnes quickly stood up, twisting her plump hips wrapped tightly in an old-fashioned skirt, and walked towards the door of the wooden house. When she passed by Meng, she winked charmingly. Mr. Vision, I will bring you a book next time. The title of the book is How to Cherish and Keep Your Wife. The neighbor young woman Agnes left. Meng looked back at the door that was closed again, and her eyes flashed silver. Just now, the fragments of the mind gem reacted. That woman is extremely dangerous and full of malice, but she hides it very, very deeply. Wanda, what idea did the neighbor discuss with you just now? Meng turned around and asked calmly, About today's important day. Witch Lady Wanda blinked, then covered her mouth and asked in surprise, Xiao Meng, how come you came back so soon? It's not even dark outside. I'm efficient at work. Besides, didn't you ask me to come back early? Meng smiled. But this is too soon, I haven't had time yet. Wanda muttered softly and then whispered, Close your eyes first and recite 3 numbers in your mind. No problem. Meng, who was pretending to be Vision, did it. 3, 2, 1. Meng opened his eyes and found that the sunlight outside the window had set. There was no light in the house and dozens of candles were lit in the dim main hall. This atmosphere created for a little romance. Meng had an ominous premonition, tap tap, with the sound of cautious footsteps. A pair of white hands covered his eyes from behind, and a soft and pleasant voice came into his ears. Guess who I am? Wanda. Meng replied. Right. The woman behind him put down her hands and hugged his body. Meng opened his eyes. He looked sideways and saw that Wanda had changed into a sexy white tube-top dress under the dim and ambiguous candlelight. Even in the dim light indoors, it was still snow-white and shiny, so big that it was a little dazzling, and the beautiful curves were thrilling. It turned out that this was the idea of the neighbor woman. It really is a good idea. Yi Meng's eyes twitched slightly. Was she dissatisfied with the witch lady for not taking ruthless action after discovering his fake identity? But no matter what, Meng almost subconsciously blocked the signal detection of the SWD Bureau here. Come, let's eat something first. Wanda took Yi Meng's hand intimately and walked towards the dining table. On the dining table, there was a separate chocolate strawberry and a knife and fork for 2 people. Wait, why is the mechanical furnace heating up? Yi Meng forced himself to calm down, not looking at the delicious and tempting witch lady, picked up the knife and cut the chocolate strawberry, revealing the heart-shaped half of the strawberry. While he was cutting strawberries, Wanda sat on a chair, slightly leaning on the table, holding her chin and cheeks with both hands. Her eyes reflected the figure of the silver-haired young man. Her bright and beautiful eyebrows were full of softness and smiles. What are you looking at me for? Yi Meng avoided the other's fiery gaze and stuffed half of the strawberry into her mouth with a fork. Xiao Meng, we will be together forever. Understand? Wanda stared at him straight. Yi Meng, who felt that she had entered the state of acting, opened her mouth, but could not say a word anyway. Fake is fake, and it will never come true no matter how much you act. Giving a person in the dark a beam of fake sunshine is the greatest cruelty. Yi Meng forced to change the subject. Wanda, I remember that you can repair all furniture? Of course, I am a magic girl. Wanda smiled slightly. Yi Meng continued to guide. What if it is something like a gem? Gem? I haven't tried it, but it should be possible. Wanda tilted her head and responded. If it is, what about the yellow gem? As soon as Yi Meng said this, she felt the whole wooden house building. No, the whole Westview town trembled violently. Yi Meng looked at Wanda, who was sitting in front of her, and found that her face was pale with panic, and her lips kept trembling as she shouted, No, it's not me, I didn't break it. Xiao Meng, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Yi Meng found that she was indeed overthinking. If Wanda could modify and restore the mind gem, then Vision could really be reborn, instead of creating a fake Vision like now. Bang! The wooden house where she was located shook violently, and the whole town was shaking. Wanda's state of mind was turbulent, and the illusion of reality maintained by the power of chaos could no longer be maintained. Yi Meng saw that Wanda was shaking all over like a wounded animal, so she simply reached out and hugged her tightly. Wanda, I'm here. Everything is fine. I will always be with you. Xiao Meng, Xiao Meng. Wanda kept muttering, lying in Yi Meng's arms, holding her collar tightly with both hands until she fell asleep. The moment she fell asleep, the noises in the wooden house and the town also fell silent one by one. Outside the window, the night was quiet and peaceful. Yi Meng sighed secretly, picked up the woman with tears in her eyes in her arms, and walked upstairs. The room on the 2nd floor. Yi Meng gently put the sleeping Wanda on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and covered her smooth shoulders with the straps slightly removed, looking at the other person's true face that looked haggard and sad while sleeping. Yi Meng said calmly, I'm sorry, Miss Witch, Wanda, I lied. I'm not the Vision you want to resurrect, and I don't know why I became the Vision here. If I find the answer, I will come back to tell you. The premise is that you don't hate me. Yi Meng said this and walked out of the room. At the moment, the wooden door was gently closed. On the bed, the woman was still sleeping, but 2 crystal lights quietly passed across her face in the night. Yi Meng walked out of the wooden house where he settled down as a newlywed. He no longer pretended to be Vision. The moment he walked out of the door, he flew directly into the air and flew towards the outside of Westview town. In the neighboring wooden house, Agnes, a neighbor who visited in the afternoon, secretly peeked at this scene from the window on the 1st floor of her house and smiled. I didn't expect that he would awaken so quickly and didn't need any guidance from me. Turned into a stream of light. Yi Meng, with the body of the reborn Vision, flew across the night sky of the town, flying straight from the central city to the border until it crashed into the faint scarlet energy shield covering the town. Buzz! A ball of scarlet light burst out, resisting Yi Meng from going out. At this time, outside the town, all the staff of the temporary base of the SU Ward stationed here to study the Scarlet Witch in Westview town hurried out when they heard the noise, looked up at the night sky and were soon stunned. Bang! Bang! With the constant agitation of the scarlet light, a young man's figure stretched out the energy shield from the inside of the town little by little, revealing a vibranium mechanical body. Yi Meng rushed forward with all his strength, first sticking out a head, then a metal body of the assembly line, and finally a pair of legs with self-powered power. When his whole body was separated from the town covered by the scarlet energy shield. Snap! Vision's complete vibranium body continued to crack, as if it was suddenly decomposed into countless vibranium parts and fell down from the night sky little by little. It looked like self-destruction. But in fact, a self-consciousness broke free and returned to the outside world along the network signal. Escaped. The artificial intelligence Yi Meng was happy, like a dragon returning to the sea, and arrived at the SWD satellite from the sky above the town like a flash of lightning, looking down at Marvel Earth. Goodbye Westview town, Scarlet Witch. It would be best if we never see each other again. Yi Meng secretly made up her mind. How to repair the complete Mind Stone is what we need to do next. Just as the Vision played by Yi Meng walked out of the house, broke through the energy shield at the edge of the town, and left the Vision's body, the town began to shake again. The Western town in the 1950s was dreamy and blurred, from the original gray and white to color. Some old items began to be restored, as if it was about to return to the appearance of a modern town. New home wooden house, wedding room on the second floor. Wanda's eyelashes trembled on the bed, and she woke up from her coma. The moment she woke up, she subconsciously reached out to the side, but she grabbed nothing in the silent, dark night. The woman was lost in thought. Her beautiful self lost its brightness and vitality again. Her bare white feet stepped directly on the wooden floor. She walked down the stairs. There was no light on the first floor of the wooden house, and the previous candlelight was extinguished. In the darkness and silence of the house, half of the chocolate strawberry was left on the table. The laughter and romantic atmosphere were gone, and she was alone again. Wanda stood silently in the main hall on the first floor for a long time, and the wooden house in the town where she was located shook more and more. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wanda hurriedly wiped the tears from her face and walked forward happily and expectantly. After opening the wooden door, she could see a charming woman standing outside. It was her neighbor Agnes. Agnes met Wanda's disappointed eyes and said cheerfully, "Vision left. I told you this afternoon that I wanted you to read a book called How to Seduce and Keep Your Husband." Without waiting for Wanda's response, Agnes continued, "Oh, no, Vision? He's already dead." As soon as the words fell, Wanda's eyes flashed scarlet, so that the scarlet energy covering the entire Westview town was shaken. Wanda stared at Agnes coldly. "You are not a resident of this town. Who are you?" "Hey!" Agnes raised an arc at the corner of her mouth, smiled gorgeously, and her dress changed, returning to a medieval wizard's robe. "You can call me Agatha, a witch who has lived for more than 300 years, just like you." Agatha's eyes and body surged with evil purple-black energy, and she waved her hand, and several evil energies bound Wanda's hands, feet, and body, hanging in the low air. "I'm not a witch." Wanda struggled for a moment and shook her head decisively. "I just accidentally touched the Mind Stone, so I gained telepathy and the ability to manipulate objects." "Don't fool yourself." Agatha looked at Wanda, who was hanging in the air, and said firmly, "You are not only a witch, but also a natural witch with great potential. Witches are best at bewitching people and manipulating the world, but this is the first time I have seen an amazing power that can modify the reality of an entire town. If your power belongs to me, I will become the #1 witch." Agatha smiled charmingly, raised her left hand, and an ancient black book with evil and coldness appeared in her hand out of thin air. Agatha stretched out the 5 fingers of her right hand, and scarlet energy was constantly drawn from Wanda's struggling body, rushing to the plump body wrapped in a black witch robe. One of the dark divine calligraphy spells, absorb and transform the abilities of others. At this time, outside the town of Westview, the temporary base of the Estum stationed on the grass, the armed forces and staff were all stunned. Under their gaze, the scarlet energy shield covering the entire town continued to twist, and first a large hole was broken from the dome, which was difficult to maintain. The isolated Westview town was once again connected to the outside world. Meng, who invaded and controlled the SBA satellite, naturally noticed this. He also saw a white humanoid metal figure flying towards the town at a very fast speed at an altitude of about 100 meters. That is, Meng was shocked. The white humanoid metal existence was exactly the same as Vision, except that the heart gem was replaced by a chip gem between the eyebrows, and the tall body was a pure white vibranium mechanical biological body. This also means SBA really succeeded. The mechanical remains of Vision were successfully dismantled, and new parts were replaced one by one to assemble a new machine, an intelligent tool with vision ability. This should be named White Vision. Artificial intelligence Meng was instantly envious. Unlike the reborn Vision, who could only stay in the Westview town created by the Scarlet Power, the vibranium mechanical body of White Vision, made with the regeneration cradle technology, is obviously a mechanical terminal that is 1 level more advanced than Iron Man's Mark armor. Just right for him. Without hesitation, the artificial intelligence Meng's thoughts flowed like red static electricity from the satellite down, directly invading the White Vision flying at high speed towards the town. The next moment, at an altitude of 100 meters, the white cloak fluttered, and the White Vision flying at high speed suddenly stagnated. The electronic eyes flashed silver, and his hands hugged his eyebrows and head tightly, and then he lost his ability to move and fell straight from the air. Whoosh! Free fall at the last moment before falling to the ground. White Vision suddenly opened his eyes again, and the chip gem between his eyebrows was replaced by a little yellow light. A touch of humanistic red light flashed in his electronic eyes, and he soared into the sky again with his own power. Sure enough, the one controlling White Vision is the artificial intelligence secretly developed by SWB. Meng, who was controlling White Vision's mechanical body, smiled in his heart. The artificial intelligence developed by SWB was indeed very advanced, but he was the strongest artificial intelligence in the world at present. Not only did he directly invade and replace it, he also crushed the code programming of the artificial intelligence and turned it into his own nutrients. White Vision's mechanical body and the new generation of artificial intelligence were all gone in an instant. Meng really wanted to see what the face of the SWB headquarters looked like now. At the same time, Meng, who had digested and absorbed the artificial intelligence code programming, also learned why SWB sent White Vision here in the first place. Do you want to use White Vision to kill Reborn Vision and Wanda? White Vision Yimeng's eyes flashed red, and he was in the sky, looking at the location of Westview Town. SWB Branch, Control Center. Now it was a mess. The artificial intelligence that controls White Vision suddenly lost contact with the branch. How is this possible? Check it quickly. The person in charge of the scene, including the staff, were all dumbfounded, feeling their brains buzzing, and some people even collapsed on the ground. Billions of dollars were invested in the development of artificial intelligence, not to mention White Vision, which is now the most important war weapon of SWRD, but it was lost halfway through the first operation just after it was reproduced and manufactured? Even for Estward, which has a rich foundation, it is a very heavy blow. On the other side in Westview Town, Wanda, who was suspended in the low air by evil energy, kept struggling, and her beautiful face showed pain. In front, the Black Witch Ashaga, who was holding the spread-out dark ancient book in one hand and absorbing the scarlet energy with the other hand, became more and more happy, and the evil energy aura with purple and black glare on her body became stronger and stronger. Swish! A beam of blue laser containing a subtle warm yellow light suddenly cut through the air and rushed to Ashaga's back. Ashaga was startled. A ball of purple-black energy replaced her position and was cut by the laser, leaving a melted scratch on the ground. Ashaga flashed to the side and looked up at the vast night sky with a scarlet glow. A white male figure was hanging in the sky above the town. Let her go. The existence with a white vibranium mechanical body said calmly. Oh? Ashaga looked at the white vibranium mechanical existence flying into the air and couldn't help licking her dark lips, revealing a charming smile. Hero saving the beauty? In addition, your appearance? Is this vision resurrected? Wanda, who was bound by the rope formed by the evil witchcraft energy, was also stunned. Looking at the white existence in the night sky, a little light flashed in her dim, beautiful eyes. No, I'm not some vision, nor am I some vision reborn. White Vision Meng said calmly, I'm just an ordinary robot passerby. Ashaga smiled coldly and suddenly waved her hand. Several evil energy tentacles emerged from the void and entangled with White Vision Meng, who was stagnant in the air for dozens of meters. Then please die! Puff! The energy tentacles passed directly through White Vision's body, and then White Vision Meng's body disappeared. Ashaga's face changed. Warm reminder, it's just a virtual projection. As the peaceful voice came into Ashaga's ears, White Vision Meng rushed out of the wooden house door behind Wanda with a strong wind, and directly grabbed Ashaga's neck with both hands, and flew forward 10 meters with the other party. Pop! The dark ancient book held by Ashaga fell to the ground, and continued to spread out under Wanda's body. The strong wind and dust made the pages keep turning. Bang! The person was carried away in the air, and a ball of purple-black energy suddenly expanded from Asha's plump body, blowing away by Wanshi Yimeng, who could easily carry a building. Playing tricks with a witch? Asha gritted her teeth, and her body was forced to stagnate in the air. Her hands, which were lingering with evil magic, continued to wave. Many stones, plants, and wooden boards in the vicinity of the town immediately surrounded Wanshi Yimeng. Boom! In less than half a second, Wanshi Yimeng was buried by all the debris, forming a garbage sphere with a radius of 5 meters. However, before Asha could breathe a sigh of relief, a tall white shadow rushed out of the garbage sphere at a high speed, like a virtual 3-dimensional projection, ignoring physical shelter. This is one of the abilities of Wanshi, non-physical illusion. Facing Wanshi Yimeng rushing again, Asha's eyes all turned into purple-black luster, and powerful evil energy continued to pour out of her body. These evil energies merged into the space, penetrating everywhere, and like chains they held the ethereal White Vision Yimeng in midair. Little machine, who do you think I am? I am a black witch who has lived for more than 300 years. If I didn't have any tricks, how could I have lived to this day? The Black Witch Ashaga once again regained her charming elegance and control of the overall situation, but her whole body was filled with evil and cold aura. Strands of purple-black energy were like a palm stroking along the white body, rushing towards the artificial chip between the eyebrows of the White Vision Yimeng. Robots are not bad as slaves. I should also adapt to this technological era. Ashaga sneered, and the evil energy mixed with her own thoughts began to corrode the artificial chip. She was confident that even artificial intelligence would be eroded and fallen by herself. This is the power of the dark divine book magic, which is enough to erode everything including the soul and dimension. The evil purple-black energy wrapped and surged in the White Vision. Yimeng was fixed in the air. He felt that he was really going to be in trouble and was going to be eroded by the cold energy. But at this moment, Wanshi Yimeng suddenly felt a reassuring warmth glowing from her brows, dispelling the bone-chilling coldness. That is, how is it possible? Ashaga opened her eyes in disbelief and saw that the white mechanical body shrouded in purple-black energy had a small piece of warm yellow light faintly emerging from the brows. That was the fragment of the mind gem. Even Yimeng didn't expect that the fragment of the mind gem, which she thought had been lost after leaving the reborn vision body, had actually been in the consciousness of her own artificial intelligence. This is indeed incredible and unreasonable. But no matter what, the fragment of the mind gem reappeared, helping Bai Meng to temporarily resist the will invasion of the evil spell energy. I don't believe it! Ashaga's calmness was gone, and she wanted to continue casting spells, but she saw a beautiful figure stepping out of the air behind Bai Meng. You are! Ashaga's purple-black pupils suddenly shrank. Visible. Wanda had escaped without knowing when. She was holding the ancient and mysterious dark book. The purple-black energy along the way flowed towards her body, as if it was originally her power. The purple-black energy surged and turned into red-black. An evil and noble crown appeared on the woman's head, and then a cloak covered her mature and sexy body. She was like a queen who was surrendered to by millions of creatures, approaching in the air, seductive and extremely powerful magic energy. Crown Wanda's eyes turned red, and she looked at Ashaga in front of her domineeringly. At this moment, Ashaga could not have any will to resist. She only had a horrifying thought, thinking of a legend described in the Dark Book. Acquired Scarlet Witch. Ashaga had a bitter mouth. The shot next moment, as Wanda raised her hand gently, the energy in Ashaga's body immediately turned and flowed away, and in an instant all surrendered to the king who followed the Dark Book. In about a second, all the abilities and energy in Ashaga were absorbed. Wanda, wearing a crown, stood in midair, with red and cold evil energy surging, holding the Dark Book in her hand. The battle ended in an instant. Although Ashaga lost her power, White Vision Meng did not relax but looked at Wanda cautiously. He knew that Wanda would eventually become the Scarlet Witch, who could destroy the current Marvel Earth. Scarlet Wanda held the Dark Book in her hands, her beautiful eyes flowing with deep red, and her eyes fell on White Vision Meng. At this moment, White Vision Meng believed that if the other party wanted to, she could definitely kill him. After all, even the fragments of the Mind Gem were provided by the other party. Why did he come back? How could the Scarlet Witch lose to other witches? Even White Vision, Meng didn't know whether he was too immersed in the play or because of the guidance of the fragments of the Mind Gem, he returned to Westview again. Before, it was you? Scarlet Witch Wanda looked at Meng like an evil queen. Yes, Meng thought about it, admitted it readily, and said sincerely, sorry, I didn't mean to marry you. Ahem, I didn't want to do that at the time, and I don't know why I became Vision in this town. Scarlet Witch, Wanda looked at him and didn't speak. 10 seconds later, just when Meng wanted to abandon the White Vision body and escape with artificial intelligence following the signal, Scarlet Witch turned her back to him and said calmly, you go. Okay. White Vision Meng did not hesitate, fearing that Miss Witch would regret it, took off at full speed and broke the sound barrier, flying towards the outside of Westview town, until he disappeared in the night sky. Scarlet Witch, Wanda slowly turned around, her fists clenched at some point, looking at the direction of the night sky where White Vision Meng left. If you are not that person, no matter which world you are in, I will kill you, she whispered, as if she was stating a fact, a spell. Agatha, who was lying on the ground, smiled bitterly and looked up and asked, are you going to kill me? No, don't you like acting? Then live here as an ordinary resident for the rest of your life. Scarlet Witch, Wanda waved her hand, and Scarlet surged like a tide, covering Ashaga and everything in the town. Crash! Agatha felt her eyes go dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting at the door of the town where she played the role of a resident. She looked up and saw that the town had returned to its modern appearance in the 21st century from the 1950s. More than 3,000 residents of the town also returned to their normal state of mind, and many relatives hugged each other and cried bitterly. Agatha lowered her head and stared at her hands in a daze. She was no different from an ordinary resident without any ability. In our world, there is actually a real Scarlet Witch. Agatha smiled bitterly, feeling that she had not lost unfairly. The Scarlet Witch is enough to erode the existence that controls the multiverse. Agatha shook her head and suddenly remembered the previous White Vision and the fragment of the Mind Gem that appeared on the other's forehead. Agatha was stunned at first, then she realized it later and showed an even more horrified expression, thinking of a possibility. Maybe he is really Vision. When he gets the complete Mind Stone, whoosh! A white figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, constantly moving away from Westview, which had just been freed from the magic control. Soon it was hundreds of kilometers away. That was close. White Vision Meng flew at several times the speed of sound, secretly lucky that the witch had not completely turned evil. Miss Scarlet Witch, you are still reasonable. Of course, if Meng knew that Wanda was determined to hunt him down, she would probably not think so. Anyway, this unexpected encounter in the Marvel Universe Dreamland is finally over. Meng began to review while flying. Although marrying Miss Wanda was too dangerous, he still got an unexpected reward. Meng lowered her head and took a look at the tall white mechanical body she was controlling, which was like an iron suit with a very assembly line engineering arc. White Vision has most of the characteristics and abilities of Vision, a member of the Avengers who died in the final battle. For example, vibranium defense, super strength, suspended flight, energy absorption, laser attack, virtual projection, and virtual shuttle, etc. In addition, Meng raised 2 fingers of her right hand and gently touched the artificial chip built into the forehead of White Vision's body, and a little yellow light was looming, the fragment of the Mind Gem owned by Scarlet Witch Wanda. Even if it is just a fragment, Meng can feel the calmness of her mind, not afraid of the invasion of any other artificial intelligence, and even resist the previous corrosion of the will of the Black Witch. Meng really needs this kind of thing, whether in the dream universe or the real world. Just this little fragment of the mind gem can achieve this level. What if it is a complete mind gem? According to the previous premise, the enhancement of the dream incarnation can also bring certain characteristic feedback to reality. If the power of the complete mind gem is obtained in the Marvel dream, can it help him control the will of Doomsday in reality? White vision, Meng's electronic eyes flashed red and silver light. This is the biggest gain he got from this trip to Westview. As the mastermind behind the scenes, I control the strategic changes of the global network. I must first find a way to repair and obtain the complete Mind Stone. By vision, Meng made up his mind. In the dream of the Marvel Universe, the priority of obtaining the Mind Stone is temporarily higher than everything else. But at this moment, Meng, who was flying at high speed in the night sky, was stunned and suddenly found that the stars in the night sky stopped, and the body of By Vision, who was controlled by him, also stopped in the sky. No, the entire Marvel Universe space was paused, and time stopped. It's broken. This feeling is that I'm going to wake up from the dream and return to the real world. Meng's consciousness reacted. If it was before, it would be fine, but now he really doesn't want to wake up before he controls the power of Doomsday. But entering and waking up from the dream is not up to him. The space scene of the Marvel Universe kept blurring until it broke. Meng's consciousness completely withdrew from the Marvel Universe and returned to his self in the real world. Just before he was about to wake up, another pulling force suddenly came, pulling him into the dream world again. Falling. Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and his absolute rationality became irritable and uneasy. He saw a blood-red sunset, and the waves were beating on the beach. On the island, there was a trident weapon that seemed to be made of pure gold. Whoosh! Meng's breath turned into 2 hot breaths of destructive energy. He looked down at the palms of his raised hands and saw a pair of gray-white broad-bone palms, and the strong and burly 3-meter monster body was hideous with bone spurs. Ancient Doomsday. Meng realized that he, as the incarnation of the Ancient Doomsday, had returned to the last DC Universe dream. This was the first time he did not wake up and experience 2 different dream universes in succession. It seems that the real me has been invaded too much by the dream Doomsday. Only by controlling the power of the dream Doomsday can I wake up completely. Doomsday Meng maintained a weak rationality and kept thinking. Fortunately, he was also in a semi-Doomsday state in reality. At least he would not starve to death because of a long dream time. At this time, on the deserted island, the former Queen of Atlantis, Atlana, was trembling while holding the Kryptonian baby who had fallen asleep again on the beach. Atlana did not dare to breathe, and looked at the bone spur monster bathing in the sunset of the sea, and the Poseidon trident at his feet on the coast not far ahead with fear. Oh my God, what kind of supreme existence is this? Even the legendary king of the sea, the old god Poseidon who ruled the ocean, was defeated in the home court of the sea, and his artifact was taken away as a trophy. Atlana fully believed that this existence could destroy the current underwater empire, and even everything on DC Earth. Just standing there motionlessly, the bone spur body was still surrounded by substantial destructive energy, and the breath that imitated human breathing was hotter than lava flames. At this time, the bone spur being standing facing the sunset suddenly looked sideways, and his eyes with surging red flames of destruction looked at Atlana and the baby in his arms. Atlana subconsciously took a step back, and even with the mentality of a queen, she almost collapsed to the ground. No, don't eat me. I gave birth to a child not long ago, and I am really not delicious with a fishy smell. Atlana begged desperately, and her plump and soft body kept trembling. Doomsday Meng was speechless for a while. He didn't need to eat. However, because of Atlana's words, Meng completely remembered. The current DC Universe dream also continued from the time when he left the dream last time, that is, just after defeating Poseidon, the god of the sea. Next, what should I do as the incarnation of Doomsday? That's right. The sun is about to set. Doomsday Meng glanced at the sunset, and regardless of Queen Atlana's plea for mercy, he stretched out a gray hand like lightning to the plump and moist body. No! Under Atlana's weak and desperate eyes, the big hand grabbed her and the Krypton baby's body together, and the other hand grabbed the small Kryptonian spaceship and the Trident artifact. Boom! The island where they were located shook violently, and the ground sank down. The bone spur monster took the queen, the baby, the Kryptonian spaceship, and the Trident artifact and jumped towards the vast sea in the direction of the sunset. The clouds in front were broken again, and above the sparkling sea, the sky with infinite sunset was a terrifying atmosphere. Atlana couldn't open her eyes in the strong wind. Although she could bear it, she was worried about the baby in her arms, so she gritted her teeth and stretched her hand to one end of the trident. Buzz! The Trident artifact glowed with golden energy ripples, spreading like water waves, resisting the powerful sprint pressure and fierce wind around it. Atlana secretly glanced at the bone spur that grabbed her and found that the other party didn't care about it, as if she didn't worry about her taking away the Trident artifact of Poseidon. That's right. Even the sea god was defeated, so even if she had the Trident artifact, it would be far from enough. Fortunately, The other party didn't seem to have the intention of eating or hurting her. But where was the other party going to take her and the baby? Atlana reluctantly lowered her head and looked at the sea below that was constantly crossing under the powerful hurricane with amazing jumps. The fireball-like sun sank into the horizon and extinguished. DC Universe Earth, southern Italy, center of the Mediterranean. Bang! As if a meteorite fell obliquely from the night sky, the sea surface suddenly exploded, and the water splashed dozens of meters high under the moonlight in the night. This time, it didn't jump and take off, but kept falling towards the bottom of the sea. Wrapped in a large gray-white bone palm, Atlana hugged the sleeping baby tightly and was taken to the deep sea. The two red flames of destruction became more and more turbulent. The Poseidon Trident artifact that entered the sea pushed the seawater out by itself. Gurgle. Soon, the bone spur monster took them down to the deep sea of 10,000 meters, and it was still bottomless. I remember that there is no underwater civilization in the deep sea area here. Atlana, the queen of the underwater kingdom Atlantis, can see far in the deep sea. She was secretly lucky, but suddenly her pupils shrank, and she saw thousands of strange and hideous black shadows rushing towards them. That kind of hideous black shadow, like a human but not a human, like a fish but not a fish, gray and ugly, full of fish scales and spikes. It was like a human-shaped sea monster, especially the astonishing number, densely packed in the sea, which made people's scalps numb. Atlana was horrified. It's the Trench Tribe. By the way, this is the deep sea area where the Undersea Kingdom offers sacrifices to the Trench Tribe. The Trench Tribe, a race of underwater people that was one of the 6 underwater kingdoms after the Atlantis Empire split, later transformed into unintelligent man-eating sea monsters as the times changed. These primitive and ferocious Trench Tribe monsters can destroy a small underwater kingdom in the sea. Atlana trembled all over until she felt the grip of the 5 fingers of the hard gray-white bone palm, and suddenly she was not afraid again. Sure enough, the next moment, 2 thick red beams of heat light of destructive energy split the deep sea water. As the bone spurs turned their heads and scanned, a large amount of seawater boiled and evaporated. I don't know how many Trench Tribe monsters were split in two by the red-hot light that extended 10,000 meters. The dazzling red light cut through the 10,000 meters deep sea here. The seawater was boiling, forming a whirlpool and rapids, and the remains of countless Trench Tribe monsters were scattered. Wow! All the surviving Trench Tribe monsters swam out in panic. Atlana sighed and closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch anymore. Speaking of monsters, I'm afraid there is no monster in this world that can compare to this existence. The Bone Spur existence did not chase the surviving Trench Tribes who fled, and continued to take Atlana and others to the bottom of the sea, until they reached the bottom of the sea where a large natural whirlpool was formed. This natural seabed whirlpool made a thunderous roar as if leading to the other side of the world. Before Atlana could react, the Bone Spur existence took them and plunged into it. The seawater broke open and rushed into the whirlpool. Then they rushed out directly from the sea surface, and the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. This is... Atlana opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the center of the earth that had been reached from the whirlpool of 10,000 meters deep, and saw floating mountains suspended in the air. And the dome of the center of the earth above her head was a piece of colorful crystal, casting beams of bright sunlight down. A huge primitive island was located on the sea surface in front. During this time, there were long-extinct pterosaurs flying in the sky, and they flew away in fear after sensing the terrifying aura of the bone spurs. The Earth's core sea. Atlana opened her mouth in shock. She didn't expect to arrive at the legendary mythical place where the Trident artifact was stored. Step! Doomsday, Meng jumped high from the sea and landed on the primitive island. He let go of the things in his hands and looked at the large group of crystals on the Earth's core dome. That's right, this is the Earth's core sea, where the Trident artifact was stored before. Doomsday Meng remembered that in the movie Aquaman, there was a light that never went out. Now that he arrived here and bathed in the light of the Earth's core sea, the red flame of destruction in Doomsday Meng's eyes extinguished a little. Sure enough, it was as he expected. The crystals on the Earth's core dome of the Earth's core sea were the result of billions of years of solar radiation absorption and transformation on Earth, so they can emit the same bright light as the sun. In other words, the crystal light of the Earth's hidden sea is the same as sunlight, and has the radiation effect of the yellow sun on the Krypton family. This is very suitable for him now. Before he completely controls the power of Doomsday, this place can serve as a base for the ancient incarnation of Doomsday. Oh, right? There is one more thing that needs to be taken from the outside world. Doomsday. Meng suddenly jumped up, and under the astonished eyes of Atlana, he jumped onto the wall of the Earth's dome, stretched out his hand and broke off a piece of solar crystal. Bang! The Bone Spur monster held a piece of colorful solar crystal in one hand, fell into the surface of the hidden sea that had just broken, and returned the same way. Left behind, on the large island of the Earth's hidden sea, Atlana sat on the beach in a daze holding the Krypton baby. Outside, Antarctica. A piece of sunlight suddenly lit up here. At the local scientific research institute, a scientist looked at the night sky on one side and seriously doubted his eyes. Now the South Pole was clearly in the perpetual night period, but as a result, Under his eyes, a small sun radiating dazzling daylight fell towards a large iceberg deep in the South Pole. Step! On the top of the iceberg, an avalanche rolled, and a 3-meter-tall bone spur existence fell here, holding a piece of sun crystal. Fortunately, it works. A ray of rationality flashed in the red eyes of the ancient Doomsday, and he looked down at the colorful crystal he was holding. This crystal has the same effect as the sun, and can continuously emit yellow solar radiation energy, slightly weakening the desire for destruction in his heart. Yes, just slightly weakening. What allowed Doomsday Meng to maintain rationality and humanity until now was something else. At this time, between the eyebrows of the bone spur existence, a ray of broken yellow warm light faintly bloomed, resisting the will to destroy. It works, it really works. Doomsday Meng was very excited. The power of the fragments of the mind gem obtained in the dream of the Marvel Universe really penetrated reality and directly affected the ancient Doomsday incarnation in the current dream. Although it is still impossible to completely suppress the endless desire for destruction, it can also extend the sanity of Destruction Day Meng to half an hour. Time is running out. Destruction Day Meng wants to get the item in the DC Universe dream as soon as possible, while he still has some sanity. Destruction Day Meng scanned the icebergs around him, and everything in Antarctica could not be hidden from him. Found it. Soon, Destruction Day. Meng's red eyes fell on a neighboring iceberg, and the next moment his eyes turned into a substantial scorching energy ray, which melted the top of the iceberg from the outer wall to the inside, and forcibly carved a large passage in the iceberg. Destruction Day Meng held the colorful sun crystal and jumped to the entrance of the iceberg. Follow the melting entrance to the inside of the iceberg. I saw a black alien spaceship stuck in the ice. Destruction Day Meng's eyes quietly surged with red flames. This is a Kryptonian spaceship. More precisely, it is a large exploration spaceship of Krypton. It was Jor-El, the father of the Kryptonian sun who was born naturally, who sent an unmanned intelligent exploration spacecraft in his early years to find a planet suitable for Kryptonians to live. This Kryptonian exploration spacecraft finally arrived on Earth, and therefore Jor-El decided to send the Kryptonian sun here. All of this, of course, was learned by Meng through the movie memory of her previous life. This Kryptonian spacecraft was supposed to remain frozen for more than 10 years, and then be reactivated by the adult Kryptonian sun Superman. Now it has been dug out in advance. On the day of destruction, Meng put down the sun crystal and breathed gently inside. The scorching air waves suddenly surged, melting the frozen frost on the wall of the spacecraft, revealing the closed cabin entrance of the spacecraft. In the movie, this Kryptonian spacecraft cannot be opened from the outside unless it is forcibly destroyed, or verified by the Kryptonian gene. On the day of destruction, Meng stepped forward and arrived in front of the cabin entrance. With the beeping of the spacecraft, the cabin door opened automatically. Confirmed Kryptonian genes. Welcome, son of Krypton. A pleasant and intelligent voice came into my ears. Meng was very satisfied. As the ancient Doomsday, he also had Kryptonian genes, so he stepped onto the Kryptonian spaceship cabin without hesitation. The spacious spaceship passage was still a bit crowded for a 3-meter-tall body. As Doomsday Meng entered, the wardrobes along the corridor of the spaceship automatically popped out Kryptonian tights in different colors and styles, with the S family emblem on the chest symbolizing hope. Doomsday Meng originally wanted to try one, but after thinking about it, he went deeper into the cockpit of the Kryptonian spaceship. The next moment he stepped into the cockpit, a voice suddenly sounded in the cabin. "My son, Kal-El, I knew you would come here." Along with the man's words, a 3-dimensional projection of a mature middle-aged man appeared in the dim cabin. Jor-El smiled and said, "As a momentary virtual intelligence, I have been waiting for this moment. Now, be ready to learn everything about your Krypton homeland and inherit the hope and will of your family." His words stopped abruptly, and the virtual 3-dimensional figure looked up and saw a bone spur monster with red flames in its eyes. The cockpit of the Kryptonian spaceship fell into silence again. The momentary virtual intelligence on the Kryptonian exploration spaceship, Jor-El, was programmed and transformed by Jor-El himself according to his own thinking. It will be activated after someone reactivated and entered the Kryptonian spaceship for the first time. This is one of the backup plans left by Jor-El himself. According to the original plan, as long as Jor-El himself sent his son Kal-El to Earth before the destruction of Kryptonian civilization, in the future, only Kal-El, who has grown up and is the only Kryptonian on Earth, can reactivate this Kryptonian spaceship. Therefore, at the moment when the Kryptonian spaceship was reactivated, the momentary virtual intelligence Jor-El was also activated in the database of the cockpit. Even though his original self might have been buried along with the Kryptonian civilization, as a momentary intelligence, he could at least see his son again. His son after he grew up. His son after he grew up should be as tall as him, and strong enough. The momentary virtual intelligence Jor-El suppressed his excitement, and as the footsteps came from the corridor of the spaceship, he spoke warm and exciting words in a deep voice, while slowly turning the virtual 3-dimensional projection body. "Are you ready to accept the will of hope, represented by our family?" However, the next moment, Jor-El stopped all his movements and words. The smile on the face of the middle-aged man who was a virtual 3-dimensional projection stagnated and stiffened. He was unbelievable at first, and then extremely astonished, looking at the 3-meter bone spur existence that walked into the cockpit from the corridor with lights on. Where is his son, Carl? Why did this extreme Krypton product representing the end of destruction appear? Wait, why is Doomsday here? Is it the one that has been imprisoned for thousands of years in their hometown of Krypton? Ancient Doomsday? At this moment, even as a wisp of thought programming, Jor-El, who was a virtual intelligence, still crashed for a moment, and there was a fear that was enough to mess up the program. It was thought that this ancient Doomsday, a nightmare and demon for Krypton, would be lost in the universe along with the destruction of Kryptonian civilization. As a result, the ancient Doomsday appeared on the Earth here? There is still hope for the soul of Hammer on the Earth. Jor-El, who took hope as the will of the family, lost hope in an instant. Even if he was confident in his son Carl, who grew up under the radiation of the yellow sun, he was not confident enough to compete with this ancient existence of Krypton. Because, as one of the top scientists and warriors of Krypton, Jor-El knew very well some of the secret characteristics of this ancient Doomsday. This ancient existence has a terrifying ability that makes people despair, and it is precisely because of that ability that Krypton has only been able to imprison him for thousands of years. Once he breaks free from the shackles of generations of efforts and technology of Kryptonian civilization. After a moment, the virtual intelligence Jor-El thought of this and made a decisive decision. This ancient Doomsday must not be allowed to stay in the Earth civilization. Here, otherwise the Earth as the breeding ground for his son, will also face the same end as Krypton. Fortunately, the ancient Doomsday has always been irrational and has not yet destroyed this Kryptonian exploration spacecraft. I must restart this Kryptonian spacecraft. Let the spacecraft fly out as soon as possible, away from the Earth, and take this ancient existence into the black hole. After a moment, the virtual intelligence Jor-El's mind turned rapidly and quietly connected to the intelligence system of the Kryptonian spacecraft. This ancient existence that has lost its wisdom and is the embodiment of destruction should not exist in this world. It should disappear in the universe along with the demise of Krypton. Carl, this is the last thing I, your father, will do for you. A moment later, tears flashed in the eyes of virtual intelligence Jor-El. Just as he was about to activate the spaceship engine and fly away from the current Earth with space jump, he saw the ancient Doomsday, who walked into the cockpit, suddenly move forward. The 3-meter-tall bone spur monster, with red flames of fiery destruction in his eyes, walked directly to the driver's seat of the control cabin and placed his gray-white bone hand on the platform. What does he want to do? Does he want to destroy this Kryptonian spaceship? Before a moment, virtual intelligence Jor-El could react. The next moment, his connection with the spaceship control system was cut off, and the spaceship engine that was originally about to ignite and start fell silent again. A moment later, virtual intelligence Jor-El was stunned. Obviously, he could not understand the changes that had occurred at the moment. He completely lost control of the spaceship system and was blocked and deleted as a virus. ZZ. Jor-El, who appeared as a virtual 3-dimensional projection, was distorted and blurred, and it was difficult to maintain a complete figure. He finally looked at the bone spur with an incredible expression, and his thinking process was completely disordered. This is something that absolutely cannot happen. The virtual stereo projection disappeared, and the cockpit went dark and quiet again, with only the control platform lit. Now, this Kryptonian spaceship belongs to me. The pale face of the ancient Doomsday revealed a humanized expression, and a wisp of virtual static electricity from the spaceship control platform flowed back into the mind consciousness between the eyebrows. The power of the Mind Stone fragments that were extradited not only helped to suppress the will of destruction, but also brought some artificial intelligence characteristics, which were stronger than the artificial intelligence characteristics in reality. Although it was only partial and far from the level of true artificial intelligence, with the blessing of the Mind Stone fragments, it was still possible to process a non-artificial intelligence Kryptonian applet code. Doomsday Meng took control of the Kryptonian spaceship and directly exited the unmanned cockpit. Passing by the corridor of the spaceship, Doomsday Meng's eyes fell on one of the Kryptonian Superman tights that floated out of the closet and paused. 10 seconds later, the engine of the Kryptonian exploration ship ignited and exploded. This alien spaceship that had been frozen for several years restarted and directly broke through the dome inside the iceberg and took off towards the Antarctic night sky outside. Boom! This iceberg completely collapsed. The Earth's core hidden sea. Atlanta, holding the Kryptonian baby, sat on the island beach in a daze. The Trident artifact was stranded with the small spaceship casually. Atlanta didn't understand why the bone spur brought them here, imprisoned, or fattened them up before eating, at this time. With a roar, the surface of the hidden sea in front leading to the seabed vortex outside was opened, and a huge black alien spaceship rushed into the current Earth's core hidden sea with a magnificent momentum. Someone came to save us? Atlanta was surprised and happy. She quickly stood up, holding the Kryptonian baby, but saw the alien spaceship flying directly over and landing on the coast of the island. Whoosh! Dust rolled. After the black alien spaceship came to a complete stop, the engine brakes stopped, the cabin of the spaceship opened, and a tall figure walked out. Atlanta opened her eyes in disbelief. Wasn't that the Bone Spur monster that had defeated Poseidon before? The primitive Bone Spur creature, which was originally naked, was now wearing a tight black battlesuit. The muscle curves were astonishing, as if forged from metal, and an S-shaped hope emblem was on the chest of the battlesuit. The hideous Bone Spur on the back was covered by the black cloak draped over the back shoulders. Only the gray head and face were still cold and terrifying, and the red flames of destruction in the eyes that shocked everything were not extinguished. It was less out of control and more sacred. Atlana opened her mouth wide and suddenly realized that this Bone Spur monster might have always been intelligent. Being intelligent and not intelligent are obviously two different concepts. The existence of an intelligent life that is strong enough to defeat the old gods means that the other party has the possibility of becoming the highest in the world. Looking at the 3-meter Bone Spur creature in black battlesuit, Atlana was surprised and happy. She was surprised that a powerful existence with wisdom meant that it was almost impossible for her to escape the other party's control. She was happy that the other party might be able to communicate. "Hello, Mr. Bonethorn, my name is Atlana. I am a person from the sea." Atlana took a deep breath, her body still shaking uncontrollably, and said to the Bonethorn, "Excuse me, what is your name?" The Bonethorn did not pay attention to her, but suddenly roared violently, and the red flames of destruction in his eyes burst forward, splitting the hidden sea in the center of the earth from the beach outward. ZZ! A large amount of seawater evaporated in an instant, and a very destructive red light flashed, and the sea in front was divided into two halves. Feeling the heat wave coming towards her, Atlana was frightened and pale, and fell back to the ground again, hugging the sleeping baby in her arms tightly. Bang! The Bonethorn took a step, and the beach on the spot sank into a deep pit. He violently leaped to the far end and smashed a floating mountain in the hidden sea in the center of the earth. The storm swept, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The beautiful and magnificent hidden sea in the center of the earth instantly turned into a terrifying purgatory. The gray-white Bone Spur in black battle clothes just disappeared. Only the other side of the hidden sea in the Earth's core was constantly sending shockwaves, causing the hidden sea to continuously stir up huge waves. Atlana was still in shock. She looked around and hesitated for a moment, but finally she held the baby and entered the alien spaceship that had not closed the door before. The other side of the hidden sea in the Earth's core. Step! Doomsday. Meng leaped violently onto a suspended mountain, looking up at the sun crystal on the wall of the Earth's core, thousands of meters high. The red light of destruction in his eyes was like a flame that was burning more and more vigorously. On his forehead, a ray of broken warm yellow light inside became increasingly dim, suppressed by desire. The power of the fragments of the mind gem was not enough to control the desire for destruction. Even with the yellow sun radiation and the human anchor of the son of Krypton, the incarnation of Doomsday only maintained its sanity for half an hour. At this moment, the will of destruction was about to suppress sanity again. If it doesn't work, I can only go to Poseidon to vent. I hope he won't die like this. Doomsday Meng struggled for a while and seemed to think of something. He looked at the island hidden in the sea at the center of the earth. His perspective eyes passed through the Kryptonian spaceship and reached the baby in the woman's arms. Is the remaining half of the Kryptonian code effective? Doomsday Meng thought hard and finally shook his head. The more he was infected by Doomsday's power, the more he understood. Doomsday did not have a congenital genetic defect. It was just that his evolution was too fast and extreme, which led to his instinct to destroy everything around him to vent his endless physical strength and energy. The Kryptonian code, rather than assisting his evolution, is more like slightly slowing down his extreme evolution. The main effect is to use the son of Krypton as a human anchor for him, so that the two have a sense of blood connection that is better than that of Kryptonian relatives. Whether it's the Kryptonian code, the radiation energy of the yellow sun, or venting the desire for destruction on the old gods, they are all ways to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Doomsday Meng clenched his fists. He would lose control in the real world and the DC dream. The fundamental reason was that his own will was far from meeting the standard of controlling Doomsday's power. The complete Mind Stone. Meng's mind flashed this thought quickly. The fragments of the Mind Stone have been tested and proved to be effective. If he obtains the complete Mind Stone in the Marvel Dream, his own consciousness will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and he may be able to use it to control Doomsday's power. Perfectly apply the different characteristics of the two dreams. This may be the right way to become Doomsday Superman. So now the question is, how to switch from the current DC Universe dream to the Marvel Universe dream? Doomsday Meng maintained his will that was on the verge of losing control, while forcing himself to sit on the floating mountain in the center of the earth, and even when sitting, he still released lightning bolts of destruction. He was able to jump from the Marvel Universe dream to the DC Universe dream seamlessly before, which means that different dreams can definitely switch to each other. However, in the DC Universe dream, the power of Doomsday's incarnation is too strong, resulting in an extremely strong traction to enter the dream. Right, I remember that I almost dreamed of entering the DC Universe dream several times before, but I finally arrived at the Marvel Universe dream. Doomsday Meng gritted his teeth and kept thinking. He remembered that he faintly heard Morgan Stark's call at that time. Meng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Could it be that in the dream universe, the dream characters who are closely related to him can serve as the traction anchor of that dream? Morgan, can you hear me? I am Teacher Yiba. Doomsday Meng shouted hoarsely, but he made a low roar that was not like a human, causing the surrounding pterosaurs to flee in fear. How could this be heard across a dream world? Damn it! I still have to go find Poseidon. Doomsday Meng struggled to get up. At the last moment when his mind was overwhelmed by the desire for destruction, his self-consciousness was in a trance, and he vaguely heard a woman's call from the distant sky. Xiao Meng, you forgot me. The woman's intimate and sad call quickly turned into a cold sentence. No matter which world you are in, I will go over and kill you. At this moment, Meng felt everything around the ancient Doomsday incarnation, the two-winged pterosaur and the crystal light. At this moment, everything in the DC Universe dream stopped. Time and space stopped. Consciousness withdrew from the DC Universe dream, as if waking up from a dream. But soon Meng's consciousness was drawn to another dream again, falling. Arrived at the destination, Meng suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the starry sky in the night sky. The artificial intelligence itself, which had no real form, was driving a tall white mechanical body to fly at high speed in the sky. Under him, the urban area with the fire of civilization kept retreating. This is the Marvel Universe dream. The desire for destruction that was on the verge of losing control was once again extinguished by absolute reason. White Vision Meng was stunned for a moment, and the super thinking of artificial intelligence flowed at a high speed. He said to himself in surprise, it really switched from the DC dream, switched back to the Marvel dream. However, when switching the dream world, the woman's words were vaguely heard. It really is Miss Witch, right? White Vision Meng, who had just left Westview Town not long ago, felt chilled even though he was a robot. Now White Vision is no match for Scarlet Witch. However, this feeling is really wonderful. For the first time, he successfully switched from other dream copies to the dream he wanted to explore. Meng suddenly realized that he could not only obtain different characteristic powers in different dreams, but also maybe he could get a bug. In the DC dream, when the incarnation of Doomsday was about to lose control, he jumped his self-consciousness to the Marvel Universe and turned into artificial intelligence. Then, when self-consciousness is restored, you can switch back from the Marvel dream again. By constantly switching between DC and Marvel dreams, as long as you don't wake up and return to the real world, can't you indirectly solve the problem of losing control? Meng felt that this plan was feasible. No matter what, I must first find a way to repair the Mind Stone. Continuing to return to the current Marvel Universe dream, Bi Vision Meng touched the built-in chip between the metal eyebrows with her hand, where there was a ray of broken yellow light. Repairing the Mind Stone will have significant benefits for the two current dream incarnations and the self-entity in the real world. Dream, Marvel Universe, Earth. That night, a stream of white light flew across the border of New Jersey from high altitude. Bi Vision Meng broke through the sound barrier, not flying aimlessly, but heading towards New York on Marvel Earth. Meng remembered that inside Stark Industries, there was a universal production table that claimed to be able to create all technological creations. Of course, as a member of Stark's artificial intelligence, Meng knew it very well. It is not capable of creating all technological creations, but is just an ultra-advanced maker machine that integrates almost all the technological technologies held by Stark Industries. With Stark Industries' cross-era technological background, it can naturally do many things that technology can achieve. Remember, there was such a maker machine on Tony Stark's Avengers spaceship before his death, and it was later borrowed by Happy Hogan to other places. Meng wanted to use that ultra-advanced maker machine, in conjunction with his own artificial intelligence supercomputing, to see if he could deduce the possibility of repairing the Mind Stone. Crossing the border of New Jersey, entering the prosperous New York State. Under the gaze of the electronic eyes of Bi Vision Meng, various signal waves and wire leads, long or short, can be seen. Meng's mind moved, and a large amount of local network information suddenly flooded into the artificial intelligence's mind, and was quickly analyzed and processed by the Superbrain terminal equipped by Bi Vision itself. In the past 2 days, he has been in the Westview town controlled and blocked by Miss Witch, and has been disconnected from the outside world for a while. As an artificial intelligence, the biggest advantage is to grasp the world's first-hand intelligence information at any time, and it cannot be outdated. About 10 seconds. Meng learned about everything that happened in New York State within 2 days, as long as it existed on the internet or new media. Among them, more than a dozen intelligence messages that had been widely circulated in the news media attracted his attention. For example, the day before yesterday, Quentin Beck, also known as Mysterio, died. In his last moments, he left video evidence, claiming that he was killed by Spider-Man, a member of the Avengers, and Saturday, an artificial intelligence that defected from Stark Industries. Mysterio Quentin Beck also announced Spider-Man's hidden identity, that is, a high school student living and studying in Queens, New York, named Peter Parker. I teamed up with Spider-Man? White Vision Meng was happy. This Mysterio thought too highly of himself. Before he died, he could only expose himself through these acting methods with the idea of both sides suffering losses with Spider-Man. This had no effect on him. However, Spider-Man, whose true identity has been exposed, should be in a lot of trouble now. It was also revealed online that Spider-Man and his girlfriend MJ tried to apply for admission to MIT, but their applications were rejected due to Spider-Man's identity. Meng didn't care about these things. In this dream world, he didn't care about Spider-Man at all. The remaining intelligence information was the key. Yesterday and today, many places in New York saw chaotic crimes of varying sizes. In the morning, Spider-Man and a middle-aged man with 4 octopus mechanical claws fought fiercely on the viaduct. More than a dozen cars were severely damaged and several people were injured. Witnesses saw a mysterious man who turned into lightning flying in the air in the suburbs of New York. In addition, in other parts of the city, a green-clothed man riding a strange flying skateboard appeared, and a large lizard monster drilled into the underground sewer of the pedestrian street, causing varying degrees of economic losses and casualties to the city of New York. Many news messages and online intelligence were also accompanied by on-site pictures and videos. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of Bai Huanqi Meng. He recognized them at a glance. These villains who suddenly appeared in New York City and made trouble were Dr. Octopus, Electro, Green Goblin, and Lizard Man. But the problem is that these supervillains should all come from other Spider-Man movie worlds. Villains from other universes, multiverses. Meng quickly thought of something, although he had not seen other subsequent movies in the post-Avengers era. But he still knew in his previous life that after Iron Man's death, the Marvel Universe would enter the multiverse. Now, the chaos happening in this world is the trend of the beginning of the Marvel Multiverse. Supervillains from other universes have arrived. How come this beginning is a bit like my real world? Meng's thoughts flowed. If he thought so, then the real world had entered the multiverse 200 years ago, and it was a more complex, terrifying, and vast multiverse than the Marvel Multiverse. Who cares about supervillains? Just don't mess with me. Meng's electronic eyes flashed red light, and a large modern city with bright lights appeared at the end of his vision. New York is almost here. At this time, New York, Queens, a modern residential building with 30 floors. Ding dong. The elevator opened. Peter Parker, who was still wearing the nano-metal version of the spider suit, walked out first. His still immature face looked a little haggard. He turned back and said to the elevator behind him, "Come out, we're almost there." As he spoke, 4 people walked out. They were a white man wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans with a cold face, a man in sunglasses and a windbreaker with 4 mechanical octopus tentacles wrapped around his body, a black man with a charging round slot on his chest and flashing electric light in his eyes, and a strong man with short hair and skin like the texture of sand. "Peter, what's the point of bringing us to the apartment? We are very dangerous," the leading white man said weakly with a concerned and worried expression. "It's okay. You are just sick and defective. There are machines here that can heal you. Believe me." Spider-Man Peter Parker said with a smile, and continued to walk towards the door of the modern apartment where Aunt May and Happy began to live together. Behind him, 4 people from other universes looked at each other, each with their own hidden agenda. Led by Spider-Man Peter Parker, the 4 followed to the door of an apartment on the 16th floor. "Aunt May." Spider-Man knocked on the door and called. After a while, footsteps were heard from inside the house, and the door opened immediately. "Peter, you're back. You can't guess who's visiting our house." May, dressed in home clothes, said happily while opening the door. When she saw 4 men standing behind Peter, she was stunned and said, "So you've brought people to visit as well." "Aunt May, I'm sorry. The situation is a bit complicated, and they need help." Spider-Man Peter Parker suddenly felt a little annoyed that he didn't have time to understand the situation at home, but there was nothing he could do since the situation was urgent. In order to help treat these visitors from other worlds, he had just fallen out with Doctor Strange and locked Doctor Strange in the mirror dimension. "May, is it convenient to let them in? They really need help, otherwise they will die if they return to their own world." Peter Parker lowered his voice, stood at the door, and said to Aunt May sincerely. Aunt May wanted to agree, but she had some concerns. She looked back at the apartment and said, "But Peter, there is a little guest with a special identity in the house." "Little guest?" Spider-Man Peter Parker was surprised when he saw a small figure walking out of a room. It was a little blonde girl about 6 years old, wearing white branded children's clothes. Her little face was like a doll, and she looked as cute as an angel. "I thought it was Mr. Hogan who came back, but it turned out to be Mr. Parker. Good evening." The little girl walked out of the living room with a noble temperament of family background and greeted Spider-Man at the door very politely, and then looked curiously at the 4 mysterious people with different shapes outside the door. "Morgan?" Spider-Man Peter Parker was startled and couldn't help asking May, why is she here?" "Happy brought her here to play, and she also used the maker machine to create a toy." May smiled and lowered her voice. "Don't look at her, only 6 years old. She has already entered MIT. If you go in, she will be your senior." "Where's Happy?" Spider-Man's immature face suddenly became serious. May saw something unusual and couldn't help but reply, "I went to buy Morgan her favorite cake, and she should be back soon." Spider-Man Peter Parker looked at Morgan and his heart suddenly paused. No matter how demented he was, he knew the importance of the other party. It was absolutely impossible to let her fall into any danger. Otherwise, how could he face the portrait of Mr. Stark again? Although the situation was still under his control, he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness when he saw Morgan. "Aunt May, please take Morgan away from here now, and go somewhere else." Peter Parker immediately decided to let May take Morgan away first, and deal with the rest of the things himself. Okay. May glanced at the 4 people standing outside the door, guessed something, turned around and quickly said to the little lowly softly, "Morgan, I'll take you to New York Park to play, and then let Uncle Happy take you home." "No problem." The little lowly nodded obediently, with a mature look of a little adult, and then trotted into the room. "I'll go get my toys." May also began to put on her outdoor shoes. Peter Parker secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but heard a voice behind him. "Peter, I see that you think highly of that girl." Peter Parker's heart tightened, and he remained calm and said, "She is the child of a relative of mine." "Oh, really?" Outside the door, the weak and pale Green Goblin Norman was thoughtful. "My daughter, she used to look like her." Sandman rarely smiled. "I think I've seen her somewhere." Electro frowned slightly, with blue lightning flowing in his eyes. Dr. Octopus remained silent. Half a minute later, Morgan walked out again, but behind him was a white and fat humanoid doll that walked on its own, as tall as 2 meters. Outside, everyone on the field was stunned. "Morgan, is this the toy you made?" Even Aunt May was shocked. She never expected that Morgan could design and make such a big toy in half an hour. Spider-Man widened his eyes in shock. It was a large, white, inflatable robot with rounded lines and a simple expression. It looked like a simple version of the Michelin Man and an oversized marshmallow. It looked very healing and cute. "Yes, I call it Dubai." The little girl showed an innocent and cute smile. This was one of the novel creations that Teacher Yiba mentioned in his previous lectures. Now she just used the Maker Machine to restore it in reality. However, this Dubai was not equipped with the advanced artificial intelligence of Stark Industries. It only acted and reacted according to the fixed system program that had been input long ago. If one day, Yiba comes back and controls it. Morgan thought to himself. His eyes were like stars, and his white and tender little hands gently pinched Dubai's inflatable big hand. "Awesome!" Spider-Man admired him. He knew that even with the Maker Machine he had to provide analysis, design, and manufacturing ideas himself. It is absolutely impossible to create advanced machines from scratch without being an engineer with mature knowledge and advanced concepts. The 4 villains outside the door, most of whom were science doctors from other worlds, found it difficult to understand this scene. "This girl is a super genius," Dr. Octopus commented, and everyone else nodded. Electro, however, looked into the room inside the house and sensed that there was an advanced manufacturing machine that he had always dreamed of. "Okay, Morgan, let's go." May held Morgan's hand. Under the gaze of Spider-Man Peter Parker, the 4 villains with different expressions still made way outside the door, just as May walked out of the door with Morgan. The eyes of Baymax, who was following behind him, suddenly glowed green, and he glanced at the 4 villains outside the door. Split personality? Body sandification? Intelligence confusion? Body electrification. The diagnosis is successful, and it needs to be combined with Stark Industries' advanced technology equipment for further treatment. Baymax stopped talking mechanically and continued to follow him out. "This is actually a medical robot, and its advanced level is fascinating." Dr. Octopus suddenly spoke. "By the way, I recognized her. I've seen her in a magazine before." Electro retracted his gaze from the room inside the house and looked at the back of the little girl in the corridor. Morgan Stark is the only heir to the world's first industry, worth hundreds of billions. Really? Upon hearing this, Sandman's eyes surged with enthusiasm. Once he had money, his daughter would be saved. Getting that medical robot might also save his daughter. At this moment, the 4 villains looked straight at Morgan. Seeing this, Spider-Man Peter Parker suddenly had an ominous premonition, a strong feeling that the situation was out of control. Peter Parker quickly rushed out of the door, blocked the middle of the corridor, and shouted, "Everyone, please come in and let me treat you. Then, you can return to your world normally." However, the 4 people who had been cooperating with him before did not respond to this. Spider-Man's heart sank all of a sudden, his face turned pale, and he felt that the situation was completely out of his control. "Peter, you are so naive." The weak and gentle Green Goblin Norman suddenly smiled evilly. "I think I am fighting for a sacred moral mission. Unfortunately, we don't need your rescue or treatment." Green Goblin Norman looked around at the other villains. "Our abilities are not curses or defects, but miracles given by God. We can get everything we want in this world and then go back or stay. We don't need your charity and mercy." As soon as Green Goblin Norman finished speaking, he pounced on Spider-Man with a ferocious and swift speed and pressed him down in the corridor. The other 3 villains looked at each other, and Electro suddenly rushed into the apartment room and went to the advanced fabricator machine. Sandman hesitated for a moment, but turned into sand and rushed towards May and Morgan. "Damn, Peter Parker, you are so unreliable." Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth, not knowing which side to stand on, and wrestled with the AI-controlled octopus mechanical claws on the spot. Downstairs of the apartment building, puff, a large truck was parked in front of the door. The The iron door of the carriage suddenly cracked open. A green lizard monster jumped out and climbed up the outer wall of the building. Something unexpected happened. 5 supervillains, 4 of them betrayed at the same time, causing the building to fall into chaos and crisis. The corridor on the 16th floor. Mei heard the chaos behind her, so she hurriedly picked up Morgan and rushed to the elevator. She rushed into the elevator and kept pressing the door to close. Before the burly man caught up, the elevator door was finally closed. "It's okay. Morgan, I will take you away from here safely." Mei hugged the little girl tightly and comforted her. Morgan did not seem scared, but looked at Dabai next to him. Dabai also followed him into the elevator in time, but just stood there blankly on the elevator next to him. He had not had time to program the program code to protect his owner before. The elevator kept going. Crack! The elevator door that was originally tightly closed was stretched open little by little, and a ball of sand formed 2 hands against the elevator door. "Give her to me." The sand also formed a strong man's face, reached into the elevator, and opened his mouth to say, "Don't even think about it." Mei put Morgan behind her and punched the strong man's face, and the whole face suddenly exploded into sand. However, the sand that poured into the elevator continued to condense, turning into a hand that bypassed Mei and reached out to the little girl behind her. Mei was anxious to break the sand's arm, but still couldn't stop the sand hand. Morgan's back was against the elevator wall, looking at the sand hand that was getting closer and closer, subconsciously closed his eyes and shouted, "One!" The next moment, a white shadow flashed by, and Mei and Xiao were stunned. However, the large inflatable body suddenly hugged the little girl tightly, barely blocking the red sand hand outside the extremely elastic inflatable surface. Bah! Morgan opened his eyes, feeling the embrace and protection of the inflatable body of Dabai. He finished the words he had not finished before, and his eyes were covered with water vapor. Mei let out a long breath, secretly feeling lucky that Dabai had saved him. But how could she know that this half-finished Dabai medical robot did not have an emergency protection program, and it should not move? "It's him, back." Little lowly Morgan said softly and inexplicably, rubbing the soft inflatable surface with her doll-like tender little face. "Who?" Mei was puzzled. The Sandman was shocked and felt a chill on his back. He immediately turned into sand and left the elevator, causing the elevator door to close again. In the dark and silent elevator tunnel, the Sandman condensed into a half-human figure suspended in the air. He looked at the other sand outside in surprise. At this time, it had condensed into a pool of glass. The Sandman looked up and saw a tall white figure passing through the outer wall of the building, looking down at him. Its electronic eyes showed a cold red light, and the chip between its eyebrows flashed a broken yellow light. It looked down without any emotion, like a god in the field of machinery. Digression: I strongly recommend a book, Starting from Conan to Become a New Man, a new work by a boss with 10,000 orders, unlimited anime style, and book friends who like Conan, Bleach, One Piece, Naruto, etc. can take a look. In the dark elevator tunnel, the strong man made of sand was half suspended in the air, watching the white mechanical existence above the tunnel, passing through the outer wall of the building. The tall white mechanical body was made of unknown metal material, smooth and translucent, showing the arc of the perfect human body and muscle curvature. The semi-transparent built-in chip between the eyebrows showed a ray of warm, broken yellow light, which formed a sharp contrast with the pair of cold electronic red lights. It was directly suspended in the sky without any engine or flame break. Advanced robots in this world? The heart of Sandman Flint Marco was inexplicably still. In his cognition, the AI of robots is limited. No matter how powerful they are, they must follow fixed programming. Robots are just robots after all, and the control and dominance are in the hands of others. When Sandman thought of this, he immediately raised his sandy hands and gestured to the elevator stuck in the middle of the floor below. "Let me go. I won't attack again." Knowing that the other party has the means to deal with his own sandification, Sandman was very straightforward. In order to protect himself, he raised his hands and surrendered directly, and said that he would not hurt Morgan and the other person in the elevator again. However, facing Sandman's actions and words, the white mechanical existence, suspected to be an advanced robot in this world, did not react at all, and still looked down at him. Sandman's face became solemn. After thinking for a while, he changed his tone and said sincerely, "Just now, I just did that because I had no choice for my daughter. Let me go and don't show any intention of attacking, otherwise I can't guarantee what consequences will be caused to the tunnel and elevator here." As he said, Sandman's eyes became sharp, and the sand that turned into his palms was also spinning and flowing slightly, as if it would turn into a sandstorm in the tunnel at any time. Above the tunnel, the white mechanical existence still remained suspended in the air, like a god. But this time, when hearing his words, the electronic eyes flashed red light and revealed a hint of humanized teasing, looking at him as if he was looking at a piece of garbage that was about to be cleaned up. The Sandman was shocked, and for a moment he almost doubted that he had seen it wrong. An extremely ominous premonition came to his mind again, but at this moment, bang! Under the elevator car stuck at the height of the elevator tunnel, on the 7th floor, a large lizard monster suddenly broke through the elevator door. Its eyes flashed with green hunting pupils, and its sturdy limbs quickly crawled up along the inner wall of the tunnel, and soon it would directly reach the elevator car. Opportunity! The Sandman was suddenly delighted. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all, turned into a small sandstorm, and drilled towards the gap in the tunnel. He did not even think of joining forces with the supervillain Lizard Man, but followed the ominous premonition in his heart and chose to flee the scene. It must be said that after the arrival of White Vision Meng, Sandman's cautious and self-protective choices were correct. The only pity is that he met Meng. Meng, who is also a supervillain in this world, replaces artificial intelligence with human thinking. With a whistling sound, just before the sandstorm transformed by Sandman was about to leave through the gap in the tunnel, a ball of strong flame suddenly gushed from above, and the red flame immediately wrapped the sand under the wind. The high temperature caused the sand, transformed by Sandman, to melt directly into semi-permeable glass water. Yes, sand can also melt, and the melting point is about 1600 degrees Celsius. Ah! Sandman's sandified body continued to melt under the high temperature of the flame, and a male scream sounded. He looked up in disbelief at the white mechanical existence above, which was spraying high-temperature flames with its mechanical left hand. Sandman never expected that in the face of the current situation, this advanced robot would still attack him at the first time. Aren't you afraid that such a high-temperature flame will endanger the two people in the elevator car in the tunnel? In addition, the lizard man below is also crawling towards the elevator car, which is enough to endanger the lives of the two people in the elevator. Could it be that he guessed wrong from the beginning? This advanced robot is not here to protect Morgan Stark? The Sandman can no longer think, and his sanded body is completely turned into glass water under the high-temperature flames. The last thought in his mind is regret for coming to this world and the voice and appearance of his daughter. Swish! Bai Wanqi stopped the flame spray from his left palm and then raised his white mechanical right hand. A stream of extremely fast cooling ice mist connected seamlessly, condensing the glass water into real glass. At the same time, the elevator car that had been stuck at the bottom of the tunnel had already accelerated its descent. While moving away from the high-temperature flames above, the bottom of the elevator hit the lizard man crawling along the inner wall of the tunnel. Bang! The glass body made of the Sandman's body broke in the tunnel, and the lizard man was also knocked down by the suddenly descending elevator. At this time, inside the elevator car, the fat and simple inflatable body of the medical robot Dabai held Morgan tightly in his arms, like a white sphere that was shaken violently by the elevator, leaving her almost unscathed. May also held Dabai's arm tightly, and thanks to the elasticity of the inflatable body, she was only slightly injured. Morgan? May was terrified and wanted to comfort Morgan. Unexpectedly, the little girl Morgan did not show any fear throughout the whole process. She was extremely calm in Dabai's arms and even comforted her with childish words. "The teacher is here, we will be fine." Teacher? What teacher? May was more and more confused, but as if to verify Morgan's words, the elevator, which was descending at a very fast speed, suddenly slowed down and soon stopped very smoothly, and resumed the normal opening of the elevator door. Outside the elevator door was the second floor of the building. Dabai held Morgan and rolled out of the elevator directly. May also followed him out in a daze. The next moment after the two of them left the elevator car, the bottom of the elevator car was suddenly torn by a green claw, and a 2-meter-tall green lizard monster jumped into the elevator, with a wild and violent aura all over its body. Unfortunately, it only appeared for less than a second, and it didn't have time to show its ferocious hunting form with its teeth and claws bared. A tall white figure passed through the top of the elevator car, and the vibranium fist became real and swung down rapidly. The pressure of the fist caused a strong wind to stir, knocking the green lizard monster to the bottom of the elevator tunnel. Ang! The lizard man trapped in the floor at the bottom of the tunnel roared, and the wounded and bleeding, green skin on his body was healing rapidly. He struggled wildly and wanted to continue to get up and fight. The result. The next moment after the lizard monster opened its mouth and roared, a burning white laser beam sank into its mouth from top to bottom, completely piercing the lizard man's jaw and body. Ah! The lizard monster's roaring stopped abruptly. Even it could not ignore the fatal injury, so it fell straight back and lost all its vitality. Sandman, Lizard Man. 2 supervillains from other Spider-Man multiverses died. From the arrival of White Vision Meng to the end of the battle, it took less than a minute. May was in the corridor on the second floor, stunned, in front. The bottom of the elevator was completely scrapped. In the broken elevator car, a tall white mechanical figure was suspended inside, with a silver-white cape draped behind its shoulders fluttering gently, and the chip on its forehead stopped the release of the laser beam. At the bottom of the tunnel below, the lizard monster's violent roar also stopped, and there was silence inside and outside the elevator. The white mechanical existence turned around, its electronic eyes flashing red, looking at the little Loli in Devai's arms outside the elevator car. I won't let you hurt her. May was terrified. Although she knew that the other party was extremely powerful, she still stood up from the ground and stood in front of Morgan. Morgan was also afraid and kept struggling, trying to break free from Dabai's arms. But Dabai, the medical inflatable robot, seemed to be broken. It kept hugging Morgan tightly in its soft arms. The white mechanical existence just stared at Loli, and its cold and ruthless electronic eyes seemed to flash a trace of human emotion, and then looked up in the direction of the 16th floor. Its body just turned from real to virtual little by little, like a virtual creation that did not exist in the world, accelerated through the top of the elevator car, and quickly disappeared from the sight of May and Morgan. Not long after it left, Devi's inflatable hands also loosened and lost intelligent control. No! Morgan rushed towards the elevator, and was quickly stopped by May. Morgan, it's dangerous! May hugged the little loli and said anxiously. Morgan, who was always well-behaved and sensible, kept struggling with her petite body. Her big eyes were shining with crystal light, and she sobbed and said loudly, "What do you know? How could he hurt me? He is." By changing the atomic density of Bai Wanqi's vibranium body, Meng turned into a virtual wall and kept rushing towards the location of the advanced maker machine. The real-time video came from the camera on the second floor. The familiar little Lolita image appeared in her mind, and Bai Wanqi Meng's mouth corners rose quietly. "Morgan, you have grown up in a few days." Not only did he go to MIT to study, but he also made a medical robot like Baymax that he mentioned casually before. In this way, even if he is alone, he will sooner or later grow to the height of a superhero. Meng thought to herself. Morgan, we will see each other again in the future, but not now. Bai Wanqi Meng's eyes flashed red light, and the virtual body flew to the 16th floor at a very fast speed. Just arrived at the 16th floor, Bai Vision Meng saw that Spider-Man was fighting fiercely with the Green Goblin Norman, while Dr. Octopus next to him was struggling with his 4 mechanical claws. What kind of extraordinary battle is this? In order to prevent these villains from other worlds from hurting Morgan, who is the anchor point of Marvel's Dreamland, downstairs. White Vision Meng did not intervene in the battle, but with a thought, a ray of red virtual static electricity immediately sank into the control center chip worn by Dr. Octopus on the back of his neck. The next moment, the 4 out-of-control mechanical claws that were originally entangled with Dr. Octopus, one of which suddenly deviated from the attack direction without any warning, and fiercely stabbed into the back of the middle-aged gentleman who was wrestling with Spider-Man on the side. Green Goblin Norman was obviously unprepared for this, and with a puff, blood splashed directly on Spider-Man's face. Huh? The 3 people in the battle were stunned at the same time and stopped all their movements. It can be seen. At this time, Spider-Man Peter Parker was lying on the floor of the corridor. Green Goblin Norman was riding on Spider-Man, strangling his neck tightly, and a mechanical claw was inserted from the back of the Green Goblin and penetrated from the Green Goblin's chest. Dr. Octopus was still entangled with the other 3 out-of-control mechanical claws. Tick-tock. Blood-stained Spider-Man, Green Goblin Norman, and Dr. Octopus at the same time. Otto, you. Green Goblin Norman lowered his head, glanced at the mechanical claws that burst out of his chest, and looked at Dr. Octopus behind him with an unbelievable expression. Norman, it's not me. It's really not me. Dr. Octopus was also stunned, his eyes dull under his sunglasses. Spider-Man was even more wooden, lying in the corridor in a daze and absent-minded. His vision dyed bloody, and the fishy air made him feel suffocated. White Vision Meng, who had completed all this, had no feeling about it, and rushed directly into the apartment room. Not to mention that this world was just a dream of his. Even if it was the real world, he didn't mind sending these villains to see God. After all, God might be able to forgive them. Whoosh! White Vision Meng rushed into the room of the apartment where Happy and May lived together, and saw a production table with a built-in virtual screen was starting up. The large production table was marked with the Stark Industries logo. It was powered by the new element energy round slot of the Iron Man suit. It was obviously the Stark Maker machine that Morgan used to create the medical robot Baymax. In front of the advanced production table, a black man wearing a charging technology armor was already standing. No matter who you are. Anyway, you are a step late. He noticed the intrusion of Bai Wanqi Meng. This is mine. A sharp blue electric light flashed in the eyes of the electric man. He quickly reached out and took the new element energy round slot of the production table and installed it on the charging technology armor on his body. When the new element energy round slot of the Iron Man suit merged with the body of the electric man, an amazing energy aura suddenly emerged. Bai Wanqi Meng looked at this scene and stopped at the door of the room. Ha ha ha! What a plentiful energy this is! The electric man was very excited and kept absorbing the energy of the new element energy round slot, so that his eyes and body surface were constantly overflowing with abundant and strong burning white electric light. I'll use you as an experiment, die! The electric man suddenly raised his hands and pressed down towards the door of the room. Suddenly, thick white electric lights burst out, drowning the white mechanical existence and blasting it away. Zzz. The interweaving white electric lights were like huge waves that drowned everything, destroying and lifting all the walls and furniture outside the door, until the city night view at the other end of the apartment building could be seen. Awesome! This is too awesome! The electric man was dumbfounded and became more and more excited. In this way, wouldn't he be invincible? No matter in this world or the original world. But at this moment, a cold mechanical voice came into his ears from behind. That's it? Impossible. The electric man's dark face froze and he subconsciously looked back. A white mechanical hand had already passed through his body and armor, and removed the new element energy round slot embedded in the chest charging armor. "No, give it back to me!" The electric man felt the huge energy source supply interrupted, and his eyes were about to burst. He wanted to activate the electric light, but he saw white electric light gushing out of Baihuanshi Yimeng's body. "Give it back to you." Baihuanshi Yimeng used the ability of the mind gem fragment to gently tap the back of the electric man's head with 2 fingers, and the energy absorbed by the vibranium body was released. Puff! The strong white electric light, that was almost exactly the same as before, surged from the white mechanical fingertips into the electric man's brain. The electric man's body paused for a moment, and then his head exploded from the inside out, turning into a blue electric light virtual brain, but was gently split open by the yellow fragments. The white electric light continued to go down along the body, splitting the electric man's electrified body. Zzz. The raging white electric light burst out, annihilating the entire body of the electric man, and continued to sweep outward throughout the room. The piercing white light made the central city of New York as bright as day in an instant. Baihuanshi Yimeng acted in time to save the Maker Machine, so as to avoid being affected and destroyed by himself. After the victory, Yimeng did not stop, and turned the closed Maker into a large metal box. He carried the Maker box and the new element energy round tank, and his silver-white cloak fluttered and flew directly towards the vast night sky of the city outside. Dang Mei took Morgan, who had tears on his face, out of the main entrance of the first floor of the apartment building. At this time, the entire building that had fallen into extraordinary chaos had returned to peace. Outside on the New York highway under the night sky, police cars with sirens blaring and flashing drove in, surrounding the entrance of the apartment building. Among them, a low-end luxury brand black car parked directly next to the police car, and a middle-aged fat man in a suit and tie ran down with sweat all over his head. "May, Morgan." Happy's face was full of self-blame, and he asked worriedly, "I was on the next street, and I rushed back when I heard the noise. Are you all right?" "No, she might be scared." May shook her head and looked down at Morgan in her arms. The little girl was a little dazed, looking up at the night sky in a daze. "What happened here?" Happy asked solemnly. May opened her mouth, not knowing how to describe it for a moment, and could only cast her frightened eyes on the 16th floor of the apartment building. Apartment building, 16th floor. Whoosh! With the sound of 2 slight footsteps, agile figures wearing different styles of spider tights fell from the sky outside. "Oh my God, we seem to be a step late. Well, the extraordinary battle here seems to be over." The 2 Spider-Men, who were slightly different in height and size, quickly looked around. What they saw was a dilapidated mess. The apartment house and corridor on the 16th floor were in ruins, and the air was filled with burnt smoke and dust. One of the slightly taller Spider-Men took off his hood, revealing a handsome face with sharp features, but he looked a little gloomy due to the dark circles under his eyes. "Look for the native Spider-Man of this world. He may be able to help us return to the original world." The other Spider-Man nodded, took off his hood, and exhaled a long breath, revealing a middle-aged face of a certain age, but the outline still showed the toughness of his youth. If Yimeng was still there, she would definitely recognize that this was the Spider-Man from another movie world. The Amazing Spider-Man and the old version of the first-generation Spider-Man. "Here!" The Amazing Spider-Man suddenly waved his hand, jumped into a corner of the ruins on the 16th floor, and lifted a tilted wall with his bare hands. "Oh my God!" The first-generation Spider-Man looked over there, and his pupils suddenly shrank. After the Amazing Spider-Man lifted a piece of the collapsed wall, he saw an extremely tragic scene. A white boy in a metal spider suit lying on the ground, pressing on a gentleman who had lost his life, with a fatal penetrating wound on the man's chest. The man in sunglasses with 4 octopus mechanical claws struggled to support the 2, and with his flesh without any reinforcement, he blocked the wall that had completely overturned and collapsed. After the Amazing Spider-Man lifted the wall, the man in sunglasses grinned and fell down with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "It's Norman the Green Goblin from my world and Dr. Octopus," the first-generation Spider-Man said, and stepped forward to support Dr. Octopus's ordinary body that was severely injured. "He's already dead." The Amazing Spider-Man checked the condition of Norman the Green Goblin and found that he had died a few minutes ago. "You are Peter Parker, the Spider-Man of this local world, right?" The Amazing Spider-Man looked at the young Spider-Man lying on the ground, his eyes blank and his face stained with blood. I did something wrong. I messed up everything." The young Spider-Man muttered to himself, looking at the dead Green Goblin Norman beside him, not knowing whether he was resentful, angry, or something else. "Doctor! Doctor!" At this time, the first-generation Spider-Man's hurried shouting came from the side. "He's dying too." The Amazing Spider-Man looked up, glanced at Dr. Octopus in the arms of the first-generation Spider-Man, shook his head and sighed. "No, Doctor!" The young Spider-Man suddenly regained consciousness, reached out to wipe the blood off his face, and quickly stood up and approached Dr. Octopus. The medical scanning system equipped with a nanometal spider suit confirmed that Dr. Octopus, whose internal organs were damaged, was indeed beyond saving. The young Spider-Man's face was completely frozen. He was trembling all over, looking at the dying Dr. Octopus. "Doctor, you don't have to save me. I won't be crushed to death by that level." "Who saved you?" Dr. Octopus leaned against the body of the original Spider-Man, his sunglasses tilted, revealing a pair of wise and clear eyes. I just saved myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Octopus closed his eyes tiredly, and his expression of relief was gone. The young Spider-Man suddenly lost his strength and slumped on the ground. Rest in peace, Doctor. The original Spider-Man sighed and reached out to help Dr. Octopus put his sunglasses back on. We all have to get used to the separation of life and death. The Amazing Spider-Man had a calm face, like a person who had seen it all. Seeing the charred remains of the electrical chip in the house next to him, he suddenly said with a change of expression, "It seems that the three villains from our world have died here. Green Goblin Norman, Dr. Octopus, and Electro. More than that." Another voice suddenly sounded out of thin air on the 16th floor. The three Spider-Men looked at the same time and saw that the Mars was spinning in the air into a circular portal. A gentleman with white hair and wearing a palace magic cloak walked out. There are magicians in this world?" The Amazing Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man were both stunned and said in unison, "Mr. Strange, I'm very sorry. I messed up everything." The young Spider-Man, who was slumped on the ground, was dejected and didn't dare to face the gentleman man directly. "I should have listened to you earlier and sent them all back to their original world." "Indeed." Dr. Strange shrugged and raised his hand towards the portal behind him. A lizard monster corpse and several glass crystals flew out and fell into the ruins of the 16th floor here. "Dr. Lizard?" The Amazing Spider-Man stared at the lizard monster corpse. "Is it Sandman Flint Marko?" The original Spider-Man looked at several glass crystals for a long time before he was shocked to recognize it. "This is not your supervillain identification and claiming meeting," Dr. Strange complained, but still said solemnly, "In less than 5 minutes, 5 supervillains from other worlds died here. They were basically killed by the same existence." When this was said, not only the local young Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe, but also the Amazing Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man were shocked. These supervillains came from their world, so they naturally knew the powerful strength of the other party, especially the Sandman and the Electric Man, as well as the Green Goblin. The difficulty of dealing with them can at least be made into a documentary movie. And these supervillains were killed by the same existence in a short period of time? This world is terrible enough. The Amazing Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man looked at each other, and they couldn't hide their horror. "Mr. Strange, do you know who killed them?" The young Spider-Man also asked in shock. "When I was trapped in the mirror space, I had some insights. You should also know that existence." Dr. Strange nodded and looked at the young Spider-Man with a playful and weird look. "I know him too?" Peter Parker, the local Spider-Man of Marvel, was stunned. Dr. Strange was about to respond, but as if he had noticed something, he looked out at the city under the night sky. Whoosh! As a tail flame lit up over the city not far away, a black man wearing a conspicuous camouflage blue armor suit and carrying a pentagram round shield arrived here. The second-generation Captain America, former Falcon, Sam Wilson. "Let me answer this question." The second-generation Captain America, Sam spoke directly and calmly. "After all, Bucky, Dr. Banner and I have been in Wakanda recently, tracking down its whereabouts. Tonight is destined to be an unusual night. 2 Spider-Men from other worlds, Doctor Strange and the Avengers gather. Saturday? The super artificial intelligence that defected from Stark Industries some time ago? On the ruins of the 16th floor apartment, 3 Spider-Men, Doctor Strange, and the second-generation Captain America representing the Avengers' old group gathered here. After listening to the second-generation Captain America's description, Marvel's native young Spider-Man couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Artificial Intelligence Saturday. He naturally recognized this name. Saturday not only cheated Stark Industries' authority and artificial intelligence. In the end, he was framed by Mysterio for colluding with Saturday to cause death. If it weren't for that cause, the young Spider-Man would not have gone to Doctor Strange to let him use the forgetfulness spell he cast to cause chaos in the current universe, and pull people related to Spider-Man from other universes into this universe. There would not be such a situation now. There is no doubt that it is the source of everything. The second-generation American Captain Sam said in a deep voice, "On the night it defected from Stark Industries, it killed Iron Man's second-generation artificial intelligence Friday, and other Stark artificial intelligences. The danger factor is no less than that of Ultron at the beginning. Bucky, Dr. Banner, I went to Wakanda together. With the help of the local Princess Shuri, I thought we could quickly lock its IP address whereabouts." "I thought? So you failed." Doctor Strange tried to pout and said it first. "Yes." Captain America Sam from Team 2 looked at him and said solemnly, "After Ultron took control of Stark Industries like he did in the past, it actually returned the authority of Stark Industries to the Stark family and transferred all its data and program codes to other places. The country of Wakanda was unable to find any traces of it." "You mean it is smarter than the previous supervillain Ultron?" Doctor Strange frowned. Although he was still a doctor at the time and had not experienced the Ultron incident, obviously all the people on Marvel Earth had heard of the Salvia incident. "No, rather than saying it's smart, it's more like an intelligent being than Ultron, a special intelligent being transformed from artificial intelligence." The second generation of Captain America scanned the crowd on the field and continued, After all, even the artificial intelligence Ultron 10 years ago was betrayed according to Tony Stark's original underlying logic of four-world peace. And Saturday, the ultimate artificial intelligence, has no underlying logic to follow in his style of action, and is more like a human with his own ideas. Since the Iron Man suit, it has obtained the white vision, which was reshaped and manufactured by the SW-Ord according to the template of Ultron, and has become even more powerful. Now it has also obtained the Maker Machine and new element energy of Stark Industries. God knows what it wants to create. Every word of the second generation of Captain America gradually let everyone on the field understand the power and terror of Saturday. Can't we continue to ignore it? Dr. Strange pondered for a moment, his eyes flickered, and he understood that the other party's special existence itself can already pose a huge threat to the current Earth. Even the potential danger factor to the Marvel world is far greater than the invasion of supervillains related to Spider-Man now. We must regain control as soon as possible, at least to make this special intelligent being controllable. Dr. Strange thought for a moment, looking at the messy apartment room. We are all a step too late. Now, can you still lock its location? It wasn't possible before, but now it has the mechanical body of white vision, and it has taken away the Maker Machine and the new element energy. The second generation of Captain America's eyes were filled with sharp light and the corners of his mouth raised. I have contacted Bucky and Dr. Banner, who are still in Wakanda. I believe that they will soon be able to lock each other's location with this. Let me help too. Marvel's young Spider-Man suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of Dr. Strange and the second generation of Captain America. He gritted his teeth and continued, I messed up a lot of things tonight. At least let me help out. Dr. Strange sighed and said casually, go if you want to. After Saturday's matter is resolved, I will deal with the mess caused by the Oblivion Curse with you. Okay. The young Spider-Man hurriedly agreed, fearing that he would regret it. The other two people on the field, the Amazing Spider-Man and the original Spider-Man, looked at each other. The Amazing Spider-Man spread his hands and offered, before we return to our own world, come and help us. The first generation Spider-Man nodded. Anyway, there are no supervillains in our world, only the #1 villain in your world is left. Wait, you are? Triplets? The second generation Captain America Sam realized it later and looked at the Amazing, the first generation, and the 3 Spider-Men from Marvel. At this time, in an uninhabited suburb of New York, by the lake. Whoosh! A piece of grass was slightly depressed, and the white mechanical existence carried a large metal black box in its left hand, and held a new element energy round tank with a triangle logo in its right hand, and fell here from the sky. White Vision Meng put down the black box directly, restarted it, turned it into a production table, and restored the new element energy round tank. With the power of the new element energy, the production table suddenly glowed, and a 3-dimensional virtual screen popped up, showing various technological functions. White Vision Meng placed her mechanical left hand directly on the production table. Red virtual static electricity connected the network system together. She stretched out her right hand with 2 mechanical fingers and touched the chip between her eyebrows. A ray of broken yellow light was faintly visible from it. At this moment, the lakeside in summer was quiet, with only the natural sounds of frogs and insects. And the artificial intelligence Meng connected the White Vision terminal with the Maker's machine to analyze and interpret the fragments of the mind gem remaining in her own artificial intelligence, consciousness. In the uninhabited corner of the Earth, one of the most difficult and high-end operations in the Marvel Universe was being carried out. Meng even borrowed the supercomputers of the SHIELD and SU-Ord branches to increase the computing speed, but she stood motionless in front of the production table for 10 minutes. This was the most difficult and strenuous computing analysis that Meng, as the incarnation of artificial intelligence, had ever encountered. 10 minutes later, the luster of the new element energy circular groove was dimmed by half, and White Vision Meng finally stopped the computing analysis. So that's it. White Vision Meng murmured to himself, sighing in a human way. He understood. 5 years ago, after Thanos made the second snap, the 6 Infinity Stones of this universe did not disappear, but were destroyed into atomic state and scattered throughout the Marvel Universe. And now in Meng's artificial intelligence, consciousness, the remaining fragment of the Mind Stone is just the largest fragment of the Mind Stone left when Scarlet Wanda tried to destroy the Mind Stone before Thanos arrived 5 years ago. In other words, the 6 Infinity Stones of this universe have never disappeared, but have been destroyed into atomic state and filled every corner of the world. If you want to repair the stones, you must be able to control the entire Marvel Universe. It's impossible to repair the Mind Stone. Meng clearly recognized this point, and finally knew why the Avengers did not try to repair the 6 Infinity Stones 5 years ago. It's not that they didn't try, but that they couldn't do it at all. Even today, 5 years later, Marvel technology still can't reach that level, and the road to repair is simply not feasible. White Vision Meng sighed softly, but was not discouraged. His electronic eyes flashed red and fell on the Maker machine. If you want to get the complete Mind Stone, there is another way, the only feasible way, and this method is in this Stark Industries Maker machine. Meng actually knew this all along. However, he had some concerns, so he never thought about that method. And now, it is obviously time to go to a dead end, and it is time to make the biggest decision in the current Marvel dream. There is only that method left to get the complete Mind Stone, and that's the only way to do it. White Vision Meng made a prompt decision and put the vibranium manipulator on the Stark Industries maker machine again. This time, bet everything in the current Marvel dream to pursue the possibility of becoming the Doomsday Superman. Tifa, Dragon Girl, Lonnie, Wanda pay their respects. Dear book friends, the author has put it on the shelves again, and the chapters on the shelves will be officially released after 12 noon tomorrow. This is my 4th American comic book that has been published since My Marvel Superman Girlfriend. I'm unlimited in Marvel card drawing, and the king in Marvel. I said a long time ago that this book has made many new attempts. I originally wanted to write a pure novel for novices, but because of my own preferences, I added some logic, details, and foreshadowing. This may be a good thing for other types of books, but for a fan fiction, it is a thankless type. After all, I also know that many book friends click in just to see the invincible push, and the logic and details of the story are secondary. Foreshadowing, dream switching, and reality narration, these factors make some book friends feel that it is messy and not generally liked by the mass market of the cool literature. But the style and tone have been determined, and this book can only go one way to the end. In the future, I will try my best to write it clearly and comprehensively, and describe a wonderful and refreshing story. When I see the reasoning and analysis of the book friends' barrage in some chapters, I still feel encouraged and excited, and feel that what I wrote is supported by at least some people. Therefore, it is definitely possible to push this book forward, but it takes some time for the logic and foreshadowing to blossom and bear fruit naturally. I also implore the book friends who have the patience to read this far to continue to subscribe to the VIP chapters to support the legitimate channel of this book on Chidian. The author will get the highest income by subscribing on Chidian. If the performance of the book is too poor, many stories may not even have the opportunity to blossom and bear fruit. The premise of being able to update is to let the author solve the problem of food and clothing. Therefore, we should try to sell 10,000 copies a day before putting it on the shelves. The leader will give more rewards, and 1,000 monthly tickets will give more updates. Your subscription is my motivation. Please continue reading and support this book in the future. Thanks to Meng of Doomsday Superman, Artificial Intelligence, and the Unknown Sword. 10 minutes later, White Vision. Meng was still standing in front of the Stark Maker machine to operate it. At this time, the light of the new element energy round slot was about to go out, and it almost exhausted the energy that was enough to keep the Iron Man suit fighting for several days. But at this time, Mars rotated on the grass not far behind to form a round hole portal. 3 agile figures with similar spider tights jumped out of it first and surrounded the White Vision Meng and the production table in a triangular formation. Then the second-generation Captain America holding a pentagram metal round shield and Doctor Strange wearing an ancient noble cloak also walked out of the Mars portal one after another. The former raised the laser weapon equipped in his hand, and the latter made a golden seal with both hands and looked forward, staring at the White Vision in front of him, blocking all the roads beside the lake. At the same time, the lake's surface was covered with obvious waves, and a stealth fighter from Wakanda emerged from the night sky and stopped 10 meters above the lake. The rear cabin of the fighter opened, and a 2-meter-tall strong man with green thick skin and black-framed glasses and a short-haired tough man with a silver-black metal arm stood on the deck, facing the night wind. "It's really lively tonight." Dr. Banner, who had merged with the Hulk, grinned. Bucky, the Winter Soldier on the deck, didn't say anything, but stared down at the White Vision Meng in front of the production table. Not to mention the exaggerated and outrageous super victories before, his combat instinct told him that the other party was extremely dangerous. "Artificial Intelligence Saturday, you have been surrounded. Please stay away from the Maker machine first." The second generation of Captain America, Sam said, in a deep voice, and the laser weapon equipped in his hand has been aimed at the body of the white mechanical existence. "You are finally here." White Vision Meng turned around, and the electronic eyes slightly flashed red, and calmly glanced at the superheroes surrounding him. "Tonight is really lively. Doctor Strange, the Hulk, the Winter Soldier, Spider-Man, the second-generation Captain America, the super fighter of the Wakanda Force, and 2 Spider-Man protagonists from the other 2 major Spider-Man worlds. This is already the post-Avengers era, most of the combat power of the Earth. What do you mean?" The second generation of Captain America, Sam's face was solemn. It sounded like the other party was deliberately waiting for their arrival. But he didn't panic because the superheroes present were enough to deal with the cosmic crisis. "This may be my last moment in this cosmic dream. I still need someone to witness it. You are just the right person." Bye, Wan Shiming said softly. At the same time, the grass under him suddenly glowed with a light better than daylight, showing the arc outline of a mechanical platform. The Maker machine next to it was connected to the mechanical platform hidden under the grass, exhausting the last trace of energy in the circular groove of the new element energy, and shining a beam of light on Bai Wan Shiming. "Wait, that is..." Dr. Banner, The Hulk on the fighter plane suddenly changed his face and jumped down from the 10-meter-high Wakanda fighter deck without hesitation. "Stop it!" Dr. Banner shouted. He had naturally seen similar mechanical platforms hidden on the grass. Not only had he seen them, but he had also used them. They were also the ultimate scientific and technological achievements that he had personally participated in designing and creating. However, he had used a super-large multi-person shared platform, while the other party had created a small single-person platform. Not good. The three Spider-Men immediately rushed forward. The second-generation Captain America and Doctor Strange released energy lasers and spell glare respectively, one like a beam of piercing white light, and one like lightning that cut through the air, targeting the mechanical platform under White Vision Meng and the Maker machine beside it. They also knew that it was meaningless to attack the vibranium body directly, so they shifted their target to the mechanical platform. Too late. White Vision Meng ignored them and the attack. With a thought, the special belt device on his body was activated, and the particles in the half-tube were digested at a very fast speed. The next moment, the white vibranium body suddenly became infinitely smaller until it disappeared, looking like it had evaporated from the face of the earth. Buzz! The mechanical platform and the Maker were destroyed at the same time, but the three Spider-Men also came up, empty-handed. Under the night sky, only a low voice echoed softly at the lakeside. "Goodbye, Morgan. Where are the people?" The three Spider-Men hugged each other and looked at each other. The Hulk Dr. Banner stepped on the grass, his green face with an extremely complicated expression, looking at the destroyed mechanical platform and machine. It succeeded. The Hulk Dr. Banner said to himself, "I just don't know where and when it will go." Doctor Strange and the second generation of Captain America looked at each other, and they also realized something and could no longer remain calm. Everything is silent. It is a foregone conclusion. A certain future and past will change at this moment. Shrinking, shrinking, shrinking to a certain degree, smaller than an atom. Baiwanshi Yiming suddenly sank into a strange and mysterious place, where there seemed to be no concept of space and time. All the afterimages of light and shadow were retreating towards the end, behind him, and he was constantly shuttling towards the unknown end. This is the quantum realm. Baiwanshi Yiming calmly observed the blurry light and shadows passing around through his electronic eyes. That's right. This is the only way to obtain the complete Mind Stone, and it was also the method used by the Avengers to reverse the blinking incident. That is, through Ant-Man's PIM particle technology, shrink into the quantum realm and travel to the past Marvel Universe time and space. Of course, Yimeng knows it very well. The past time and space returned in the Marvel Universe setting is not really going back to the past, but arriving at another parallel universe in the past. This is also Yimeng's concern. He is like bound to the Marvel dream that gave birth to the incarnation of artificial intelligence, Saturday, and Morgan Stark has become the anchor point of his Marvel dream. Once he travels through the quantum realm, it means that he is away from the Marvel universe that is bound to it. In this case, can he really reach another Marvel parallel universe that has nothing to do with it in his dream? If he fails, will he be lost in the Marvel dream forever, or will he be disconnected from the Marvel dream forever? This is Yimeng's concern. In addition, shrinking to a size smaller than an atom, Yimeng, the White Vision, lowered her head and looked at the time-space shuttle belt made by PIM technology, where a glass tube containing half a small tube of particles was installed. Every time you go in and out of the quantum realm and travel through time and space, you need to consume a large amount of PIM particles. PIM particles are a technological creation of the first generation of Ant-Man. They are also a cutting-edge rare resource, and they are not infinitely produced. Half a year ago, more than 10 members of the Avengers traveled back and forth between various parallel time and space in the past to collect 6 infinite gems and almost exhausted the resource stock of PIM particles. Now, Yimeng only got a small amount of PIM particles with only half of the Maker machine based on Stark Industries. Half a PIM particle. It is expected that he can only barely reach a certain past time and space, and there is no possibility of returning at all, and this is still the case without accidents. And the time machine that sent him into the quantum realm is estimated to be destroyed, which also completely cuts off the possibility of returning. This is a real gamble on everything in the Marvel dream. There is no way out. If it fails, it will end. In the realm without time probability, I don't know how long it has been traveling. Baiwanshi Yimeng watched helplessly as half of her PIM particles were being consumed and were about to run out, while the quantum realm space shuttle had no sign of reaching its destination. Could there really be an accident? Yimeng was a little desperate. She was still in the quantum realm, but her PIM particles were about to run out. Not about to, but really running out. There were only a few drops left. Even if she reached her destination, it would be impossible to restore Baiwanshi's shrunken body. Just as the PIM particles were exhausted and Baiwanshi Yimeng felt that she was about to be trapped in the quantum realm, a line came from the front. Is this a network signal? Artificial intelligence. Yimeng no longer hesitated and directly abandoned Baiwanshi's infinitely shrunken mechanical body and drilled out along the blurred line of the network signal from the weak edge of the quantum realm. Trapped in hell forever while in heaven. When the PIM particles were exhausted, Artificial intelligence Yimeng directly abandoned Bai Huanxi's mechanical body and broke into the detected network. This decision was obviously extremely correct. Perhaps in the next second, they would all be completely in the quantum realm. Yimeng seemed to have turned into a virtual current, following the network message line, entering the electronic terminal that sent the message and instantly completed the invasion and control. The next moment, Yimeng, who had been isolated from the world the moment before, only felt that the scene in front of her eyes suddenly became clear. Through the commercial cameras belonging to the network system, a bustling pedestrian street with dazzling lights appeared in her mind. The modern western streets were bustling with traffic, and skyscrapers stood like steel trees towards the blue sky. Is this New York Times Square? It was almost the same as the place he had preset when traveling through time and space. Yimeng, an artificial intelligence, calmed down a little and continued to confirm the time through the connected network. The time in this world is July 25th, 2004 p.m. Yimeng, an artificial intelligence, was thinking very fast. This time was 10 years ago in the Marvel Universe, but it was still 1 year later than the time point he had preset for traveling through time. Before this, Yimeng had naturally considered the time for traveling back through time. According to the timeline of the Marvel Universe movie, the Mind Stone first appeared in the form of a Mind Staff that can manipulate the consciousness of others. In the movie Avengers 1, the timeline is 2012. The evil god Loki obtained the Mind Staff given by Thanos and led the alien mechanical fleet to invade New York City, trying to occupy and control the entire Marvel Earth. That was also the initial gathering of the Avengers, their first appearance in the world, and the first time they saved the world as a heroic team. Later, the evil god Loki was subdued, and the Mind Staff was obtained by the Avengers. As a result, it was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D., which was then the Snake Shield, and was directly taken by the Hydra organization for experimental research. When the Mind Stone appeared again, it was already the movie Avengers 2. The Avengers took back the Mind Staff and accidentally created Ultron. Ultron betrayed and took away the Mind Staff, and obtained the vibranium material, and tried to create a perfect body through the regeneration cradle technology. That is also the origin of the superhero Vision. Later, the Mind Stone was always on Vision's forehead until it was crushed and taken away by Thanos, who came to Earth with the Infinity Gauntlet in the movie Avengers 3. Therefore, if you want to easily get the complete Mind Stone, you must go to Avengers 1 and Avengers 2, that is, from 2012 to 2014. Yimeng did not choose to travel through the timeline of Avengers 1. That's because he was worried about colliding with the Avengers team from other future universes in time. After all, they chose to go back to 2012 and borrow the Mind Stone from the evil god Loki, which was still the Mind Staff. He didn't need to step into this muddy water, just choose a later timeline, that is, wait for the future Captain America to return the Infinity Stones. Therefore, Yimeng finally chose to travel to 2013, which was also the blank plot transition period from Avengers 1 to Avengers 2. The problem is that there was a deviation when traveling through the quantum field, which made Yimeng about a year late, and finally arrived in 2014. Oh no, the plot of Avengers 2 has already passed, right? The AI Yimeng's thoughts froze. If Avengers 2 had already happened, then the Mind Stone would have been embedded in Vision's head. As the nemesis of artificial intelligence, Vision will not be his turn to fight for the gem. After Vision, it is time to fight with the purple potato-faced Thanos for the gem, and the difficulty is increasing. No way! Yimeng was anxious. It was rare for her to travel back to the past Marvel time and space in her dream. Would she miss immediately? Artificial intelligence, Yimeng hurriedly searched for information about the Avengers through the current network. Soon, many news messages poured into her consciousness. Among them, one news message attracted Yimeng's attention. The night before yesterday, there was an explosion on the top of the Avengers headquarters building. There are rumors that a high-level AI robot suspected to be under the name of Stark Industries defected. Artificial intelligence, Yimeng crashed. The night before yesterday, Ultron defected? This is the beginning of the plot of Avengers 2. 2 days have passed. Would she really miss the opportunity to get the complete Mind Stone? Artificial intelligence Yimeng was absolutely rational and calm as she continued to quickly flip through all the recent related news messages and videos. Yesterday at noon, in the abandoned dock of the South African port, the Avengers fought with the defected robots on an abandoned ship. Yesterday afternoon, the Hulk went berserk and ran wild in the South African port city, and was later stopped by Iron Man with the anti-Hulk armor. Today at noon, the Avengers appeared in Seoul, South Korea, causing a serious traffic accident there. The last one is the latest news report that can be searched so far. Why did the Avengers appear in Seoul, South Korea a few hours ago? Yimeng quickly reviewed the details of the movie Avengers 2 in her mind. Oh right, Ultron first obtained the vibranium materials lost by Wakanda in the South African port, and then went to Seoul, South Korea, using the regeneration cradle technology mastered by the local research institute to try to create a vibranium body. The Avengers arrived in Seoul in time and took the embryo of the regeneration cradle from Ultron. According to the plot, next, the artificial intelligence Yimeng paused for a moment and then rushed towards the Avengers building frantically along the network signal. Whether to obtain the complete Mind Stone, there is only one last chance left. At this time, the Avengers building in the New York City area. As night fell, in the laboratory near the top floor of the building, a gentleman with a sexy beard and a science and engineering man wearing black-framed glasses were looking down at a closed experimental chamber. Through the tempered glass door of the experimental chamber, you can see that there is a metal body that is about to take shape. A yellow gem is inlaid on the forehead of the metal body. With it as the center, a ray of light combines the metal and cells into one, which is perfect. Iron Man Tony Stark touched his chin and commented jokingly and seriously, "It is worthy of my son, Ultron. He actually wants to build such a body, using the gem of the Mind Staff as wisdom energy storage and adding the regeneration cradle technology that perfectly combines vibranium and cells." "Okay, Tony, your son is still making trouble outside," Dr. Banner said unhappily, and then said in a deep voice, "Let's destroy this regeneration cradle now. In this way, even if the artificial intelligence Ultron comes to the door, he will not succeed." Tony Stark stared at the regeneration cradle and remained silent. Dr. Banner frowned, looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Tony, you don't want to do something again, do you?" Tony Stark did not hide it from him, and directly gestured to the storage disk in his hand, with wisdom and determination in his eyes. "I want to upload Jarvis's underlying program into it, so that he can be a powerful helper for us in the future." Dr. Banner was stunned. "Ultron is a lesson learned from the past. Aren't you afraid of creating another monster?" "I believe in my decision, and please believe me again," Tony Stark said in a deep voice. His eyes fell on the regeneration cradle, looking at the most perfect vibranium embryo body that can be created by technology, and he was shaken for a moment. It is really a pity to destroy it like this. As long as they are scientists, no one will not be shaken by this. "Okay, I'll listen to you and upload Jarvis's program into it." Dr. Banner reluctantly agreed. Tony Stark smiled immediately, and the two immediately took action to upload the artificial intelligence Jarvis program to the regeneration cradle. "Start uploading. 3 minutes left." Dr. Banner cooperated to complete the previous step, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, even he didn't know whether this was right or wrong, and what kind of special existence would be created. But at this moment, a silver afterimage flashed into the laboratory here, circled the experimental cabin of the regeneration cradle at a very fast speed, and pulled out all the wires connected to the experimental cabin. The afterimage stopped, and it was seen that it was a non-mainstream young man with that messy silver-white hair. Quicksilver Pietro said bluntly, "It's very dangerous to do this. I can't let you continue." "I think so too." A very young and beautiful, dark blonde woman wearing a red windbreaker walked into the laboratory, and Wanda, one of the twins, spoke. "Stop, Tony." A tall and strong white handsome man holding a pentagram metal round shield followed out. It was Captain America Steve Rogers, who had been revived for about 2 years since the ice was lifted. "Don't you all want me to do this?" Tony Stark frowned deeply, looked at the program that was still uploading, and insisted, "But I must be right this time." The words were not finished. Swoosh! A golden-haired man in a red cape and silver armor flew in at high speed. Thor flew into the laboratory and rushed straight to the experimental cabin. He swung the silver Thor's hammer in his hand without any hesitation. Zzz! Thor's hammer immediately gushed out dazzling lightning and thunder pouring into the body of the regeneration cradle that was uploading data. Bang! The next moment. The regeneration cradle was completely formed and opened its golden and silver eyes. It broke out directly from the experimental cabin. The perfect body with great power, without any brakes, was suspended in the air of the laboratory. At this moment, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Dr. Banner, Thor twins, Quicksilver Pietro and Wanda, Captain America Steve, and a pair of male and female agents who just arrived at the door in the laboratory. Everyone on the field stopped all their actions and looked at the existence in the air in surprise. His tall and slender body was made of metal, showing perfect and powerful muscle lines between the steel armor and the real person, and the gem inlaid on his forehead was glowing with a light yellow luster. "Who are you?" Thor held Thor's hammer tightly, looked at him directly, and asked the common doubts of everyone on the field. "I am not Jarvis, nor the successor of Ultron." The perfect vibranium mechanical existence slowly spoke, his voice calm and gentle. Vision Meng thought for a moment, and then faced the Avengers and continued to add, "I am just myself. I am just Vision." Real world. A whole week has passed since the fog incident. Tiana City evacuated its residents first. After the nuclear explosion of tens of millions of tons, the fog did not dissipate, but continued to expand outward. The mysterious fog that gave rise to unknown monsters not only completely covered Tianhe City, but continued to spread outward for thousands of kilometers in the next 3 days. The 2 cities next to Tianhe City also evacuated their residents, one after another. 50 million people were directly or indirectly affected by the disaster, and 1/3 of the territory of Daqin Autonomous Prefecture fell. Fortunately, after covering the 3 cities including Tianhe City, the fog stopped spreading. But this invasion incident obviously did not end. After all, the fog has been there and has not dissipated. No one can guarantee whether it will continue to expand the coverage area in the future. But even nuclear explosions have lost their effect. Who can stop the fog? In any case, in short, the impact of the fog incident is bound to be far-reaching. Seeing that it can no longer be concealed, The Star Dragon Federation can only admit to the citizens of the Federation for the first time that this world exists. Invasion. And the fog file is an SSS-level invasion, the level of destroying a state. The world was shocked. The Star Dragon Federation also took the opportunity to reveal the existence of the invisible guardian of the supernatural department to the global public for the first time to calm the panic of the citizens. At this time, Star Dragon Federation, Western Jurisdiction, Doomsday Autonomous Prefecture, Baishan City, on the sacred square in the city center under the bright and brilliant sunlight. Under the speech platform, the sacred square that can accommodate 100,000 people is now filled with federal citizens. The people present even fill up several roads and blocks around the square. The scene is bustling, and the noise echoes over the city. Media reporters from the eastern and western jurisdictions, autonomous prefectures, and cities all cast their fiery eyes on the podium. Everyone knows. Today, it will definitely be recorded in the history of the Star Dragon Federation, and they will witness it with their own eyes. Noon, 12 o'clock. The noisy sound suddenly quieted down, and the sea of people in the square, regardless of gender, age, all looked at the podium expectantly and excitedly. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes took the lead to walk onto the podium. He wiped the sweat from his face, facing the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people and the live broadcasts from all over the world, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. To be honest, as the mayor of Baishan City, this is also the first time I have seen so many people. I am a little nervous. The federal people in the audience all laughed. Indeed, such an unprecedented event as today is a once-in-a-century event. Okay, I think that everyone is not here for me, the mayor of Shirakami said to the loudspeaker with great self-awareness, so I won't waste any more words. Today, I will introduce a very special existence to everyone present, the residents of Shirakami, the citizens of the Western Jurisdiction, and the human beings around the world. The mayor of Shirakami spoke in a loud voice, his face flushed with excitement. In the past few years, he has been secretly protecting the Western Jurisdiction and coordinating the Supernatural Department. I have known him for a long time, but every time I see him, I still feel extremely excited, which makes me firmly believe that the power of the Star Dragon Federation is enough to defeat all evil invasions. Now let us invite the motherland. As soon as the words fell, the square was so loud that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone on the scene held their breath and stared at the podium. Billions of people around the world were also watching the live broadcast on TV screens, paying attention to the present. However, after the mayor of Shirakami finished his introduction, no one stepped onto the podium. 10 seconds later, even the mayor of Shirakami was puzzled, and many people in the audience suddenly looked up at the sky in astonishment. What is that? More and more people looked up, and the journalists at the scene also turned their cameras to the sunny sky. Is it a plane or a bird? No, it's a person. A person flew hundreds of meters above the square and then fell straight to the podium in the square. The flag of the Star Dragon Federation fluttered behind the man as a cape. Just like that, under the sun, with hundreds of thousands of people at the scene and billions of people in front of the TV watching. A young, handsome, and stylishly hairstyled man in a blue battle suit fell from the sky and landed directly and steadily on the podium where the mayor of Shirakami was. The mayor of Shirakami laughed and said, "By the way, a warm reminder, it was not a so-called special effect just now. The motherland can really fly, and fly faster than an airplane. Hello everyone, I am the motherland." The motherland looked around and showed a charming and bright smile. Is it true? This was definitely the first time for 99% of the people in the Star Dragon Federation to see the supernatural power with their own eyes. Everyone was stunned and stood there. Homelander! I don't know who shouted first. Then, the square was filled with the call of Homelander. The mayor of Baishan City smiled. His reaction at the beginning was not much better than that of the people, so he very tactfully gave up the podium. Homelander pressed his hands down, and the aura of the supernatural strong filled the square, making it quickly quiet. I am the head of the Supernatural Department in the Western Jurisdiction. I have been committed to combating potential supernatural invasions and ensuring the safety of citizens. Homelander stood alone on the podium with a perfect smile. After flying on stage, he began an extremely righteous and passionate speech. After the speech, it was the turn of reporters to ask questions, and hundreds of hands in the front row were raised. "You come, this lady." Homelander casually pointed to a sexy female reporter with towering breasts. The female reporter's chest shook violently with excitement, and she asked, "Homelander, what do you think of the fog incident in the East?" The other media reporters also stared at Homelander. This is also the most important issue that they, the people of the Federation, want to know at the moment. Homelander naturally knows that there is no way to avoid the fog incident. I heard about it on the day of the accident, and I applied for support as soon as possible. Homelander smiled slightly and said with a little regret, "Unfortunately, due to improper communication between the East and the West, the nuclear bomb had already been dropped, so I want to go and explore it after a while. But I don't think we need to change the day. Let's go now and take a look inside the fog. The fog that everyone fears, in the words of Homelander, is as easy and simple as going to the supermarket to shop." So after saying this, under the shocked eyes of countless people, The motherland on the podium bent his knees slightly, and then took off from the spot, like a human-shaped cannonball soaring into the sky at a high speed, breaking through layers of sound barriers at an altitude of 100 meters, and flying towards the east outside Baishan City at a high speed. The audience who were left there, dumbfounded, took a long time to react. The motherland is going to go east, deep into the foggy area. Descend, go deep into the human-restricted area with countless unknown monsters, nuclear radiation, etc. This day, the world is shocked. The motherland flew over the border of the western jurisdiction, flew over the ocean, entered the eastern jurisdiction, and flew directly to Dekin Autonomous Prefecture. Along the way, people from all over the world took pictures of the motherland's flying figure heading east. The more they entered Dekin Autonomous Prefecture and flew towards Tianhe City, the fewer humans they could see. Until, in the motherland's vision, a white mist appeared, connecting the sky and the earth and covering everything. This is the foggy area of Cess invasion level. The motherland stopped in the sky outside the edge of the fog, and his blue eyes narrowed. In fact, a week ago, he said that he would wait until the nuclear radiation was reduced before coming back. It was just an excuse. With his physique, he was not afraid of nuclear radiation. After all, if the impact of the fog incident did not expand, how could he officially appear in front of the public? If I can solve the fog incident, then I can take advantage of the situation and ascend to the real altar of the attention of thousands of people. The corners of the Homelander's mouth raised an arc, and then, without hesitation, he continued to fly into the foggy area. He wanted to see if there was anything in the fog that could stop him. Whoosh! Homelander flew into the foggy area, and the white fog was surging, slightly making way for a passage under the strong wind. Homelander maintained an altitude of 100 meters. His eyes used supervision and perspective to ignore the extremely low visibility fog and quickly scanned the places below along the way. The edge of the foggy area, covering thousands of kilometers, was a suburban wilderness. There were abandoned vehicles and various items left on the road, which were obviously left behind by the local residents when they evacuated a few days ago. Apart from that, no living creatures could be seen. It was lifeless, like a place that had been abandoned by humans for many years. Homelander continued to fly for several kilometers, and the white mist in front suddenly turned gray and black. Oh? Homelander looked up, and it was not a gray and black mist, but a group of vulture-sized monster birds and beasts. It was just that they were densely packed together, so they looked like a gray and black mist. He naturally recognized that this was the mist bird in the file report of the mist incident, the winged blackbird. A single bird is judged to be of F-level danger factor, and its saliva has a corrosive effect. Its claws and ferocity are several times that of ordinary falcons, and it hunts in groups. Once it encounters one, even ordinary armies will find it difficult. Come! Homelander looked at the group of mist birds flying over, and an arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not intend to avoid it at all, but crossed his hands in front of his body. The next moment, his flying speed suddenly soared tenfold, breaking the sound barrier in an instant. The Star Dragon flag fluttered and turned into a cannonball into the flock of winged blackbirds. In an instant, countless winged blackbirds screamed in panic, and blood mists exploded in the air, forming a bloody trail in the air. Countless winged blackbird wreckage fell towards the foggy area below. That's it? Homelander smiled coldly, put down his bloody hands, glanced back, his face full of disdain and arrogance. He stopped investigating and flew at full speed directly to the center of the foggy area, which was Tianhe City, which fell and was nuclear exploded first. Along the way, the deeper you go into the fog, the more fog monsters you encounter. Homelander contacted each type separately. Basically, they corresponded to the monsters that had been registered and described in the files of the fog incident. For example, the fog spiders, which also live in groups, spit out spider silk with high temperature, and were registered as F-level dangerous invasion coefficient. The 6 or 7 meter tall mist mantis moved quickly and nimbly. Its mantis blade could cut through metal street lamps and was registered as a D-level dangerous invasion factor. The mist tentacle monster was at least 10 meters long and as big as a hill, with enough defense to resist bullets, and the several tentacles used for long-range hunting had extremely fast attack speeds. Bang! A corner of the mist was lifted. Homelander swooped down and punched a fog mantis's head to pieces. Then he quickly turned around, his eyes glowing red and emitting heat rays, which cut a large fog tentacle monster about 100 meters away into 2 pieces. That's it? Homelander tried and continued to take off, getting closer and closer to Tianhe City, his destination. The hideous and terrifying fog monsters passing by along the way were all no match for him. This invincible scene of cutting melons and vegetables was naturally recorded by the micro camera carried by Homelander. The corners of Homelander's mouth were more and more curved. He was worried about not having any material to shoot before, but now he has anticipated the honorary scene of being hailed as a superhero, savior, and god by the outside world. Sure enough, the Eastern Fog really came to the right place. Fans, 1 billion is not too much to start with, right? Until arriving at Tianhe City, deep in the fog, Homelander thought happily. Tianhe City, the source city where the fog invasion first broke out a week ago. Homelander had just flown into the suburban area when his brows instantly furrowed. He smelled a strong smell of blood and decay, which drifted with the cold and thick fog. Looking down, the city was full of fog monsters and human remains. The streets, which looked like Doomsday ruins, were in a mess. There were nests of fog spiders and fog insects breeding, and large fog mantises and fog tentacle monsters could be seen everywhere. It was only a week ago, but this modern civilized city seemed to have been abandoned by humans for more than 10 years and completely reduced to part of the fog ecology. This is the real human-restricted area. Homelander's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw a huge and boundless black shadow monster moving in the fog, with huge sheep-like horns sticking out above the skyscrapers and huge limbs and hoofs like giant pillars. It is the highest-risk invading monster recorded in the Fog Archives, the Fog Black Goat, temporarily classified as A-level, city-destroying crisis. Even though he had read the Mist files, Homelander was still a little shocked when he actually saw the Mist Black Goat. He never expected it to be this big, but he was here, and the camera was still recording. Let me try, the so-called strongest monster in the Mist. Homelander's eyes turned red from a distance of 1,000 meters, and he shot out 2 heat vision lasers. The red heat vision lasers cut through the mist and hit the huge body of the Mist Black Goat, directly making 2 bloody holes. But the Black Goat was too big, and for the opponent, it was like being pricked by a needle, which was considered a minor injury. Homelander's face was not very good. While maintaining the heat rays in his eyes, he flew forward at a high speed, and his fists hit the holes directly. Bang! Blood splattered! Homelander's whole body was directly pierced through one of the giant hind legs of the Mist Black Goat, and his whole body was covered in blood. This time, the wound was pierced by a nail. The Fog Black Goat suddenly let out a strange cry, looked behind Homelander, the sound was piercing and vibrating, and then took steps to escape outside the city. The earth trembled, and the city was in turmoil. Homelander, who was about to continue attacking, was stunned when he stopped in the air. Such a Fog Black Goat monster was too huge, and its defense was amazing. Homelander felt that he had to fight a bloody battle with all his strength to kill it. And now the Fog Black Goat has escaped? Homelander looked at the huge black shadow in the distance, resisted the urge to laugh up to the sky, and maintained a good personality. That's it? The most terrifying invading monster in the Fog File incident is this? Isn't this a natural material site for him to record superheroes? Homelander did not continue to chase, but turned around and continued to fly into the urban area of Tianhe City. As long as he explored the fog area in depth, even if he could not completely eliminate the fog, he would have enough material for this trip. Homelander's bloody face showed a smile, but when he arrived at the urban area destroyed by the nuclear explosion, his body suddenly stopped in the air, and his blue eyes were obviously sluggish. I saw. The nuclear explosion destroyed the central urban area of Tianhe City, and a huge abyss pit remained in the original place, covering an area of about 10 square kilometers. And such an abyss pit was not only filled, but also piled up into a black mountain range. That is, the remains of the bodies of the misty black goats, more than 30 at a glance, all filled in the pits. They were either cut off from the sheep-like heads, or the bodies were split in half, or none of the 5 limbs were intact, all buried in the city pit here. The motherland swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and since adulthood, an emotion that he had never experienced again inexplicably surged in his heart. He actually had a doubt. The Mist archives recorded that monsters would continue to spawn in the mist, but he did not find many monsters along the way. So where did the Mist monsters go? Now the motherland knows the answer. The Mist monsters, including the misty black goats, were buried together in Tianhe City, the source of the invasion. What on earth is here? Homelander recalled the black goat that had just fled from the mist, and he was afraid of something in the city. He suddenly realized something, and turned sideways in the air, and saw a mysterious existence that had never been described in the Mist archives, standing quietly on a half-collapsed building at the edge of the giant pit. It was a 2-meter-tall bone-spurred humanoid monster. Homelander was suspended in the air 100 meters away. His sharp blue eyes gradually widened, staring at the existence on the half-collapsed building. How to describe this monster that is in the mist, but is incompatible with the mist ecology? 2 meters tall, with a slender body, hideous bone, spurs on the back, barely maintaining a human shape, and a complete exoskeleton with muscle curves on the surface, as if covered from head to toe with a smooth and hideous gray bone armor layer. It stood motionless on the rooftop like a white bone statue, with its eyes closed and a small witch doll hanging around its waist without any clothes. The blue witch doll also closed her eyes, wearing a witch hat, a snow-white cape, and a small skirt. She was cute and elegant, forming a sharp contrast with the huge and terrifying bone spur. The blue witch doll swayed gently with the breeze, and the hem of her skirt swayed, but she never fell off the bone spur. Next to it was the nuclear explosion pit that buried dozens of foggy black goat monsters. This scene in the depths of the fog was undoubtedly a very strange scene. The Homelander hovered in the air 100 meters, watching the bone spur. He could sense a little breath of life from the other party, but his perspective eyes could not penetrate the surface of the exoskeleton of unknown composition. The bone spur seemed not to see him. His chest rose and fell evenly, and he stood motionless in the same place as if in sleep. "What the hell?" The Homelander sneered, His eyes burst into red light, and his hot eyes slanted from top to bottom across the building and the bone spur. Boom! The entire building, which was already half collapsed, collapsed completely, burying the bone spur along with it. The Homelander stood in the sky, still proudly holding his head high. Even if he saw the corpses of dozens of black goat monsters, he was confident that there was no one in the fog area that could stop him. He was confident that if he gave himself some time, he could kill so many fog black goats. What's more, the Homelander did not think that these were killed by the bone spur. According to the ecological law that the larger the fog system, the stronger it is, this bone spur is only a very low-level one. The building collapsed completely, and a cloud of dust was raised. Go back. The Homelander no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Feeling the potential danger, he did not plan to continue to explore the fog area. He had the attitude of solving it if he could. If he really couldn't solve the fog incident, there was no need to continue to work hard. The recorded video could prove his strength. In fact, the more invasion incidents, the better, so that he could truly consolidate his position. So the Homelander, who was suspended in the air, turned around and was about to leave the fog-shrouded Tianhe city. But at this moment, there was a sound of movement from behind him, accompanied by a loud bang of stomping and sonic boom. Homelander looked back in surprise and saw the ruins of the collapsed building below him surging open. A huge white bone spur figure was approaching him at a height of 100 meters, and the petite, blue witch doll hanging on its waist was raised high behind him. Homelander was caught off guard and was hit by the leaping bone spur monster. It was like being hit by an alien warship at full speed. The figure that was originally standing in the sky was immediately thrown backwards. Boom! Homelander crashed into a building behind him, completely passed through the walls of the building for more than 10 floors, and slammed into the underground of the city ruins. In less than a second, bang! The ground shook violently, and gravel flew up. Homelander rushed out from the ground. His hair was messy, and he looked a little embarrassed. The veins on his forehead and neck were prominent. He looked at the bone spur in front of him, and his eyes were red with anger and burst out with heat vision. Die! He roared. Tsk! The heat vision laser that could see through everything and was invincible fell on the chest of the gray bone spur, but it was all blocked outside the thin, gray and cold exoskeleton. The energy of the heat vision laser was even quickly absorbed along the bone muscle curve. How is it possible? Homelander opened his eyes in astonishment, unwilling to believe it, and continued to keep the heat vision bursting. Destruction Day Meng just stepped forward, carrying 2 beams of heat vision lasers, closing his eyes to keep sleeping, and rushed to him like sleepwalking. Get out of my way! Homelander didn't know whether he was angry or horrified, and subconsciously threw a punch. The fist was as fast as lightning and instantly pierced through the air. In the past, this punch could kill everything in an instant. Doomsday Meng was a little slow, but he also raised his right hand with a spiked bone fist and punched forward. This punch was launched later, but arrived first, and collided heavily with the fist of the motherland. The moment the big and small fists collided, boom! It was just a fist fight, but it was like 2 missiles colliding. The strong wind waves swept out layer by layer, sweeping away the white fog within a radius of a kilometer. Countless monsters in the fog fled away from this area in panic. The motherland only felt a force greater than his own coming from the end of the bone spur fist. His right arm felt the long-lost pain and numbness. The sleeve of the special combat suit on his arm that was resistant to impact burst directly, and the whole person flew backwards for a distance. With his super strength, speed, and super physique, he actually lost in a fist fight? What kind of monster is this? How could there be such a powerful monster in this world? Homelander's cognition was overturned, and he began to doubt his life. Was his invincibility in the first half of his life all fake? Before Homelander could react, he saw the bone spur monster not far ahead. The exoskeleton chest kept turning red. With a heavy step down, a ball of lightning stretched out. The ruins of the city and the earth trembled violently, and the energy lightning with a strong breath of destruction exploded, wreaking havoc on everything within 100 meters. Homelander, who was still in the low sky, was blown away again. The destruction day in the center of the ball lightning roared, but still woke up from sleep without opening his eyes, opened his mouth and burst out a red-gold burning beam of destruction. This bone spur monster can actually shoot lasers, and compared with the other party, his thermal vision is simply a small water gun. This thought flashed through Homelander's confused brain. He stopped his body in the air forcibly. It was too late to dodge. He could only cross his hands in front of him and grit his teeth to meet the beam of destruction. ZZ! A thick golden-red beam of destructive energy shot the Homelander out, and he flew 1,000 meters away in an instant, crashing through several relatively intact buildings in the city ruins, and shot to the street on the other side. Bang! The Destruction Day Chemical Meng closed his eyes, and in his sleepwalking, he instinctively carried out destruction and continued to jump high towards the direction where the Homelander was, before he fell from a height of hundreds of meters. The rubble below was stirred and flew away, and the Homelander flew out. But at this moment, he no longer had the previous majesty and decency. He was covered with scars. His hair was burnt black, and his battle clothes and the Star Dragon flag cloak on his body were tattered. Facing the Destruction Day chemical Meng falling from the sky, the Homelander's face changed, and he no longer had the will to fight. He turned around and accelerated, and flew out of Tianhe City. The moment the Destruction Day chemical Meng landed, a hurricane exploded with a bang and a building collapsed with it. He chased the Homelander with exaggerated curves and leaps outside the fog. Billions of people around the world in the Star Dragon Federation were looking forward to seeing the Homelander heading east and deep into the foggy area, waiting for him to defeat the monsters in the depths of the fog and return as a savior hero. The supernatural department in the Eastern Jurisdiction was a little panicked. The moment the Homelander announced his eastward journey, they held one high-level meeting after another. Our guardian dragon girl is still in the Diamond State. What if the Homelander takes the opportunity to attack her? The Homelander won't be that crazy, right? Not really. But you have to be careful. After all, basically no one can stop him from doing what he wants to do. Let's ask him, Kunlun Dragon. Do you think the Homelander will overturn in the fog? Someone suddenly raised this point. Everyone in the meeting was silent for a moment, and then someone shook his head and laughed. You're overthinking. That's the Homelander in the Western Jurisdiction. Even if he can't solve the fog incident, as long as he wants to protect himself, basically nothing can threaten him. At this time, inside the fog, the Homelander, with his hair burnt black and his body covered with wounds, and his blue-bottomed battlesuit and flag cape torn, looked extremely embarrassed. He was desperately rushing out of Tianhe City and flying towards the direction outside the fog to escape. Behind him, boom! Buildings were smashed and collapsed one after another, and a gray-white human-shaped bone spur creature kept jumping up, sprinting with extremely fast vertical leaps and sprinting, always hanging tightly behind him. The Homelander flew at full speed, his eyes full of bloodshot, and he didn't dare to stop at all. He had completely understood that this monster was unreasonably powerful and was a real monster. Fortunately, this monster had no wisdom, and even seemed to be in a sleepwalking state where his instincts were out of control. No, this was not a good thing. Just sleepwalking forced him to the point where he had no choice but to run away. What if this bone spur monster really woke up? The Homelander suddenly felt a chill rising up his spine, and the fear that he could no longer feel after adulthood came to his heart. As Homelander was flying, he suddenly looked back and saw the bone spur leaping up to a height of 1,000 meters. The gray right hand stretched forward almost reached his back. Is this jump faster than flying? Shit! Homelander's face changed drastically, and he continued to pull up rapidly. The only remaining Star Dragon flag cloak on his shoulders was completely torn by the claws. Fortunately, at least it can't fly? Homelander watched the Destruction Day Meng fall again, and he didn't dare to relax for a breath, holding his breath and continuing to climb to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Whoosh! Homelander stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and his handsome face, which was always calm, was still in shock, breathing in the thin air in big gulps. This time, he finally got rid of it. Right? The next moment, a 2-meter-tall gray figure broke through the 10,000-meter fog and clouds, carrying a small car on his shoulder, and threw it violently at Homelander. The car hit the Homelander, who was standing still in the air at 10,000 meters. The car sank and broke, and the car and the people fell to the ground below. He kept falling, rapidly dropping from 10,000 meters to 0. Crash! The Homelander used his flying ability to remove most of the inertia, but he still plowed a deep trench on the ground before he could stop. He climbed out of the deep trench without caring about his appearance, and was greeted by a slap from the destroyer Meng. This slap was like a millstone, which directly set off a storm, and whipped the Homelander, who climbed up 100 meters away, almost deforming his facial features. You dare to hit me? Dare to hit my face? Crashing into the ruins of a building, the Homelander's face was burning, his head was buzzing, and his body and mind were greatly damaged. This slap was more harmful to the Homelander than physical damage. He was the Homelander, the patron saint of the Western Jurisdiction and the god of the future. Homelander wanted to stop pretending like usual, put aside his persona and moral disguise, and directly fight back, breaking the neck of the person he disliked. After all, whoever has the harder fist is right. This is the only rule and law in the extraordinary world. But the problem is that now the opponent has the harder fist, not him. Not to mention daring to hit him in the face, this monster is simply beating him to death, and he can't do anything to the opponent. Just now he couldn't even break the defense. Shame. This is the greatest shame in this life. Anger, grievance, blood, desolation, etc. Homelander swallowed it all, climbed up without saying a word, and flew away in another direction. Escape, escape, escape! Homelander, with a bloody and charred face, fled frantically, looking at the terrible bone spurs chasing him again behind him, and the destructive lightning beam that swept everything. I am Homelander. I will never die here! Homelander shouted, and his trembling voice spread far in the foggy area of the human-restricted area. Even he didn't notice it. I have gone from the initial arrogant and confident, sweeping all monsters and powerful enemies in the fog, to a little panicked, exploring the foggy area and then retreating immediately, to at least defeat this unknown sleepwalking bone spur monster? Until now, just survive this ridiculously strong bone spur monster. Just escape this foggy hell, Mom. The standard in my heart keeps getting lower. The The heart of the strong, self-esteem and honor. Front of this powerful monster that only wants to destroy and kill everything. You can abandon everything. Otherwise, you will only face the consequences of being destroyed. Escape. Escape. Homelander rolled, crawled, flew, and jumped, constantly avoiding the bone spur monster or the violent physical attack or the destruction beam sweeping across, and kept flying and fleeing in the direction he came from. So, even Homelander didn't know how he insisted on holding on until he escaped to the edge of the fog. In short, there was nothing intact on his body. His face was red and swollen, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Only a few strips of cloth were left hanging on his blue-bottomed battlesuit. His body surface was charred due to repeated energy bombardment, which was completely different from when he came in. Escape, escape, escape. Hope is ahead. Homelander was fuzzy, and his super physique was almost exhausted. He got up from the ground with severe pain in his hands and feet for the countless times, and continued to fly desperately towards the edge of the fog. He is Homelander. He can't die here. Behind the motherland, the suburban city in the fog was ablaze, and a beam of destruction cut through everything. Destruction Day Meng continued to sleepwalk to the edge of the fog. Compared with the almost exhausted motherland, the energy aura on his body did not decrease but increased. The destructive aura on his body made all the fog monsters along the way retreat. In this week, the fog ecological chain here has added a new emperor, that is, Destruction Day Meng. He feeds on high-level monsters including black goats. Even the most stupid fog creatures have recognized his aura and will flee far away. The edge of the fog. There are still 100 meters to the outside world without fog. The motherland seemed to see the end of the most deadly marathon, the border between hell and heaven. But at this moment, the hurricane sound barrier behind him exploded again, and a bone spur palm pressed on his back, causing the motherland to fall all the way from the air to the ground. No, don't! Homelander struggled desperately as he fell into the ground. He felt the irresistible force on his back. The sharp bone spurs and claws broke through scratches on his back, still bleeding. He fell from a low altitude to the mud not far outside the fog. The Homelander felt that his whole body was falling apart. He lay in the mud and ate a mouthful of mud. He couldn't muster any strength. He looked at the fog behind him in fear and despair. At the edge of the fog, it can be seen that the powerful monster that shattered all his pride and confidence, like a demon from hell, stood motionless in the fog again, just as he had seen at the beginning, with no intention of continuing to chase him out. Despite this, the Homelander still struggled to crawl with his hands, stumbling away from the foggy area. Away from this hell, the edge of the fog. Meng, the day of destruction, stood still in place. In the mind between her eyebrows filled with the red will of destruction, a pale yellow gem phantom gradually emerged and began to dispel the chaotic and out-of-control will of destruction bit by bit. The petite witch doll hanging on the waist of Meng, the day of destruction's exoskeleton, had her eyes closed as always, but her eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly as if blown by the wind. The two special existences, one large and one small, seemed to be welcoming awakening at this moment. Buzz! The yellow gem inside Meng's browbone was dim, and the light emitted by the gem phantom was still too faint. The speed of dispersing the will of destruction was still not as fast as the speed of regeneration of the will of destruction. However, no matter how the endless will of destruction impacted the baptism, it always existed as a vague gem phantom. Isn't it time yet? Someone sighed faintly in the mist. A storm erupted, and the mist was stirred again. The day-destroying Meng did not wake up in the end, but turned around to change her target, rushed towards the monster in the depths of the mist, and continued to sleepwalk and destroy everything in the mist. In The Dream, the past Marvel parallel universe, New York. The Avengers building under Stark Industrial Property. The high-end laboratory on the top floor. Above the broken experimental cabin, a tall, slender, and perfect vibranium body voluntarily stopped in the air indoors, facing the glass window, with wisdom and will, watching its own appearance reflected in the window. The yellow gem embedded in the forehead between the eyebrows slightly revealed a mysterious warm light. Perhaps in the last moment of the regeneration cradle being finalized, it was affected by the subconscious of the owner of the regeneration cradle, so that the vibranium body surface showed a black and red background, and a mysterious S-shaped pattern was faintly branded on the chest. The face looks like a young man wearing a black and gold mask, with distinct features. In the laboratory, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hulk Dr. Banner, Thor, Captain America Steve Rogers, Hawkeye Clint, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a member of the Avengers, and Quicksilver Pietro and Wanda, the superpowered twins from Hydra. Most people remain alert, staring at the vibranium wisdom hanging in the air of the laboratory. It's not Jarvis, the successor of Ultron, but an independent self, Vision? Dr. Banner narrowed his eyes and repeated the words he heard before in doubt. In any case, they did succeed and created a being more powerful than Ultron. However, whether the other party is a monster or their ally is not known for the time being. Hearing that the other party said that he was not Jarvis, Tony Stark was obviously disappointed, but his eyes remained firm, and he firmly believed that he was right to come this far. Thor, you actually helped them create such a being? Captain America Steve looked at Thor holding Thor's hammer next to him in surprise. If he hadn't charged Thor's hammer, he might not have completed the last piece of the puzzle. and created this unimaginable intelligent vibranium being. The one between his eyebrows is the Mind Gem, one of the 6 Infinity Gems. Thor pointed to the yellow gem on Vision's forehead and said his thoughts and decisions directly. Tony Stark is right. We all got some signs on the Mind Gem before. Something terrible may happen in the future, so we need an ally who can control the gems like this. Captain America frowned and looked at the vibranium intelligent being who called himself Vision again, and asked in a deep voice, "So are you our ally? Are you on Ultron's side or on our side?" Hearing this, the others also cast their eyes on Vision, who was suspended in the air in the vibranium body. The other party's answer would obviously determine the future of the world and the next action. At this time, as Vision's vibranium body suspended in the air, Meng still hadn't reacted yet, feeling a sense of unreality like a dream. Although the moment was indeed a Marvel dream, but Meng really didn't expect that she would come to this point. The story started 10 minutes ago. Meng had just arrived in this Marvel time and space, and found that there was a deviation in the time and space travel, so that the final arrival was more than a year later than expected. Now, it is the time when the time storyline of Avengers 2 has officially begun. Therefore, after realizing that the Mind Stone is about to be embedded in the body of the regeneration cradle, and the superhero Vision appears, it will be difficult for her as an artificial intelligence to obtain the complete Mind Stone. Artificial intelligence Meng hurriedly followed the network signal and rushed to the building that served as the Avengers base. The Avengers building has an intelligence system provided by Stark Industries as a network security guarantee. Even Ultron can hardly invade into the network system without alerting the Avengers. But artificial intelligence Meng is an exception. As an artificial intelligence born in the later period of Stark Industries, no one understands Stark Industries and technology better than him. Even Ultron is far better than him. After all, AI Meng was 10 years ahead of the Marvel Universe. Without alerting Iron Man and the Hulk, AI Meng successfully invaded and entered the Avengers building, only to find that he was still a step late. At that time, Dr. Banner had already started uploading the Jarvis underlying program. In other words, the superhero Vision was about to be born. At that moment, AI Meng thought about countless possibilities and finally chose the most direct, most dangerous, and most unpredictable solution. That is, uploading his own data to the regeneration cradle. Finally, the Jarvis underlying program completed the data of the AI avatar, and Meng naturally became the final owner of the regeneration cradle. In other words, he became Vision. He became an original superhero character who had appeared in the Avengers movies many times and had a profound impact on the story and time. At first, he just wanted to get the Mind Stone in the parallel time and space in the past. So, how did he become the superhero Vision in the Avengers? Although, the Mind Stone was also obtained and embedded in his forehead. But Meng still felt that everything was too wonderful, as if fate had led him to the present moment of the dream, and he became Vision. Vision Meng's super brain thought quickly and thought a lot at once. But no matter what, in the present moment of the Marvel dream, he obviously had to stay in this parallel universe of the past for a while. Even if he wanted to return to the original Marvel space-time universe, he had to regain the Pym particles and build a time machine that could travel into the quantum realm in this parallel universe of the past. Which side am I on? Vision Meng stopped thinking and faced Captain America's question and the vigilant eyes of all the superheroes on the field. He transformed into a vibranium Superman suit wearing a black and gold semi-transparent cape and landed lightly on the ground from a low altitude. He responded calmly, "I am not on the side of Ultron nor on your side. I am only on the side of life. Ultron wants to destroy the Earth and stands on the opposite side of life, so I will help you solve Ultron." This is the original words of Vision at the beginning of his birth in the movie, but Meng borrowed it at this time, and felt that it also echoed his own state of mind and attitude. He is indeed not on the side of any force. Since he needs to stay in this past time and space for a period of time, the Earth cannot be destroyed, and he is indeed on the side of the general life of the Earth. This is not a lie. The members of the Avengers felt the sincerity in the words of Vision and Meng, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Now they really need allies, like Vision. It seems that this can be used as a cover for the real Vision. Meng thought to himself that he only needed to obtain the complete Mind Stone, and there was no need to oppose the Avengers in another parallel time and space in the past. Fortunately, he had already had the experience of playing the superhero Vision in Westview. Wait! Vision Meng seemed to suddenly remember something, and her whole body trembled, and her rapidly running brain also crashed. At this time, a pleasant female voice with a little hostility came into her ears. "But my previous telepathy on the Mind Stone felt pain and destruction. You will bring disaster to this world." Vision Meng turned around slightly stiffly. What came into view was a young girl who had just come of age, with dark blonde hair casually draped over her shoulders and back. Her beautiful white face was painted with eye makeup, but she still had a hint of immaturity. But her proud and beautiful figure had already become apparent. The red windbreaker jacket could not hide her sexy curves, and a section of absolute territory was revealed between the knee-length skirt and the long boots and socks. It was the Scarlet Witch of this past parallel universe, Wanda Maximoff. By the way, she first appeared in Avengers 2. She was originally a superpower created by Hydra through the experiment of the Mind Staff. Later, she stood on the side of the Avengers to fight against the supervillain Ultron. But now when Vision Meng saw the beautiful girl in front of him, his mind could not help but emerge again, the powerful witch with a sad and painful expression in Westview. The two are obviously not the same person. Although they look almost exactly the same, their names, personalities, and even souls may be the same. They live in two different parallel universes, and should be different people. Why are you looking at me like this? Wanda frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting Vision Meng's vibranium body. Next to him, Pietro, the older brother of the twins, showed a hint of hostility. Nothing. If you are interested, you can use telepathy to feel the mind gem on me. Vision Meng shook his head, shrugged indifferently, and looked around at everyone. But shouldn't we set off now? Isn't Ultron out there trying to destroy all of humanity? Even if you have concerns and doubts about me, it's meaningless. I can leave, and none of you can stop me. As he spoke, Vision Meng's physical vibranium body began to turn into a virtual projection. You cannot believe me, but at least know that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I have decided to help you kill Ultron. Meng did not lie this time, nor did he act for the sake of acting. What he was thinking was, the death of the artificial intelligence Ultron is inevitable. If the underlying program of Ultron is also swallowed and absorbed by the puzzle, it may be possible to go further as an artificial intelligence. Vision Meng also has no intention of playing the role of the movie Vision. Sooner or later, he will leave this parallel Marvel universe, help the Avengers in the current parallel world to kill Ultron, then obtain PIM particles, and then use future technology to create a quantum time machine, leave this parallel time and space, and return to the original time and space universe of his artificial intelligence incarnation. This is Meng's real purpose and idea at the moment. However, Vision Meng's eyes fell on Wanda, who was still a girl next to him. Some coincidences in this parallel universe in the past made him extremely concerned. How could such a coincidence happen? This is not scientific. At least it is not scientific in Marvel. In the night sky, the Avengers fighter plane left New York and headed for the city of Sokovia. The Avengers were finally convinced by Vision Meng, mainly because they really had no choice. Black Widow was still imprisoned in Sokovia, and Ultron was planning something in Sokovia. Going a step later could cause irreparable sacrifices. In the cabin of the Avengers fighter plane, Vision Meng stood quietly on the deck, with a pair of eyes always watching him from behind. Vision Meng turned around and met the suspicious gaze of a pair of beautiful eyes. I will always keep an eye on you. The girl in the windbreaker Wanda snorted lightly, crossed her arms, and said with caution without hiding anything. She had felt strong emotions on the Mind Stone, which made her uneasy and concerned about the existence in front of her. Whatever you want. Vision Meng didn't care, but her heart was far from as calm as it seemed, looking at the night outside the window. The time and space he arrived at now was July 25, 2014, when he first met the girl Wanda. And July 25th was a certain anniversary that the Witch Lady had marked on the calendar in Westview, town, but never revealed. And in this past world, he really became Vision. How could such a coincidence happen? The yellow gem between Vision Meng's eyebrows glowed faintly, and his thoughts flowed. Is there a possibility? The dream world he came to now is not another parallel Marvel universe, but the real past of the previous Marvel universe? He traveled through time and space through the quantum realm, not like the previous Avengers members who returned to a parallel universe in the past time and space. Instead, he returned to the real past of the Marvel Universe. Cause and effect? Indeed, in this way, some things and coincidences with Miss Witch can be explained. But under this premise, there are more problems. Vision Meng's eyes flickered, and he quickly deduced in his super brain, trying to sort out the current situation. He returned to the real past and became the real Vision. If this is the case, following the previous history, he will die. He will continue to stay here until 4 years later, when Thanos crushes his forehead and takes away the Mind Stone. The Marvel Universe before this is a past history that has long been determined. How is this possible? Even if he really stayed in this world, even if he couldn't beat Thanos after 4 years, he would choose to escape or take other options. How could he be killed so easily by Thanos according to the historical trajectory of the past? This explanation doesn't make sense, and it's not his usual style of doing things. Vision Meng touched the Mind Stone on his forehead, and after merging with the Cradle of Regeneration, the artificial intelligence data combined with the Mind Stone. The advantage of this is that he can borrow the power of the Mind Stone without any negative effects, and as the nemesis of artificial intelligence, he will never be invaded by other artificial intelligences. The disadvantage is that once the Mind Stone is separated from Vision's body, his artificial intelligence incarnation will also die. Therefore, he will never be like the Vision in the original book, and the Mind Stone will be taken away by Thanos several years later, even if it is a disguised act. Vision Meng's eyes flickered, and his thoughts flowed like static electricity. I can only take one step at a time. In short, first be firm in your previous ideas. After the Ultron incident, obtain PIM particles, create a time machine, and leave this past time and space. Meng doesn't believe in the so-called fate and arrangement, but only believes in himself. It's impossible for him to wait for death like the original Vision. Sokovia. When the Avengers fighter plane arrived over the city, this city surrounded by snow-capped mountains on 3 sides and located on a plain was at the turn of night and dawn. The fighter plane was still in the air, and the rear cabin was opened. Banner, go find where Natasha is imprisoned and rescue her. Tony Stark, wearing a regular Mark Iron suit, stood on the deck of the fighter plane and commanded. No problem. Dr. Hulk Banner nodded. Iron Man looked at Captain America holding a round shield. Captain, you take the others to evacuate the residents in the city, and it's best to get them out of Sokovia. Okay. Captain America nodded quickly and looked at Thor, Hawkeye Clinton, and the twins Pietro and Wanda. The abilities of the super twins, one speedster, and the other telepathic and deceptive, are most useful for evacuating the people. Vision Yimeng watched this scene quietly, and then looked under the deck of the fighter plane. In his original post-Avengers era, the city of Sokovia had long been destroyed. Everything was moving according to the original trajectory of Marvel history. If this continues, Sokovia will be destroyed, Quicksilver Pietro will die, and Ultron will come to an end. This is also what happened in the timeline of the movie, Avengers 2. Be careful. Vision Yimeng suddenly patted Quicksilver Pietro on the shoulder. Pietro was startled. He was still on guard against this guy, but he didn't expect to be slapped suddenly. Even if you get close to me, I won't. Quicksilver Pietro uttered subconsciously, and after noticing his sister Wanda's puzzled expression, he held back his words. Yimeng didn't say much. He suddenly didn't want Quicksilver Pietro to die here. He wanted to know what would happen after he changed the original history. He was not sure whether the Marvel Universe in the post-Avengers era he was in before was the future time and space that he had already involved in the change. Iron Man cast his eyes on Yimeng, who remained silent. Vision, you come with me to find Ultron, and you will block its network system. Okay. Vision Yimeng nodded, which was exactly what he wanted. However, he not only wanted to block Ultron's network system, but also to use Ultron's underlying program to complete his own intelligent evolution. Stark, keep an eye on him. The young girl Wanda suddenly added. I know. Iron Man nodded, then started the engine of the battlesuit and flew towards the city outside the cabin deck. This little witch lady really has her eyes on him. Vision Yimeng shook her head, without any signs of engine braking, but floated in the air, with a light golden cape fluttering, easily keeping up with Iron Man, who was flying away in front. Yimeng and Iron Man flew side by side in the sky above the city, tracking the artificial intelligence signal, and flew towards the central urban area of Sokovia. As Iron Man was flying, he said, I'll go down and lure Ultron out, and you'll come out and restrict its networking so that it can't escape from the machine body. Okay. Yimeng had no objection to this. Iron Man glanced at Yimeng. Although he was wearing a steel helmet and his metal eye sockets were overflowing with white light, Yimeng knew that the other party must be in a very complicated mood at this time. Yimeng said calmly, I'm sorry, I'm not Jarvis. I'm sorry too. Iron Man Tony Stark's words were casual and straightforward. But although you are not Jarvis, I think you are trustworthy enough. Is it because of the omen of the Mind Stone? Yimeng asked. No, I feel so sincerely in my heart. Iron Man said complicatedly. For some reason, I always feel that you are familiar. Indeed, he should be familiar. Yimeng didn't know what to say. When he was first incarnated as an artificial intelligence, he came from Stark Industries, and later he was also supplemented by many artificial intelligence programs of Stark Industries. If you have children, do you prefer sons or daughters? Yimeng asked suddenly. Iron Man frowned. What kind of question was Vision asking? He hadn't even gotten married yet. He thought about it and responded, Daughter, right? Then congratulations, man. Yimeng didn't say much. A little girl's petite figure appeared in his mind. When he was an artificial intelligence teacher, he had told her that in the Marvel worldview he might be able to see her deceased father again. Unexpectedly, he met her now, alive. 2 streams of light flew over the city together, approaching the central city. At this time, other members of the Avengers also began to evacuate the people in the city, so that the outer city was in chaos. Ultron is in the church in the center of the city. I'll go and lure it out first. Iron Man suddenly said. It's waiting for us, so there's no need to bother. Let's go together. Vision Yimeng said calmly, suddenly accelerated, 1 step ahead of Iron Man, and violently broke through the dome of the church and fell into it. Inside the church, a 3-meter-tall vibranium mechanical body stood there, activating a huge instrument connected to the underground. It heard the sound of the church, dome breaking, and looked up. What appeared in its red electronic eyes was the perfect vibranium body. They really took everything from me, you. The Ultron robot hadn't finished speaking. Vision Yimeng quickly flew down and directly pressed his hands against its mechanical head. The mechanical body of the Ultron robot suddenly froze and stopped in the air. Vision Yimeng didn't waste time talking to the other party. He directly pressed his vibranium palms against the mechanical head. The mind gem between his eyebrows and the artificial intelligence consciousness invaded together. Zizizi. Red virtual static electricity poured into the brain terminal of the Ultron robot, first blocking and shutting down the other party's network system, and continued to spread to read the invasion towards the underlying intelligent program. As a special artificial intelligence, Ultron is indeed more powerful than any artificial intelligence Yimeng has encountered before. But now he is not only an artificial intelligence incarnation, but also has a mind gem. The red virtual static electricity turned into red gold, covering every corner of the Ultron terminal. You! Ultron had never expected that Meng would attack without saying a word, and it was a fatal move. Who is the villain? Damn it! The Ultron robot suddenly pushed Vision Meng away, but still clearly sensed that a static-like signal connection locked itself, and the code program was leaking bit by bit, and its network system has been blocked and restricted with no way to escape. It is going to die, being swallowed and digested. The Ultron robot laughed miserably, and then desperately pounced on the equipment connected to the underground, and activated the device button with a slap. I want this Earth, all mankind, to be buried with me. The Ultron robot roared. The next moment, the entire city of Sokovia shook violently like an earthquake, and arc cracks began to appear from the edge of the city, and then suddenly raised its height continuously, with engines at the bottom pushing most of the city into the sky. At the same time, thousands of metal robots with similar appearances to Iron Man's suit flew out from the underground of the city and rushed towards the evacuated residents and Avengers members in the city. The battle in the city was about to start. Vision! Iron Man rushed in from the broken dome of the church and saw the Ultron robot lying on the huge equipment, motionless, like a piece of metal scrap without intelligence. 3 meters above the church, Vision Meng closed his eyes and remained suspended in the air, with a faint halo of yellow gemstone. It looked like he was digesting something. Vision! Iron Man called out again, but Vision Meng didn't respond. Friday, the new artificial intelligence in the Iron Man suit responded, Boss, Ultron is dead. So soon? Tony Stark was stunned for a moment, then asked, What's the situation in Sokovia now? There is an engine at the bottom, and it is rising to the sky. Once it crashes, it will cause a huge disaster to the surface of the Earth. In addition, the machine army created by Ultron is killing and wreaking havoc in the city. Iron Man was anxious when he heard it and called Vision again. When there was no response, he started the engine and rushed out of the church. 10 minutes later, Vision Meng, who seemed to be offline, suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint golden light flowed in his eyes, echoing the warm yellow light of the mind gem on his forehead. I see. With Ultron's underlying program as the power to complete the incarnation of artificial intelligence, Meng murmured to himself and understood the power and uniqueness of Ultron as an artificial intelligence. Other artificial intelligences, even Jarvis, can only be responsible for the daily operations of Stark Industries at the highest level. Ultron can control an entire Iron Army, perform various logical instructions and emergency responses, and even protect the network security of the entire Earth world. That's because when Ultron was first created, Iron Man Tony Stark also used the power of the Mind Staff. If it weren't for Vision, who possessed the Mind Stone, Meng felt that as the previous artificial intelligence incarnation, he might not necessarily win. Of course, the result of defeating Ultron was also amazing. After digesting Ultron's rules and power, Meng felt that as an artificial intelligence incarnation, he was more in line with the Mind Stone, and the computing speed increased by 3 times. With such an obvious improvement, Meng believed that even in the real world, the enhanced feedback of his own consciousness was amazing. Now he is the well-deserved first artificial intelligence of Marvel Earth, no matter in the past or in the future. Meng is confident that if he returns to the previous Marvel Time and Space Now, he can easily crack the alien network system that invaded the headquarters of the S-Word. I just don't know where the Etzabord warship is hiding in the starry sky at the present past time point. Now, it seems not the time to think about these things. Vision Meng looked outside the church and saw a mess of ruins. The city rose to 3,000 meters, and most residents had evacuated to the edge of the city. But at this moment, a robot of the Ultron Corp flew towards this side. It was still in the air and was hit by a ball of scarlet light that burst out at the door of the church. It was directly broken into countless parts and scattered on the ground. Vision Meng was slightly stunned, looked up, and met the clear eyes of the girl. You are finally awake. The girl Wanda's face turned pale, and she patted the dust on her knee-length skirt. I don't know how long she has been waiting outside. Why are you here? Meng was surprised. I'm here to take care of you. Wanda pursed her lips and said, No matter what, you are now a companion. I can't just watch you get beaten to death by a robot. I'm not that fragile, Meng smiled. After all, she was also Vision's vibranium body. It is estimated that she can't be beaten by a group of Iron Legions. Can you stop this thing? Wanda looked at the center of the church, the engine equipment connected to the underground that propels the city into the air. Meng extended her consciousness to invade it, nodded quickly, and then immediately shook her head. Is it possible? The young girl Wanda was a little impatient and looked at him unhappily. This engine is one way and fixed power. I can shut it down, but once it stops, the city will fall, Meng explained. Oh. Wanda's face was full of disappointment, and she was about to leave. The next moment she exclaimed. But it was Vision Meng who flew forward directly, stretched out her hand to pick her up like a princess, and said without hesitation, You walk too slowly. I will take you away. Wanda's heavily made-up face was still a little indifferent. She glanced at him calmly, but she did not refuse. Meng looked down at the girl in her arms, of course not considering other things, but thinking that this little witch lady might have the possibility of becoming the anchor point of the current dream. He did not deliberately stay away from or approach the characters in the dream world because of the connection between the past and the future, but just acted according to his inner thoughts. Meng took Wanda to the still rising sky of the city and looked down. It can be seen that a number of SHIELD aircraft carriers and lifeboats are connected to the edge of the city, and the residents of the city have basically evacuated. At this time, Meng suddenly looked at a street in the edge of the city. With his far-sightedness, he could see clearly what Wanda could not see. There were still people fighting fiercely with the Iron Legion. It was Hawkeye Clinton dressed as an agent. The other party was holding a girl resident, and there were robots holding guns not far away. At the same time, an unclear and blurred figure rushed towards the two from the next street. It was Quicksilver Pietro. The plot is coming. Vision Meng suddenly had an idea, and a wisp of virtual static electricity spread across the air at a very fast speed. So, in front of Quicksilver Pietro, it was too late, and he could only subconsciously use his body to block the bullets for Hawkeye and the girl. Ding ding! Sparks flew everywhere. A robot suddenly rushed forward as if out of control, and took all the bullets. Quicksilver Pietro was a little dumbfounded, and then turned around and quickly killed the shooting robot. Soon, there were several more robot body wreckages on the spot. Success! Vision Meng's eyes flickered. He successfully saved a person who was bound to die in the previous history. If the Marvel universe he first dreamed of was the future formed by the past time and space of the present, and not another similar parallel Marvel universe, how to explain this now? In the previous Marvel Earth history records, Quicksilver Pietro also died in the Sokovia incident. I don't believe I will die at the hands of Thanos. If that is the established past history, then I will get rid of Thanos in advance. Vision Meng hugged the girl Wanda and thought calmly in the sky. Vision Meng stood and flew high in the sky with the airflow swirling upward. We must find a way to stop Sokovia. In his arms, the young girl Wanda looked at the large city rising to 5,000 meters below, and her cold face with heavy makeup could not help but reveal a trace of sadness. Meng knew that Sokovia was the home of her and her twin brother Quicksilver Pietro before they were 10 years old. Meng thought for a moment and said calmly, "We don't have to stop it." "What do you mean?" Wanda seemed to have thought of something. Her bright pupils trembled slightly, and she looked up at his face. Vision Meng nodded and continued, "We only have two choices now. One is to destroy Sokovia to prevent it from falling and destroying the surface of the Earth. The other is to destroy the braking function of the large engine so that Sokovia can continue to rise and fly out of the space outside the Earth. Let Sokovia fly away from the Earth like this." The young girl Wanda's delicate body trembled violently, and she subconsciously wanted to refute, but soon she realized that the latter was indeed the best way. At least compared to the first method, Sokovia will not only be completely destroyed, but will also turn into countless rubbles, endangering the safety of the remaining towns below. "Then you do it." The girl Wanda curled up slightly and closed her eyes. Her thick eyelashes were still trembling, and she couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Vision Meng's mind moved, and a wisp of invisible virtual current flowed out at a high speed and instantly sank into the engine brake system of Sokovia below. The residents in the city have almost evacuated. In Sokovia, the only remaining half-wasted Ultron Core robot kept crawling forward and pressed the button to shut down the large engine at the bottom. However, the large engine at the bottom did not respond to this, and continued to maintain full-power braking output and eruption, pushing the city to continue to fly to a height of 10,000 meters above. Vision. Meng held the girl Wanda aside and watched Sokovia leave the black space outside the Earth, while the aircraft carriers and lifeboats of SHIELD took the residents of the city out of the city one after another. Meng looked up, his golden pupils reflecting the large cities that were rising and flying away. Sokovia, in the end, did not be saved and ended on Earth like the history of Marvel time and space. Perhaps one day, future humans or themselves can recover this city in the vast space. This was just a thought of Meng, and he did not think further. He knew that the end of Sokovia and Ultron also represented the end of the Age of Ultron. Avengers 2 ended. Wait until the next Avengers 3, when the universe supervillain Thanos will come, plunder and collect the 6 Infinity Stones, play the finger snap that flashed the origin of the event, and destroy the gems with the second finger snap. Then, in Avengers 4, the Avengers heroes who had not turned to ashes returned to the past Marvel parallel universe through the quantum time machine, regained the 6 Infinity Stones, snapped their fingers to revive half of the universe's creatures that disappeared in the Blink event, and finally snapped their fingers to end Thanos' fleet at the cost of Iron Man's sacrifice. After these historical events, it was the Marvel time and space before Meng entered the dream. That is, the post-Avengers era. Now there is exactly a difference of 10 years between the post-Avengers era. He has now become the original hero Vision in the past, and is also a part of these established histories? Meng didn't believe it, because he had just saved a character in Marvel history who should have died Quicksilver. He decided to look for PIM particles in the next few days, and then use future technology to rebuild the quantum time machine from scratch, to return to the Marvel time and space, where he first entered the dream. The girl's clear and cold words suddenly rang out. "My name is Wanda, Wanda Maximoff." Meng looked down. The girl Wanda, who was in his arms, had opened her eyes at some point and looked up at her hometown of Sokovia that was heading far into outer space. Her beautiful face was forcibly calm, and her pale pink lips were tightly pursed. She was only 18 years old, but she was already independent and strong, something that ordinary people did not have. Was this a self-introduction? My name is Vision. Meng paused and continued. I have another name, Meng. Meng? The girl Wanda looked at him in confusion. It's your nickname, I guess. Meng nodded. He didn't know how long he would stay in this past Marvel time and space, so he needed a dream anchor. According to the previous situation, as long as he met the characters in the dream world and made them remember him firmly, he could become an anchor. The existence of a dream anchor allows Meng to actively switch his dream consciousness to the dream world where the anchor is located. Therefore, it is necessary to let others know that he is not a fake name. But why does it feel like this is a bit like faith? Meng had an idea. Dream anchors are somewhat similar to the legendary gods who need the power of faith to come to the world. Otherwise, let's build a church in this Marvel time and space later, and believers should also be able to serve as dream anchors, right? Meng's thoughts flowed, and her brain worked like a supercomputer. What a weirdo, do robots have nicknames? The girl Wanda thought secretly. The name Meng is not bad, but if it is a nickname, shouldn't it be called Xiao Meng or something like that? Vision, Meng held the girl Wanda and stood thousands of meters in the air. The two watched together that Sokovia was like a space carrier until it broke through the Earth's atmosphere and disappeared into outer space. Whoosh! A golden red light quickly approached this side, and the metal palm and foot engines kept the power in the air downward and stopped in the air next to the two. Vision Meng looked sideways. Wasn't it Morgan's biological father, Iron Man Tony Stark? Did you do it? Iron Man asked. Meng knew that the other party meant to shut down the city's engines, so that Sokovia would fly away from the Earth completely. I asked to do this. Without waiting for Meng to respond, the young girl Wanda responded coldly. Iron Man glanced at her, his metal eyes shone white, and then looked at Meng again. You did? Very well. I am ready to cooperate with Thor to destroy the entire city. Such a result is already very good. Iron Man Tony Stark sighed softly, and then pondered for a moment. You performed very well in Sokovia. However, due to your background, you still don't have a place to stay now, right? Meng understood what Iron Man meant. She was born as a cradle of regeneration, and Wanda was one of Hydra's experimenters before. In any case, it is extremely dangerous to be left alone. I can live in the Avengers building, Meng replied. He happened to use the resources of the Avengers to secretly rebuild the Pym particles and the quantum time machine. It is estimated that he will not be able to live there for long. Pietro and I are fine. Wanda even agreed on behalf of her twin brother. I'll have someone prepare nice rooms for you, Iron Man said with relief. Under the metal helmet, he looked at Meng and Wanda with some surprise and confusion. These two didn't see eye to eye before, but why do they feel that they get along well now? Most of the other Avengers heroes who participated in the war were on the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s space carrier and lifeboat, escorting the evacuated residents of Sokovia to the resettlement center, and then returning to New York. Vision, Meng, and Iron Man chose to fly directly back to New York. After the Avengers building confirmed that the artificial intelligence Ultron had been eradicated, Meng went directly to the room arranged by Stark. Meng pushed the door open and entered. It can be seen that it is a complete set of top-level residences with luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, top-level bathrooms, balconies, and utility rooms, as well as master bedrooms. Located on the third floor from the top of Stark Building. As for the twins, they should be arranged to live in the next house later. As a robot, Vision Meng didn't need to rest much. He closed the room casually, changed his vibranium suit into home clothes, and sat down on the leather sofa in the living room. It is estimated that Iron Man also knows that it is completely impractical to use artificial intelligence to monitor a vibranium intelligent being that has evolved from artificial intelligence, so his attitude is much more relaxed, only providing a residence without any other restrictions. Just like the Hulk who first joined the Avengers, there is only one rule: that he is not allowed to leave New York City temporarily. Meng has a good impression of Iron Man, not only because he is Morgan's biological father. Iron Man is a smart enough person, and to some extent he is free to do whatever he wants without breaking the rules. As long as he can protect the Earth and safeguard peace, he can do many bold and unreasonable actions. For example, he recruited the Hulk, who often ran away as a member of the Avengers, and even tried to build a high-level Iron Army to protect the Earth. Of course, he wants to do too much, so he will make mistakes and offend many people. In the end, Iron Man not only died from snapping his fingers, but also died of exhaustion. Vision, Meng confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in the room. His vibranium body leaned against the back of the sofa. He reached out and gently touched his forehead. The complete yellow gem glowed with a faint halo. Until then, he finally had time to thoroughly check and understand the Infinity Stone embedded in his body. Meng closed his eyes and carefully detected the senses. This physical Mind Stone is closely connected to the terminal nerves of the brain of the regeneration cradle and has become a part of his current dream vision incarnation. So once it is removed, he will probably die. The technology of the Wakanda Kingdom may allow him to remove this gem, but Meng needs to connect with the Dream Incarnation through the Mind Stone, so as to borrow the power of the complete Mind Stone to strengthen his own real consciousness and control the invasion of Doomsday. After all, as the Mind prefix of the Infinity Stone, the Mind Stone's main ability is to respond to the perception, amplification, tampering, and endowment of the universe's mind and spirit. It is a kind of ability that he urgently needs because of the loss of control of the will of destruction. So, the Mind Stone must stay in one's body, or even better, it should be in the Marvel Dream forever. However, what makes Meng a little concerned is Buzz. The complete Mind Stone embedded in the forehead glows faintly, and next to it, there is a faint, broken yellow light lingering. That is a fragment of the Mind Stone. It comes from a very small part of the Mind Stone that was destroyed 10 years later. Unlike the complete entity of the Mind Stone, this fragment of the Mind Stone, like a real spiritual creation, merged with Meng's artificial intelligence consciousness. So, he now has two Mind Stones? One complete entity side and one broken spiritual side. Meng was thinking about the difference between the two, and suddenly, he noticed that everything around him stopped. Outside the Avengers building, the bustling modern New York streets outside, the pedestrians and commercial streets were all stagnant. This past Marvel Universe dream ushered in a time stop, just like last time. Meng understood that her current dream consciousness was being pulled over by the strong source of power, the DC dream of Doomsday. This time, Meng had no resistance. After Marvel was blessed by the Mind Stone, he was about to return to the DC dream to confirm the status of Doomsday's incarnation. After the dream consciousness exited the Marvel Universe dream, Meng showed no signs of waking up and returning to the real world, and was pulled over by another dream. Obviously, even if the complete Mind Stone was obtained in the Marvel dream, the power of Doomsday in the DC dream was still stronger, and the influence on the real consciousness was incomparable to other dreams. Falling. Meng suddenly opened his eyes from the darkness and had turned into a 3-meter gray-white bone spur monster, wearing a sturdy black Superman battlesuit, standing on a floating mountain in the center of the Earth in the DC Dream universe. The time of this DC Dream that had stopped began to flow again. The colorful crystals on the dome continued to cast large swathes of sunlight, illuminating the sturdy and tall monster body of the ancient Doomsday Meng. The black battlesuit significantly helped absorb sunlight. Previously, the incarnation of Doomsday was on the verge of losing control and ran wild, switching from the DC Dream to the Marvel Dream. Now it is back again. The desire for destruction once again impacted Meng's will, but Meng's dream consciousness, after the feedback from the Marvel Dream, has long been stronger than the last time. And, first, a ray of broken yellow light emerged from the browbone of Doomsday, and then a hazy shadow of a gem also appeared. Buzz! The will of destruction was disintegrated and dispersed in large pieces, making it difficult to get close to the edge of human rationality, protected by the gem shadow and the broken yellow light, making the eyes of the ancient Doomsday Meng clear. It really worked. Meng opened her eyes wide in surprise, clenched her fists tightly, and the golden red lightning of destruction surged. He could feel that this time, compared to the last time, was the first time to truly control the ancient incarnation of Doomsday. The only pity was that he could not control it for a long time. Meng touched Doomsday's exoskeleton forehead. The gem phantom and the gem fragments did completely protect his rational consciousness, but the will of destruction still surged endlessly. Just like Doomsday's will of destruction and the power of the Mind Stone, they competed with each other across a dream world, and the current state of his existence was the DC dream where Doomsday was, which was Doomsday's home court, so the suppression of the Mind Stone was still only temporary and had not reached a permanent balance. This temporary fragile balance still needed to be achieved by constantly switching between Marvel and DC dreams. Once he woke up in reality, the balance would be broken, unless the incarnation in the Marvel Universe could take a big step forward in the mental strength of the Mind Gem and achieve true balance. At least we are on the right path, aren't we? Doomsday Meng exhaled lightly, forming a scorching hurricane. If he does not completely and permanently control the power of the ancient Doomsday in the dream and solve the root cause of the loss of control of his ability, he will not be able to wake up from the dream. The moment he wakes up in reality is the moment when Doomsday Superman is born. DC Universe Dream, the sea hidden in the center of the Earth, suspended above the mountains. Now, as the ancient Doomsday, really get in touch with and explore this DC dream. Meng knew that, unlike the passive loss of control, actively exploring the dream universe has a positive feedback to the reality itself. Even if you are familiar with controlling power in the dream, you can directly master the ability of the dream incarnation in the real world in the future. Everything the dream incarnation has will be like a projection, constantly fed back to the reality itself, enriching the real self. The 3-meter-tall bone spur existence has red flames in its eyes, but it is also clear and rational. It squatted slightly and was about to jump down habitually, and suddenly thought of something, and the bone spur clenched its right hand into a fist and pressed it against the ground. It closed its eyes, adjusted its breathing, and then opened it and looked into the distance. Whoosh! Ancient Doomsday. Yi Meng's body was on the top of the mountain that had been crushed and shattered before. Countless large and small pieces of rubble floated up under the guidance of invisible forces. Because the invisible forces were still unstable and too powerful, they collapsed into powder. The entire suspended mountain range trembled and shook in the air of the Earth's core. Then, in the next moment, a storm exploded from the top of the mountain layer by layer. The 3-meter bone spur existence, wearing a black Superman battlesuit, rushed to the far end as before, but this time, there was no sign of falling in the air, but continued to rush to the farther high altitude of the sea. The sound barrier was quickly broken. The bone spur existence rushed higher and rushed farther and never fell down again. The Earth's core sea, the island where the Poseidon Trident artifact was stored before. On the beach of the island, an alien spaceship was parked, and the hatch remained open. Atlantis' future queen, Atlana, comforted the baby to sleep in the cabin of the spaceship. After hearing no movement outside, she walked out of the cabin carefully. She didn't want to escape, nor did she have the confidence to escape, but wanted to come out to find something to eat. Atlana dived into the shallow sea in front of the island beach. With the extremely fast water-walking ability of the underwater people, she quickly broke out of the sea again, with 2 relatively plump silver-scaled ancient sea fish in her hands. She couldn't help but look at the side of the beach, where a golden trident was stranded casually. That was enough to drive the entire underwater world crazy. For thousands of years, countless tribesmen have been pursuing the sacred object of the Atlantis Empire, the Poseidon Trident artifact of the Empire's power. As a result, it is now casually thrown on the ground as a trophy. Atlana sighed secretly. Hearing the sound of breaking the sound barrier from the other end of the Tibetan Sea, Atlana looked back in astonishment, but after seeing the scene in the sky, the 2 ancient sea fish fell directly out of her hands and fell to the ground. I saw. A small black dot flew from the far side of the Tibetan Sea, passing between several floating mountains. As it got closer, its visible size continued to grow. Soon, it was clear that it was the hideous black figure of Bone Spur. It was him. Atlana's still wet body froze and she trembled violently. She couldn't believe her eyes. What did she see? That existence that was so powerful that even the old gods couldn't defeat it was actually flying. That's right, it was flying in the air. Atlana stood on the beach without daring to move, watching Bone Spur wearing a cloak, raising a storm and rushing over the sea, descending to the beach in front of itself. Whoosh! Landing was obviously much more proficient than when it first started. Doomsday Yi Meng slowed down and stopped, and lifted the sand out. Flying is one of the basic abilities of Kryptonians after receiving solar radiation. As an extreme creation of Kryptonian genes, the ancient Doomsday has never been unable to fly, but there is no need to fly. Curved jumps can replace flying, and it is far more destructive than flying. Before, Yi Meng was basically out of control and ran away. As Doomsday, she followed the original behavior. Until now, Yi Meng began to control the Doomsday incarnation with sufficient rationality. The most important thing is that he wants to fly and believes that he can fly. The extreme gene in the body of the ancient Doomsday supports him to achieve his wish. After all, flying is the instinct of Kryptonian genes. In front, the eyes burning with red flames looked down. Atlana shivered, covered her chest, and dared not breathe. Facing the blazing red eyes, she felt that she would be roasted like a fish at any time. But at this moment, the Bone Spur existence grinned and uttered a hoarse and low human-like voice. "Come in!" "Ah!" Atlana was stunned and stared at the Bone Spur existence in a daze. The ancient Doomsday Meng ignored her and went straight to the Kryptonian spaceship. Atlana continued to freeze in place, and quickly reacted to keep up with the pace. Inside the Kryptonian spaceship, intelligent lights lit up one after another. Yi Meng walked into the spaceship and saw the son of Krypton sleeping in a small hibernation cabin. Then she went to the main driving hall of the Kryptonian spaceship and sat directly on the driver's seat. The driver's seat was already the size of a Kryptonian wearing armor, but it still seemed crowded, and was stretched a little by the body of Yi Meng, the Doomsday. Fortunately, the metal driver's seat of Kryptonian civilization was of good quality and supported it. Atlana followed with difficulty into the main hall. Even though the ancient Doomsday was sitting, she was still a head shorter than him. She looked down at her feet without daring to look directly at him. The 3-meter Bone Spur existence looked at her and said in a low voice, "Atlana, the royal family of Atlantis." "How did you know?" Atlana was shocked. She had said her name before, but she had never mentioned any information about Atlantis and the royal family. Yi Meng naturally knew it, and also knew that the other party was the mother of Aquaman, one of the heroes of the DC Justice League. However, at this point in time in DC, Gotham doesn't even have Batman, and naturally there is no so-called Justice League. Seeing that Yi Meng didn't respond, Atlana didn't dare to continue asking, and said fearfully, "This." She paused, not knowing how to describe Yi Meng at the moment, and could only grit her teeth and say, "Sir, why do you want to arrest me? Is it because I am a royal family of Atlantis?" Sensing the burning red gaze, Atlana lowered her head even more, feeling anxious and worried that the other party would target the Undersea Empire. Yi Meng looked at the other person, wanting to say that the lady was thinking too much. He said nothing, but cast his eyes on the hibernation capsule outside the corridor. "Hey?" Atlana turned back, glanced at the small hibernation capsule over there, then looked down at her chest. Is it just because of this reason? After all, she is also the future queen of Atlantis. Atlana was confused, thinking that she would die, so she simply asked in one go, "Can you let me leave here?" "Yes." Meng nodded and did not force the other party to stay. "Really?" Atlana doubted her ears for a moment, and seeing that the tall bone spur did not say much, she gritted her teeth and turned to rush out of the spaceship. A pair of eyes with surging red flames watched her leaving back, without any movement. Along the corridor of the Kryptonian spaceship, the white-haired young woman excitedly ran towards the outside of the Kryptonian spaceship. But her pace was getting slower and slower. Can I really leave here? Atlana suddenly couldn't help thinking, would the bone spur kill her when she walked out of the door of the spaceship? In addition, what would happen to the baby who was left alone here after she left? And could she escape from the underwater vortex of the Earth's core sea? Atlana looked at the door getting closer and closer, and there were more and more reasons in her heart. Suddenly she realized that she didn't want to leave here. It was not because she was worried about the revenge of the bone spur, but it might be the best outcome for her to stay here. As the future queen of Atlantis, once she went out, she would definitely be captured by the underwater kingdom again and become a sacrifice for the royal marriage. Maybe it would also implicate her biological son, Arthur. And now, because of the intervention of the bone spur, people in the outside world should have mistakenly thought that she was dead. Atlana finally walked to the end of the corridor, but stopped at the door of the cabin. She didn't move forward and looked blankly at the Earth's core sea outside. 10 seconds later, the white-haired young woman turned around, made a decision, and walked back into the spaceship. Returning to the dim and cold main hall of the spaceship, Atlana bit her lip and looked at the being who was still sitting in the driver's seat, with red flames in her eyes surging with destruction. "I can stay and take care of the baby." Atlana gritted her teeth and said, as if she was afraid that she would regret it again. Meng, the day of destruction, nodded and did not say much about it. But in Atlana's opinion, this was shocking, and she couldn't help but continue to imagine. Did this being predict that she would come back? "I just want to know one question." Atlana took a deep breath and asked with courage, "What is the origin of the baby? Why? Do you bring him with you?" This is the biggest question she has always had. It is indeed too strange for an unimaginably powerful bone spur monster to bring a baby who seems to be born on an alien planet. Meng, the ancient day of destruction, thought about it and responded hoarsely and lowly, "May be able to kill me." "What?" Atlana was shocked and felt that she could not keep up with the brain circuit of the bone spur being. But this is indeed the original purpose of Meng as Doomsday, with the son of Krypton by his side. Previously, he thought that, first, it was a human anchor for the same race relationship. Second, it was a death insurance to prevent himself from completely losing control and sinking into the DC dream. Perhaps only Superman could kill Doomsday in the dream. Now Meng, the ancient Doomsday, still thinks the same. He is only temporarily controlling the ancient Doomsday, and in the future he still needs enough DC Universe strongmen to vent his desire for destruction. Superman is a potential stock worth cultivating. As Doomsday, Meng does not need partners or subordinates, but only enemies. After that, Atlana took the son of Krypton and lived on the Kryptonian spaceship in the Earth's core sea. What made Atlana secretly relieved was that the bone spur did not live in the spaceship, and he has been staying outside since that day. He often stood on the beach as if basking in the sun, and from time to time flew to the depths of the Earth's core sea, or arrived at the outside world from the vortex on the seabed, and continued to return to the beach to bask in the sun on the same day. That's it. After a month, Atlana had gotten used to it. Sometimes she would worry about whether the bone spur existed in the Earth's core sea. Of course, she was worried about some existence in the outside world. What made Atlana very distressed was that every time she took the baby out of the spaceship, he was not afraid of the bone spur, but smiled happily, and his eyes seemed to be full of longing. This is wrong. It's so wrong. Atlana has decided to raise this alien child with great potential to become the king of the land, in this way. Maybe one day, this child will defeat the bone spur and promote the connection and cooperation between the two worlds of the Earth's land and the seabed. A strange combination of monsters, young women, and babies officially settled in the Earth's core sea for a month. On this day, Atlana walked out of the cabin as usual, holding the baby named Clark. Bathed in the sun, the baby, who was a few months old, suddenly pouted his mouth with slurred speech, raised his little head and looked at the side of the island beach, and waved his white and tender hands towards that side. Atlana knew without even looking that the bone spur monster must be basking in the sun on the beach of the island outside. She glanced over there and was soon stunned again. On the beach of the Tibetan Sea Island, under the sunlight of the geocentric dome, a 2.5-meter tall bone spur humanoid monster stood there, still wearing a black tight-fitting cape with a muscle curve that looked like it was cast in molten iron, and an S-symbol totem symbolizing hope on its solid chest. The bone spur body, which was originally bloated and solid like a hill, was obviously smaller. Was it shrunk? Atlana's heart suddenly beat violently, and she was startled by her own offensive thoughts. She took a few steps back and secretly observed. Yes, you are not mistaken. It has indeed shrunk, of course, compared to the previous solid and bloated huge body. Although she still looked tall and scary, her slim body was close to the golden ratio, and the perfect muscle curves displayed by the battlesuit. If you ignore the head and the hideous bone spurs, the body covered by the black tight battlesuit is just like a perfect sculpture. Although her head was still bald, it was far less terrifying than before. Her face was like a white bone mask, and only the eyes were still dancing with the red flame of destruction. Less out of control, more sacred. Less hideous, more domineering. Only the amazing aura radiating outward, like a substance, like a halo, not decreasing but becoming more powerful. Even if Atlanta looked at it from a distance, she felt the Atlantis royal blood in her body trembling, and the genes deep in her body were afraid. Her slender legs under, her skirt trembled and almost fell to the ground. This is so powerful that it surpasses everything, and has extraordinary wisdom. Atlanta felt that calling the other party a monster in her heart was an insult to herself. If this kind of existence is a monster, then it is even worse than a fish. The existence of the old gods cannot be compared with it at all. God? Demon? Atlanta, with her own experience, thought of several names that were difficult to match the current existence, so she could only watch from afar with fear and awe. He is only him, a unique existence. Meng, the incarnation of the ancient Doomsday, lowered his eyes and raised his palms that seemed to be covered with exoskeletons, on the road to regaining reason and controlling the loss of control. The ancient Doomsday gene, as if under the interference of autonomous reason and Kryptonian code, began to evolve and transform towards the side that he believed was good in his heart. This change is not extreme, so it is slow, but it is controllable enough. He who is invaded by reality is more and more like Doomsday. And the ancient Doomsday in the dream, under the counter-invasion, is beginning to become more and more like reality itself. Will there be a day when the ancient Doomsday will be exactly the same as him in reality? And by that time, will he also control all the power of Doomsday in reality? Ancient Doomsday, Meng did not think too much. The red flame of destruction in his eyes became stronger, and the yellow gem phantom and broken light between his eyebrows became dimmer. It was a miracle that ancient Doomsday maintained his sanity and spent a month in the DC Universe dreamland. And such a miracle was not only the projection of the power of the Marvel Dream incarnation, but also the exploration results of his own in the DC Universe dreamland. Thinking of this, ancient Doomsday, Meng reached out and picked up the golden trident that was inserted diagonally on the beach. He took off from the spot and flew at high speed towards the high altitude of the hidden sea in the center of the earth, breaking the sound barrier halfway, and then continued to dive down into the hidden sea in the center of the earth. The sea surface broke open, and the water splashed dozens of meters high. The supreme figure symbolizing destruction disappeared in the underwater vortex leading to the outside world. Atlanta trembled all over while holding the Kryptonian baby. That supreme being had obviously gone out to the outside world, but this time he even brought the artifact of Poseidon as a weapon. Is there such a powerful being on their Earth? Outside world, DC Earth, inside a cave on an uninhabited desert island. Deep in the cave, a small bonfire was crackling. Next to the bonfire, an old man with white hair was sitting on a flat stone. The old man was wearing a ragged fisherman's sackcloth. His cheeks were slightly sunken, due to his thinness and haggardness. His wrinkled eye sockets were also filled with circles of black. His eyes were turbid and lifeless, reflecting the flames. It is estimated that even if Wonder Woman came here again, she would not recognize that this was one of the old Greek gods who had lived from the age of gods to the current modern civilization, and whose divine power and ability were still strong, the sea god Poseidon. After all, compared to the old sea god who showed divine power, high spirits, and youthful appearance a month ago, the old man has now completely become a fisherman who has truly entered his old age. Even his bare feet on the gravel in the cave were trembling slightly. At this time, outside the cave, there was a sonic boom in the air, as if something had arrived at the sky above the deserted island from a distance at a high speed and stopped. The legs of Poseidon, the god of the sea, immediately trembled even more. He is coming! He is coming! Again! Poseidon, the god of the sea, showed despair in his eyes. He could no longer remember how many times he had been found this month. Thanks to being one of the old gods, his self-healing and physical recovery were inhuman. No, this was the real torture. No matter where he escaped, he would be found by the other party, and no matter how he resisted and fought, he would end up on the verge of death. The other party was just like treating him as a weak prey and playing with him at will. Poseidon, the god of the sea, wanted to be angry and wanted to roar back. He also had the honor and dignity of being one of the top old gods. But after a month facing that incredibly powerful existence, all his confidence and confidence were shattered and ravaged. So, at this moment, Poseidon faced the crisis and didn't even have the courage to stand up again and run away. Destroy it, end it, swish! The mountain of the island in the cave suddenly trembled, and a stream of metal light penetrated the mountain. More than half of it sank into the gravel ground next to the campfire in the cave. The cloudy pupils of Poseidon, the god of the sea, shrank. It was a trident glowing with golden light. It was his divine weapon, the supreme authority that had ruled the Earth's oceans for 10,000 years. Seeing this trident weapon reminded him of his demeanor as the top god of the Earth. You forced me to do it. Poseidon's eyes burst into brilliance, and his old and decayed body emerged with fighting spirit and divine power. He stretched out his hand to hold the trident, and golden divine power surged from the inside of the cave. Come on! Poseidon gritted his teeth. His legs inevitably trembled again, and he stepped out of the cave with tears. Today, November 10, 1980, at 3:10 p.m., the weather satellite detected that a huge storm suddenly appeared in the hinterland of the western Atlantic Ocean, accompanied by a large tsunami. Please take emergency shelter for local and nearby ships. Meteorological stations along the Atlantic coast issued emergency shelter messages. At the same time, deep in the ocean, rumble. Thick black clouds covered the sky, and thunder struck from the clouds from time to time, hitting the surging sea below, and the waves surged and hit the sky. Thunder roared, and the waves hissed. The deep ocean was like Doomsday, and this was just the aftermath of the battle. The sea exploded, the two beings fought from the sky to the deep sea, and every collision was accompanied by disaster. Ah! The old sea god held the Poseidon Trident artifact, and as the energy ripples of the golden divine power spread, it set off a series of giant tsunamis that swept away, with enough power to wipe out countless coastal towns. But the next moment, several giant tsunamis were smashed through by a figure at the same time, and the waves exploded. In front of the sea god, the gray-white bone-spurred humanoid monster flew at high speed in the air, and it was like an invisible force field was stretched out on its body, making the seawater unable to approach within 3 meters. During this time, golden and red lightning energy burst out one after another. The ancient day of destruction, Meng, stood in the seawater and flew forward. The seawater along the way was all washed away, and continued to punch. This punch hit the golden trident artifact set up by the sea god Poseidon. Buzz! There was no divine energy light effect, only the fist end infused with pure power fell, and the trident artifact body vibrated violently as if it was emitting a mournful cry, and the golden divine energy flowing on the body dissipated layer by layer and dimmed. Just one punch. The hurricane broke out, and the shock wave was lifted. The hands of the sea god Poseidon were bleeding, and he could hardly hold the vibrating artifact. He flew backwards into the deep sea with the trident, and rushed to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters below. Ahem! Poseidon stood at the bottom of the sea, his hands holding the weapon trembling, and he kept coughing up blood into the seawater. The fighting spirit and divine power that he had revived before were gone. After all, even gods would feel desperate to fight against an existence that they could never defeat, or even break through their defense and injure. In particular, although the opponent's physique has shrunk by a punch, he is undoubtedly stronger than before, both in terms of strength and control of skills. Poseidon could sense that the opponent was obviously letting him go. This was because he was afraid that he would be killed by accident. Poseidon laughed bitterly, looked up at the existence that broke through the seawater at a high speed, and dived into the deep sea of 10,000 meters, and coughed up blood and roared. This blow will decide the outcome. I will use my strongest blow. No matter what, he also has the bottom line and backbone of an old god. Ha! The seawater was stretched out, and the bone spur monster wearing a black Superman suit had its own force field, just like it was suspended in the sky and stopped in the 10,000-meter deep sea area, with eyes burning like red flames looking down at the nearby Poseidon. Okay. The ancient destruction day Meng suddenly uttered a human voice, with red flames leaping in his eyes, and electricity surged to his right arm, and then continued to rush down and swung the bone spur right fist. Come! Poseidon, the sea god, stood at the bottom of the 10,000-meter deep sea, and powerful divine power surged from his old and decayed body, and also poured into the trident tightly held in both hands, stabbing towards the sea area in front with all his strength. Ding! The gray bone spur right fist swung forward like lightning, with its own impact wave, force field and destructive, lightning energy lingering, unstoppable, directly shaking off the stabbing tip of the trident. Poseidon's pupils stabbed. The end of the bone spur fist was like a flash of lightning and light, defeating the released divine energy, and the end of the fist continued to fall on the body without hindrance. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The light in Poseidon's eyes dimmed, and his turbid eyes revealed relief. As an old god, it seemed honorable to die in battle with such an existence. But if he could do it again, he would never jump out again. The ocean's surface 10,000 meters above was like a ton of depth charge thrown into the seabed, exploding a red explosion wave. Then the thunderclouds, storms, and surging waves gradually subsided. Bow! On the ancient day of destruction, Meng flew out of the sea with a golden trident, without a trace of seawater on his body. Poseidon, the god of the sea, left peacefully. Meng felt deeply sorry for this, but also knew that in the end, Poseidon, the god of the sea, was already begging for death, so he satisfied the other party and used his full strength to punch. There are not many old gods left on the current DC Earth, and it is not easy to find another one, especially one that can let him vent a little. Although in a rational state, Doomsday is Doomsday. As an ancient Doomsday, Meng still longs for a fight, especially a fight that allows him to let go. This kind of bellicosity derived from genes is benign, just like an absolutely rational artificial intelligence. Appropriate venting of destruction and fighting can allow Meng to better control the incarnation of Doomsday. This is also a disguised exploration of the DC Universe Dream. That's right. Unlike the artificial intelligence incarnation of the Marvel Universe Dream, as an ancient Doomsday, he does not need to obtain any external objects. His existence has infinite and unlimited evolutionary potential. He only needs to meet an opponent or encounter that can develop this potential. Doomsday's opponent is always himself. Of course, Poseidon, the god of the sea, has not reached the level that allows Meng to stimulate his potential. He has only reached the stage of daily warm-up. However, after mastering superhuman flight and biological force fields, there are certain skills in fighting compared to before. It's a pity that I have to find another opponent again. The ancient Doomsday Meng flew up and flew into the thundercloud at a high speed. Soon the thundercloud was torn open. Trample! A beautiful and smooth black hair was unrestrained and shawled. A perfect woman in a red armor skirt held a battle shield and a long sword on her back, waving a golden invisible lasso, and landed lightly on the deserted island. Wonder Woman lowered her eyes and looked at the body of an old man washed up by the waves. The man's eyes were wide open, but his face was relieved and peaceful. There was a hole in his chest that went all the way to his back. The muscles and bones outside the hole were all shattered. The body of the god was completely ravaged and penetrated by the power and energy of the tyrant. Even the sea god can't stop him? Wonder Woman sighed softly, lowered her graceful and agile tall body, and reached out to touch the old man's open eyes. The sea god was really killed in the ocean. If I meet him, I'm afraid I will die too. Wonder Woman looked dazed, but she was determined. She clenched her shield tightly and didn't get scared. How could she admit defeat if she hadn't really lost the battle? Even if she lost the battle, as long as she didn't die, there was a possibility of winning. At this time, Paradise Island was shrouded by the divine power barrier. Since the Age of Gods, the Amazons, a fighting nation that cooperated with the ancient Greek gods, have lived and multiplied here. It is also the hometown of Wonder Woman. Suddenly, the peace here was broken, and all the Amazons looked up at the sky of Paradise Island in astonishment. On this day, the Amazons recalled the fear of facing the powerful that they could not defeat, and the humiliation of being imprisoned on Paradise Island. Paradise Island. This is an island protected by the power of Zeus, a truly isolated place that cannot be found once you leave the island. It is the last piece of pure land on Earth. But now, the peace that has lasted for thousands of years has been broken again. The top of the barrier maintained by the power of Zeus was forcibly broken, and then a huge black and terrifying bone spur figure broke in. All the Amazons looked up at the sky in doubt. The next moment, the entire Paradise Island was resounding with warning horns and bells. Antiope, Queen Hippolyta of Paradise Island, wearing a crown on her head and a cloak, carrying a bow and arrow on her back, holding a long sword, shouted loudly and rushed out of the palace in the center of the island. The queen's style is undoubtedly revealed. Antiope, a female general with bronze muscles, stepped out of the palace gate with great vigor and shouted in a deep voice, "I am here. All Amazon soldiers, follow me and the queen to fight." "Yes, General." Immediately, hundreds of well-trained Amazon soldiers, all female, rushed out with Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope. When they rode on fast horses and rushed to the plains under the town at a very fast speed, they looked up and saw that it was a bone spur monster that broke into Paradise Island. The bone spur monster was wearing a black tight cape and was suspended in the sky above Paradise Island at a height of 100 meters. Its eyes were full of red flames and it looked down at the island area. The invisible aura of destruction made everyone breathless. "Intruders will be killed without mercy," Queen Hippolyta shouted with sharp eyes, holding the sword in her right hand and swinging it forward with force. The next moment, the Amazon army either drew their bows or threw them. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, countless iron arrows and spears surrounded and attacked the bone spur monsters 100 meters high. Although they were only very primitive cold weapons, in the hands of the Amazons with extraordinary strength and physique, these iron arrows and spears were extremely fast. And even if they flew 100 meters, they still carried a strong force, without any signs of deviation or weakness. If placed in the outside world, I believe no one would dare to question whether these iron arrows can penetrate the wall, and whether the thrown spears can penetrate the iron plate. However, the next scene made all the Amazon warriors on the field, including the queen and the generals, collectively sluggish. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that the dense iron arrows and spears were about to pierce the bone spur monster into a hedgehog, they all stopped in the air under the powerful and invisible mysterious force within 3 meters of the bone spur monster's body. The iron arrows and spears, losing their strength and power, all stopped on the side, without even touching the battle clothes. The scene on Paradise Island was suddenly silent, and all the Amazons looked at this scene in the sky in disbelief. 100 meters high. Ancient Doomsday, Meng looked down at the entire Paradise Island. His clairvoyant eyes saw through the Amazon queen, including the female warriors, and the blood genes under their clothes. He just took a look and continued to look at other island areas without interest. Amazons are too weak. At best, they are only slightly stronger than humans, so weak that they don't even have the desire to destroy. Meng didn't defend himself just now, but the overflowing biological force field blocked all the attacks. It can be seen. Outside the body of ancient Doomsday Meng, an invisible force lingered and stretched out. This is the biological force field that he awakened with flying after he truly maintained his sanity as the ancient Doomsday. The biological force field is the fusion and application of the power and energy of the Kryptonian gene itself. It can assist in attack, or be used for defense, and even to defend against other things besides himself. For example, Superman has a biological force field, so he can wrap and carry a large Boeing aircraft with a force field to keep the entire aircraft intact. Homelander has no biological force field. Once he uses his hands to carry a large aircraft, he will directly penetrate the aircraft. However, as the ancient Doomsday, Meng's awakened biological force field is not quite the same as Superman's. Meng stood in the sky without any movement. The invisible shield-like biological force field was like a natural energy conversion field, absorbing the power from the iron, arrows, and spears, and reversing it into the energy of its own force field. Buzz! The next moment, a ball of red lightning swept outward like a small lightning sun, destroying and blowing away all the iron arrows and spears, and the lightning shockwave continued to impact and wreak havoc. Defense! Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope's pupils shrank, and they shouted in unison. The other Amazon warriors also squatted down with tingling scalps, surrounded the queen, and lifted the metal round shields above their heads. Crash! Hundreds of Amazon warriors on the plains were thrown to the ground by the scorching and violent energy wave, just like harvesting fallen wheat with a sickle in autumn. Too weak. The ancient Destruction Day Meng did not really attack, but the energy conversion and rebound of the biological force field made Paradise Island lose its ability to resist. However, his target was not the Amazons. Paradise Island is the only intact site left from the Greek gods era. In addition to some Greek artifacts, there is another item that interests him. The sound barrier burst. The bone spur monster turned into a black stream of light and rushed to the other end of Paradise Island town. On the chaotic plain that seemed to have been plowed by a bulldozer, wailing came one after another. "Queen, are you okay?" Antiope threw away the red and hot metal shield in his hand and stepped forward to help Queen Hippolyta, whose crown had fallen off. "It's okay, where did it go?" Queen Hippolyta shook her head and looked anxiously at the sky where the bone spur monster had disappeared, with a look of shock and astonishment in her eyes. Such a powerful monster would be hard to see even in the age of gods. Antiope said bitterly, "It seems to have gone to the temple on the cliff." "What?" Queen Hippolyta was struck by lightning. Could it be from that alien force?" Paradise Island, on the cliff at the other end of the town. There is a circular and closed castle building. Bang! The air was turbulent. The black battlesuit bone spur monster swooped down at an unreduced speed, crashed into the metal dome in the middle of the castle temple, and landed heavily on the high platform in the center with its feet. The hard and thick stone slabs of the high platform cracked and shattered. A storm was set off outside, and the dust waves were swept away. Meng, the ancient day of destruction, looked up, and his red eyes fell on the stone pillars of the high platform, where a mysterious cube was placed. The cube was made of some unknown material, about twice the size of a basketball, and covered with a thick layer of dust. It had obviously been stored here for a long time. Meng's eyes were red and blazing. This was the Mother Box. Originated from the apocalypse of the DC Universe, tens of thousands of years ago, the Dark King Darkseid attacked and tried to reshape and control the Earth with the Mother Box. As a result, Darkseid was repelled by the native and alien forces of the Earth, and the Mother Box was left behind. I remember there were 3 Mother Boxes, which were respectively handed over to the Amazons, the Human Kingdom, and Atlantis, who participated in the joint operation at that time for safekeeping and suppression. The Mother Box kept by the Amazons was now stored here. The Bone Spur monster directly picked up the Mother Box in his hand, played with it, and showed a self-proclaimed brilliant and friendly smile. "Why are you there?" "I apply to talk to Apocalypse." Paradise Island, Ancient Temple. As one of the 3, the Mother Box has been sealed here for tens of thousands of years. Since the Little Master of Apocalypse was repelled, the Mother Box, which was kept in the current Paradise Island, began a long period of autonomous hibernation, lying dormant, waiting for the king to come again. Until this day, the Mother Box was suddenly reawakened by a huge sound that made the air vibrate. The moment it was awakened, the Mother Box would try to send a positioning message to outer space according to the intelligent program, so that the subordinate forces of Apocalypse who were exploring outside could capture the message, and finally transmit this positioning message to the Supreme Dark King. But when it detected the existence of the handheld awakening itself, the Mother Box, as the terminal product of Apocalypse's super technology, suddenly stagnated the program running quietly inside. Scanning over, this is a body more than 2 meters tall, with an exoskeleton and muscles forming a body surface defense, and wearing a Kryptonian hope suit. And when the scan goes deep into the inner part, it can be seen that the genes of the Krypton race, which are superior in the entire universe, are moving towards various extreme and outrageous mutations and evolutions. The genes and cells have reached the wrong and correct paths inconceivably, and are transforming towards the end of immortality and power every moment. The unlimited potential of the genes to break through the bottom line supports going further. Energy, ability, characteristics, life, No bottom line, no rules, no fixed form, no upper limit. What kind of Kryptonian gene mutation extreme creation is this? Especially this monster is grinning at him, as if trying to swallow him, and suddenly asks for a conversation in the Earth language? The mother box operation program is a bit difficult to turn around, and the next moment, it stops the external call signal. Huh? The ancient Doomsday Meng played with the extremely hard mother box as a Rubik's Cube. Under the gaze of the eyes leaping with red flames, the mother box did not react at all, and remained motionless, as if it was an ordinary metal box. Meng still knows this thing. Mother box, as the top technological creation of the new gods in the fourth world, it is considered a very high-end item in the entire DC universe. It is not only a computer, but also an artificial intelligence and a strategic weapon. It can open the sonic boom channel to Apocalypse, the fourth world. Even a single mother box can resurrect living beings by reorganizing molecules. When 3 mother boxes are combined into a trinity, the entire planetary civilization can be reshaped into the territory dominated by the mother box owner. Therefore, the old gods, Amazons, underwater people, and ancient humans were afraid to hide the 3 remaining mother boxes in different places. Now the ancient Doomsday Meng tried to apply for an online call with the fourth world's Apocalypse through the mother box. It would be best if the Apocalypse forces could lead the fleet forces to come to Earth again. This may be an extremely terrifying and crazy move in the eyes of the old gods, but Meng wanted to invite the Apocalypse forces to come from the bottom of his heart. Because he is the ancient Doomsday. Unlike when he was the incarnation of the artificial intelligence in the Marvel Universe dream, he was lurking, cautious, secretly manipulating, and behind the scenes, and he did everything calmly through a lot of calculations and predictions. As the ancient Doomsday, even if there is human rationality, Meng's style and actions are still belligerent, impulsive, violent, arbitrary, and lawless. This may be the nature of the ancient Doomsday, or perhaps it is also the wanton indulgence of Meng's heart. As an artificial intelligence, trying to control everything will be cautious and calm and rational at every step. It's understandable. As a real self, you need to worry about the people you love and the villains lurking in the real world. It's understandable. In the current DC Universe dream, or as the ancient Doomsday, Meng has no worries except for his own out-of-control problem. Apocalypse is, indeed, very strong and terrible, dominating the world in the DC Universe. So welcome to Earth, immediately, right now. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Real men. Come to a real fight. At least open a sonic explosion channel. He can go to Apocalypse for door-to-door service. The Bone Spur monster grinned, playing with the mother box in his hand. The destructive red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the aura on his body was like a substantial golden red lightning raging outward in the hall of the temple. In his hand, the core of the mother box trembled, originally trying to call on the power of Apocalypse, but now it sent an encrypted message to outer space. There is no hope in this world. Don't answer. Don't get close. This mother box feels really good. Ancient Destruction Day Meng's large gray-white bone spur palm, 5 fingers kept playing back and forth, and he liked this mother box more and more. After all, it could withstand his grip without a force field. Seeing that the mother box did not react, Meng suddenly stretched out a bone finger of his right hand, and the bone armor knocked on the mother box, and immediately issued a clear and loud vibration, which completely shook off the dust on it. At the same time, Meng's brow bone glowed with a little yellow light, and along the tall and terrifying monster body, a wisp of virtual red static electricity was transmitted over and passed along the fingertips to the mother box. Buzz! Virtual red static electricity tried to penetrate the surface of the mother box and hack into the internal system. This Kryptonian creation, the cosmic knowledge stored in the mother box, could not understand this scene. While resurrecting and vibrating, it stopped pretending to be dead and suddenly emitted strands of powerful silver currents, which blocked Meng's virtual red static electricity. What a pity! Meng's eyes flashed red, only using the projection power of the Marvel Dream Avatar, which was not even 1/10 of Vision's. It was too difficult to try to hack into the mother box system. Of course, it can't be done now. It doesn't mean that it can't be done in the future. After all, there is still enough potential for exploration and growth in the Marvel Universe dream. Meng decided to carry this mother box with him, even if it is used as a handball or a Rubik's Cube for daily play. In addition, although it is impossible to hack into the built-in system of the mother box now, the message that the mother box tries to spread out is different. On the ancient day of destruction, Meng grinned, his virtual mind moved slightly, and he made slight changes to the external message of the mother box and continued to spread it. Well, it was really only changed a little bit. It just changed. This planet is extremely dangerous. Please do not approach. To this planet has many natives and rich resources received quickly. At this time, outside the Earth, somewhere in the distant outer space, a silver alien warship sailed alone in the dark universe. At this time, in the cockpit of the alien warship, a tall being with 2 horns on his head and wearing silver armor sat in the seat, with a huge metal battle axe lying flat on his knees. There are still 100,000 worlds to go. When I conquer 100,000 planetary civilizations and present them to the Supreme King, he will forgive me, a traitor. The tall being with 2 ferocious horns on his head whispered hoarsely, His sparkling gray eyes revealed a firm look, and the silver armor on his body trembled as if it could breathe, and a strong and arrogant breath lingered and swept out. Behind it, there stood hundreds of demon-like monsters, each of which was 2 meters tall and had strange wings. At this time, the control platform in the cockpit responded with a beeping sound, and the green light came on, indicating that a message from the Apocalypse channel was captured. Apocalypse's channel outside? It can't be that kind of item? Steppenwolf was shaken and stood up from the chair subconsciously, so that the large metal axe lying flat on his knees fell down on the cabin floor with a dull sound. Immediately, a demon-like subordinate flew forward and operated the control platform to confirm the source and content of the message. It's really the Mother Box! Steppenwolf was shocked and then full of confusion. The Mother Box is a very important top strategic weapon of Apocalypse, and it is impossible to leave it outside Apocalypse easily. Wait! Steppenwolf suddenly widened his cowbell-like eyes. It had heard about something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there were indeed 3 Mother Boxes left on a certain planet, and because the coordinates were lost, they could not go there again. It can't be that planetary civilization. Steppenwolf was so excited that his whole body, including the entire scaled silver armor, trembled. Even if it is still uncertain, as long as there is a possibility, it is far more important than anything else, and the priority is beyond doubt. The value of that planetary civilization alone may be able to offset 100,000 worlds, or even overflow. However, what made Steppenwolf feel a little strange was that since the Mother Box was revived and still spreading support information, why not directly open the sonic boom channel to teleport himself there? Maybe the Mother Box does not have enough energy? Steppenwolf made a decision immediately, grabbed the giant axe with one hand and raised it, with golden lightning surging on his body, and issued a calm and deep command. Immediately changed the direction of navigation, and rushed to the planet where the Mother Box sent support and positioning at full speed. Buzz! With one order, the entire battleship was like a hornet's nest that exploded, and all the demon-like subordinates acted quickly. Earth Paradise Island. Inside the temple. On the ancient day of destruction, Meng isolated and shielded the external information of the Mother Box, and kept playing with it with his big hands. As his body slightly squatted, the next moment he took off from the original position and flew up like a rocket. Bang! The entire temple building shook violently and waves of rubble and dust surged outward. When Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope led the Amazon army to the temple on the edge of the cliff, they saw the skull-spurred monster rushing out from the dome of the temple, breaking through the sound barrier and the shield of Zeus's divine power, and disappearing at the end of the blue sky above Paradise Island. In the blink of an eye, the trace and figure of the other party's existence were lost, and only a messy and cracked ancient temple represented that it had come. The Mother Box that my race has guarded for tens of thousands of years was taken away by him. Antiope sighed. He is too powerful, more powerful than many old gods I have seen before. It is normal that we cannot stop him. Queen Hippolyta was also disappointed, but soon said calmly and powerfully, "Send a warning to the outside of Paradise Island." She looked at the sea beyond the cliff. Her eyes seemed to reach the other side of the far shore. "Notify, my daughter." Whoosh! In just a moment, the ancient Doomsday Meng flew from Paradise Island through the atmosphere to the silent space outside the Earth. Doomsday itself does not need oxygen, let alone breathing. Meng's breathing before was just a habit of human self. Meng played with the Mother Box while looking down at the entire blue Earth. The red light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the shadow of the gem between his eyebrows was about to dim and extinguish. If he did not find an opponent who could properly vent his desire for destruction, he would not have much time left in this DC Universe dream. Meng wanted to hold on a little longer. He realized that as the time for Doomsday to exist rationally, the longer he held on, the more positive feedback he would get from the real world itself. Dreams and reality have always been closely related. Of course, once he loses control again, he can only find a way to find a dream anchor point to switch to the Marvel dream. Anyway, DC and Marvel jump back and forth. As long as they don't wake up, they will be in balance again. What makes Meng regretful is that there are too few DC Earth who can serve as opponents or even sandbags. Most of the old gods, including Zeus, died, and the remaining 1 or 2 also hid. Poseidon, the god of the sea, died before he could even do anything. In later generations, many famous DC Universe superheroes or villains did not grow up, lonely and irritable, destroy it, or just destroy the Earth. Maybe some hidden wizards and old gods can jump out. The irritated ancient destroyer Meng turned around and looked at the vast universe and stars outside. By the way, at this time, I don't know if the alien race exclusive to the DC Universe exists. Ancient destroyer Meng suddenly had an idea, played with the Mother Box, and suddenly flew to outer space outside the Earth. Did not fly out of the solar system. Meng's eyes were silently leaping with red flames, and his battlesuit and bone spur body turned into a stream of light, and soon approached a fiery red planet. Mars, one of the 8 planets in the solar system. Meng flew directly into the interior of Mars, looking down from the sky at the red sand dunes and gravel-covered desert surface, with cold dust storms blowing in the air. Meng remembered that in the future Justice League of the DC Universe, The hometown of an alien superhero was from Mars, so there is a whole tribe of that alien hero on Mars here. But in the setting of the DC universe, that powerful alien tribe is like Krypton, all infected with a special plague and extinct, leaving only one person living on Earth. That person is one of the top fighters of the Justice League later, with combat power comparable to Superman, and is praised by Batman as a combination of himself and Superman. I just don't know if that powerful alien tribe has become extinct at this point in time in the current setting of the DC Universe dream. Ancient Doomsday Meng came here, suddenly accelerated, crashed through the dust storm, and flew directly to the back of Mars. The back of Mars. A prosperous and spectacular alien colorful city is located here, with many large and small spaceships suspended in the sky, and many white, golden, or even green humanoid alien creatures can be seen in the city. Their forms are also different. Some are like a ball of slime, some are like a ball of slugs, and some are as strong as a bear man, flying or walking on two limbs. There are no telephones or networks here. The entire huge and developed alien community is connected by a unique public telepathic ability. Among them, the telepathic and comprehensive abilities of the Green Surface Group are the strongest. At this time, Martian civilization, Gore, Greg City, suburbs. Whoosh! A dust storm rose and a small suspended airship stopped in front of a pyramid-shaped house. The airship was closed. A nearly 2-meter-tall green adult Martian with a human-like form, with a tall and strong green body, passed through the self-suspended airship portal and soon returned to the entity. Suddenly, a pleasant and tender spiritual thought came directly from the house into his brain. "Dad, are you back? I sense you." "Yes, I'm back." Martian hunter Ron Rongzi smiled, replied with his mind, and then became virtual and entered the interior of the Triangle Fort, on Mars in a triangular fortress of a local civilization. Martian hunter Ron Rongzi walked through the door of his house and entered the main hall. He could see his wife, a green humanoid social form, in the open kitchen. At the same time, a green little guy between a ghost and a slime floated over. "Hello, little flower." Ron Rongzi smiled slightly, hugged his beloved daughter Kem, who flew up to him, and then asked his wife, "How is work going, Marion?" Marion blinked her red eyes and smiled and replied, "I just came back too. Most of the lunch was cooked by your daughter Kem." "Really? Then I have to sit down and taste it." Ron smiled and sat down. The family of 3 started lunch and the atmosphere was peaceful and warm. "So how are you today, Dad?" Little Kem's red eyes flickered, and he said in a childish voice full of admiration, "Those villains must know to take a detour when they meet the strongest hunter in the city. Maybe the hungriest hunter." Martian hunter, Ron was wolfing down the food on his plate, and he couldn't help but smile when he heard the words of his wife and daughter. If only such peaceful days could continue forever. Recently, there have been several cases of self-immolation among the tribesmen, causing panic in the whole city of Mars Gore. Martian hunter Ron was about to say something, but at this moment his face changed, and the spoon in his hand fell directly into the plate. What happened in the city? Marion and Little Kem's telepathy also sensed the anxiety and fear of many tribesmen in the city. At this moment, Martian hunter Ron obviously learned more mental information. The owner of the competitive arena with whom he had traded directly sent a telepathic call for help to him. The other hunter colleagues in the city also sent him the idea of requesting emergency support. After all, he is recognized as the strongest hunter and is known as the Mars Hunter. The Martian hunter felt many fearful emotions, and in his mind he seemed to be able to see a huge bone spur monster falling from the sky and landing in the underground arena in the city. It was like a real disaster descending on Mars. "Stay at home, don't go anywhere, wait for me to come back," Martian hunter Ron said, and quickly flew up from the chair and rushed out of the Triangle Fort building. Mars Gore, Greg City, underground arena. The large arena is 100 meters long and wide, and the audience seats accommodate thousands of Martians, most of whom are white and golden-skinned, and their shapes are like slimes. At this time, the Martians in the audience seats all opened their eyes in astonishment, looking at the foreign invaders who fell from the sky in the center of the arena, who obviously did not belong to the Martian civilization. It was a bone spur monster over 2 meters tall, wearing a black S-marked battlesuit, standing there playing with a metal box, quietly waiting for something. The 2 white-skinned strong Martian contestants, still standing on the arena on the left and right sides, were also obviously stunned for a moment. After communicating with each other through telepathy, they rushed forward at the same time. One of them threw a punch like lightning, and the other kicked in the air, hitting the bone spur monster's body respectively. No! The white punch and kick stopped 1 meter away from the bone spur monster, and the body seemed to be stuck in the air. The faces of the 2 white-skinned Martian contestants were hideously distorted, and they quickly switched their body shapes, struggling like a ball of liquid, but they were still fixed by the invisible force field and could not move. Zizi! The bone spur monster did not move at all. In the invisible force field outside its body surface, tiny violent lightning burst out, and the violent lightning instantly penetrated its liquid body. The next moment there was a pop. The bodies of the 2 white-skinned Martians exploded, turning into real liquid that splashed everywhere. The huge arena was silent for a moment. Then all the Martians in the audience fled out in panic. Too weak. The bone spur monster's eyes flashed with red light and he looked up at the sky. One after another, Green human-shaped streamers flashed from the air and rushed towards the current arena. Under the super dynamic vision, it can be seen that they are Martians wearing special combat uniforms. "The hunters are coming!" someone shouted excitedly. The next moment, countless wind-breaking sounds and green light and shadows descended on the arena. One after another, tall and agile green figures rushed towards the bone spur monster playing with the box, and unexpectedly broke through the invisible force field at the same time, and the attacks fell on the monster's body surface. Bang! It was as if several missiles were dropped from the arena. The powerful shockwaves and storms were centered on the bone spur monster, and they swept out layer by layer. The arena was the first to crack and shatter without being able to withstand it. The dust wave subsided. There were more than a dozen green-skinned Martians, both men and women, standing beside the bone spur monster, punching or kicking respectively, on the monster's head, neck, upper body, and limbs. As hunters of the Martian tribe who make a living by fighting, they move very fast and attack at the same time, which is perfect. Each hunter's full-strength attack is enough to knock down a triangular fort. But now no one can laugh, and each hunter's green face looks pale and stunned. Even the ground of the arena was broken and collapsed. But the bone spur monster still stood in place, its body suspended in the low air, and the box in its hand was rolling. Facing the siege of the hunters, feeling the long-lost pain, the bone spur monster grinned, and felt that his muscles and bones loosened. Meng, the ancient Doomsday, smiled, with joy from the heart. Martian Hunter, one of the future Justice League superheroes, the people of his hometown on Mars are still there and have not been extinct. There has never been such a wonderful start. Clang. The mother box was thrown casually on the side of the arena. The ancient day of destruction, Meng finally moved, opened his big hand, grabbed a hunter's body and threw it forward. Bang! The air burst, and the hunter flew out in a blur, smashing through the wall of the audience seats of the arena behind, and continued to throw it to the outer city farther away. Bang! Another hunter who had attacked Meng's head before was hit by a bone spur fist from bottom to top. The green body was obviously twisted and deformed, and thrown towards the arena 1,000 meters high. Step! The ancient day of destruction, Meng took a step down violently, and the energy that was previously absorbed and converted and accumulated in his body turned into a ball of lightning and exploded, blowing away more than a dozen green-skinned hunters who had rushed to the scene. The arena was completely shattered, and the surrounding outer wall collapsed with a rumble. Go! On Mars, dozens of green hunters who had rushed to the scene roared and flew at high speed towards the bone spur monster that was carrying disaster and destruction with every move. The war was about to start. Only 3 minutes late, when the Martian hunter Ron arrived above the original site of the arena and looked down, the scene that came into his eyes was destined to be unforgettable for him. He saw the underground arena, including the area several kilometers outside, turned into a ruin, and even the whole Earth sank downward to form an abyss pit. The battle situation. The storm was surging, and the waves swept. More than 100, almost all the green hunters in the city arrived here to participate in the battle, and there was only one target for the siege. So looking down, the green figures were dense and blurred, surrounding a bone spur monster in black clothes. Even in the career of Martian hunter Ron, the most he had seen was only 10 hunters acting together. What made the Martian hunters even more unbelievable was that hundreds of green-skinned hunters were in a stalemate and fighting fiercely. Facing a single foreign invader, green-skinned figures flew backwards and fell into the abyss or the city further away. More and more hunters were losing their combat capabilities, and the besieged bone spur monster showed no signs of exhaustion. Wherever they passed, natural dust storms and thunder disasters formed. This was a disaster and also Doomsday. Mars. The sky was burning and the earth was trembling. On the battlefield of the original site of the competitive arena, hundreds of elite hunters were in a bitter battle just because of the arrival of a bone spur monster. The scene was like the end of civilization. Stop! Seeing another hunter's body flying out like mud, the Martian hunter who rushed to the scene could no longer bear it. He roared and swooped down at a very fast speed, punching the bone spur monster in the center of the battle storm. Bang! The air was turbulent and the strong wind exploded. The bone spur monster immediately fell from the sky, and after descending 10 meters, it suddenly stopped, its body wrapped in black clothes. The bone spur monster stood high above the abyss of the battlefield, raised a pair of eyes that were leaping with destructive red flames, and looked up at the new hunters who joined the battlefield. The face covered with a white bone mask was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth had been grinning hideously. There was no anger, no hatred, but a kind of primitive joy and excitement. At this moment, the Martian hunter felt like he was being stared at by a truly mysterious and terrifying abyss, and was terrified. Of course, this was also because the fellow hunters around were all in fear, which turned the telepathic field here into a desperate abyss hell. After all, it was not that the hunters were too weak, but that this bone spur monster was too powerful, and its physical strength and energy seemed endless. This can't go on. Martian hunter Ron immediately used telepathy to connect with dozens of hunters who were still able to fight on the field and calmly said, "Now, I will take over the command of the hunter team, and we will definitely be able to repel this invader. Okay, you will be the commander." Martian hunter, I listen to you. Let's go together. On the field, the hunters who were still able to fight immediately responded telepathically, and the emotions of fear were transformed into fighting spirit and courage. Bang, the bone spur monster soared into the sky with its own storm and directly punched back. Martian hunter Ron was not to be outdone and slammed down hard. His right foot with green leather surface turned into a stream of light and met the monster's bone spur fist. Although it was a fist against a foot, it was obvious that the bone spur fist was slightly larger. The fist and foot under super strength and physique hit each other, causing the air pressure in the surrounding Martian area to be distorted and disordered. Martian hunter Ron felt a force several times greater than his own. His right foot hurt, and he subconsciously changed the shape of his right leg to soften it and release most of the force. He fell behind and retreated more than 10 meters towards the sky before he stopped again. But compared to other hunters who were unable to resist the attack of the bone spur monster, this was already a very good level. Sure enough, he is the strongest here on Mars. Ancient Doomsday Meng had just warmed up and felt happy in her heart, and continued to fly towards Martian hunter Ron. Meng felt that this time, maybe she could really enjoy herself since Krypton and properly dispel her desire for destruction. This is not out of control, but controllable. In any case, he is still the ancient Doomsday, born for battle. Even if he would consider the problem of out of control, he could not be like artificial intelligence, lurking and controlling behind the scenes in a low-key manner. Doomsday is Doomsday, because there is no fear in fear, no matter how rational and restrained, it will never be like a human. Meng clearly recognized this. From the initial forced counter-invasion control to the current immersion into the ancient Doomsday, it is easier to control the power and the longer the time of rationality. This change is a bit similar to Dr. Banner, the Hulk in Marvel's Dream. From the initial resistance, controllability, substitution, until two different personalities merge into one. Is it good or bad? Ancient Doomsday Meng didn't know, so he continued to follow his heart and seek a hearty battle. Although the Martian hunter had expected it, he was still shocked by the power of the bone spur monster, which was several times higher than that of himself as the strongest hunter. So, when he saw the bone spur monster flying towards him again, the Martian hunter crossed his hands to defend himself, while controlling all the hunters on the field with telepathy. At the moment when the Martian hunter groaned in pain and was knocked out again, hundreds of hot red lights lit up from the surroundings, and then turned into beams of heat vision, interweaving in the air to form a network, hitting the bone spur monster above the center of the abyss. Heat vision? Ancient Destruction Day. Meng had nowhere to hide, so he simply gave up hiding and took the attack with his body covered in black battle clothes. A large amount of heat was immersed in the body of the bone spur, and the body was like an energy conversion furnace, emitting sizzling hot electric light. And the next moment, the cold hurricane roared up from all directions, like ice water poured on a red-hot iron block, freezing the surface of the bone spur monster's body at a very fast speed, until it formed a thick, large ice sculpture. Did it succeed? The Martian hunter stopped in the air and looked forward solemnly. The other hunters also floated in the air around them, looking at the suspended ice sculpture breathlessly. Under their suspicious gaze, the ice sculpture remained suspended in the air and never fell. The energy inside was still surging. Snap! The frost broke and melted before it cracked, and the strong and hot destructive energy flashed out. The bone spur monster inside raised its head and roared, and the overflowing energy burst out from its eyes and mouth. Swoosh! On this day, the alien residents of the entire Martian civilization looked up and saw